This general store can buy anything in the world, anything you can imagine, but at a price. Someone bought the entire United States with 10 tons of Olivia, someone traded a 36D bust for eternal youth, and someone even traded their entire lifespan for this general store. That person was me. But this general store is very strange. Only those chosen by the black card can see this day. Unwittingly, I spotted a general store called Kra Peak. Various mysterious items were displayed at the entrance, seemingly possessing a magical allure that constantly tempted me. Before I knew it, I was inside. A sweet voice rang out from the darkness. "Welcome. What would you like to buy?" A little girl dressed as a girl emerged from the darkness. With the mindset of "I'll just look around and buy it next time," I frantically examined the various items in the store. Although the items were arranged haphazardly, their haphazard arrangement actually exuded a mysterious charm. I was quickly drawn to a pair of crimson spheres. For some reason, the first thing I saw was 2 moons. At the same time, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. "Do you like these eyes? They're called the Crimson Moons. They're the eyes of a mysterious race from ancient Latin America, discovered a year ago. When this race lost control of their emotions, their eyes would turn crimson, and under the moonlight, they would emit a beautiful, glossy sheen. This race perished because of these beautiful eyes. This is the only remaining crimson moon in the world." A middle-aged foreign man approached and introduced himself as the owner of this general store. Listen, I thought the shopkeeper was just being pretentious, but I still listened politely until he finished speaking. Then I asked, "Such a treasure must be very expensive, right?" The shopkeeper gave a wicked smile. "We don't sell things in our shop based on money. We sell things based on the equivalent value you're willing to pay. It could be sacrificing your health or other precious resources you're willing to give up." Seeing that I wasn't moved by the item, the shopkeeper quickly said, "It's not limited to the items in our shop. It's anything you can think of." The moment the boss said that I could wait for home to call, my curiosity was piqued again. What was it that I wanted? Looking out the window at the diverse passers-by, it felt like I was in 2 separate worlds. I could see outside, but the outside couldn't see inside. I wanted this place. As I stammered out that I wanted this place, the boss, like a runaway wild, made some dirty jokes. One of the rules of Trafalgar Store is that once you state your needs, a mandatory, irrevocable transaction will take place. If you don't state what you want to pay for, then I will set the price. So, as you wish, I will sell to you. Trafalgar Store, in exchange for your freedom. An ancient parchment scroll floated into my mind. Trafalgar Store Rules. Rule 1. Those who state their needs will be subject to a mandatory, irrevocable transaction. Rule 2. If the buyer doesn't submit a price, the owner will set the price. Rule 3. Buyers can only be guided. Forceful actions are not allowed. Wait, seeing this, I suddenly realized, oh dear, I'm a victim of a violation. Continuing to read, I learned that the shop's maid was named Yuyo, created by an alchemist. A soul was sealed within her body. Her master traded her to the shop, where she served for 300 years. When I finished reading and woke up, the former owner had disappeared, and it was already noon the next day. Yuyo had prepared lunch, and we ate together. I asked her, the book says every certain period of time. I must make sacrifices to the general store to gain lifespan. What does that mean? Yes, master. The general store will grant you an equivalent amount of lifespan based on the quality of the offerings you make. Oh, you currently only have 30 days left to live. This immediately sent a friendly greeting to the former owner's entire family. So, if no one visits the store within 30 days, will I die? Healthy and excellent business means I don't need to worry. I can just wait to harvest a metaphor for exploiting people. Those in need will automatically come to the door. The former owner also issued some special certificates. Those holding these certificates can come here at any time and generally won't die. Oh, okay. Fortunately, I gained an endless lifespan, but sadly, I was permanently bound here. Although I could come and go freely, the prerequisite was that I could sell something every month. So I started to make a plan. First, I called home to let them know I was safe. Then I looked through the parchment again. If I could exchange it for the general store, then others could too. Now I just had to wait for business to come to me. Then I went to the third floor of the general store. This was the altar used for sacrifices. My continued life depended on it. I circled the altar and returned to the first floor. Just then, a bell rang and the store door was pushed open. A glint of surprise flashed in my eyes. My first sale has arrived. Is this the Trafford Buyers Club? Can I really buy anything I want here? The middle-aged man asked expectantly, half believing. Luo Qiu also noticed a black card in the man's hand. This was probably the so-called proof of leakage that Yu had mentioned. Luo Qiu habitually observed his first customer. He looked a little travel-worn, and although he tried his best to avoid looking sideways, a basic courtesy, his unease was still palpable. He wore a black suit, but the collar and button undone. Furthermore, his suit was somewhat wrinkled, he had faint stubble on his face, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he hadn't had enough rest. Overall, Luo Qiu felt that this guest hadn't slept well or hadn't slept at all and was in a rather troubled state. Also, judging from his accent, he was a local. For now, that's about all Luo Qiu knew. He nodded silently to himself, and that was it. Let's take a look at the scene. The guest entered, holding club credentials, which clearly indicated that he knew something about the Trafford Buyers Club. As the new owner, Luo Qiu silently observed the situation and remained silent as well. He didn't know what to do next. You should greet guests, but how? Try making a grand entrance like the previous owner. The problem is, by the time they walk in, you're already seated. Or you introduce the place by saying things no one's heard of to elevate your own status, but aside from the Crimson Moon, which they might recognize, they can only chuckle at everything else. So, discussing the Crimson Moon with someone so much older than yourself is a recipe for disaster. This is so damn awkward. He has no idea what to do next, but the person is still waiting anxiously. Looking at Luo Qiu, he feels even more awkward. Is there anything you want? After hesitating for a while, Luo Qiu finally broke the silence first. You're a middle-aged man, he said in a puzzled tone. This is the club owner, guest. Please have a seat. Yu suddenly said, although it's just a puppet, it's impeccable in every aspect. It even knows how to help its master solve problems. At this moment, Luo Qiu even felt that the most useless thing left by the former boss was that dry manual, while the most useful thing was clearly Yu, the capable maid. Unfortunately, she was just a doll, a doll. Yu led the uneasy middle-aged man to the reception area, which was actually just a round table near the window. After the guest was seated, Yu walked to Luo Qiu's side and said softly, Master, you only need to listen to the guest's needs and then assess whether it's worth the purchase. If you feel the transaction amount offered by the other party is insufficient, it's okay to refuse. It's more like a reminder. What a thoughtful maid! Luo Qiu nodded. He would be nervous like an ordinary person, but he wouldn't show it too much, probably due to his personality. Luo Qiu calmly walked to the middle-aged man and sat down. Are you really the owner of this club? The middle-aged man looked Luo Qiu up and down. Is that strange? Luo Qiu asked in return. The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, as if afraid of causing displeasure, and explained, No, it's just not what I imagined. Luo Qiu, always very curious, immediately asked, Then what exactly did you imagine it to be like? The middle-aged man said, I've heard legends about this club from my ancestors. Even my grandfather didn't know this club existed. At this point, the middle-aged man sized up Luo Qiu and said, According to my grandfather, he's only bought things here 3 times in his life. The owner's appearance has never changed each time, but he doesn't seem to be a young man. Let's talk about what this gentleman needs. Luo Qiu said calmly. He wanted to leave the other party with a sense of mystery. He didn't really care whether doing so would help with the transaction. He simply felt that the previous owner had also given him this mysterious aura, and perhaps he should learn from him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly placed the black card he was clutching onto the table. He must have valued this card highly, as he had been holding it with both hands since the static electricity started. I want to buy back my factory. The middle-aged man began to tell his story. His name was Jin Zifu, and his family had run a large machine tool factory for generations, making them well-known figures in the city. Of course, for Luo Qiu, who didn't pay much attention to the business world, this was the first time he'd heard this name. Recently, Jin Zifu's factory had run into a crisis. Without him realizing it, the factory no longer belonged to him, but had become the property of his son-in-law. In recent years, her son-in-law would occasionally ask her to sign documents, and trusting him, she didn't pay much attention. When she realized what was happening, the factory was gone, and more importantly, her assets had also become her son-in-law's. Her daughter had died in a car accident a few years earlier, but her son-in-law hadn't returned, working diligently at the factory every day and raising their 1-year-old child single-handedly. This is why Jin Zifu trusted her son-in-law so much, and it's because of this that she unknowingly lost everything. Ziqian, that beast, actually plans to demolish the factory and use the land to partner with developers to build a large luxury residential area. The workers will only receive a meager severance package. How many families are affected? Some of them have dedicated half their lives to my factory. I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Looking at the cards on the table, they are completely black, with a gold mark engraved on one side. If I remember correctly, the shape of this mark is about 70% similar to the outline of the counter on the third basement level. However, Luo Qiu, who had absolutely no idea what this card meant, still felt awkward. We understand your request, sir, Yu Ye said, stepping out with an exquisite teacup and teapot. After setting down the tray, he picked up the card and smiled. Only one more piece remains. After this transaction is completed, it will disappear. According to the rules, you will enjoy a 10% discount on the transaction fee. Are you sure you want to proceed with the transaction? If you're sure, please state the transaction amount you deem appropriate, sir. Of course, whether the transaction amount is appropriate ultimately needs to be judged by our boss. Excellent. I know the rules. Jin Zifu took a deep breath and said, I told you the rules before I died. He then fell silent. Luo Qiu could see clearly that he was determined to come here, but not yet determined to complete the transaction. Use half of my remaining lifespan. Finally, Jin Zifu uttered words that surprised Luo Qiu. Having skimmed through the so-called owner's manual, Luo Qiu still had no idea how the club operated. Everything was new and exciting, and from the moment he came into contact with the altar, it felt mysterious. He forced himself to act as a spectator, wanting to see how Yu Yi would deal with middle-aged people, to see this absurd yet realistic scene. I understand, Yu Yi nodded. For humans, lifespan is one of the most precious assets. Please wait a moment, he said. Also, please close your eyes. The guest then saw Yu Yi suddenly extend a finger and gently touch Jin Zifu's forehead. Shortly after, Yu Yi withdrew her arm and put on the black gloves she always wore. Sir, based on your physical condition, a preliminary estimate of your remaining lifespan is 37 years. Half of your lifespan is calculated as 18 years and 6 months. A flicker of fear crossed Jin Zifu's face, but he gritted his teeth and said, 18 years it is. I can't let my employees suffer because of me. They have families to support. If this factory is gone, I've decided to trade my 18 years and 6 months for it. I'm sorry, sir, whether the transaction is complete still needs the boss's approval to determine if the price you paid is appropriate. Looking at Jin Zifu, who was starting to feel uneasy again, and then at his own awkward situation, he thought, how can I calm this down? Perhaps our boss needs some more time to consider. Yu Ye smiled and said, this guest, you can go back first. If there is any news, the card in your hand will give you instructions. Welcome to the Trafford Buyers Club. Yuya was indeed very helpful. So, the question is, what kind of formula is needed to equate Jin Zifu's 18 years and 6 months of lifespan with a factory? Yu had stated that the decision rested with him, meaning he could easily disagree with the deal. It wasn't because he found the deal absurd, he simply didn't believe in it, but rather because he had too much faith in the club's unusual abilities, which prevented him from readily agreeing. For the past 20 years, Luo Qiu has lived his life as a policeman and a politician. Although his father has passed away, he still remembers the principles his father taught him from childhood. As a child, he might have found these principles annoying, thinking his father was too long-winded and old-fashioned. However, he only realized their importance after losing him. Although Luo Qiu thought he liked being alone as a child, he never felt that he was any different from others. He also had moments of confusion and pain, and times when he missed his father and hid under the covers, swallowing his tears. Why hadn't he listened to his father more before? Why, even though he had a phone and saved his father's number the moment he bought it, were his call records so few? Even more than most of the time, he was the one being sought out, not the one seeking out others. Kindness and integrity. When Luo Qiu recalled his father's teachings, he felt even more absurd how ridiculous Jin Zifu's business was. He didn't seek revenge on society, nor did he harbor any prejudice against anyone. 20 years of upbringing hadn't made him think he was anything special after acquiring extraordinary abilities. What he should have done most was caution. Master, please remember you only have 30 days. Lost in thought, Luo Qiu suddenly heard Yuyi's prompt, like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He instinctively asked, have you often made deals like this, using lifespan as the currency? Yuyi calmly replied, humans are creatures with urgent needs, but often, while having urgent needs, they lack the ability to fulfill them. At such times, the only thing humans can offer is themselves. The beautiful parts of the body, wisdom, emotions, even memories, and the soul. In fact, based on self-protection, they care more about visible losses than unseen ones. Therefore, they are more willing to use their unseen lifespan as a means of direct exchange than something that can be directly taken from them. Luo Qiu had calmed down. Suddenly, Dao Traf Devil actually means demon, right? A slight smile appeared on his face. Master, have you made a decision? Luo Qiu shook his head and muttered to himself, if I only had 30 days to live, I obviously wouldn't let myself die easily. So I would find a way to survive. It's the same no matter who I encounter. To survive, I should abandon my kindness. He looked at the items on the display case next to him. I can't break free from the club's constraints. Even if I reject Jin Zifu's deal this time, I'll encounter similar situations in the future. I can avoid it once, but I can't avoid it a second time. So I should still abandon my kindness. He suddenly looked at Yu Yedao, but only integrity. I am unwilling to give up like this. I will agree to this transaction, but on the premise that you teach me how to judge whether it is equivalent. Since it is Jin Zifu's wish to use life as the transaction price, then Luo Qiu felt that all he could do was to give the other party a fair deal as much as possible. He didn't dwell on problems too much, he preferred taking action to uphold kindness and integrity. But his father often said that some things are better tried than thought you might understand once you've done them. So, Master, let's appraise the value of the Jin Zifu factory, he said with a smile. Master, please wait a moment. Yuya changed his clothes and came out. The maid doll went upstairs and soon changed out of her casual clothes. She was still dressed in black and white, but now she wore a chiffon vest dress. The dress was white from the neckline to the chest and shoulders, and then turned pure black below the chest. The fitted skirt covered half of her thighs, with a pure white lower half. Finally, the simple silver-grey bottle and ladylike shoes instantly became fashionable. Because the silhouette was already somewhat westernized, it now looked more like a model. Yuya appeared in front of Luo Qiu, her hand slightly bent in front of her, gently placed below her abdomen, and whispered, Master, Yuya is ready to go out. Go out? Luo Qiu was startled. Was he really going to Jinzifu's factory? Yuye nodded and said, yes, we also need to calculate the factory's operating status and number of employees, etc. Only by accurately determining the factory's value can we provide you with an accurate reference for your consideration, Master. We don't seem to know where Jinzifu's factory is yet. Yuye remained elegant. Master, don't worry, you can go there if you wish. In fact, it shouldn't be very far with your current abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. As she spoke, Yuye walked directly to Luo Qiu, suddenly reaching out to gently straighten the bangs on his forehead. Her fingers slid down his forehead to his cheek, and she smiled slightly. Finally, she took Luo Qiu's hand and whispered, close your eyes, and then imagine. Imagine you want to go to Jinzifu's factory, and the club will respond to your request. Close your eyes. Imagine? What followed was a very peculiar feeling. Her body seemed to become incredibly light in an instant, even quickly becoming as if she had completely lost gravity. Luo Qiu was momentarily stunned, but when he came to his senses, the gravity binding his body seemed to have returned. Luo Qiu opened his eyes and saw a factory complex, with the roar of machinery emanating from within. This is my ability. Luo Qiu looked around in surprise, then took out his phone and located himself on a map. The superiority of love lies in the reverence it embodies. This is the ability of a club owner. In fact, Master, you have only just taken over, so all your abilities are still in their initial stages. However, as the number of transactions increases, these abilities will gradually strengthen. If your abilities are powerful enough, Master, you won't even need to personally go on this trip. A single thought will suffice to grasp all the information about this factory. Regardless, at this moment, only 2 words were on Luo Qiu's mind. Good carving. Luo Qiu was basically following behind Yu Yi. There should be many workers and people moving around in this factory, but they hadn't encountered anyone on the way. Yu Yi seemed quite used to barging into other people's places like this. Why was he so adept at it? Perhaps because Yuye had done similar things so many times that it had become commonplace, but given the club's peculiar abilities, it seemed that getting used to it wouldn't be too difficult. All one needed was a heart that could withstand it. Here was the general manager's office. Yuye stopped. Luo Qiu looked at the doorplate of the room where Yuye had stopped. General Manager Cao Ziqian. If he remembered correctly, Jin Zifu had mentioned his son-in-law's name was Ziqian. The simplest and most convenient way to understand the situation of this factory was right here. Yuye smiled slightly, opened the door to the general manager's office, and stood respectfully to the side. Master, please pay your respects. There was no time to marvel at Yuye's respect. The moment the door opened, Luo Qiu saw a young man looking at him with a bewildered expression. Who are you? The other party asked immediately. Adults always seem to exude a maturity, composure, and a sense of pressure that students lacked. Luo Qiu straightened up slightly. Since they were already here, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go inside. After he went in, Yu Yi followed slowly. Cao Ziqian, who was sitting at the desk, frowned and stood up. In his opinion, one of the 2 people looked like a student who didn't know anything, while the other was a very beautiful woman. These were his initial impressions, and he was certain he didn't recognize these 2 people who had suddenly barged in. Who are you 2? If we had an appointment, I should remember, he said calmly, placing his hand on the desk, slightly closer to the solidified surface. Without impulsiveness or panic, he said, please state your purpose, Mr. Cao. My master has come to audit your factory's operations. Yu Yi smiled and stepped forward, pleading with Cao Ziqian. Cao Ziqian was visibly startled, his brow furrowing. If you 2 are here to joke, then please leave. I won't allow security to harm you. Yu Yi said, Mr. Cao, please cooperate. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Yu Yi's voice was as gentle as a leaf's bud, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled. Under this gaze, Cao Ziqian's expression suddenly became blank, and he slowly said, Okay, hypnosis. Luo Qiu suddenly asked. Yu Yi nodded and said, "It's just a trick. It only works on ordinary people with weak mental strength." Once again marveling at Yu Yi's competence, Luo Qiu looked at Cao Ziqian with even more curiosity. He walked up to Cao Ziqian, waved his hand in front of his eyes, and found that the other party did not react. "Is he really going to tell the truth?" Luo Qiu asked, slightly relieved. Yu Yang nodded and said, "He usually answers truthfully unless it's a question he's too resistant to." Luo Qiu paused, then looked at Cao Ziqian and asked, "Jin Zifu said you secretly got him to sign some documents to take over the factory. Now you're even planning to cooperate with the developer to demolish the factory. Is that true?" Cao Ziqian answered blankly. Luo Qiu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Tell me about the factory's operating situation." "The factory will go bankrupt in less than 3 months." Luo Qiu was even more stunned. "Bankrupt? Are you sure?" Cao Ziqian said, "Yes, the factory already owes the bank a large debt, and there are less than 3 months left to repay it. For 2 years, the factory had basically had no orders, so it could only go bankrupt when the loan expired. The land would then belong to the bank. That's why you secretly seized the factory, planning to make a fortune before the repayment deadline, right?" "I had no choice but to do this. I couldn't just watch all of this slip away." Cao Ziqian's expression suddenly turned painful. "I have to protect him," he seemed to struggle. Perhaps, as Yu Ye said, if the question was too confrontational, he might suddenly come to his senses. "What have you done to me?" Hearing Cao Ziqian's immediate voice, he grabbed the phone on his desk, his face tense and alert, and ordered, "Call a few security guards over immediately." Luo Qiu glanced instinctively at Yu Yi, the maid doll seemingly there solely to help the club owner. She quickly walked to Cao Ziqian and waved her arm in front of him. Cao Ziqian immediately collapsed to the ground, seemingly unconscious. He wouldn't be able to get them over for at least half an hour. "Master, please rest assured," Yu Ye whispered. "Has Master already made a decision?" Luo Qiufei quickly glanced at Cao Ziqian's desk. Just like in the office, he suddenly shook his head and said, "No, I have another place I want to go." Clutching the black card tightly in his pocket, Jin Zifu nervously pushed open the club's ancient doorway once more. As the melodious and crisp sound of the bell in front of the door rang out, Yu Ye, with his pale, monstrous beauty and a smile, greeted him, "Welcome, guest." Jin Zifu subconsciously nodded and saw the club owner sitting in the round table he had previously sat in. The water in the cup was less than a third full, indicating he had been sitting there for some time. Jin Zifu quickly walked over to Luo Qiu and sat down, immediately asking, "Boss, about my factory?" Luo Qiu smiled slightly and said, "No problem, Mr. Jin. You wish to use the lifespan of the transaction fee as collateral to fully recover your factory." Jin Zifu was overjoyed and said, "Really?" Luo Qiu clapped his hands and Yu Ye stepped forward, carrying a tray with a pile of documents on it. Luo Qiu looked at Jin Zifu and said, "These are all documents you signed and read to Cao Ziqian, detailing the factory details." "Of course, they are all original documents." Jin Zifu took the documents in front of him from the express delivery company, opened them one by one, and looked at them with excitement and ecstasy. "Yes, that's right. It's all of these, all of these. If I find them, the factory is still mine, still mine." He clutched the pile of documents tightly, treating them like treasures. Just then, Jin Zifu suddenly stood up. "Thank you for helping me find these. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you properly." Luo Qiu smiled and said, "No need, this is a mutually agreeable deal. So, regarding Mr. Jin's transaction." Bang! "The factory is mine, and so is my life. No one can take it away. Thank you for retrieving these documents for me. I'll escort you on your way." A sinister smile appeared on Jin Zifu's face. He held a black USP-45 in his hand. A .45 ACT round is enough to cause fatal damage to a normal person. And at this moment, such damage was clearly visible on Luo Qiu's body. A very conspicuous wound was visible in the center of his forehead. The author, Luo Chiu, collapsed and crashed into the crazed Jin Zifu. At this moment, Jin Zifu pointed his USP-45 at Yuya, saying, "You're going to die too." Two loud bangs echoed as he struck Yuya in the chest. Seeing Yuya fall, Jin Zifu hurriedly stuffed the pistol into his clothes, grabbed a pile of documents, and rushed out of the club's wooden door. Not long after Jin Zifu left, Luo Chiu, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. Strangely, his body seemed to have been dragged there by something, and at the same time, the mark on his forehead began to heal little by little until it completely disappeared. Only then did he open his eyes and subconsciously touch his forehead, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is." He couldn't die before the hourglass completely fell. He looked at Yu Yi, who was also lying on the ground. Upon noticing that Yu Yi's arm twitched slightly, she slowly stood up a short while later. However, the gunshot wound on Yu Yi's body hadn't healed. "Is it because she's a puppet?" Yuya asked softly. "Master, would you like some water?" The water glass had been knocked over when Luo Chiu collapsed. Luo Chiu shook his head and reached out to pick up the black card that Jin Zifu hadn't taken with him before leaving the table. Club Rule Number 77. Guests are strictly prohibited from taking goods without permission. The black card suddenly ignited, quickly burning out in a cluster of black flames. It was probably around 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Cao Ziqian was still sitting in his office. In fact, he even ate dinner there, a boxed lunch. He had hired a very good nanny at home, so he could safely leave his child in her care. The lights outside his office were still on. Cao Ziqian, who had just finished his work, suddenly remembered that his secretary was still at get-off work waiting for instructions. He was a diligent young man. Cao Ziqian rubbed his temples, just about to tell his secretary to leave work, when the office door was suddenly pushed open and two people entered. The secretary, whom Cao Ziqian knew very well, stammered, "General Manager, Chairman. I'm all right. You can go out now, you can go home," Cao Ziqian said calmly. His secretary, as if granted a pardon, quickly left the room, packed her things, and hurried away. Only after the secretary's footsteps faded into the distance did Cao Ziqian say, "Dad, why aren't you resting at home? You're getting old, you should get some rest early tonight. Don't worry about the factory." Jin Zifu snorted coldly. "Of course you hope I don't come, or better yet, never come at all. The chairmanship is just a title now, the factory is practically yours. You're just talking without feeling the pain, aren't you?" Cao Ziqian frowned, sat down again, and said, "Dad, there's no need to lay everything bare. I've left you enough money for your retirement. Our family still has a villa in the north, right? Perhaps you could go live there, and you won't have to worry about things here." Jin Zifu sneered, "Bah! What power? You have no right to call me dad. I'm not your dad. Cao Ziqian, let me tell you, from the moment you took over my factory, we were no longer family. You little brat, I've always treated you well. From when you were just a workshop foreman, I've always supported you, even entrusting my daughter to you. But what have you done to me? You actually tried to take my factory away. Did you think that just because the factory is yours, you can pretend I don't exist?" Cao Ziqian took a deep breath and said, "Dad, you know you shouldn't do anything inappropriate. The factory security is still here. I don't want to cause any unpleasantness." Jin Zifu sneered and pulled out the documents on his person. "You haven't dared to announce these yet, have you? But they're in my hands now. I'm still the rightful owner of this factory. If you're so capable, call the security guards up here. I want to see if they listen to you or me. This is only a part of it." With that, Jin Zifu tossed the documents he was holding onto Cao Ziqian's desk. Cao Ziqian glanced at them. They were almost all photocopies, but he knew Jin Zifu couldn't possibly have copies of these things. "Impossible, I clearly locked all the documents in the bank's safe deposit box," Cao Ziqian said excitedly. "Nothing is impossible in this world. Jin Zifu sneered, "If you're smart, get out of here right now and never let me see you again. I'll spare your life out of consideration for the considerable contributions you've made to this factory over the years." "Old man, you force me to this." Cao Ziqian suddenly looked up, his gaze flashing like a wild beast as he charged towards Jin Zifu. Cao Ziqian, in the prime of his life, suddenly pushed Jin Zifu to the ground. Without a word, Cao Ziqian pressed down on Jin Zifu's body, gripping his neck tightly with both hands. "How can I live? What way can I possibly live? You know how much I've sacrificed for the factory all these years, but how could you treat me like this? Do you think I don't know that all the money you borrowed from the bank was in my name? You have no ability to repay it. Not only that, you're also a compulsive gambler. You gambled away all your family's wealth long ago. If it weren't for me struggling to keep the factory afloat all these years, it would never have survived this long. I will absolutely not let you take everything from me." Jin Zifu struggled painfully, his hand stealthily reaching for his clothes. He was struggling to breathe, perhaps dying at any moment. He couldn't care less. He hadn't expected Cao Ziqian to suddenly lose his temper and retaliate. Jin Zifu suddenly regretted his actions. He had just grabbed the pistol, his hand trembling as he slowly pulled it out. Good, he thought, Cao Ziqian hasn't noticed at all. With all his might, Jin Zifu aimed the pistol at Cao Ziqian's waist. He knew that if he pulled the trigger, he would immediately escape death. But just then, his hand suddenly went empty. The pistol had vanished. "Mr. Cao, if you just strangle him like that, you'll really have nothing left. Don't you want to celebrate your child's birthday?" A slow, deliberate voice suddenly rang out in the office. Cao Ziqian froze, then, as if drenched in cold water, his hands trembled as he released Jin Zifu's neck. Terrified, he scrambled to his feet and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. "You guys!" he exclaimed. It wasn't just Cao Ziqian screaming, Jin Zifu was also coughing. Not only that, Jin Zifu looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with terror. He saw Ruoqiu and Yuye, but he clearly remembered that he should have shot them both dead. The gun! That gun, it was taken by that woman. Looking at the USP-45 in Yuye's hand, Jin Zifu became even more terrified and at a loss. Impossible! You two were clearly already. Impossible! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Jin Zifu trembled, his body shifting backward on the ground. Luoqiu, trying to appear calm, said gently, "Mr. Jin, have you forgotten that our deal isn't finished? I remember you said you learned of our existence from your grandfather, right? Didn't your grandfather tell you our rules? You didn't keep your promise, so I'm sorry. We will take back the goods you requested." Perhaps out of sheer panic, Jin Zifu stammered, "Impossible. How could I still have those documents? I destroyed them all immediately." Luoqiu, however, carefully tidied up the scattered documents on Cao Ziqian's desk, one by one, and then smiled. "Are you talking about these blank sheets of paper?" "It doesn't matter, Mr. Jin can destroy as many as he wants. Those documents, which were clearly filled with details and even had signatures, are now just blank sheets of paper." Seeing this, Jin Zifu was even more terrified, almost going insane. Even Cao Ziqian was utterly astonished. In fact, how did this young man and the woman beside him get in? And those documents, which I clearly read myself, magically turned into blank sheets of paper. You lied to me!" Jin Zifu roared, as if he'd finally realized something. "You've lied to me from the very beginning. You broke your promise." Luoqiu said calmly, "I think the one who broke their promise from the start was Mr. Jin. You started weaving a lie the moment you walked into the club and stated your purpose, didn't you?" Looking at the silent Jin Zifu, Luoqiu slowly said, "No matter how emotional your words are, or how certain your tone is, your eyes don't lie. Back then, you told me that Cao Ziqian had seized your factory. When you wanted to seek justice for the workers, I did believe you to some extent, but unfortunately, I didn't sense any sincerity in your eyes. Besides, when people lie, they unconsciously make many subtle movements that they themselves don't notice. Is that why you started to doubt me? Jin Zifu said incredulously. Luo Qiu said calmly, at first, it was just doubt, until I came here in person. You know, we need to properly assess the value of this factory. Well, that's not important anymore. Luo Qiu turned to Cao Ziqian and said, what's important is that I saw your factory's general manager. With that, Luo Qiu walked to Cao Ziqian's desk again. First, I saw this photo frame. Mr. Jin said your daughter died tragically in an accident a few years ago. It's been years, yet this photo is still displayed here. Luo Qiu turned the photo frame on the desk. In the photo, a woman is holding a newborn child, a happy smile on her face. Luo Qiu said, of course, this at most shows that Mr. Cao is a rather devoted man, but it made me feel good about him, so I'm even more interested in what kind of person Mr. Jin is referring to as that beast. Jin Zifu remained silent. Luo Qiu continued, his desk is piled high with documents. When I came to see him this afternoon, he was working diligently. Also, I noticed that sofa. There were neatly folded blankets and pillows, indicating that Mr. Cao often rests or even spends the night in his office. The secretary is male, so don't even think about it. Luo Qiu glanced around. It seemed no one was interested in his lame joke, acting as if nothing had happened. I think the only plausible reason is that he works here until late at night, loses track of time, and eventually just spends the night here. Luo Qiu stared blankly at Jin Zifu again. I can't understand why someone who deeply loved his deceased wife, who worked late into the night for the factory, and who, despite being the general manager, had a sparsely furnished office and a cracked leather chair, would be portrayed by Mr. Jin as a despicable scoundrel plotting to steal your family's wealth. Jin Zifu was probably either terrified or had become vicious after being exposed. Yes, I lied to you, but so what? How could I possibly believe your words so easily? Besides, you don't even have those documents, do you? Luo Qiu shook his head, his patience evident. No, the documents Mr. Jin needs are indeed in my hands. He stretched out his hand, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a neatly arranged file folder in his palm. I truly intend to complete this transaction with Mr. Jin properly, but he doesn't seem to trust me. Jin Zifu was stunned, watching as documents flew out of the folder, appeared before him, and then mysteriously flew back into the folder. He trembled again. He actually fired at this terrifying guy. Only then did he remember his grandfather's dying words when he entrusted him with that black card. Never try to cheat the club, or you will suffer an unbearable price. He was clearly shot and dead, yet now he was standing alive right in front of him. Kim Jae-bok's leg suddenly gave way, and he knelt on the ground in terror, saying, I know I was wrong, boss. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. I will complete this transaction properly. 18 years and 6 months. You can have it. Luo Qiu said calmly. Although this factory is dilapidated and even on the verge of bankruptcy, it is still a considerable fortune after liquidation. But you are a gambler by nature, ambitious but prone to losing money. Even if you were given another 18 years, you would not be able to earn this much. So if you want this factory, it will take a total of 36 years and 10 months. Because you are a black card holder, I'll give you a discount. 33 years, 1 month, and 15 days. This is the transaction fee you need to pay, Mr. Jin. 33 years. 33 years. Jin Zifu muttered to himself, without 33 years, how long can I live? Even if he gets the factory back, he won't live to enjoy anything. Clearly, this is what he wants. I don't want to trade. I don't want it. I don't want it. Driven mad, Jin Zifu frantically rushed towards the door. However, at that moment, a black flame suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him so much that he stopped abruptly. Within the burning black flame, the black card he had thrown into the club was slowly reappearing. According to Trafalgar Buyers Club Rule 7 or 8, a transaction involving a black card is non-refundable. Accompanied by Luo Chio's voice, the black flame instantly slammed into Jin Zifu's body. He screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. The black card slowly flew into Luo Chio's hand, and the golden mark engraved on one side of the card gradually disappeared. Luo Chio tossed the document bag next to Jin Zifu calmly, and the transaction was completed. Suddenly, the office became deathly silent. Cao Ziqian's face was pale and his breathing was rapid because Luo Chio was looking at him. The unbelievable scenes unfolding before his eyes were a shock to Cao Ziqian's understanding. He had seen his share of storms and cared deeply for his children, not wanting them to suffer the same fate as Jin Zifu. But what should he do? "Don't be nervous," Luo Chio said slowly. "My transaction partner is only your father-in-law. It has nothing to do with you." Cao Ziqian composed himself, looking at Jin Zifu lying motionless on the ground. He didn't know the specifics of the transaction the two had been discussing. He only knew that he had encountered some unbelievable events. "My father, Jin Zifu. Dead? Dead?" Cao Ziqian asked anxiously. Yu Ye answered for him, "No, mister. Jin is just asleep." "Asleep?" Yu Ye nodded and smiled. "Yes, asleep, but this sleep lasted for 33 years, 1 month, and 15 days. After waking up, Mr. Jin was still able to enjoy the time beneath him." How could Cao Ziqian not believe these words? Yet, the unbelievable events that had just unfolded all told him that these things were true. After a moment of silence, Cao Ziqian suddenly looked at Luo Chio and said, "I don't know you, but why are you helping me?" If Jin Zifu had been in a coma for 33 years, then he would never have been able to open the file bag thrown in front of him. Even though Jin Zifu nominally retrieved the documents, Cao Ziqian could still easily retrieve them as well. This not only allowed him to regain his senses and avoid making a serious mistake due to impulsiveness, but also resolved Jin Zifu's problem. From another perspective, Cao Ziqian gained the most from this seemingly risky situation. Looking at the unmoving Jin Zifu building on the ground, Luo Chio suddenly said, "This afternoon I went to the developer who was planning to cooperate with you on developing the factory site. Although they planned to build it into a luxury residential area, they also planned to build 2 ordinary villas to allocate to the long-serving employees of the factory." Luo Chio smiled and said, "In the future, you can live a good life with your children. The money from selling the land and liquidating the factory will be enough for you to pay off your bank debts." Cao Ziqian suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He looked directly at this mysterious young man, and his throat instantly choked up. "Thank you, you're welcome." Luo Chio walked up to Cao Ziqian and held up the black card in her hand. At that moment, both the front and back of the black card were floating simultaneously. The vanished mark was right in front of Cao Ziqian's puzzled gaze. Luo Chio directly put the black card into Cao Ziqian's suit pocket and said softly, "When you need anything, you can use this to find us." Luo Chio said softly, "With this, you are a member of the Trafford Buyers Club. Whatever you need, we can provide it for you. Dreams, wealth, wisdom, love, health, or longevity, as long as you can provide sufficient transaction funds. Finally, to add, our transaction funds are not monetary. We look forward to your visit." With that, Luo Chio retreated, disappearing little by little from Cao Ziqian's sight. The allure of her business also faded away bit by bit. "Wait, what's your name?" Cao Ziqian subconsciously wanted to hold her back for a moment. "How did you know I was going to celebrate my child's birthday?" But Luo Chio and Yu Yi had vanished into thin air. Cao Ziqian felt a wave of weakness and slumped down, noticing that his junior was drenched in sweat from tension and fear. Just then, the scene before Cao Ziqian suddenly shifted, and Luo Chio reappeared in front of him, startling him greatly. But Luo Chio said nothing, merely turning the workbench on his desk around, smiling slightly, before disappearing again, this time truly gone. Kaozichian stared intently at a date circled in large red on the workbench, next to which was written the word gift. He couldn't help but weep. Following Yuya's instructions, Luo Qiu approached the altar on the 3rd floor of the club. He opened his hands before the altar, and a wisp of grey mist gradually formed between his hands, then slowly drifted into the altar. Nothing special happened. As if it had naturally dispersed, the grey mist vanished before Luo Qiu's eyes. But at that moment, he heard a voice resound in his mind. Qi line complete, lifespan increased by 30 days. Perhaps it wasn't a business deal. Instead, it was information flowing into his mind. As for the hourglass he had brought specifically, the sand at the top seemed to have increased, and the speed at which it fell had slowed down. He wouldn't die of illness, wouldn't be shot, and wouldn't even decline. If there was anything that could harm him, it would probably only be the moment when all the sand in the hourglass had fallen. After waiting for a moment, the altar remained unchanged. Luo Qiu then scratched his head. Using Jin Zifu's 33 years of life to exchange for my 30 days of life? What a rip-off. Because it was life, not the lifespan he was supposed to have. The quality wasn't that high, as Yuya pointed out. Besides, the previous club owners wouldn't use all their transaction records as brokerages. They'd keep a portion. Things would always get better. Luo Qiu took a deep breath, not intending to blame the maid doll. This hindsight reminder made her realize why there were so many strange things here. Could they have been withheld by the previous owner? Yuya nodded. Luo Qiu, unwilling to linger before the eerie altar, led Yuya back to the shop. He suddenly stretched and asked, "Yuya, do you know how to make braised lion's head meatballs? It seems I haven't eaten for most of the day. I'm feeling a bit hungry now." Yuya nodded and said, "I learned how to cook this country's cuisine before. I remember it." Yuya prepared it for master immediately. "It'll be slow if one person does it. Let me help." Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Please guide me in the future." Her deep blue, beautiful, jewel-like eyes seemed to sparkle slightly, and Yuya nodded gently. Late at night, the bustling commercial street had quieted down, with only homeless people or those who had lost their way after drinking, either sleeping on the spot or engaging in sexual activity. However, they didn't notice a very old European-style sun lamp shining in the dim street, and its light hanging on an old wooden door. The sign reads "Open," and legend has it that only those who possess a need can see its existence. So, when you see its lights flashing outside, what do you need? Home, even your own room. Through a direct time travel, I've returned here from the club in the shopping district in reality. Looking at all the familiar items in the room, a feeling of being in another world washes over me. The club does have a place to rest. In fact, the 2 floors above are used for living quarters. As the owner of the club, unless he intends to wait for death, he can always repay his debts in the long river of time. The long river of time will eventually cause the owner to lose his home, leaving him with only the club as his sole belonging. Therefore, the upper 2 floors of the club are quite exquisite. However, those things are still very far away for Luo Qiu. The expensive incense burning on the upper floors of the club is refreshing, but it cannot compare to the sun-scented bedding in this small room. Luo Qiu turned on the CD player in the room. The slowly flowing notes made him feel a surge of blood. He lay on the bed, trying hard to recall the events of the past 2 days. He had completed his first transaction. His remaining 30 days of life had turned into 60 days. It wasn't because of the extra 30 days that he could be more lenient with his situation, but simply because Luo Qiu felt that if he couldn't quiet his mind and be alone, he would find it difficult to plan what he should do next. He wasn't born a rational person. It was just that the loneliness that lingered in his heart from prolonged solitude made him more accustomed to thinking. Generally speaking, there is a fundamental difference between thinking things through before acting and acting without thinking. He slowly planned his path, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his life seemed to have no end in sight. He won't age either, but in 10 or 20 years at most, this secret will be exposed. The club has been wandering around, and this time it's come to the commercial district, probably for this reason. It's impossible to stay in one place for too long, and it's even less possible to have any ties or family, because you have to disappear from your family's sight during your happiest moments. What remains, besides the pain of family, is probably also one's own sorrow. Luo Qiu suddenly understood why the owner in front of the club had shown such ecstasy and eagerness to break free from this loneliness. The former owner had probably watched his relatives, lovers, or even descendants die of old age. Of course, this was just Luo Qiu's wild guess. Before he returned, he had asked Yu Ye what kind of person the former owner was, and from Yu Ye's answer, he only knew that the former owner was a man of few words. The former boss only appeared when guests arrived, otherwise, he almost always stayed in his room, playing an old music box for a whole day at a time. Yu Ye, on the other hand, had been listening to it for 300 years. This seemed quite terrifying. Perhaps one day in the future, Luo Qiu would end up like her former boss. First, let's live these 10 years like a normal person. Perhaps the future will be forever with him, but for Luo Qiu, at this age still full of fantasies, the club brings more mystery and all sorts of incredible things. CDG played an English song to lull him to sleep. The song was called Amazing Grace. As he was about to fall asleep, Luo Qiu thought that if what he longed for was solitude, then all of this might be a strange blessing for him. He must have woken up when he heard noises coming from the kitchen at home. Luo Qiu stepped out of his room. The aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that the woman cooking his favorite dish was preparing it. She was dressed simply in a blue shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied up, and wearing an apron as she busied herself in the kitchen. Although simple, she was also young and beautiful. At 29, a woman should be at her most beautiful in today's society, perhaps with many successful men pursuing her. But clearly, she spends all that time at home taking care of her children. Ren Xiling says it's out of interest, so after graduation, she's been working as a reporter at a newspaper, and it seems she's now the deputy editor-in-chief. This young reporter met Luo Qiu's father while covering a murder case, and then, as if struck by a whim, fell in love at first sight with this disheartened official man. Perhaps some untold stories happened during that time, stories that could shake the middle-aged, disheartened man and the young woman. Then, the monotonous two-bedroom apartment began to smell of this woman named Ren Xiling. 3 years have passed since that man passed away, but he's still here. Luo Qiu, you're awake. I was thinking of waiting until dinner was ready before waking you. Hearing the noise behind her, Ren Xiling grabbed the spatula and turned around. Perhaps due to her temper, her bangs were plastered to her forehead, each strand resembling a misplaced thread in a needlework hand. Seeing Luo Qiu staring at her silently, Ren Xiling subconsciously touched her face, wondering if she had gotten it dirty. Luo Qiu shook her head, turned, and went to the living room to watch TV for a while, but reminded her that the range hood wasn't on. Oh no! It seems Ren Xiling only just woke up now. He quickly turned on the range hood, but he was in a flurry of activity. However, he remained calm and emphasized, "It'll be ready to eat soon, really soon. Would you like to wash your hands first?" Of course, there was no response from Luo Qiu, and Ren Xiling, as usual, busied herself with heating the food on the pan. Luo Qiu turned on the TV and started watching the news. She had been doing this for almost the past few years. At 9 o'clock in the evening, at the dinner table, Ren Xiling seemed quite proud to recommend her cooking skills to Luo Qiu, adding dishes directly to his bowl. Luo Qiu suddenly said, "If you're busy with work lately, you don't need to come home to cook." The club is operating normally. Perhaps Luo Qiu's schedule is even more unpredictable than that of the current deputy editor-in-chief of the newspaper. Ren Xiling suddenly tapped Luo Qiu's bowl with her chopsticks, her face stern, and said, "Luo Qiu, I don't think I've pressed you on what your so-called spontaneous trip is all about. Shouldn't you also reserve some of my rights as a mother?" Well, Luo Qiu could only lower her head and gnaw on the braised lion's head meatballs in her bowl. Sure enough, even after all these years, she still couldn't cook this dish well. Perhaps because she was too tired, after finishing her meal and rinsing her hands, Ren Xiling ignored the unwashed dishes and went straight to her room to sleep. After washing the dishes, Lu Qiu planned to enjoy some fresh air on the balcony, but suddenly heard Yu Yi calling out, saying that new guests had arrived at the club. The so-called new guests refer to those who didn't find the club with a voucher but simply walked in. One such new guest had only been a club owner for less than 3 days, yet when he returned to the club from home, he felt an almost identical sense of ease as if he were at home, which amazed Lu Qiu. Yu Yi was already waiting where he appeared, holding a set of clothes in both hands. This is a rather elaborate doll maid. Since she's supposed to be the club's owner, she should at least look like one. While elegance and erudition are unrealistic at the moment, she should at least be appropriately dressed. Although there's nothing wrong with her casual attire, judging from Yu Yi's seemingly strong insistence on this aspect, Lu Qiu readily agreed. Black, after all, can conceal many problems and bring a sense of mystery. Lu Qiu's 1.76-meter height, paired with a single-breasted black trench coat with a suit collar prepared by Yu Yi, and the long square-necked linen shirt in black, along with a long gold pendant, gave him a style that suited the club. Of course, Lu Qiu, who didn't usually take care of his hair, had it styled into a big, messy bun at Yu Yi's request. It feels like I've suddenly gained a few more years of life. Clothes make the man, that's probably the gist of it. Lu Qiu carefully adjusted her clothes in front of the mirror before heading downstairs to meet the guest and listen to Yu Yi's initial explanation of the new client. When Yu Yi said the new client was likely a newly formed monster, Lu Qiu, being eager to learn, didn't miss a step and tumbled down the stairs. Yes, he only regained some strength when he finally came down the stairs, holding onto the handrail. He remembered that as long as the club owner was alive, there was nothing to fear, even if it was a monster. Then he began to feel interested in monsters. Were monsters always as mysterious as they were portrayed in movies, even more so than the club owner himself? And reality was often quite harsh. When he confirmed that the object in front of him could indeed move, Lu Qiu had a somewhat revised understanding of the monsters he had defined in his mind. He was hunched over, wearing a tattered black overcoat and an old grey sun hat that covered both sides of his face. He also wore sunglasses that covered his eyes. His hands were covered with the white socks and scarves commonly seen on construction sites, so almost no skin was exposed. Although his appearance was strange, it did not exceed Lu Qiu's psychological tolerance. "Hello, I'm the owner here. How can I help you?" But the importance of being polite to guests was clearly stated in the club's owner's handbook, so Lu Qiu could only break the silence with a smile. I've heard, that here you can buy anything. I never imagined it actually exists." His words were broken, unclear, even incoherent, and his voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been burned. But Lu Qiu still clearly understood what the guest meant. He seemed to have heard some legend about the club somewhere, conceived the idea of finding it, and then actually found this place, so it was miraculous, and so on. "How should I address you, guest?" Lu Qiu asked, still smiling. At that moment, Yu Yi brought over 2 cups of flower tea, but the guest didn't seem inclined to touch them. Lu Qiu was slightly disappointed, thinking he probably wouldn't have a chance to see what the other person looked like. "No name? This strange fellow." He shook his head. "Whatever." Lu Qiu subconsciously glanced at Yu Yi beside him, only to find that the maid doll had her hand slightly raised and her eyes fixed straight ahead, seemingly waiting for something. Unlike when they first met Jin Zifu, Yu Yi hadn't taken the initiative to do anything. Lu Qiu figured that she had probably already explained some things that a club owner needs to know, and the maid doll was unwilling to be any more pleasant. "Let's talk about this guest's needs." Lu Qiu pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. Since he was a new manager and still didn't know much, he simply asked directly what she wanted and what the transaction fee was. "Tomorrow night is an important time for me. One person can protect me for one night, that's enough." The answer was still intermittent. The Trafalgar Club is known for buying everything, so the protection time naturally includes that. Lu Qiu thought for a moment, then realized that guests could stay here until they felt comfortable leaving. "We have extra rooms available for you." "No, it has to be in the wild," Lu Qiu frowned. The guest said, "Another enemy is chasing you, and you only need protection for one night tomorrow, right?" "Yes, please explain your enemy," Luo Qiu calmly replied. "Since you know the rules here, you should also understand." "I can't handle a 120-year-old mantis," Luo Qiu said, glancing at Yu Yi. Yu Yi then leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "In the East, a 120-year-old demon is considered an immature, weak demon. Dealing with or killing it shouldn't be a problem." He meant that Yu Yi could easily handle a 120-year-old mantis demon. Basically, it follows the principle of equivalent exchange. The higher the value of the goods demanded, the higher the transaction fee required. Luo Qiu had heard of the existence of a circle of monsters, but currently knew little about it. He didn't know how to extract more information from this alien visitor. Perhaps asking Yu Yi about it later would be better. Besides, if he couldn't even handle the inexperienced monsters Yu Yi mentioned, then this alien visitor was probably just an ordinary person within the monster circle. What about the transaction fee? Luo Qiu had no choice but to ask, but at the same time, he was also subtly influencing the customer. "You need to know that we are dealing with an unexpected enemy. What you need is protection. In other words, if you lose this protection, you may very well lose your life. So this protection is also a way of buying your life." Then, the other party carefully took out a package from his large black coat. The package was wrapped in a crumpled newspaper. Inside was a white jade tablet, about 1 sheet long, 3 sheets wide, and 1 sheet thick, narrower at the top and wider at the bottom. The other party seemed to value this jade tablet highly. He placed it on the table and slowly pushed it towards Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu then extended his palm and lightly placed it on the jade tablet, completing his first transaction. After this, it wasn't just that his lifespan increased. For example, Luo Qiu gained the ability to appraise things. Of course, it seems that the ability to appraise things. Amid the buyer's anxiety, Luo Qiu gently nodded and said, "We can sell it to you during a safe time one night. However, I have something else to say." Before Luo Qiu could finish speaking, Xingku immediately became excited and said, "This can't be. You're just starting out here." Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. It's just a personal interest of mine. If possible, I just want you to let me see what you look like. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. I didn't make it clear. Whether you let me see you or not won't affect the terms of our transaction." "Really?" Luo Qiu nodded. Xingku seemed to have considered it for a long time before finally nodding, his hoarse voice ringing out, "Okay, but only you can see it. You're not allowed to tell anyone else." The club's owner's handbook clearly stated that Luo Qiu was absolutely safe inside the club. After all, it was the first time in his life he had seen what a legendary monster looked like, and his intense curiosity made Luo Qiu easily agree. He told Yu Yi to return to the inner hall to wait, and then waited expectantly for Xingke to begin removing the clothes covering his body. Xingke seemed hesitant. "I'm afraid you." Luo Qiu shook his head. To ease the tension, he said, "Don't look at me like this. I actually quite like watching horror or zombie movies. Those are probably the limits of human imagination in terms of horror or ugliness. But if you really don't want to, I really won't force you. Perhaps we can talk about what exactly this outside place you'll be staying at tomorrow night, the place you must stay in." "I understood." The new guest slowly stood up and began to untie the scarf wrapped around his neck, one loop after another. When the scarf was completely removed, Luo Qiu saw a layer of dark green stuff, full of wrinkles, covered with sparse and dry hair. Just this neck alone gave off a disgusting feeling, but it was still within tolerable limits. Luo Qiu took a deep breath and stared even more intently at the other person's face. He took off his hat, sunglasses, and mask, and finally even removed the black coat covering his body. Without unbuttoning anything, Luo Qiu's eyes flickered, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. He finally understood what it meant to pay the price for his curiosity, but thinking that it was indeed his own choice, he forced himself not to care too much. Although the visual impact of the new guest before him was far from that of those in movies or TV shows, a body resembling an alien, their skin was a dark green, like the one on their neck, and full of wrinkles. But that wasn't all. The other person's skin had many cracks, like wounds, with patches of green skin that hadn't completely peeled off, and green liquid was still oozing from the wounds. The other person's elbows, resembling insects, supported the sleeves of their white shirts. As for the head above the neck, it was even more thoroughly insect-like. It was nothing more than the head of an enormous insect, round with needle-like teeth. It seemed to lack any organs like a nose. Then there were two enormous, eyelidless black pupils hanging above its mouth, one on each side. Luo Qiu didn't see anything resembling ears, and there was no hair either. Of course, even the head showed patches of skin that looked like it was rotting. When Luo Qiu came to her senses, the new guest had already put his clothes back on and said, I didn't scare you, did I? Luo Qiu took a deep breath, composed herself, and said, I feel okay. No need to lie, I know I'm ugly. Luo Qiu shook her head, but it's also a form of life. I think, since you were made to look like this, there must be a reason for it. Human aesthetics differ perhaps to your kind, this is a form of beauty? Star Guest leisurely replied, originally, I wasn't like this, at least not this ugly. Humans contaminate food, making it unpalatable. Did eating contaminated food cause this ulceration? Luo Qiu calmed down. This monster looked like a spirit of an insect, which explained why there was no saying that one couldn't become a spirit after seeing one, since a living insect spirit was standing right in front of him. What do insects usually eat? Luo Qiu immediately thought of plant roots, stems, and leaves. He had indeed heard of acid rain in many places due to industrial pollution in recent years, which had damaged a lot of vegetation. Some factories had also indiscriminately discharged wastewater containing chemicals or metal scraps, causing water source mutations and leading to diseases. Unexpectedly, human pollution of nature has become so severe that even demons are succumbing to its effects. Luo Qiu placed the jade token back into the crumpled newspaper and pushed it in front of Xingku. Keep this jade token safe for now. Our rule is that we only collect payment after the goods have arrived. Also, you can stay here until tomorrow night. Of course, if you don't like it, you can come back tomorrow night. Xingku was taken aback. I can keep it. Of course, there are actually quite a few empty houses here. Luo Qiu smiled and said, and, if you don't mind, I'd also like a monster to chat with, about monster-related things. Xingku was silent for a moment before kindly asking, you don't mind it? Luo Qiu shook his head and said, I've said it before, visual impact doesn't mean anything. To humans, you might look incredibly ugly, but to your kind, you might look perfectly normal, or even beautiful. I just want to know more about the conditions of different life forms. At this point, Luo Qiu chuckled and added, of course I wouldn't mind, because I'm even more interested. Chong Yao seemed to be hesitating or considering, but ultimately Luo Qiu didn't hear the answer she wanted. Chong Yao rejected her offer and hurriedly left the club, only leaving behind the specific time and place for their meeting the following evening. After Chong Yao left, Yao Yi emerged from the inner hall. However, at the same time, Yao Yi appeared carrying a black pistol on a tray. If Luo Qiu wasn't mistaken, this should be the one she had taken from Jin Zifu. Somewhat taken aback by the maid doll's action, Luo Qiu reached for the pistol. If protecting guests tomorrow night was necessary, Yu Ye might not be able to properly ensure her master's safety. However, it was impossible for anyone to harm her. Yu Ye said softly, what I wanted to say was, if master is bored, you can play with this pistol. Luo Qiu was startled, then chuckled, a monster? Afraid of bullets? Yu calmly stated that the weapons created by humans actually instill fear in many demons. Demons are also a form of life, and although they possess far greater abilities and are much stronger than humans, they are still made of flesh and blood. Most of them are unable to withstand the highly lethal weapons created by humans. Otherwise, why are so few people in human society aware of the many different types of demons lurking in the world? And monsters don't use their true forms to move around in society. Luo Qiu weighed the UPS in his hand and suddenly said, because monsters are actually more afraid of humans than humans are of them. Does Master know how to use a gun? Yu Yi smiled and changed the subject, saying, Yu Yi can teach you some simple techniques. Luo Qiu shook his head, but suddenly turned his body to face the wall on one side of the club. At the same time, Luo Qiu's feet were spread apart, slightly wider than shoulder width, his knees slightly bent, and his shoulders slightly turned inward. At the same time, his arms were naturally extended, his right hand holding the gun, while his left hand, with the thumb and forefinger facing upward, supported the gun handle and gripped the trigger guard. Although he had handled firearms before, it was always in government-approved areas with the assistance of designated personnel. Since his father had passed away a few years ago, Luo Qiu hadn't actually touched one in several years. While he wasn't entirely proficient, he was mostly just a shell of a gun. His accuracy still required practice. The club's ability to move freely was very useful. Late at night, accompanied by Yu Yi, Luo Qiu played this shooting game he had once been addicted to in a remote, desolate area. Bang 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 bang. Only the small animals in the desolate mountains were disturbed. However, the bullet hero had unknowingly used more than 10 bullets, and a feeling of exhilaration welled up inside him. Luo Qiu rubbed his slightly sore shoulders, looked at the final design results, and smiled, saying, "Not bad, right?" Yu Yi also smiled and said, "Master, as long as you're happy." Luo Qiu knew, of course, that his grades were rather dismal, but he didn't do anything drastic. He simply handed the pistol to Yu Yi for safekeeping, then waved his hand. The left side led to the club, and the right side was the way home. He added, "If guests come, just call me." Luo Qiu tried to explain that, if possible, for now, I'm still just an ordinary college student living in this city. I have a very good family. Yu Yi nodded, watching Luo Qiu disappear to the right. Back at the club, Yu Yi didn't stop, just sat quietly without closing her eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes gradually dimmed. For Yu Yi, this was already a rest. But the moment the wooden door was pushed open and the bell rang, the maid who had served here for 300 years would stand up and a beautiful smile would appear on her face. When she woke up early, Ren Xiling had already gone to work. Normally, Luo Qiu should also be taking the shuttle bus to her university at this time. However, he had no plans to return to school yet. Luo Qiu didn't have many friends in university. In fact, most university students didn't have many true friends. He had many classmates, but they were only acquaintances. Not everyone was enthusiastic about interpersonal relationships. She prided herself on having a wide circle of friends, but because of this, few people were actually willing to open their hearts to her. Of course, having few friends and little connection to school were contributing factors, but the main reason was Luo Qiu's major. Even today, Luo Qiu still felt she must have been under a spell to choose this major. It seemed to be a relatively new major, and even including the current fourth-year students, no one had yet graduated. In paleontology, Luo Qiu's class currently only has 2 students, including himself. He knows that his initial choice of this major was partly due to his lingering grief over his father's death, his aversion to being around crowds, and even a sense of self-abandonment. But even now, Luo Qiu still believes she must have been bewitched. However, paleontology has its advantages. For example, the curriculum is quite relaxed, even to the point of being ridiculously light for liberal arts students. Also, there's only one professor teaching the course, and he attends it more often than Luo Qiu, the student. So, even if she suddenly misses a week of class, she won't fail due to low attendance at the end of the semester, since there's only one course and no general courses. Some say that the reason this major can be established is because rumor has it that the professor has some shady dealings with the school. He's supposedly obsessed with paleontology, so he's using the guise of starting a new major to siphon off funds for his research. He even manages to skip the task of having the only student in his class ask for leave for him. After washing up, Luo Qiu poured herself a glass of warm water and sat down at her computer to use satellite maps to check the areas she needed to guard that night. Although one could use teleportation to get there and take a look, the reality is that what the naked eye can see can never compare to the macroscopic view provided by satellite images. This task took up the entire morning. Chong Yao had mentioned that his body was decaying because he had eaten food containing harmful substances, so Luo Qiu focused more on searching the map for possible sources of Chong Yao's poisoning. It wasn't until noon that Luo Qiu shut down the computer and returned to the club. No new guests had appeared since last night. Yu Yao had prepared a lunch for Luo Qiu. Braised beef with a small dish of pickled cucumbers, bread, caviar, and borscht, which he had already eaten once. Luo Qiu carefully looked at the bread. This must be a big crack, right? Yu Yao smiled. Yes, they do use a homonym to refer to him here. Of course, it's just ordinary bread, only bigger and harder. Luo Qiu looked at the neatly arranged, even somewhat artistic, tableware in front of him and smiled. These should all be common Russian dishes, especially the borscht, which I've made twice already. It seems Yu Yi really likes Russian food. Yu Yi just smiled and didn't directly answer Luo Qiu's question, but some things can probably be inferred. For example, Yu Yi is a doll created by an alchemist and has his soul sealed. Since he's called an alchemist, he naturally wouldn't be an Easterner from Luo Qiu's country. Therefore, the alchemist was very likely a Russian or from a nearby country, and that cold country might be the homeland of the soul within Yu Yi. However, Luo Qiu had once asked Yu Yi if he remembered anything before he became a puppet, and he simply shook his head. His sapphire blue eyes seemed a little dim at the time. Does Master not like this type of dish? Yu Yi suddenly asked. Puppetry doesn't need to eat, but Yu Yi can cook delicious dishes. This might be the only thing in the soul of this wind-possessed doll that has some connection to its memories. For the past 300 years, Yu Yi has probably mostly made Russian food. It's okay, I'm not picky, Luo Qiu shook his head. But simply eating like this might not be authentic. He looked at Yu Yi and smiled. So, if we have the chance, let's go to Russia and use the freshest ingredients there to cook. I think it will taste amazing. Whether it was a misperception or not, Luo Qiu felt he saw a glimmer of expectation in those beautiful sapphire eyes. After lunch, Luo Qiu stayed at the club, chatting with Yu Yi, and began to explore the world of monsters hidden within human society through his words. Even as the appointed time for meeting Chang Yao arrived, Luo Qiu remained completely absorbed in the strange and wondrous tales Yu Yi told him. It wasn't until Yu Yi kindly reminded him of the time that Luo Qiu hurriedly activated the teleportation to the agreed location. He and his puppet appeared on the land under the stars and moon in the next instant. The surrounding area was a vast forest, with a river flowing from the west. Not far away, the shadows of a cluster of buildings and faint lights emanating from them could be vaguely seen. It was a chemical plant located there. There seemed to be news of illegal sewage discharge in the past, which was exposed and then halted for rectification. It seems to have reopened now. The river in front of him reflected the stars and moon, but it was probably murky a few years ago, even containing floating fish carcasses. He wondered how long the river would remain clear. The host and guests have arrived, Yu Yi suddenly reminded Luo Qiu, pulling his gaze and thoughts away from the river. Luo Qiu took a deep breath, turned around, and greeted his second guest with a smile. The insect demon moved slowly, perhaps because its true form was an insect, but its attire was no different from what had been seen the previous night. It finally moved in front of Luo Qiu with a hint of delight. You really came, Luo Qiu thought. He surveyed the night. The surroundings were quite pleasant, quiet and cool. If he had a book to read, perhaps the night wouldn't be too boring. However, reality seemed to be more complicated than he expected. A sharp cry suddenly appeared, sometimes near, sometimes far. Zheng Xifang recalled that, seeing Chong Yao suddenly begin to tremble, Luo Qiu knew that the enemy Chong Yao had mentioned had probably arrived. A 120-year-old mantis demon is something to behold. Conversing with a powerful demon is different. This greatly increases the chance of battle, and it will be a battle with a demon. Luo Qiu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He wasn't afraid, though his life and soul belonged to the club, and practically nothing in the world could be taken away from him. However, as the club's owner, Luo Qiu hadn't lived for thousands of years. Human emotion still dominated, hence the nervousness. As for not being afraid, since he wasn't going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Luo Qiu and his father, who had a strong sense of justice, were not the same kind of people, but the words old Luo always said had been firmly etched in Luo Qiu's mind over the years. Old Luo said, "Don't be a coward, face your opponent head-on." Right in front of him was Yu Yi, who had already prepared her USP. Luo Qiu loaded the gun immediately, gripping it with both hands and pointing it diagonally at the ground. Yu Yi, on the other hand, seemed much more relaxed. Perhaps Yu Yi didn't take the mantis monster that was about to appear seriously. He simply stood there, seemingly no different from usual, though his waist looked somewhat unkempt. His black overcoat swayed slightly as he trembled. Seeing this, Luo Qiu moved closer, blocking Chong Yao's path. At this moment, Luo Qiu and the other two were positioned with their backs to the river, with Ling Jian and the mantis demon in front and to the sides. The side of the river that Ling Jian was trying to cross was clearly more troublesome. Suddenly, an even sharper laugh rang out. At the same time, a dark figure darted out from the left side of the spirit realm. The moonlight pierced through the clouds. Before Luo Qiu could react, Yu Yi had already stepped out into the night, and two clanging sounds suddenly echoed in the air. When the crescent moon reappeared from the clouds, Luo Qiu saw that Yu Yi had a retractable black metal rod in his hand, and a fourth figure appeared under the moonlight. Well, a demonic figure, more like a demonic figure. "Who are you?" A chilling voice came from ahead. Luo Qiu focused his mind and found his vision had become much clearer. The mantis monster stood with its legs slightly apart, but its hands hung straight down, the fingers pressed tightly together. Yes, fingers. Because what Luo Qiu saw was clearly a young man with a slightly pale face, complete features, and even distinct features, who, surprisingly, appeared quite handsome to ordinary people. He was wearing a casual dark blue striped suit jacket and matching trousers. If it weren't for his slightly awkward posture, he would have looked like a very professional fashion model. Only the sinister expression on his face ruined what could have been a good impression of his appearance. This mantis monster's style was clearly different from that of a typical demon. Luo Qiu even felt that this was more in line with his imagination of what a demon should look like when it appeared. Well, Mr. Mantis, if possible, I hope you can leave. Luo Qiu carefully considered his words. This friend is currently under our protection. If possible, could you please leave tonight? It's foolish to resort to violence over a disagreement. When things can be resolved without fists, then we shouldn't use them. This aligns more with modern societal norms. It's not about wanting to earn trading fees effortlessly, but the club also has clear rules. Its existence cannot be revealed casually, especially when there's hostility. It's even more unacceptable to use the club's name. As you also said, many people know or have heard rumors about Trafalgar, but many more are completely unaware. There's no need to let those who don't know too much about the club. The waters run deep. Luo Qiu knew that he probably wouldn't be able to truly grasp the extent of Yu Yi's existence anytime soon. The maid doll's knowledge likely consisted only of what she'd gleaned from her former boss over the past few centuries. Her former boss might occasionally mention some things, but considering he was a middle-aged otaku who could spend all day listening to music, Luo Qiu guessed that much of Yu Yi's knowledge had been heavily influenced by his own interpretations. Just as Luo Qiu was habitually lost in thought, the mantis monster stirred. The mantis demon revealed a contemptuous smile, its gaze clearly bypassing Luo Qiu and landing directly on Chong Yao at the back. So that's why you dared to show your face. It turns out you found two helpers. But little one, do you think you can escape Dau's grasp like this? The mantis demon suddenly took a step forward, its expression growing more ferocious. Chong Yao instinctively took a step back in fear, exclaiming in terror. "Don't come any closer." The mantis demon laughed. You, a sword-type cultivator who hasn't even reached 50 years old, do you think I'm that special? If it weren't for the fact that I've eaten all the slightly larger golden monsters in the mountains these past few years, leaving me unable to even afford a bun, do you think I would willingly devour you, you wet-breasted brat? The mantis demon sneered again. I still remember the screams of your mother when I ate her. Do you remember? Back then, your mother came here to her death to protect you, thinking I didn't know you were hidden under the mud. Don't be ridiculous. You're just a cub. I have no intention of letting you go. I only planned to let you grow up so I could have a baby. Now, just thinking about your mother's screams when she died gets me really excited. Tell me, how should I eat you to be like I ate your mother back then? Should I tear off your arms first, or twist off your head? You remember, right? Your mother's head was twisted off when she died. No. Say it. With a shrill cry, the insect demon, seemingly having lost all reason, bypassed Luo Qiu and charged towards the Tangwang monster. However, perhaps due to its clumsy movements, Luo Qi couldn't help but step in front of it, knocking the insect demon to the ground. It seems Mr. Tang's skill in stirring up hatred is truly first-rate. Even I, as an onlooker, am starting to think that not immediately grabbing weapons and attacking was a mistake. Luo Qiu shook his head and stood up. You're under our protection now. If a guest under our protection still insists on fighting, we'll lose face. That's probably what brought the heavy demon back to its senses. What was the mantis's intention? It was both shocked and terrified. Mind your own business, I'll eat you first. The mantis sneered and suddenly leaped high into the air. In mid-air, the mantis demon's two fair hands suddenly began to extend, and the clothes on its arms burst open at the same time, turning its arms into sharp candy knives, which it wanted to slash down from above. Although he had absolutely no experience fighting monsters, Luo Qiu couldn't help but quickly grab his asp as he watched the mantis monster descending rapidly and becoming increasingly clear in mid-air. Bang! 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 This was a perfect target. It would be a waste of all those bullets he'd wasted practicing with if he didn't fire a few shots. This human toy dared to try and hurt me. He instinctively raised his two arms, and the .45 caliber bullets couldn't even penetrate them. The mantis monster landed. A candy knife swung across Luo Qiu's arm, its edge incredibly sharp, capable of easily slicing through even rock. Luo Qiu, strong and muscular, quickly crouched down to dodge. Of course, even if he hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have mattered. A bullet to the head wouldn't kill him. His body, even if cut in two, would likely heal automatically. Feeling like he had an immortal body, he could be more confident. The problem was, it would hurt. Back then, Jin Zifu shot Luo Qiu through the head. Although he's still alive and kicking now, at that moment, he was in so much pain he almost screamed. Luo Qiu didn't intend to become a masochist, nor did he want any of those weird martial arts techniques where you gain centuries of power by being beaten up, the kind that involve getting thoroughly beaten before retaliating. Naturally, Luo Qiu didn't want to suffer that pain. And what exactly are those ridiculously created martial arts techniques that require you to be beaten, and even beaten until your head is bleeding, before you can gain power? Once again, Luo Qiu, lost in thought, crouched down. The mantis monster unleashed a vicious kick, but instead of hitting its mark, it spun around in mid-air. Luo Qiu appeared like a ghost, 3 meters away from the mantis monster, still crouching. Perhaps feeling this style was somewhat out of character for his mysterious club owner, Luo Qiu quickly stood up. Sorry, he said, although last night I had a lot of fun playing with over a dozen bullet-wielding heroes, I had even more fun playing with this teleportation ability at home. If he hadn't been playing until midnight, he wouldn't have been unaware that his stepmother, Ren Xiling, had gone out in the morning. He wasn't usually like this. The wolf demon was clearly a righteous one, but he was inherently ferocious and had been fighting for hundreds of years, so he wasn't easily swayed by strange things. His kick missed, but so be it. The target was not far away. Just as the Demon King was about to slash Luo Qiu with his sword again, a deafening roar exploded in the back of his head, violently affecting his senses. Without a second thought, he collapsed to the ground, limbs convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Then, his body began to undergo a bizarre transformation, revealing his true form, a massive demon king. Luo Qiu couldn't help but give Yu Yi a thumbs up. That retractable black metal rod was clearly a skillful, deadly blow. Of course, to be able to deliver such a deadly attack without the mantis monster noticing required a very high level of expertise. Non-professionals shouldn't attempt it lightly. Chong Yao hadn't expected that his old enemy would be so easily brought to the brink of death with a single blow, his entire body exposed. At that moment, he suddenly let out a shrill scream and scrambled towards the mantis monster's body. Qiao's movement was much faster than when he was walking upright. Yu Ye seemed somewhat disgusted, taking a few steps back as Chong Yao approached. At this moment, Chong Yao went directly for the mantis monster. Wow, this Chong Yao isn't one to be trifled with. Luo Qiu usually frequents forums and online communities, a common phenomenon among young people. No matter how trivial the topic, it always manages to elicit responses from netizens. For example, Luo Qiu posted this in a forum he frequented. I saw a huge worm swallowing a huge mantis whole. How can I watch it without getting angry? The question was so boring that even other users didn't want to answer. After glancing at other posts, Luo Qiu finally saw the worm get its revenge for swallowing its enemy whole. The bizarre scene before him was no less gruesome than the gory scenes in the zombie movies Luo Qiu had seen. Thankfully, it was after dinner. After a long while, Luo Qi finally took a deep breath and broke the silence, asking if he wanted some water. The river over there was clear. Don't expect someone who craves solitude, likes to keep their distance and observe people's hearts, and is easily embarrassed in conversation, to offer any insightful words of comfort at this moment. Luo Qiu felt that in this awkward situation, it was already incredibly precious that he could even suggest drinking some water to moisten his throat. Chong Yao groaned and looked down at his handiwork, so frightened that he jumped back and quickly scrambled to the river bank, bowing his head and vomiting violently. After a long while, Chong Yao finally drank a couple of sips of water and slowly walked up to Luo Qiu and Yu Yi. He seemed to have calmed down considerably. "Thank you for helping me get revenge," he said. Luo Qiu nodded and replied, "You're welcome. After all, this is a transaction, a fair exchange. Now that the enemy you fear is dead beyond any doubt, what's next?" Someone said they wanted to buy protection for one night. If the night hasn't passed, the delivered goods are naturally incomplete. Logically, Luo Qiu has no right to accept the jade token of the important invitation, but if the buyer says it's ready, that's a different story. So Luo Qiu is planning to do this now. But he's only afraid of this first-ranking demon king. Now that has been. Since you're already dead, you shouldn't have anything to be afraid of, right? This is a desolate wilderness, and it doesn't seem like anyone would want to come here to protect me. After receiving a definite answer from Luo Qiu, Chong Yao seemed much relieved. "Thank you," he said, uttering the most fluent words he had spoken so far. Then, Chong Yao began to remove his black coat, revealing an extremely ugly body. The extent of the damage to his flesh was far more severe than what Luo Qiu had seen yesterday. Silently turning around, Chong Yao walked slowly towards the river bank, each step deliberate yet steady. Luo Qiu didn't know what Chong Yao planned to do next, but she had a feeling that she might witness something unforgettable. The stars and moon hung high in the sky. Chong Yao had already reached the shallow pool of the river, immersing himself in the cool water. He tilted his head back, facing the high-hanging stars and moon, and began to stretch his ugly body as much as possible, then slowly contracted. Luo Qiu still didn't understand what Chong Yao intended to do. However, the feeling changed. The insect demon's completely curled-up body now showed signs of hardening. Perhaps Dan Ku Luo Qiu wasn't sure, but he subconsciously exerted his strength. The remaining riverbank was now shimmering with deep blue light, as if adorned by countless fireflies. The eerie blue light reflected off the surrounding riverbank, and the pebbles washed ashore by the river now resembled deep blue gems, dazzlingly beautiful. Meanwhile, a patch of light yellow smoothness had gathered on the insect demon's body. They gradually felt a kind of solidification, like flowing essence, absorbing the essence of water and the moonlight. A superior voice suddenly rang in Luo Chio's ears. "Master, he is preparing to break through and step into a completely new stage of life." Luo Chio merely nodded, observing Cheng Yao's current state. Luo Chio already had a general idea in mind. Yu Yi had provided an answer to this guess. What Cheng Yao truly desired was to burst forth in this night, hence the need to protect the essence of water, the smoothness of the moonlight, and the joy of impending rebirth. The surrounding spirits remained still, and the gentle breeze seemed to rejoice as well. Luo Chio remained immersed in this magnificent light of life until the stars and moon faded and the smoothness dimmed, only then hearing a muffled sound. The pupa had broken open, but it seemed unable to emerge. Luo Chio suddenly frowned. The demon, having evolved from animals and insects, was therefore also subject to their nature. It could be basically confirmed that the insect demon was a butterfly or goose. Normally, for butterflies, breaking out of their pupa was a difficult process, but their nature compelled them to overcome the difficulties and emerge. But what Luo Chio meant by unable to emerge was truly impossible. The insect demon's wings, hidden inside the pupa, could not extend from the cracked opening. He's too weak, Yu Yu shook his head. Even absorbing the essence of the water and the moon's glide isn't enough. It's a pity this leaf isn't full moon, otherwise, it should have made him stronger. Looking at Chaochu's wings desperately trying to emerge from the pool, but unable to because the opening was too small, Luo Chio sighed. Its weakness stemmed from consuming food containing harmful substances. Luo Chio suddenly took a deep breath, walked directly to the giant swimmer, and plunged both hands into it, forcefully widening the opening. "Listen," she said, "I can only help you this far, allowing your wings to emerge, but you must struggle out of the swim yourself. If you can't even overcome the hardship of coming into this world, why did you even bother coming to this world?" A pair of wings began to emerge from the split swarm of insects, timid and fragile, seemingly needing time to nourish the flesh within. Then it began to open its wings against the wind, for symmetrical wings of crisp green and pinkish purple fluttering weakly. Luo Chio sighed and slowly retreated. The insect demon had successfully spread its wings. Now it was just a matter of waiting for its true form to complete its life transformation within the swarm. Luo Chio sat down on a rock by the river, with Yu Yi silently keeping him company. "Found it!" Suddenly, Luo Chio excitedly waved his phone. There was indeed a clue. Yu Yi looked at the butterfly displayed on the phone screen, its wings almost identical to the butterfly's outstretched wings, and softly read its name. "Golden. What kind of butterfly?" "Golden-banded swallowtail." Luo Chio smiled and said, "Even a common golden-banded swallowtail is already at the level of near protection. Moreover, this is a golden-banded swallowtail butterfly, which is even more rare. It's truly beautiful." Yu Ye couldn't help but marvel. Luo Chio stood up and walked forward, smiling. "This is probably a rare celebration of life. It's better to get closer to see it." When Luo Chio reached the front of the broken butterfly, he began to look forward with anticipation. After the mantis monster offered its true form, it became enormous. The insect demon itself possessed human-like essence, and after breaking free, a gigantic, human-like golden-banded swallowtail butterfly, unlike anything ever seen before, might be a major discovery in human history. Finally, the insect demon's fissure suddenly opened completely, and light slowly diffused from within. Then, a pair of fair, delicate hands gently pried the insect demon open. Luo Chio opened her mouth, and well, with this transformed insect demon. Now, the butterfly spirit's eyes met, and they discovered that what burst forth wasn't the giant butterfly they had imagined, but a woman with butterfly wings. Why is the art style off again? What happened to this major discovery in the history of human biology? Although the drawing differs from the giant butterfly in the 7th generation, the fact that it's a woman with fluttering butterfly wings that ultimately bursts forth is actually acceptable. Of course, the butterfly spirits haven't completely emerged from the surge. Golden dust-like flowing objects swirled within the heavy pool, obscuring the beautiful things that had just arrived in this wonderful world. But then, the butterfly fairy intended to emerge from the pool. Luo Qiu thought for a moment, then took off his trench coat and tossed it to the butterfly fairy, saying frankly, "It's best if nothing unpleasant or awkward happens." The coat landed in the butterfly fairy's hands. She simply smiled and then slowly said, "You humans are so strange." Luo Qiu touched his nose and smiled, not taking up the subject. Because of her butterfly wings, the butterfly demon couldn't wear the trench coat, so she draped it over her shoulders, holding it with both hands. Suddenly, the butterfly wings on her back unfurled, fluttering out from the heavy armor, bathed in a gray haze, breathtakingly beautiful, and finally gently landed in front of Luo Qiu, saying gratefully, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to get out." It was a very beautiful smile, her flawless skin making her even more radiant. Thinking of. Many monsters also prefer to hide in remote or sparsely populated places rather than interact with humans. If the butterfly fairy could demonstrate the beauty of her wings, she would already possess a rare beauty even without adornment. Furthermore, she has an ethereal quality that makes her impeccable in terms of both appearance and temperament. "You speak very fluently now," Luo Qiu said, choosing not to respond to the butterfly fairy's thanks. Curious about the butterfly fairy's speaking ability, the butterfly demon said, "Yes, I haven't broken through the barrier yet. My body structure isn't complete yet. I'm not working on completing the structure for future generations, so it doesn't matter what I say." Luo Qiu nodded and said, "You've successfully swam. What are your plans now? To re-enter human society or stay in the mountains as a free and unrestrained demon?" The butterfly demon thought for a moment and said, "I want to see this world." "Any advice?" Luo Qiu was taken aback. He, a student still nominally enrolled in school, couldn't claim to fully understand society, but being asked a question he couldn't answer made him feel embarrassed. So, like an old monk telling a story, he said, "I think, first, you need a name." "A name?" Luo Qiu smiled slightly. "When a person comes into this world, it begins with having a name." "I don't have a name." Dai shook her head, then suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing. "Can you give me a name?" Like adding a label to a painter's work, giving the butterfly a beautiful name would make something already beautiful even more beautiful, instantly stirring a restless feeling in Luo Qiu. He lowered his head, gazing at the riverbank, looking at the sky and the distance, watching the rising sun. The shimmering river and the smooth moonlight of not long ago still lingered in his mind, finally settling on the scene of the butterfly fluttering away in its silvery light. He couldn't help but whisper, on the fragrant tip of the cold, the strategy of the ancestral immortals. Luo Qiu suddenly turned around, looking. "Thank you. If there's a chance, I hope we can meet again." The butterfly demon spread its wings and flew towards the direction where the sun was rising. Luo Qiu grabbed the jade pendant and jumped away. After a long while, she turned around and looked at Yu Yedao. She said softly, "I know a steamed bun shop where the buns are delicious and the soy milk is freshly ground." While eating the steamed bun she had just bought, Luo Qiu held up the white jade pendant she had obtained from the butterfly demon. She touched it as if she knew she loved it but ultimately had to make a choice. Should she offer it to gain 70 days of life or use 20 days of life for further evaluation? On the way back, Luo Qiu had already consulted Yuya's opinion on this matter, and then the very loyal puppet appeared. With a strong sense of compassion, it spoke in a universal language. "Master, whatever makes you happy. Let's keep it for now. It's obviously not worth spending 20 days appraising it, and we don't have that much wealth. But if we immediately use it, it would be too wasteful." Luo Qiu muttered to himself, "I'll keep this until my remaining lifespan ends. If I'm unlucky and haven't completed a single transaction, I can use this jade tablet to intentionally change my fate. But if it's a constant cycle of change. Now that things have come to this, you should naturally know the secret of this jade pendant." "Luo Qiu, what are you grinning about? Why are you up so early today?" Ren Xiling, her hair disheveled, walked out of her room looking like she hadn't fully woken up. Luo Qiu pointed to the steamed buns and soy milk on the coffee table in the living room and said softly, "You're up early too." Ren Xiling yawned and sat down next to Luo Qiu, putting her arm around his shoulder and smiling. "Kid, have you been acting a little strange these past few days? You can tell me. I will fulfill my responsibilities as a life mentor." Luo Qiu moved aside a bit, took the remote, and turned on the TV. Ren Xiling didn't mind and reached into the bag to grab the steamed buns. Luo Qiu frowned and said, "Brushing your teeth?" Ren Xiling blinked and asked, "Wouldn't it be cleaner to wash up after eating?" "What a life coach!" Luo Qiu scoffed nonchalantly. Ren Xiling sheepishly put down the bun, but noticed the jade plate Luo Qiu had casually placed on the coffee table. She reached out and grabbed it. "Do we have these at home?" "Now we do." Ren Xiling weighed it in her hand. Frowning, she said, "I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, but where was it again?" Luo Qiu's heart skipped a beat, but she calmly grabbed the jade pendant back, stood up, and said, "Tell me when you remember. But before that, you really need to wash up properly. Do you know that women who smoke regularly have very bad breath when they wake up in the daytime?" Ren Xiling immediately clasped her hands together, took a breath, and said quite naturally, "No, I don't." "So, are you going to brush your teeth or not?" Luo Qiu grabbed the bag of bullets from the coffee table. Ren Xiling rushed to the bathroom with a look of frustration. Luo Qiu, however, looked at the bath sign in his hand again, lost in thought. The morning news was now reporting the latest news. The dignified female anchor announced in a clear and articulate voice, "Today, Hangxing Group will announce its latest development project. According to reports, this development will be a collaboration with Elite Manufacturing, a long-established industrial company in the city." Luo Qiu glanced at it. This should be the project that Cao Ziqian and the real estate company were developing. However, there seemed to be no news about Jin Zifu, the chairman of Elite Manufacturing. But Luo Qiu knew that Jin Zifu was later sent to a decent sanatorium by Cao Ziqian. At this moment, Ren Xiling suddenly rushed out with a toothbrush in his mouth. "I remembered where I had seen this jade pendant before. Guuzhai." People in the circle would have heard of this name. As the most famous and powerful antique shop in the city, Guuzhai's customers are almost all social elites. Ren Xiling said that he saw this jade pendant in Guuzhai. It is said that when Ren Xiling interviewed the owner of Guuzhai not long ago, he saw this same jade pendant among some of the collections. Luo Qiu asked Ren Xiling what kind of person the owner of Guuzhai was. Ren Xiling frowned immediately, gritting her teeth, and said, "An old woman who's definitely not out of menopause." It was rare to see such an expression on Ren Xiling's face, and Luo Qiu immediately looked at her questioningly. Ren Xiling said, "She's acting strangely. She said she wouldn't see guests out as soon as she entered. Even though it's springtime, the room is as cold as winter, and her voice is icy." Luo Qiu said calmly, "I heard you're a reporter." Ren Xiling snorted. "What's wrong with being a reporter? Can't reporters have personal feelings? Besides, I have a lot of professional ethics when I write reports, and I would never let subjective biases in. But that old woman was really not good, but her granddaughter was all right. She seems to be about your age." Luo Qiu, resting her chin on her hand, looked at the scenery rushing past the car window and said nonchalantly, "I'm 20 years old this year, sexually normal, but I don't plan to find a girlfriend for the time being. So put away your old-fashioned face. And don't talk while driving. You female driver, watch out. I promise I'll live as long as possible to help you settle down and start a family. I promised your father I'd make you happy, and then I can hold a chubby grandson." Seeing Ren Xiling's sudden surge of fighting spirit, Luo Qiu pointed ahead in alarm and cried out, "Watch out, car! Female drivers are really scary." But thankfully, they arrived safely at Guuzhai. Ren Xiling was the deputy editor-in-chief of a newspaper, a job that offered her a relatively high degree of freedom. As for Luo Qiu, well, that old professor probably thought that if no one came to class, he could just leave and then go back to his own research, which would be a good start to the day, or something like that. I remember Miss Ren was in charge of entertaining Luo Qiu and Ren Xiling. She was the hostess at Gaiu's High. She sniffed lightly, giving off a very nice feeling. Do you remember me? Ren Xiling asked curiously. The hostess smiled and said, in our line of work, we remember that guests are very important. Miss Ren came twice and did an interview with me. I've read that report, it was really well written. Ren Xiling smiled sweetly and thanked Miss Chica for serving the tea. She then said she would inform the manager and walked away. Suddenly, Ren Xiling nudged Luo Qiu with her elbow and whispered in his ear, "Hey kid, what's this girl like? She's pretty, quiet, and very polite. She looks about your age. Interested? Maybe I can thread a needle?" Luo Qiu sighed and said, "I should have just asked you for an address and come here myself." Ren Xiling clicked her tongue softly and shook her head with a sigh as well, saying, "Look at you, you're already 20 years old. Other people's kids are already having babies at 17 or 18, okay? Are you really planning to wait until I'm old and grey before giving me a grandson? It's not even 10 years until you're that age. Don't worry, I think you're very well maintained." Luo Qiu said calmly, while Ren Xiling said with considerable pride, "You really know your stuff, kid." She then put her arm around Luo Qiu's shoulder and laughed, "But it's okay, if you didn't like the one before, I guarantee you'll be hooked on the next one. Let me tell you, it's hard to find a woman with such an antique charm in this society." Luo Qiu was so overwhelmed by the mockery that she didn't even bother to say anything. Even her own mother couldn't compare to her grief. Just then, a beautiful woman's voice suddenly rang out. The two looked towards the sound and saw a woman in a cheongsam walking gracefully towards them. She wore a long cheongsam, light green with gold-embroidered lotus flowers, a long white hand-embroidered collar, and a blue silk sash, paired with light white flat shoes. She was tall and slender, with perfectly proportioned lower eyelids beneath her arched eyebrows, a slender waist, and full, defined muscles. Her hair was simply styled in an updo, adorned only with white hair ornaments. Luo Qiu slightly opened her mouth, quite surprised. Seeing this, Ren Xiling couldn't help but nudge Luo Qiu and lower her voice, saying, "You said you weren't interested, but now you're stunned." Editor-in-Chief Ren, I think your friend is more shocked than stunned. The woman smiled sweetly. Luo Qiu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Quite unexpected. Luo Qiu nodded. Ren Xiling looked back and forth between the two of them before happily saying, "You two know each other." Luo Qiu had no choice but to say, "This guy's name is Zhong Qingrui. And then, he was my classmate for over a year." Zhong Qingrui said softly, "Luo Qiu, isn't it a bit much to call your classmate Guy?" Luo Qiu had no choice but to say, "Zhong Qingrui, my college classmate." Zhong Qingrui chuckled and said, as usual, he said some unpleasant things. He shook his head, looking at Luo Qiu and Ren Xiling, and asked with slight confusion, "What's your relationship?" Editor Ren is Luo Qiu's mother, huh? Zhong Qingrui was quite surprised, but after expressing her surprise, she didn't press the matter further. Instead, she asked, "Why are you suddenly interested in the ancient pendant?" After Luo Qiu's hint, Ren Xiling didn't mention the jade pendant, but only said that her child had suddenly developed an interest in antiques, and she couldn't resist the child's demands, so she had to play the role of a loving mother and help out. Suddenly. Zhong Qingrui felt that she had talked to Luo Qiu more than she had in recent months. "Yes, no problem," Zhong Qingrui said readily. "What do you want to see? I can introduce you. I won't rip you off if you like anything." Luo Qiu looked around. This was the main hall of Gaiu's High. There were many antique porcelains displayed around, but he didn't see the jade plaque that Ren Xiling had mentioned. He shook his head and said, "Any other good collectibles?" Ren Xiling quickly chimed in, "Miss Zhong, could you show my willful child those collectibles you showed me last time? If you like them, come in with me. Zhong Qingrui subtly stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. This scene was witnessed by two young men who walked in. One was handsome, the other not bad, but the latter seemed significantly less impressive than the former, probably just a lackey. Who exactly was that man? Why would Miss Zhong personally invite him? The young man called Zhong Xiao frowned slightly, but suddenly said, "Let's talk to old Madame Zhong first, we can discuss the rest later." The attendant dared not say no. She had gone to great lengths to get close to this Zhong Xiao. If he left a bad impression and replaced her, all her efforts over the years would have been in vain. Furthermore, this young master comes from a rather mysterious family. Even though he has recently been favored and allowed to stay by their side, he still hasn't figured out the family's secrets. It's not that he doesn't want to find out, but rather that he dares not say a word. He knows what he should and shouldn't know when his master is happy, and he mustn't be too clever when his master is unhappy or not. He intends to investigate further. At the same time, he understands that this young master is different from those good-for-nothing rich second-generation heirs. This is a truly capable person who doesn't easily show his emotions. They'd been here for about a month. Every week, Zhong Xiao would come to Gu Yuzhai to chat with that eccentric old woman. The real owner of Gu Yuzhai was clearly a rather difficult old woman to deal with. Over the years, she had never given Zhong Xiao a kind look. Sometimes, even the henchmen found it unbearable, yet their boss seemed calm and collected. So the henchman became increasingly cautious. If he did something wrong with a boss like that, he'd likely be in big trouble. But if he did something right and pleased the boss, he'd get even more. The henchman knew that Zhong Xiao must have some feelings for the old woman's granddaughter, because he would always linger in Zhong Qingrui's office after leaving, making no attempt to hide his admiration. But the girl didn't seem to reciprocate. The follower later used some connections to inquire about Zhong Qingrui's situation. He learned that Zhong was still a student, but mostly managed affairs at Gaiu's High. There was no news of him dating anyone, so he was probably single. The follower then found a suitable time to tell Zhong Xiao about this. Zhong Xiao didn't reprimand him for meddling, he simply nodded and said he understood. But that day, Zhong Xiao was clearly in a good mood, and casually bought a jade pendant from an antique shop and presented it to him. Zhenban knew he had made the right bet and acted correctly, so he became even more attentive to Zhong Qingrui's affairs. "I don't really like you, you lazy bum. You don't seem like a person of importance," he thought. While pondering whether to have a serious talk with the young man invited by Miss Zhong, who turned out to be the divine demon deer, Zhenban suddenly heard a chill run down his spine. It was a damned old woman, but Zhenban dared not refute her. His boss acted incredibly gentle in front of this vile old woman. This old woman was annoying, but at least it proved she was not to be trifled with, so he looked at the floor, pretending he hadn't heard anything. The old lady didn't like it. Then let him wait outside. Zhong Xiao smiled slightly, turned his head and said calmly, "Chengyun, you go wait outside first." Chengyun, the follower, dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, nodded and silently walked out of the room. This was the office of the true owner of Gu Yuzhai. Although the doorplate outside bore a very modern sign like chairman, the interior decoration was antique. A screen, a wooden entryway with bluestone slabs, and a yellow wooden chair with bamboo shoot-shaped construction placed by the window. A beaded curtain hung in the entryway, and inside was a small rosewood table with a pen holder and Mo Yang's finger shaker on the left, and a stack of antique items on the right. In one corner of the room, there was a replica of a Fouch-style wine cooler with an antique charm. It was clean and tidy, clearly not something that was often displayed, but rather something that was regularly maintained. Watching Chengyun leave, old Madame Zhong gently shook the Lin Huanshan in her hand and slowly said, "The Zhong family's young man has extraordinary patience. Compared to your Nana, who's always like a powder keg, he's much better. Grandfather has become much more peaceful these past few years, focusing on calligraphy and painting." Young Master Zhong replied. Old Madame Zhong said, "This old woman left the capital decades ago. To put it bluntly, I was telling those people there that I, Zhong Lefanglan, don't want to get involved in their messy affairs. I just want to enjoy my old age here. But no one visits a temple without a reason. Old Master Shong must have remembered some past affection by chance, which is why he sent you, his descendant, to visit. The old lady looked at Zhong Shao. Although his hair was already grey, his complexion was rosy and he had a strong sense of authority. I see that you have been well behaved and not impetuous lately. Old woman, I like the composure of young people. Here's your chance to tell your story. The bell whistle blew, and a hint of delight appeared on his face. All the hard work these past few days had finally paid off. After a moment's thought, he softly said, Luo Chen once heard some secrets from an old man in his family. He thought to himself, there are many wonders in this world, far beyond the understanding of ordinary people like us. He paused, then said in an even more steady voice, I've heard there's a place in the world where anyone can fulfill any wish. I don't know much, but the old man who told me also said so. Madam, you know best, old Madam Zhong suddenly sneered, you brat, you certainly have a big mouth, and you're even more ignorant of your own mortality. Do you know that the place you speak of is not some sacred mountain or holy land, but a place where you make deals with the devil? Young Master Shong's expression brightened. The legend was indeed true. Old Madam, you know that place, you've even been there. Old Madam Zhong waved her fan, turning her back on him without a second thought. Old woman, I'm not feeling well today. You can leave now, and don't come again. Seeing Madame Zhong's coldness, Zhong Luochen calmly reached into his robes, took out a brocade pouch from the inside of his suit jacket, opened it, and emptied its contents. Madam, Luochen said, knowing he had indeed become somewhat quiet, but time simply doesn't allow me to linger here any longer. News came from home today, so Luo Chen had no choice but to confront the old lady. The message mentioned a residence. The old lady's gaze changed slightly. She gently placed the residence in her palm, examined it carefully, and finally sighed, saying, that year, I left that place of trouble, but I couldn't bear to part with my poor sister who had been with me since childhood, so I gave her this residence. Are you really going to use this favor? Zhong Luochen asked softly. My grandmother entrusted it to me before she passed away. She said that if the Zhong family were in trouble, this was the only thing that could save us. I didn't want to use it like this. If it weren't for the fact that the old lady was unfamiliar with that place, Luochen really wouldn't have been willing to take it out. The old lady clasped her hands together, holding the gift in her palms, and took a deep breath, saying, you should go back first. This matter, old woman, I need to think about it carefully again. Zhong Luochen nodded solemnly, hoping that the old lady could give Luochen an answer as soon as possible. Tell me first, what is it about? Said Madame Zhong. Zhong Luochen replied, to be honest, it's about my grandfather. Madam, that hot-tempered old doctor you know, Dr. Zhong, says he's nearing his end. The room was filled with priceless treasures. Luo Qiu, though not particularly knowledgeable about antiques, could sense the rustic charm of the items displayed here. However, he didn't see the white jade plaque Ren Xiling had mentioned. Knowing Luo Qiu's purpose, Ren Xiling looked at Zhong Qingrui and asked, Miss Zhong, is something missing here? I remember there were a few trinkets when I came here for the last photo shoot. Zhong Qingrui smiled slightly and said, Editor-in-Chief Ren, you truly have excellent eyesight and memory, as expected of a journalist. Indeed, several items had been sent away from the collection room. He took out a picture album from a small shelf and opened it. These should be all the items. We sent these items to the auction house for auction. Ren Xiling had sharp eyes, but Luo Qiu's were even sharper. He immediately noticed the white jade plaque printed on one side of the album. Because he cared about the white jade plaque, Luo Qiu directly reached out and took the album from Zhong Qingrui's hand. This was probably quite impolite. However, Luo Qiu stared at the album and began to examine it closely. Ren Xiling was now in an awkward position. He could only look at Zhong Qingrui sheepishly and say, my Luo Qiu is always like this. She just does this whenever she sees something she likes. Zhong Qingrui shook her head, indicating that it was fine. We've done a lot of practice with these pictures. If you like them, it's okay to take them back. Lu Qiu nodded, clearly not intending to be polite, but still maintaining basic social etiquette, or perhaps remembering this, she added. Thanks. Now that he knew the white jade tablet was no longer there, Lu Qiu had no intention of staying. He looked at the catalogue as he walked towards the door, seeing Ren Xiling looking helpless. He had basically skipped work today and even used a favor to get here. This kid, as soon as she saw the item wasn't there, simply left, decisively and without any intention of staying. Zhong Qingrui felt somewhat embarrassed, but having been well preserved since childhood, she didn't intend to say anything, partly out of consideration for their past as classmates. Ren Xiling, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed Luo Qiu's arm and said with a forced smile, "Since you're here, take a good look." She emphasized the word "take a good look" and gripped Luo Qiu's arm tightly. Helpless, Luo Qiu glanced at it casually, then suddenly frowned and walked towards one corner of the collection room. "What's this?" Lu Qiu pointed to something covered by a glass case in the corner, a black card he knew all too well. 2 dark gold markings remained on the black card. This was undoubtedly the club's voucher, and one that could be used twice more. Ren Xiling, however, showed a hint of confusion regarding the black card that Lu Qiu had noticed, muttering unconsciously, "Was this here last time? Why don't I remember it?" Lu Qiu heard Ren Xiling's question and knew the reason. The black card in front of them was indeed a club item. It might have always been there, but few people noticed its existence. It wasn't that they couldn't see it, but rather that they chose not to. This kind of black card possessed the ability to make ordinary people subconsciously disregard it, just like the club itself. Even if it's located in the center of the continent, those who are meant to see it will see it, while those who don't need to see it will simply not see it. Yes, he's here. Perhaps Editor-in-Chief Ren didn't notice last time. Zhong Qingrui's face was expressionless as she naturally looked at Lu Qiu and said, "You're interested in this black card?" Every black card represents a potential customer for the club. Of course, these were things left behind by the previous owner, but it's impossible not to be interested. However, Luo Qiu felt it wouldn't be appropriate to directly show great interest. So he shook his head and said, "It's not that, I just feel something's off." He looked at Zhong Qingrui and said, "This black card doesn't look like an antique at all, but it's placed here." Zhong Qingrui was taken aback, thinking to herself that this guy really didn't intend to strike up a conversation casually. They were classmates, and they'd see each other a few days a month. While it wasn't to the point where she absolutely needed to know him, human nature is curious, and it's true that one might want to understand someone who often remains silent. However, since it was just an occasional thought, Zhong Qingrui didn't pay it much attention. Lu Qiu didn't intend to open his heart, and he saw no need to persistently try to do so. They were not related, their connection stemming from being in the same class, a connection that could easily dissipate. No comment. Thinking this, Zhong Qingrui slowly gave her answer. Ren Xiling was taken aback. But then he realized that Lu Qiu, being so clueless, had probably upset the girl, so he just teased her a little. He didn't say anything more. Having been a reporter for many years, he was very observant. Hearing Zhong Qingrui's words, he knew it was a veiled way of asking him to leave. Ren Xiling pretended to look at the time on his phone, then feigned surprise and said, "It's so late." "I'm sorry, Miss Zhong. I just remembered I have an interview to do. Thank you for your hospitality today. Also, my Luo Qiu is a bit of a blockhead, don't take it personally. Since we're classmates, we can keep in touch when we have time. Being classmates and good friends is only natural. This kid is actually quite nice, kind-hearted, and... Hey, you stupid Luo Qiu, I haven't finished speaking yet, and you're already calling me an idiot." Feeling utterly humiliated, Luo Qiu sighed and headed outside. Ren Xiling quickly said a few more polite words and then hurried over. Zhong Qingrue's smile faded only after watching the two leave the collection room. The woman in the antique-style Long Cheongsum frowned slightly, looking at the black card on display. She suddenly opened the glass case, reaching out to touch it. But her fingers stopped in front of the card. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then withdrew them and closed the case again. The young female general manager of Gaius High frowned slightly. She had only started managing Gaius High in the last 2 years, and the celebrities she had met were no longer in the operating room. However, not many people would pay special attention to the black card when they came to the collection room. She knew that this was something her grandmother, the true owner of Gaius High, had deliberately placed here. She had asked her why before, but she never got an answer. Her grandmother silently shook her head, as if she was avoiding something. This black card seemed to possess a magical power. As long as one stopped to look at it, one would feel an urge to grasp it in their hand. Zhong Qingrui was probably the person who had the most contact with this black card besides his grandmother, so this feeling grew stronger and stronger. Not only him, but even the customers who noticed the black card's presence seemed unable to look away, only able to look away when startled. Some customers even said they would put it on the shelf, no matter the price, as long as they could get the black card. Unfortunately, it was not for sale, which is why he didn't understand why his grandmother had kept it there. Just as Qingrui was lost in thought, she heard her grandmother's familiar voice. The little girl was startled and quickly turned around, walking briskly to old Madame Zhong's side and taking her arm. "Grandma, why did you come down? We rarely see you here." It was like seeing a treasure. I suddenly remembered to look down at Madame Zhong. She slowly said, then frowned and said, "How many times have I told you not to look at those black cards? There are too many of them." Zhong Qingrui's parents died early, and she was raised by Zhong Lilanfang from a young age. She loved and was very close to her grandmother. She didn't immediately stick out her tongue and said, "I was just entertaining 2 guests, and Qingrui wasn't paying attention." Madame Zhong suddenly sighed and walked towards the location of the black card. She stood there in front of the cabinet, motionless, and muttered to herself, "I shouldn't have kept her back then." Grandma Zhong Qingrui called out in confusion, but the old lady shook her head. The child took it out and immediately put it away in a box. "I need this. It should have been placed here when Gaius High was completed. It's never left for so many years, but today it suddenly says it needs to be taken out." Zhong Qingrui's curiosity surged, and she couldn't help but ask directly, "Grandma, has something happened? I just thought I saw that bell whistle coming to find you again, didn't it?" The old lady nodded, then shook her head, and finally said, "Although the person in the letter was a very outstanding young man, he was too polished. It was best not to get too close." Zhong Qingrui didn't say anything, but in her heart she was thinking that she had recently figured out when that guy would arrive. If it weren't to avoid that guy, she wouldn't have made the last-minute decision to bring Ren Xiling and Luo Qiu here herself. At this moment, Zhong Qingrui took out the black card as her grandmother had instructed and put it away. Madame Zhong then said, "Next time the person in that letter comes, give him this thing, but remember to tell him it can only be used once and must be returned immediately afterward, otherwise he will bear the consequences." Zhong Qingrui was curious, but clearly her grandmother didn't intend to say more, so she could only nod and didn't mention that anyone had noticed the black card. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. "Master, what is this?" At noon, Ren Xiling dropped Luo Qiu off next to a bus stop, stepped on the gas, and sped away, showing everyone the terror of a female driver. Having already skipped half a day of class, Luo Qiu decided to skip the rest and went straight back to the club. He began carefully examining the picture book he'd retrieved from Gu Zhai. Something I still don't understand," Luo Qiu said casually. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, he looked at Yu Yi and asked, "Right, I remember there were a few masks in the basement warehouse. Please retrieve it for me." He can freely use the items in the club. These items are the club's accumulated wealth. Here, I must mention one of the club's rules. Items already in storage cannot be used for official transactions. In other words, if Ruochio chooses to store items in storage, they also cannot be used for official transactions. Furthermore, the club owner must compensate for storing a transaction item with their own lifespan. This sounds like a huge rip-off. However, in reality, items used as trading manuals are protected under the club's contract with a period during which they cannot be used. The only options are storage or sending them via a wire. Okay, master, please wait a moment. Yuyo didn't ask why. Just as the club's master must follow the rules in the manual, Yuyo, as a doll maid, would unconditionally obey the club master's orders. Watching Yu retrieve his belongings, Luochio touched his cheek and muttered to himself, Zhong Qingrui actually possesses a black card that's troublesome. What if he comes with the black card one day? That would be difficult. Thinking even deeper, Luochio realized that when he appeared as the club's owner in the future, he wouldn't be able to use the identity of Luochio anymore. Let's think of a more sophisticated title. Soon after, Yuye brought the masks Luochio needed. These 3 masks were naturally left behind by the previous owner. After being put into storage, it was now up to the criminal to choose. Initially, they were only intended to conceal his face and identity during future transactions. But after putting on these 3 masks, each one was quite exquisite. So Luochio picked one up and carefully touched the decorations. It was undoubtedly a Venetian mask, and a half-face botter at that. The sculpting was also exceptionally gorgeous. Luochio subconsciously put it on, feeling a close-fitting sensation. He opened it, but it quickly disappeared. In the end, it seemed to have completely merged with his skin. Not only did he not feel any heaviness, but he could not even feel the weight of the mask itself. The false mask made him invisible. This kind of information suddenly flowed into Luochio's mind. He looked at Yuye with considerable curiosity and asked, "Can you see me now?" Yuye replied calmly, "But I can sense my master's presence." Luochio paused, then took out a mirror and observed for a while, only to find that his reflection had disappeared. After a moment of hesitation, he removed the mask. Although wearing it could make him invisible, it was a bit ridiculous. It seemed to be of little use. He only wanted the guests to be unaware of his identity, not to make him completely invisible. However, as a small trinket, it seemed quite useful. Luochio then picked up the second mask. Although made of paper pulp, the hardening technique is quite good. It has a white base, gold eyes, and split lips painted red. It's actually a Japanese-style lake mask. Luochio even tried wearing it. The river god's mask can be used to pray for a bountiful harvest. In ancient times or in places where modern farming technology was poor, this might have been very useful. However, the Japanese-style lake mask and the makeup made for Luochio were completely useless. So, he had no choice but to pick up the third mask, a clown mask. After putting it on, he felt no discomfort, and just like with the previous shiny mask, information about this clown mask flowed into his mind. The real clown's ability to see through all magic. The so-called magic here refers to visual deception through special techniques and props, not supernatural abilities or magical spells. Thankfully, it's a white-faced clown. If it were a colored clown, well, Luochio's self-entertainment is authentic, but no customer would want to come in. The owner who sees him would probably be a middleman selling his uncles. Yuye obviously doesn't understand, so he doesn't comment. This is fine. The ability is still not very useful, but this combination is barely better than the other two. Luochio stood up. Wearing the clown mask, she didn't look comical at this moment. On the contrary, the outfit chosen by the maid doll gave Luochio a cynical and mysterious air, but something seemed to be missing. Luochio looked left and right in front of the full-length mirror, trying to find out what was missing. Just then, Yi brought out a top hat, a black cane, and a set of white gloves from the dressing room. Luochio put on the hat and gloves, and casually waved the cane, feeling that it looked pretty good. From now on you can call me Mr. Clown. Luochio laughed, thinking that having a clown in this place of transactional desires didn't seem so bad. Master, whatever makes you happy. Luo Chio was about to complain, but then the wind chimes in the club lobby rang. He had just gotten a new look, and already there were guests. It was like a pillow coming to someone who had just fallen asleep. Luo Chio muttered to himself and headed downstairs. What he saw was a young man standing nervously at the entrance, not choosing to walk in directly but observing his surroundings. Although he was called a young man, Luo Chio estimated that he was probably a few years older than himself. One can easily tell a person's character and demeanor from their behavior. This was probably a well-mannered rich young master or a successful social elite. Welcome to the Tesla Buyers Club. How can I help you, esteemed guest? Holding his cane and carrying the fish on his back, Luo Chio descended the stairs step by step, observing the young man's reaction. The young man, however, remained cautious, choosing not to take another step in, still standing at the doorway, his guarded expression even more intense. Me? Luo Chio initially intended to smile, but then realized she was already wearing a mask, so she simply said calmly, I'm the owner of the club. You can call me boss, or you can call me Mr. Clown. Luo Chi walked up to the young man and smelled a familiar scent, the scent of a black card. This was the third time a transaction had come knocking. Aside from the first one who barged in, this one was a black card holder. Just how many black cards has the club reserved? Luo Chio muttered to himself again, but didn't neglect his conversation with the guest. Aren't you going to come in? The young man asked, frowning. Can't anyone's wish really be granted here? Luo Chio suddenly snapped his fingers, then opened his palm. A black card floated on his palm. He said with a smile, since you've come with a card, you should have confidence in this place. The young man subconsciously touched his chest, even pulling open his suit jacket to look at the bag. He found that the black card that had been hidden there was gone. He took a deep breath, quickly calmed down, and said in a deep voice, Hello, Mr. Clown, my name is Zhong Luo Chen. I've come here to do business with you. We can't neglect our customers when business comes to us, Luo Chio said politely, stepping aside to extend an invitation. Please greet our customer. It's perfectly natural to be drenched in sweat on a hot day, but if you're still sweating profusely in an air-conditioned room set to 18 degrees Celsius, then, of course, it's because you've engaged in some strenuous activity. Cheng Yun lit a cigarette, looking contentedly at the woman lying on the bed, exuding a charming aura. She was a waitress at Gu Shai, with no powerful connections, but possessing some beauty and intelligence, and eager to climb the social ladder. Therefore, she chose the quickest and most effective method. Cheng Yun knew what this woman wanted because he understood what women truly desired. So, before his boss could even get Zhong Qingrui, he had already won over this receptionist. Of course, while this receptionist was decent enough, she couldn't compare to Zhong Qingrui, whose family background, education, and talent were all top-notch. But Cheng Yun was self-aware enough to know which women he could easily have his way with and which he couldn't currently touch. Why are you so free this time instead of following your young boss? The Chika sisters smiled as they looked at Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun was also puzzled. After leaving Gu Shai in the morning, Zhong Luochen hurriedly went to Gu Shai again in the afternoon. After that, Zhong Luochen sent him away and went off alone to some unknown place. Ever since arriving in this city, Cheng Yun had been working tirelessly, always by his side. But now, he'd been sidelined. He even wondered if Zhong Luochen's sudden coldness was because of the old woman's words during the day. Damn it, he couldn't let this continue, or all the things he'd worked so hard for would be wasted. For example, this woman was so cunning. If she knew he was incompetent, she'd probably turn on him immediately. Although it was a calculated move to win favor, his skills were indeed excellent. He wanted to stay a few more days, and most importantly, he wanted to remain by Zhong Luocheng's side to gain more trust, which would elevate his status in the capital. During the day, I saw your Miss Zhong personally invite 2 people to the collection room. I wonder who they are. The woman knew that Cheng Yun had always cared deeply about Zhong Qingrui, and she also knew that he was trying to please her boss. However, it didn't matter, as long as this man could give her what she wanted. Therefore, she didn't hesitate to tell Chengyun what she knew about Zhong Qingrue's preferences. The woman was the deputy editor-in-chief of a local newspaper she had visited twice before. She recalled that was when she met Da Xiaojian. As for the other man, she didn't know. He was brought by Ren Xiling, but they seemed very close, perhaps good friends or even a younger brother. Chengyun took a deep drag of smoke and slowly exhaled, a mere deputy editor-in-chief of a newspaper? There were 2 more markings on the black card. Usually there were 3, but sometimes 4. Each marking represented a discount on the transaction amount. For example, with 3 markings, the first marking gave a 70% discount, then an 80% discount, and the last one a 90% discount. The first time Jin Zifu brought the black card, it only had the last marking left. The black card had actually become invalid. The one Luo Qiu later gave to Cao Ziqian was one he had re-imbued with his own mark. As for the black card containing the 4th mark, just imagine how the originally substantial transaction suddenly felt like it had been discounted by 60%. How interesting! This black card seemed to be the one Luo Qiu had encountered at Gu Yuzhai today. Luo Qiu thought to himself. However, it doesn't matter who actually holds the black card. The key is that the cardholder has arrived. At this moment, Zhong Luochen has already sat down, and Luo Qiu is already sitting opposite him. Yu Ye has already served the carefully prepared flower tea. Unfortunately, no matter who comes in, it seems that no one is in the mood to taste it. It will eventually cool down and dry out. Mr. Zhong, do you know our rules here? Luo Qiu suddenly asked. If this black card was obtained from Gu Yuzhai, then it's hard to guess his level of knowledge about the club. Would it be necessary to explain the club's transaction rules to the guest? Mr. Clown, please speak. Zhong Luocheng composed himself and looked at Luo Qiu calmly. In his view, when faced with such a mysterious unknown, the best approach was to set aside any sense of superiority one might have as an ordinary person and maintain maximum politeness and humility. Luo Qiu replied, the cardholder is a member of the club. Your black card still has 2 marks left, so you can enjoy 2 more discounts. Zhong Luocheng nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder Madame Zhong hesitated when I offered her the apartment. It's because this black card is of extraordinary origin. Now you can enjoy a 20% discount. After this, it'll be a 10% discount. Luo Qiu said calmly, it was originally a 30% discount, but I've already used it once. Zhong Luocheng nodded again. Mr. Clown, I understand. But I want to confirm, is it really true that you can buy anything here? Luo Qiu said, of course that's impossible. If what you're hoping to buy is something like the destruction of the world, do you think we have the ability to sell to you? After all, if the world doesn't exist, our club will go bankrupt. Zhong Luochen nodded in agreement, but Luo Qiu suddenly said leisurely, besides, you can't possibly afford the price of destroying the world, even with a discount. Zhong Luochen's heart immediately skipped a beat. Was this a joke, or something else? Luo Qiu continued, we've digressed. Let's talk about what you want, guest. He spoke like a charlatan about wealth. Fame and fortune? Women? Or power? It all depends on what you want and can afford the price. I want to buy noodles, Zhong Luochen said heavily, taking a deep breath. He then watched Luo Qiu's every move with a tense but calm expression. Although the other was wearing a clown mask, he could still discern something from her body language. But he couldn't see anything. The clown in front of him remained completely still, simply staring at him silently until Zhong Luochen was drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he finally hear the clown speak, of course, no problem. I wonder whose life Mr. Zhong wants, and what he plans to use to buy it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, we don't accept money here. My grandfather, Zhong Luochen said in a deep voice, has a brain tumor and is currently in a coma. We've consulted the best doctors in the country and abroad, but none of them can cure him. I just hope he can pull through this time. Luo Chio's father said, "Guest, I don't care what illness your grandfather has. What I care about is how long you need to buy your grandfather's lifespan, 1 year, 5 years, or 10 years." Zhong Luochen looked at Luo Chio and said, "How long can I buy at most?" Luo Chio replied, "That's up to you to decide. You need to know how much your grandfather's life is worth per minute and how many decades you can afford to bear." Zhong Luochen hesitated for a moment, then said generously, 5 years is enough. As for the cost, I don't know how to measure it. I hope you can tell me. However, I know that although this is a secret transaction, it also emphasizes voluntariness, so I believe you won't mislead me. But it would guide him. Luo Chio remained silent for a while. His silence made Zhong Luochen seem even more uneasy. The young man seemed to be trying his best to hide his unease, so he finally picked up the superior canon's flower tea and sipped it gently. Use 3 hours of my lifespan to buy Zhong Luochen's grandfather's information? Use 3 hours of my lifespan to buy Zhong Luochen's information? But the silence was only on the surface. Behind the scenes, Luo Chio was communicating with the altar on the 3rd basement level with his mind. After successfully completing the transaction for the first time. Just as Yuye said, Luo Chio's abilities will gradually become stronger. For example, right now, he can directly communicate with the altar with a single thought and exchange his own lifespan for the information he wants. The existence of the altar allows Luo Chio to continuously extend his lifespan, but it also seems to be constantly diminishing it at the same time. Because he still held a white jade token worth 70 days of lifespan, Luo Chio decisively chose to purchase the information, considering it an investment for his ex-wife. However, the sudden loss of 6 hours of life still caused him some heartache. It wasn't until Zhong Luochen had drunk half of the flower tea that Luo Chio slowly spoke, "Sir, you should know that your grandfather's life is related to the fate of many people, whether they are your relatives or enemies. If your grandfather lives even one more day, countless people will be able to eat and wear, and countless families will be torn apart." And all of this only required one decision from him. Zhong Luocheng deeply agreed, saying, "That's precisely why we can't let him pass away like this." At this moment, Luo Chio suddenly reached out and swept his hand across the table. Several pattern playing cards appeared out of thin air on the blank table. "Sir, since you've given me the right to appraise, then I'll appraise it for you. Please look." Luo Chio opened the first card on his left, which had the number 30 written on it. Luo Chio explained, "You can use your 30 years of life to buy your grandfather's 5 years of life." Zhong Luocheng was stunned, then became somewhat embarrassed and angry, saying, 30 years can only be exchanged for 5 years. What kind of deal is this? Luo Chio said calmly, "Mr. Zhong, as far as I know, your family has 3 members in this area, including yourself. All 3 of you are equally capable, and none of you have an advantage. Therefore, the chances of each of you inheriting the vast family are equal, 1/3 each. Besides, the Shang family's empire was built by your grandfather. But even if you have outstanding abilities and even inherit your family, it will only take you 10 years to reach the influence your grandfather currently possesses. You should have thought about this yourself, right? Of course, 10 years is the optimal calculation, so 3 times 10 years is 30 years. Zhong Luochen was silent for a moment. What was the second card? Luo Chio flipped over the second card, which read Wisdom. This was easy to understand. It meant exchanging a lifetime of intelligence for 5 years of her grandfather's life. In this way, his lifespan wouldn't be shortened, and he would still be the young master of the Shang family, but he would likely become mediocre. Essentially, it meant exchanging his life for something else. Clearly, this was something Zhong Luochen couldn't accept. What was Chapter 3? Zhong Luochen subconsciously swallowed. Luo Chio gently lifted the third card. It read, Letter Symbol. What did this mean? Zhong Luochen frowned in confusion. Luo Chio said calmly, It's simple. No matter what you gain in the future, You will be unable to feel any happiness, you will be unable to appreciate the preciousness of love, you will forget the rarity of family ties, you will lose the joy of having offspring, and even a sense of satisfaction will leave you. No matter what you do or how you do it. Seeing Zhong Luochen's silent appearance, Luo Qiu reached out to flip over the card of the 4th chapter, but unexpectedly, Zhong Luochen suddenly stopped her, saying, "No need, let's use my happiness as the basis for the transaction." Luo Qiu was slightly surprised. "Mr. Zhong, you should understand. Seeing to the end is one of your rights," Zhong Luocheng sneered. "Seeing what comes next will probably only make things worse. This is indeed a place where you make deals with demons. I can't trade my life for it, nor will I give up my wisdom. This is your reason for choosing happiness." Zhong Luocheng raised his head, full of confidence, and said, "Yes. But don't forget I have a black card, so I can still enjoy a discount by exchanging happiness. That means I can have at least 1 or 2 things that bring me satisfaction, and you can't take them away." Luo Qiu tapped the table, seemingly unsure. "So what do you plan to keep? Although it's only an 80% discount, you can only keep 1 thing that brings happiness at most. Although there are many, they can ultimately be categorized into a few things: love, family, interests, achievements, and rest assured, I'll keep achievements for you." Zhong Luochen answered directly, "Yes. Perhaps a better choice will come in the end." Luo Qiu said calmly. Zhong Luochen shook his head and said, "I trust my feelings. There's no point in saying more." Luo Qiu could only nod, then gestured with his hand. An old parchment scroll began to slowly unfurl in front of Zhong Luochen. "If you've made up your mind, press your palm on it. The sales contract will then officially take effect." Zhong Luochen pressed his palm directly. His heart suddenly contracted at that moment, almost as if he were suffocating. Zhong Luochen gasped for breath and looked on in horror. Luo Qiu calmly said, "Don't worry, as long as the transaction is completed, you will be safe. Besides, we always give you the goods first and then collect the payment. This contract is just a small guarantee because we don't want to see customers who have received the goods but don't want to pay the payment." Zhong Luochen took a deep breath and said, "Okay, so is my grandfather fully recovered now?" Luo Qiu shook her head and said, "No need to rush. First, bring your grandfather to this place." No need to come directly to me. Just find a place to settle down. After you've done the first step, you should know how to find my black card." The card reappeared in Zhong Luocheng's pocket, and he nodded, quickly pushing open the club's door and walking out onto the bustling street. Watching Zhong Luocheng leave, Luo Qiu shook her head. Actually, he could go there on his own, but not because of his teleportation ability. He would need to use transportation. His abilities weren't strong enough to allow him to cross several provinces currently. He could only move around within the city. As for the other reason, there was nothing really, just laziness. "Congratulations, Master, you've closed a deal," Yuye said, praising Luo Qiu without reservation. Luo Qiu took off his clown mask and fanned himself. "The deal isn't finished yet, no need to be happy. Besides, because of the 20% discount, I feel like I've lost a lot." But since it was one of the rules, even if Luo Qiu felt he was losing out, there was nothing he could do. However, although Zhong Luocheng's achievements and happiness were preserved, the value of everything else, if transferred through a legal process, far exceeded Luo Qiu's expectations. Of course, after the transaction was completed, what was the Master's 4th chapter, the pointing card? Yuye asked curiously, but Luo Qiu shook his head without answering. He picked up his cane and headed upstairs. Yuye tilted his head, then reached out and flipped over the 4th card that Luo Qiu hadn't taken. It read, 20 years of good deeds. He knew that the transaction fee for this 4th card wasn't readily available. Rather, it required Zhong Luocheng to maintain a standard of good deeds for the next 20 years and refrain from any wrongdoing until the deadline was reached. In the parlance of this Eastern country, it's about accumulating good deeds and using the merits accumulated over 20 years of good deeds as the final transaction. The master is a bit wicked, isn't he? The beautiful maid smiled slightly, put the cards away, and said, let's take a spontaneous trip and be back soon. Just as Ren Xiling was busy with Shen Yu's manuscript, she glanced at the message on her phone. She was first stunned, then slammed her hands on the table and stood up angrily. You brat, you're pulling this trick on me again. Have you grown too big for your britches? Ren Xiling quickly made a phone call. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Ren Xiling finally sat down, feeling helpless. Having worked in this industry for many years, her temper had mellowed considerably, so she didn't utter anything like "go to hell with your big eyes." Luo Qiu, guided by the flight attendant, also sat down. Of course, accompanying her was Yu Yi. Yu Yi had changed out of the maid outfit she wore at the club. Now she wore a white undershirt with a light green knitted cardigan, white casual jeans, and silver openwork flat shoes, naturally giving off a completely different vibe. Although he didn't explicitly say he wanted to go into Yu Yi's room, he figured the closet must be full. With a female companion, the flight attendants didn't show much enthusiasm beyond their professional duties, but the rear business and economy cabins, separated by curtains, were clearly more refined. The catalogue Gu Yuezhi brought back indicated that the auction venue wasn't in Luo Qiu's city. Instead, it was beyond several cities, actually outside the province, exceeding Luo Qiu's travel range. If he wanted to go there, he would have to choose transportation. To ensure a round trip within a day and get sufficient rest, after understanding the club's financial situation and considering Zhong Luocheng's fastest round-trip speed, Luo Qiu directly chose to leave the matter to Yu Ye. Presumably, Yu Ye had done many similar tasks in his years of social activities. In short, when Luo Qiu sat in the first-class seat, he had virtually no worries. Just as Luo Qiu was about to close her eyes and rest, she unexpectedly heard someone calling her name. She felt incredibly awkward about running into an acquaintance at this moment. Zhong Qingrui, from the Gaiyu's High restaurant, was alone, carrying a handbag, a cell phone, and a plane ticket. She looked on curiously. He frowned slightly and then asked, "Are you planning to take it back from the auction?" It wasn't too surprising that the other party had guessed this. After all, the catalogue and materials were only obtained from Gu Yuezhi yesterday, and today they were already on a plane to their destination. So, the young lady of Gu Yuezhi, who also had this purpose, would naturally think in this direction. Luo Qiu could only nod. Perhaps because she was born into a merchant family, Zhong Qingrui maintained basic politeness. "This is your companion, Yu Yi," Luo Qiu nodded, introducing her, and then added, "Yes, a companion who will accompany me for a long time." "What a beautiful person!" Zhong Qingrui smiled slightly. Every woman has a tendency to compare herself to others, whether strongly or weakly, intentionally or unintentionally. But Zhong Qingrui was genuinely amazed by Yu Ye, a woman who seemed to possess all the virtues of both Eastern and Western women, like a rose on a high mountain, a very special feeling that made Zhong Qingrui glance at her a few more times. Hearing Luo Qiu's strange reply, the young lady of Gaiyu's High, accustomed to listening to various famous paintings and subtle glimpses of beauty, understood and smiled. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. However, Luo Qiu, if you're planning to go to the auction, why don't I take you? Since I'm also one of the organizers, it'll save you some trouble. I haven't considered whether Luo Qiu has purchasing power. In fact, at many auctions, there are always more spectators than buyers. Some people just join in the fun. Besides, we're classmates, and Zhong Qingrui doesn't want to give off an arrogant impression." Luo Qiu thought for a moment and said, "All right." Zhong Qingrui returned to her seat. At this moment, Yu Ye whispered in Luo Qiu's ear, "Master, this young lady's soul is so beautiful." Luo Qiu didn't say anything afterward. Yu Ye was implying that Luo Qiu could develop Zhong Qingrui into a club guest, but he didn't intend to for the time being. There were many people in the world with beautiful souls, and Zhong Qingrui wasn't the only one. However, among his limited acquaintances, especially those who knew Ren Xiling, Zhong Qingrui was involved in both. Therefore, he really didn't want to approach her as a club owner. Besides, Luo Qiu closed his eyes again to rest. However, these seemingly intimate gestures still caught the attention of Chen Wuyuan and Zhong Qingrui. They were once again amazed by the superior beauty of this dreamlike woman, each harboring their own thoughts. Chen Wuyuan hoped to encounter a beautiful woman in these wealthy places, but felt he couldn't compare, thus considering it self-destructive to bribe. Zhong Qingrui, on the other hand, was curious that someone could fall for Luo Qiu, a guy who seemed so aloof and unapproachable. Perhaps it was true love, a woman who also had fantasies about romance. Silently wishing them well, the plane landed smoothly at its destination. Accompanied by Zhong Qingrui, Luo Qiu boarded a shuttle bus provided by the auction organizers. The bus had barely started moving when another bus stopped at the same time, but in a different place, the capital city, thousands of miles away. To call it a mansion wouldn't be an exaggeration, but a more accurate description would be a villa, a property owned by the Zhong family, and the residents of the Zhong family's direct descendants. "Chen Yun, get ready right now and wait for me here," Zhong Luochen ordered, then hurriedly headed towards the manor. Chen Yun didn't dare delay. While taking out his phone to make arrangements, he also looked longingly at the interior of the manor. Even now, he still didn't have the qualifications to go in. He had heard that the old master living in the manor was in even more dangerous condition, which was why Zhong Luochen had rushed back. The situation inside the manor was volatile, and things could change at any moment. Chen Yun's face was somewhat gloomy. Although the Zhong family wasn't exactly embroiled in internal strife, there were undercurrents of tension. The old master hadn't designated anyone as the heir. The two young masters and one young lady of the Zhong family were all exceptionally capable. If the old master truly couldn't overcome this difficulty, things would get interesting. However, upon returning, Zhong Luochen simultaneously ordered the purchase of return tickets, not just 1 or 2 seats, but a whole first-class ticket, which puzzled Chen Yun. At that moment, a car sped into the villa. Chen Yun knew it was the private car of another young master of the Zhong family. By now, apart from the young lady who had always been there with him, the 3 members of the Zhong family from this area had all gathered. Of course, some of the Zhong family's most powerful members had also arrived early. Could it be that things are really about to change? Chen Yun looked at the sky, muttering angrily, "This damn smog. Second brother, you're back." Zhong Luochen glanced at his younger sister but didn't say much. Instead, he asked directly about the situation. The third young lady of the Zhong family didn't look too well at the moment. When the doctor said it would probably be within the next few days, he saw that his grandfather was even delirious and didn't recognize anyone. Zhong Luochen nodded and pushed open the door to the luxurious suite. A group of people anxiously surrounded the edge of the bed, and there were also 2 doctors and 3 nurses who were constantly monitoring the new green coat that had been transported there. "Luo Chen, you're finally back." Another middle-aged man with a square face beside the bed called out. Zhong Luochen nodded quickly and walked inside. The Zhong family was large, but there weren't many true direct descendants. Old Master Zhong only had 1 son and 1 daughter. Zhong Luochen's father contracted a strange illness in his early years and became unable to care for himself afterward. Although he didn't have great love, he could only sit in a wheelchair and even his speech was slurred. As for Zhong Luochen's aunt, she was troublesome and died. The man who had just greeted her was her aunt's husband, Wang Guoli. "You'd better stay here for the next couple of days, wouldn't you?" Zhong Luocheng's mother sighed. Zhong Luocheng suddenly said, "Mother, please step aside. Those 2 doctors over there, you need to prepare that as soon as possible. I need to move my grandfather to another place." This should have been a time of sorrow and desolation. Zhong Luochen, however, appeared remarkably decisive. The 3rd generation of the Zhong family had suffered 3 calamities, and Zhong Luochen's composure was awe-inspiring. Almost no one had a chance to process his words. "Luochen, what's wrong with you?" Just then, another young man arrived from behind, Zhong Luoyu, the eldest son of the 3rd generation of the Zhong family. He strode forward. "The doctor said Grandpa is dying. Don't cause any trouble now. Do you want to watch Grandpa endure inhuman pain in his final moments? At this moment, Zhong Luochen's mother looked at her son with suspicion. Zhong Luochen took a deep breath and said, "Listen, I don't have much time to explain, but if you all want to save Grandpa's life, then do as I say without hesitation." Zhong Luochen frowned and said, "We've already seen all the top doctors in the country and abroad. What other methods do you have? In short, any method to save his life." Zhong Luochen shook his head, turned to look at the doctors, and said in a deep voice, "What are you still standing there for? I told you to get ready immediately, all of you stop." Zhong Luoyun shouted angrily, grabbing her younger brother's arm. "Luo Chen, I don't know what you're planning to do, but if you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving this place. These past few days have been too sensitive. I absolutely won't let you leave alone with Grandpa. Little sister, you stand over there." The third young lady of the Zhong family suddenly asked, frowned. "I agree with my eldest brother, but I'd also like to hear my second brother's explanation. If there really is a way to save him, I'll be the first to support it. Second brother, getting Grandpa injured isn't something that can be ignored. Whatever your reasons, you should make sure all the elders present understand." "How could I say that? Tell them about the club?" "That's absurd, impossible to say, and hardly anyone would believe it. If you're worried I might do something underhanded, you can come with me. Listen, staying here is suicide, but if you follow my instructions, there's a chance of survival. Instead of waiting here until the end, why not take a gamble? In short, I absolutely will not agree unless you make things clear." Zhong Luoyun snorted coldly. "The Zhong family is not for you to make decisions." Zhong Luochen gritted his teeth. Indeed, he is not the only one who can make decisions here. Currently, it is a situation of leaderlessness. Moving one thing will have far-reaching consequences, and no one can suppress anyone else. Just then, an elderly man who had been silently keeping vigil by the bedside suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, almost everyone's eyes turned to him. The old man wasn't loyal, but his status in the Zhong family was extraordinary. He had spent his entire life following Old Master Zhong, and it could be said that half of the Zhong family's initial success was due to his efforts. The old man had no children and lived a lonely life. Old Master Zhong treated him like a brother. He even said that as long as he lived, there would be an old man, and even made all the third generation of the Zhong family formally acknowledge Grandpa Luo as their great-grandson. Zhong Luochen's eyes lit up as he looked at the old man, but the old man said something ambiguous. "Luo Chen, have you seen that person?" Zhong Luochen nodded. The old man's eyes immediately lit up, as if the gloom on his face had been swept away. He said with great vigor, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and start moving him. If anyone is slow, I'll make sure they never get a chance to breathe again." It was this elderly man, who held a transcendent position in the Zhong family, who directly nodded in agreement. Zhong Luoyun and the third young lady of the Zhong family both showed slight changes in expression. Had Zhong Luochen done something to gain such trust from Grandpa Lu? Lu Qiu nodded to Zhong Qingrui inside the car window, said thank you, and got out of the car outside the auction venue. Zhong Qingrui had initially planned to take him directly into the venue, but Lu Qiu felt that would only attract attention and was too much trouble, so he simply declined the polite formalities. Zhong Qingrui then took the car and entered the venue's underground parking lot first, while Lu Qiu, along with Yu Ye, followed the proper procedures to pass through the entrance security check. The security here was lax. In the passageway, Yu Ye nonchalantly said, "Master, if you really want that jade pendant being auctioned, Yu Ye can easily get it. Anyway, this place is far inferior to that so-called Palace of Treasures in France." Lu Qiu glanced around. No one seemed to be paying attention to Yu Ye's statement. It wasn't that he didn't believe Yu Ye, rather, it was because he believed him too much that he earnestly denied it. "I know you've touched the Louvre," Lu Qiu said, "but Zhong Qingrui is nominally my classmate, and I don't want to cause him any trouble." Luo Qiu shook his head. "In the end, I'm just more interested than anything else. I don't intend to take the other jade tablet. Besides, if it's not something that's been judged as a transactional item, it can't be used to offer advice. Even if the other jade pendant is obtained, and even if they might actually be connected and were originally a pair, they have been separated into two different concepts. Unless Luo Qiu is willing to put his jade pendant into storage, his jade pendant can be freed from the concept of a transaction. I understand, Liu Yi said with a slight smile. Then obtaining it through normal channels will suffice, right? Luo Qiu was taken aback, then shook his head, saying, I know the club possesses immense wealth worldwide, but the manual states that this wealth can only be used as merchandise in customer transactions. Even I can't misappropriate it privately, can I? Yu Yi smiled slightly. In the past, some customers would give Yu Yi small gifts. An elderly man with a youthful face and white hair, accompanied by a young man, entered the auction hall. The old man, with a ruddy complexion, walked with a steady gait, his physique even more robust than that of most young men seen in society. The young man walked behind the old man, looking around with great curiosity. However, disregarding these worldly matters, the old man said calmly, Young man, you've been following the old man for quite some time, and the two have a deep bond. He quickly smiled and said, Master, after we get our hands on that noble Jade Emperor's new seal and wondrous golden tablet, if there's still time, may I wander around a bit? The old man suddenly glared at the young man, startling him. The young man's heart pounded. The old man said, Hunter, how many times have I warned you not to be ostentatious in times of trouble? So many demons and monsters have perished, and so many women have died. That jade tablet is of utmost importance. If word gets out. Before he could finish, the young man's face turned serious. If word gets out, it will inevitably attract those evil spirits and demons. The martial world will be plunged into chaos and bloodshed. We won't be able to cultivate in peace. Master, did I recite it correctly? The old man snorted and said, From now on, shut up and silently recite the sect inner insider 100 times. The young man opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He dared not disobey his master's orders and could only lower his head and silently recite the sect inner insight he was already tired of reciting. Just then, a flustered man in his 30s, wearing old, dark glasses, suddenly collapsed in front of him, facing the old man directly. The old man, quick-witted and agile, caught the man and saw that his eyes were closed, his face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat. The old man frowned, reached out and pressed his palm against the man's back, simultaneously squeezing and pressing hard on the man's philtrum. The man quickly regained consciousness. What happened? Your internal energy suddenly became disordered, and then your spirit and energy became uncontrollable. If it weren't for this old Taoist, you'll at least have a serious illness. The old man had already stood up. The man did indeed feel a warm current flowing into his body, and the splitting headache he had felt was relieved. He hurriedly thanked him, saying, Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. After saying that, the man hurriedly walked into the main hall of the auction. Who is this person? The young man, quite indignant that the old man had run off after being rescued without saying a word, retorted. The old man, unperturbed, replied, Have you finished reciting the Heart Sutra? No, I'll recite it right now. Young man, shut up. The old man acted as if nothing had happened and walked into the arena. Miss, your 150,000 deposit has been successfully withheld. If you do not purchase any items in this auction, we will fully refund it. This is your bidding number, please keep it safe. Also, this is one of the original copies of the auction guarantee you signed, please keep that safe as well. And this is my card if you need anything, you can contact me anytime. Yu Ye nodded calmly, taking the receipts and documents from the man who was supposedly the auction house manager, but leaving the card behind before turning and leaving. A young female receptionist accompanying him lowered her head and chuckled to herself, thinking, this woman is unbelievably beautiful, the clothes she wears. Unless you have a specialized knowledge of fashion, you'd never guess it's a new piece from a well-known international brand spring-summer fashion season. Putting everything else aside, that simple crossbody bag alone is enough to cover the manager's salary for half a year. Why would anyone be interested in a pale-faced pig like you? I just wonder what that young man waiting nearby is all about, that could elicit such a gentle and charming smile from this icy woman. He doesn't seem like a rich kid. Could it be that the kept man doesn't want this either? The receptionist was lost in thought when the fat man, who had been turned away, slammed his hand on the table. Xiao Wang, I'm leaving for a bit. Keep an eye on things and don't cause any trouble. Okay, fat man, Xiao Chen quickly replied, but as he turned away, he rolled his eyes, thinking, I heard that Jiu Zhai is sending a great beauty this time. Judging from her deadpan appearance, she probably wants to get closer. This pig-headed guy doesn't even know what he's made of. However, Xiao Chen didn't really look at himself. With his white skin achieved through thick foundation, he greeted people with a smile. Yu Ye had already walked up to Luo Qiu, who was waiting, and asked softly, What are you looking at? Oh, I just saw something interesting. Luo Qiu smiled and recounted how he had just seen an old man help and save a man. He didn't know what had happened, but the man seemed very nervous. However, he wondered if the old man was some kind of skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, perhaps specializing in massage or some kind of ancient Eastern technique called qi. Yu Ye said softly. Luo Qiu had originally intended to ask in surprise, does Qigong really exist in this world? But considering the existence of the club and the butterfly demon and mantis demon she had just met, it didn't seem like a big deal if Qigong existed. So she changed her question to, are there many people who understand Qigong? Yu Ye corrected her, the evidence is that it's Yang Qi and Jade Qi, which are different from the Qigong circulating among the people. As for whether there are many, it's hard to say. However, I once heard an Eastern cultivator who had visited the club say that the current cultivators have become obsessed with trivial matters and are far inferior to those of the past. There are probably only a few hundred people left. Many traditions have been lost in the changes of history. Luo Qiu smiled and said, that's probably similar to traditional crafts being lost. Master, the show is about to start. Let's go in. Yao Yi reminded Luo Qiu. It's time. By the way, I heard how much the deposit was. Yu Ye smiled and said, not much. It's not even enough to buy a spoonful of caviar that you usually eat, Master, is that right? Luo Qiu nodded, not really knowing much about it. Although caviar is often used in high-end restaurants, it's also sold in the market in ordinary packaging. To be honest, Luo Qiu, who didn't know much about these things, only had a general idea. This duck tendon seems quite human-like. Luo Qiu reached into his robes and touched the white jade pendant he carried with him. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he noticed that the pendant, which had been damp, seemed to have warmed up slightly when he entered the auction house. He had intended to take it out to examine it more closely, but now he felt uneasy. He turned his head and looked at it. He noticed someone staring intently at him. If he remembered correctly, it was the man the old man had just helped. But as soon as Luo Qiu turned around, the man hurriedly walked away. Yu Yi, who had witnessed this, frowned and walked past Luo Qiu, intending to follow. However, Luo Qiu reached out and grabbed his arm. No need, he said, I mean no harm. He seemed to find this statement somewhat unacceptable. Luo Qiu thought to himself, lately, I've been finding my senses in this area increasingly acute. If Yu Ye, who was contemplating suicide, couldn't understand people's hearts even as the club's owner, then that wouldn't make sense. Luo Qiu was subconsciously taken aback, realizing that this was probably one of the strange abilities the club had bestowed upon him. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with understanding people's hearts, but he didn't feel there was anything particularly good about it either. Lurking in his mind, Luo Qiu felt this wasn't something to be happy about. Luo Qiu shook his head. Let's take a seat. The catalogue says the jade plaque should be one of the last items to be auctioned. However, this is my first time in a place like this, so it's good to see what's going on. He turned and smiled curiously. I often hear about buyers vying for auctions. I wonder if we can see it clearly today. Actually, these two were a very strange pair. The woman was like a figure from a painting, dreamlike and seemingly possessing a magical allure that captivated the soul. The man, however, was easily noticeable. Though he was fairly handsome, there were too many handsome men, and walking alongside the woman, he appeared remarkably ordinary. The man walked ahead, while the dreamlike woman followed at a leisurely pace. Finally, they found a secluded corner to sit down. As if unwilling to be disturbed, the love of beauty is human nature. Because of her exceptional beauty, she attracted the attention of most people, and no one noticed the old man with a youthful face and white hair, or the young woman beside him with a striking face. The master never expected there to be such an ethereal woman. The young woman gazed at the old man with a kind of infatuation, but suddenly opened her eyes. A golden light flashed in her eyes. She saw him reach out and quickly make a hand seal in front of his chest, then swiftly tap the young woman's forehead and let out a low shout. "World-honored one," the young man exclaimed, a look of terror crossing his face. The old man frowned and said, "Don't speak. Silently recite the Heart Sutra, guard your mind, and clear your mind of all distractions. Don't let this pink skull corrupt your Tao heart." The young man dared not disobey and quickly closed his eyes. The old man's gaze, sharp as torches, swept past the young man and turned to a corner, his expression grave. "What a bewitching art! Who is this woman? She has no spirit, no energy, no vitality, like a wandering soul or a ghost, yet she is not a demon. Could she be some kind of heretical being?" The old man's mind raced with thoughts. He had come here to obtain something that had been lost for centuries, something he had stumbled upon by chance. However, he couldn't be sure that others might also be there with the same purpose. The old man took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal again. Then, his fingers tightened into a fist and swiftly swept across his eyes. He opened his eyes again and looked towards that corner. This time, he was shocked to meet the woman's eyes. Her sapphire blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. In that instant of contact, the old man's spirit felt as if it had been swallowed into a giant whirlpool. His face turned pale, and he looked terrified. He could only bite his tongue hard to barely pull himself out of the situation. But he was already sweating profusely, his heart pounding, his breathing erratic, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. The old man quickly steadied himself, muttering incantations and using his superior Taoist skills to transmit his voice. "Prince Ping Dao Yong, who are you? An Eastern Taoist cultivator, is that it? Put away your pathetic wariness. Don't ruin my master's career, or I'll dig up your mountain." The woman's groan was like a red bell tolling from the heavens, directly shaking Prince Yang's mind and making him uneasy. He almost vomited. If it weren't for the fact that the pure young master had cultivated for 60 or 70 years and had a solid foundation, he might have been in danger of going into qi deviation. But that terrifying spirit had vanished without a trace. Prince Yang's face became even more unsightly. While slowly regulating his breathing, he secretly wondered when such a powerful figure had arrived nearby. What's more, judging from his tone, he seemed to be just a servant. The old man took a deep breath, picked up his phone, opened the QQ app, logged in with his QQ account, and began using handwriting input to type. "Fellow Taoists, have you ever heard of a woman as beautiful as a fairy, with black hair and an exceptionally strong spirit, whose allure is incredibly sharp? She's online now, waiting. I'll probably be back tonight. Don't cook." Luo Chiu replied to Ren Xiling's DN text message. Then she looked up, puzzled, and asked, "Yuye, did you say anything just now? I think I heard some strange noises, but I couldn't make it out." You didn't say anything?" Yuye smiled slightly. "Is that so?" Luo Chiu nodded. At this moment, the auctioneer had already come on stage, holding the microphone and speaking, "Thank you all for coming. It's an honor to have my lengthy speech at this auction. Immediately after, the first item to be auctioned will be presented. Luo Qiu glanced at the price. The starting bid was 30,000. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking that those starting bids of millions or tens of millions were truly rare. He'd heard that some high-level auctions abroad often featured transactions involving deciphering code. If his time-traveling abilities were stronger, he'd find time to go and see for himself. Luo Qiu listened with great interest as the MC described each item in detail. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He should really learn more about this. The club had conveniently provided him with appraisal skills, but judging from the white jade plaque, these appraisals weren't random. If it meant sacrificing one's lifespan for information, it was truly a scam. Should he ask Zhong Qingrui for recommendations? She'd recommend some books suitable for scholars. After all, they should be able to handle it, right? As they pondered this, the purpose of their visit finally arrived. A projector on the stage displayed photos of the white jade plaque taken from several different angles. The auctioneer enthusiastically announced, "Next up is lot number 27 from Gu Zhai." Those who have been following this will likely already know some information about this jade plaque. Please look at the back of the plaque. We can vaguely see the characters for Zhuan Shu Yingku and Zi Gang Zi. The atmosphere in the room seemed to heat up. The spotlight shone on the white jade plaque, and some guests began taking photos without hesitation. The auctioneer smiled and said, "I'm sure you're all familiar with this kind of inscription. Now I can assure you with certainty that this white jade plaque you see is indeed from the Ming dynasty. The origin of this white jade plaque is unknown, but based on the magazine attached to it, it's guaranteed to be 500 years old." He then presented the date certificate and the material certificate for the jade plaque itself. The auctioneer immediately struck the gavel, setting the starting price at 550,000, with each bid increasing by 10,000. The first bid was 550,000. Someone had already raised their sign. It was Miss A66 over there. Looking at Yu Yi elegantly holding up her number, Luo Qiu just watched without saying a word. His bank account was almost entirely filled with New Year's money, red envelopes, and pocket money from over the years. Although the club was incredibly wealthy, in fact, when Luo Qiu first encountered it, he was quite stunned looking at the circles to the left of the decimal points, but that wealth was untouchable, something he could only dream of. So, he still only had a little over 10,000 yuan in his bank account at most. "Yuye, could it be that you're actually a rich woman?" Yuye still wore that enigmatic smile that Luo Qiu couldn't quite decipher. Luo Qiu, naturally the master's, was taken aback. He chuckled and said, "Most men probably like hearing that, right?" But he shook his head and continued, "Since you've already made your move, try to buy it back if possible." Luo Qiu wasn't indecisive. Now that they were approaching it through normal channels, buying it back directly wasn't a problem. He didn't see anything wrong with using Yuye's money. Yuye had existed for over 300 years, weathering countless changes, and backed by a club or something similar, so accumulating extraordinary wealth wasn't unimaginable. Similarly, if he had this idea, he could also accumulate enormous wealth in the future. Therefore, letting someone else buy the white jade token out of affectation would actually cause more trouble. Luo Qiu was inherently afraid of trouble. A45 was bid up to 560,000. 560,000, is there any higher bid? 560,000, first time. A66 was bid up to 570,000. Any more bids? Any higher bids? A51 was bid up to 580,000, first time. Watching the auctioneer shouting excitedly, Yuye seemed impatient and stood up abruptly, saying loudly, "No need for that. 1 million. This amount wasn't much in the eyes of truly wealthy people. But at that moment, the moment this dreamlike woman stood up, she captured almost all the attention present. The men couldn't tear their eyes away from her beautiful figure, and even the women, unusually, didn't feel disdain. In essence, this was a beauty that made people want to bribe her. The old man in the other corner tried several times to raise his number paddle, but felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with even greater shock. He knew that the allure emanating from this woman had captivated everyone, except for the auctioneer, who remained completely unaffected. Her control over her skill was truly impeccable. Not only that, but he himself was constantly under immense mental pressure, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. The white jade and purple steel pendant, sold for $1 million, was finally sold to Miss A66. The gavel fell, but in that instant, a figure rushed out of the venue. He leaped onto the stage, snatched the jade pendant, and fled towards the emergency exit. The security guards, as if in a panic, clutched their batons and hurriedly gave chase. Luo Qiu frowned. He saw Yu Yi was angry, but the person who had stolen the pendant was none other than the man with black glasses he had noticed twice before. The auction was forced to stop on site, and a group of people remained to await news. While Luo Qiu was deep in thought, a staff member approached him. Accompanied by the staff member, Luo Qiu and Yu Yi arrived at the side entrance of the venue and found several people already waiting there. There was Zhong Qingrui, whom Luo Qiu knew, as well as a man in his early 30s who was overweight, and a woman around 50 years old. Luo Qiu, this is Miss Dong, the hostess of the auction. This is Manager Han, who is in charge of the event. Zhong Qingrui quickly explained, I'm sorry, your friend's item was snatched away midway through the auction. In any case, we will try our best to get it back as soon as possible. So that means it hasn't been found yet? Luo Qiu asked with a silent smile. MS. Dong looked Luo Qiu up and down. The group had been watching the auction from backstage via video, and they naturally had a strong impression of the person who bid the highest price for the first item. Zhong Qingrui seemed to know the other party, so there was some courtesy involved. Since the other party had bid for the item but it was taken away, there was also some apology. Therefore, MS. Dong had to say politely, Mr. Luo, please rest assured, we have already called the police. That thief definitely can't escape. Luo Qiu was stunned and asked, seemingly oblivious to the situation, could it be that they've let him out of the venue? Zhong Qingrui, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, that guy probably had a plan. We discovered that the lock on one of the fire escape doors was broken, and then someone saw the thief coming from the east wing. Leaving on a motorcycle must have been planned in advance. Luo Qiu shook his head. If he were in his own city, he could probably get to that man's side in a flash. But being in another city, he wasn't so flexible. He didn't have any good ideas for the moment. Besides, he hadn't actually lost anything. Although the ticket was successful, he hadn't paid yet. I don't care what method you use, we're leaving by plane tonight. You'd better give us an explanation before evening. Yu Ye suddenly said calmly, the security here is your responsibility, it's for prevention. We like that jade pendant and wanted to buy it. There's an Eastern saying, 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy what the heart desires. This isn't something that can be resolved with simple compensation. We understand, we understand. Hanshin's manager quickly said with a smile, even if you're in a hurry to leave tonight, our Jibao auction house won't let this go. Once we can recover the jade pendant, we'll deliver it to you by any means necessary. MS. Dong and Zhong Qingrui both thought to themselves, this woman has such a powerful aura she makes you feel inferior. This isn't something just any rich family's daughter can do. Zhong Qingrui looked at Luo Qiu with a hint of difficulty. Luo Qiu could only turn to Yu Yedao, saying, since the things have been stolen, there's nothing we can do. We're not interested in the rest. Zhong Qingrui, you should have my phone number. If there's any news from here, just let me know. It's night time, and we still have some time. Let's go look around somewhere else. Should we try something else? The club maid doll, who was unconditionally obedient to Luo Qiu, nodded obediently, but when she looked at Zhong Qingrui and the other two, her gaze was sharp, like the cold wind of the Siberian plateau. Watching the two walk towards the exit, MS. Dong subconsciously sighed. Qingrui, just who is this girl? I've seen quite a few formidable women in my life, but I've never felt so oppressed that I didn't dare to breathe. Zhong Qingrui smiled wryly and said, Aunt Dong, to be honest, I'm completely clueless too. I only know she's Luo Chio's friend, probably his girlfriend. Then what about the man? Aunt Dong asked curiously. Zhong Qingrui was reluctant to elaborate and said, he's my classmate. Although we're classmates, we're not really close. Aunt Dong nodded. Everyone shrewd she could tell Zhong Qingrui was being a bit perfunctory. But this only made people more curious about the young couple's identities. Aunt Dong shook her head and said, let's find our way back to business first. Aunt Dong, am not a woman who lets others bully her without saying a word. Luo Chio used a ride-hailing app to call a taxi. While waiting outside the venue, Yuya asked softly, Master, I'm sorry for my poor performance. Luo Chio was taken aback and said, it's nothing. After all, not everyone can encounter something like this. Besides, there are so many surveillance cameras on site that guy couldn't escape. Anyway, the deposit has been refunded to you, so we didn't actually suffer any loss. But if it weren't for that guy causing trouble, the pre-arrangement would already be yours, Master. Luo Chio, however, said rather cheerfully, isn't this even more interesting? Why did that man steal the jade pendant? Does he know something unknown about it? That in itself is far more valuable than simply obtaining the jade pendant. The taxi driver had already started to pull over. Luo Chio smiled and said, let's go. I roughly know which direction that guy ran off in. Yi opened his mouth in confusion. Luo Chio took out the jade pendant he was holding and said, this thing has been getting warm since just now. I could feel it when I touched it. He walked towards the taxi, muttering to himself, maybe I can figure out what this jade pendant is without even needing to subdue the beast. In a secluded cargo hold, a man wearing black glasses, his expression blank, held a white jade pendant, repeatedly saying, found you. Finally found you. Found you. He had found it. He rubbed the small jade pendant again and again, not knowing how much time had passed. It was as if the world consisted only of him and this white jade pendant. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and looked up sharply. He saw a man and a woman appear out of nowhere in front of him. The man suddenly panicked and clutched the white jade pendant tightly in his hand. He seemed to remember this young man who had suddenly appeared. He had seen this young man at the auction, so he instinctively realized it was you. Luo Chio said with some disappointment, I waited here for you for half a day, and then all I heard was the constant repeating found you, nothing else. I had no choice but to come out. What do you want to do? You want to take it from me? The man became even more nervous, like a lion or tiger protecting its cubs. Luo Chio took out her white jade token, shook it, and said, can you tell me what secret this thing holds? The man was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, I knew it. I knew it. There's another one. When I saw you, I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Sure enough, it was on you. Give it to me. The man suddenly lunged at Luo Chio like a madman, but before he could reach him, Yi easily placed him on the ground. The man clutched his stomach in pain, feeling nauseous from the violent impact. Master is just an ordinary person, Yi whispered in Luo Chio's ear. Luo Chio hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and said, Sir, I have no ill intentions. I just want to know what this thing is. I also hope you understand that this thing was bought from the auction house and theoretically belongs to us, but you stole it. The man, panting heavily, said with difficulty, they belong to me, not you, not any of you. Luo Chio frowned and said, as far as I know, the jade pendant you stole originally belonged to Gu Shai, and then it was auctioned off. Only the one I have is worth auctioning. I'm afraid it's not yours either. The man suddenly opened his eyes. They all belong to me. 500 years ago, they all belonged to me. Luo Chio was stunned. 500 years ago. The man suddenly smiled bitterly. Do you believe in reincarnation? There are demons and cultivators in this magical eastern land. Ordinary people probably wouldn't believe it, but Luo Qiu is the kind of person who believes without needing proof. Yu Yi said he would be able to see into people's hearts in the future. Whether that will be true or not, Luo Qiu isn't sure. But at this moment, he senses that this man isn't speaking, just like when he looked at this man at the auction and didn't sense any malice. He reached out and helped the man up, touching another white jade pendant on his own hand, and began to listen to the man's story. The man was 34 years old and named Su Haud. He was originally just a courier for a nearby transportation company and was unmarried. Since childhood, he had a strange dream. In a magnificent hall, there was the wrath of the emperor and the clamor of sword-wielding guards. The old man used an ancient remedy to exorcise the evil spirits from his child's nightmares, but the effect was not significant. As Su Haud grew older, his dreams became more numerous and the things he dreamed of became more and more real. Finally, when he was 30 years old, he knew what this long dream was, and what he himself was. "So you are the maker of this jade pendant?" Luo Qiu looked at Su Haud in surprise. The Ming Dynasty healing master Su Haud smiled bitterly and said, "You don't believe me." At first, I didn't believe it myself. But not only these jade pendants, but all the other artifacts that had been unearthed, I remembered them clearly. They were tough and solid. Su Haud looked at the white jade pendant in Ari Fushua's hand with a hint of infatuation. I remembered clearly every step they took, from the raw stone, to the polishing, carving, and finishing. Luo Qiuchen asked, "Mr. Su, since you know this is about past and present lives, and the past life is severed, why are you still so attached to this white jade pendant? You've been born in the modern world, with family and friends. Aren't you afraid to take risks?" Su Haud shook his head, his expression pained, and said, "I've been confused and hesitant, always hesitant. But when I saw this white jade pendant at the event, I was like I was possessed. I couldn't control myself at all. I clearly know that I am Su Haud, not someone from 500 years ago. However, another voice told me that I couldn't just stand by and watch Third Sister be bought by someone else. We've been separated for 500 years, who knows when we'll meet again?" "Third Sister?" Su Haud gave a bitter smile and sighed. "I was once a master healer, obsessed with fine food, and just now I was also arrogant and martial. That year, Emperor Xianzong summoned me to the palace and ordered me to make a pair of white jade plaques, with a scroll of Taoist scripture engraved on them. But I couldn't see that scripture directly. Someone had to read it aloud to me. Third Sister was the person Emperor Xianzong sent to deliver poison to me. Later, I learned that Third Sister was not an ordinary palace maid, but one of Emperor Xianzong's concubines. Before entering the palace, Third Sister had gone to the mountains to study Taoism. Emperor Xianzong, wanting to achieve immortality, had also gone to the mountains to seek the guidance of an old immortal. For some reason, the old immortal agreed to the emperor's request and allowed Third Sister to accompany him into the palace. In the eyes of outsiders, Third Sister was the emperor's concubine, but in reality, she was the one who taught the emperor Taoism. The previous life of these two white jade tablets was a piece discovered in the East Sea, which actually possessed divine power. Third Sister had the emperor carve the knight into a jade plaque and inscribe it with a profound and wondrous scripture she had studied, the Jade Emperor's New Seal Sutra. The emperor wore it and frequently recited it, believing it would make his meditation and cultivation twice as effective. Su Haud's voice suddenly deepened. "During those days, Third Sister kept me company. She was originally a recluse, yet she encountered me. It's all my fault for disturbing Third Sister's proper conduct. But those days were the happiest time of my life. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The white jade plaque eventually came to be completed. I know that once the jade plaques are completed, Third Sister will inevitably return to the Emperor's side. I also know that even if we love each other deeply, we cannot be together." Su Haud sighed and said, "I have secretly engraved Third Sister's and my names into these jade plaques, hoping that Third Sister will find some comfort when she sees them." As he spoke, Su Haud spread out the white jade plaque in his hand. "This one is engraved in the Ying style, and it is my usual signature. The one in your hand is more discreet. It can only be seen under light, it is third sister's name. It's perfectly normal for a healer to inscribe their name on a product, especially since I've taken it for granted as the best craftsman of the time. However, I overlooked the fact that this was for the Emperor. How could the Emperor casually wear someone else's name on his person? The Emperor not only discovered my name but also that of third sister. He was furious. Suhaud's hoarse voice said, "Only then did I realize that the Emperor desired immortality but also fell in love with third sister at first sight. The Emperor wanted to kill my third sister, who desperately pleaded for my life. In a fit of rage, His Majesty summoned a sorcerer who impaled my third sister's 3 souls and 7 spirits into a pair of white jade tablets. He then beheaded me outside the palace, my body and head separated and sent to the southeast, to the very place where I truly feel pain. I hate him so much. I swear that even as a vengeful ghost, I will never let this go. Even if I rise again in the world, I will personally kill the Emperor and find my third sister. But the Emperor is already dead, and the jade tablets are nowhere to be found. I've been searching, life after life, I don't know how many times I've reincarnated, but I've finally found it." Suhaud's gaze suddenly changed, and he grabbed Luo Chio's arms, clapping, "Give me the jade tablet. I want to release third sister. 500 years. A full 500 years." Her soul was separated, sealed within 2 small jade tablets. Do you know how much suffering she endured? This behavior didn't anger Luo Chio. He could sense Suhaud's genuine anger and grief. However, it enraged Yu Yi. He immediately slapped Suhaud away, causing him to fall to the ground. The jade pendant Suhaud was clutching slipped from his grasp and rolled to the side. Suhaud was startled and scrambled to retrieve the pendant. Unexpectedly, the jade tablet suddenly rose into the air and flew off to the other side, eventually landing in the hands of an old man. The old man was accompanied by a young man. After taking the jade tablet, the old man said in a low voice, "This should have belonged to Pingdao sect." It seems the records were indeed correct. Suhaud, clearly recognized this old man. He was the one who had saved him at the auction. Luo Chio recognized the old man, and his face suddenly turned red. He shouted in a deep voice, "Give me back the piece in your hand." Almost at the same time, Luo Chio felt his body become extremely heavy, as if the surrounding air was being squeezed towards him. He immediately felt his breathing become rapid. "Dare to offend your master?" Yu Ye's voice turned cold. His eyes shone with blue light, and his hair moved without wind, making him levitate. After dealing with the monster, Luo Chio encountered the mysterious power of the ancient East again in a short period of time. The old monk initially exerted a strange sense of pressure on him, but this pressure quickly disappeared. It wasn't because of Yu Ye, but because his own soul resonated with the altar buried in the club, much like the descriptions of monstrous creatures in some Western fantasy works he had encountered before. The lick is immortal because it hides its heart in its phylactery. As long as the heart is intact, the lick possesses immortality. This seems to apply to Luo Chio as well, except it's not his heart, but rather his more ethereal soul. Luo Chio's soul is either imprisoned or protected within the club's altar, so as long as the altar exists and Luo Chio's existence continues for a sufficient period, theoretically he too can be considered immortal. Yeah, can you handle this old man?" Luo Chio suddenly asked, and Yu Ye arrogantly replied, "He's just an insignificant old fellow. How dare he threaten my master with his mind? I'll take care of him." Luo Chio didn't know exactly what type of puppet the alchemist who created Yu Ye intended it to be, but the fact that it could kill an Eastern Taoist clearly indicated it wasn't just for housework or entertaining guests. The old man said the white jade tablet belonged to his sect, and I also wanted to ask him about it. Luo Chio replied, "Don't be too rough." Yu Yi nodded, and once again, that chilling spiritual power emanated from his eyes. An invisible and intangible, immense spiritual power suddenly erupted. Luo Chio didn't feel it clearly, probably because his own abilities hadn't reached their full potential. However, Prince Yang personally experienced the true meaning of being unaware of death. Under Yu Yi's overwhelming mental pressure, Prince Yang could see mountains of knives and seas of fire, and felt as if he were surrounded by the wails of countless vengeful ghosts. He carefully guarded a sliver of tranquility. In Eastern cultivation, the most important thing is the life spirit. If the life spirit is damaged, at best it will lead to demonic possession. To put it bluntly, he might never be reincarnated. In just a fleeting moment, the old man realized once again the vast difference between the two and couldn't help but regret his actions. He went to the toilet in the Taoist temple on the mountain, but there was no other way. This white jade tablet was an important item passed down from his sect. As a descendant of his sect, he had an obligation to reclaim it. If it were just an ordinary treasure unrelated to his sect, he would have already witnessed the terrifying power of this strange woman at the auction. The old man absolutely did not intend to court death. Wait a minute. Please wait a minute. Fellow Daoist, these 2 white jade tokens are indeed from the old Daoist's corpse gate. The old Daoist had no ill intentions, he only intended to scare you. Prince Yang hurriedly shouted. At this moment, how could he care about face or anything like that? Cultivation is about achieving immortality. If he were to perish like this in this place, what face would he have to establish his ancestors? Can't a Taoist practitioner be more discerning and insist on being stubborn to the end? This is called following one's destiny, knowing it's impossible but not doing it. To truly believe everyone is born to be the protagonist, to blindly embrace this kind of happiness, is to die a tragic death without anyone knowing. That year, during the war, he and a group of people fled to the mountains, disturbing the Taoist practitioners who lived in seclusion. By chance, a group of people were taken in by the old man. After a period of time, the group of fellow disciples, who had cultivated in the small town, possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people. They all descended the mountain, wanting to make a name for themselves in the chaotic world. They did not seek immortality, nor could they endure the hardships of cultivating immortality. They intended to enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory, which would be enough for them. However, Prince Yang was different. He knew how to assess the situation and was cautious. He knew that although his skills far surpassed those of ordinary people, the chaotic world was full of artillery and grenades. How could flesh and blood easily withstand them? Furthermore, to think that one can dominate the world after only learning a little is simply idiotic thinking. Prince Yang did not descend the mountain but chose to stay and accompany his master for many years. Later, he had received his master's true teachings, while his fellow disciples had long since perished in the war, their remains lost, leaving only a simple shroud. As the saying goes, everything can be discussed. Don't be arrogant and complacent because of small gains. When it's time to humble yourself, be humble. As the saying goes, there's always tomorrow. Who knows what the future holds? The true meaning of life lies in taking things slowly and steadily. Therefore, Prince Yang completely lowered his stance. To ordinary people, these cultivators are mysterious and unpredictable, deserving of reverence. However, in the world of cultivators, every bit of strength is a bit of strength, and the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Bowing to an opponent stronger than oneself is not shameful. Luo Qiu waved for Yu Yu to stop. Seeing an old man being bullied like this, he didn't feel much guilt. He particularly disliked those who used their age to their advantage. Each generation is different, and this is probably the mindset of most young people. It doesn't mean we shouldn't respect our elders, but elders need to be worthy of respect for it to leave a good impression. If the initial impression is bad, an invisible and intangible barrier is added when people start exchanging New Year's greetings. Su Hao told a story that I could believe. Lu Qiuchen said, but what reason do you have to believe that these white jade tablets belong to your sect? Seeing that there was room for negotiation, Crown Prince Yang hurriedly said, the inscription on these jade tablets is the newly seal of the Jade Emperor's wondrous scripture, but it's not the ordinary Taoist scripture that's currently circulating. Rather, it's something else. I can silently read some of it. If this guy really was the Imperial Guard of that time, he would naturally be able to distinguish the real from the fake. Luo Qiuchen said calmly, then let's try. Crown Prince Yang then quickly recited a few sentences, which seemed to be randomly recited and were not coherent or meaningful. However, Lu Qiu noticed a slight change in Su Hao's expression after listening. Unexpectedly, after Prince Yang finished reciting, Su Hao insisted that the old man was a fraud and only wanted to keep the jade token for himself. "Old benefactor, I only treated you once before. You can't be so ungrateful." Upon hearing Su Hao's words, Prince Yang was furious. "Are there gods watching over us? Are there gods watching over us?" Su Hao sneered, "If such a thing truly exists, why don't you pity me, who has wandered the world like a lost soul all these years? Why don't you pity my third sister when she was torn apart by a demon, leaving her with 3 souls and 7 spirits? You tell me there are gods watching from above?" "Bah!" Prince Liang said. That year, the patriarch sent third sister into the palace to assist Emperor Xianzong in his cultivation, intending for him to experience the mortal world, cultivate his demonic powers, and hone his Tao heart. Unexpectedly, he slept with you, angering the emperor. Your arrogance just now, carving incriminating evidence on the jade tablet, and your eventual violation, is entirely your own fault. Third sister and I are truly in love. What do we care about that illusory path to immortality? You cultivators, so pure and detached, are utterly inhuman, nothing but a bunch of cold-blooded animals who don't understand true love. Give me back the jade token." Su Hao suddenly went berserk and charged at the old man. Luo Qiu was immediately annoyed. He had thought he could learn about the mysteries of Eastern cultivation, but it had turned into this melodramatic fantasy romance. He shook his head and turned to Yu Yedao. "These people are too noisy. Tell them to shut up and give me the jade token." With the master speaking, Yu Ye no longer held back. The ancient alchemy had created a mysterious puppet that instantly unleashed its powerful energy. With just a cold snort, Prince Yang, Su Hao, and the young men beside him all screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Yu Ye beckoned to Prince Yang, taking the jade token from his hand. The token flew out, and Yu Ye caught it, then presented it to Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu held 2 jade tokens, looking at the 3 people on the ground with different expressions. Dai Ran said, "I'll hear what this third sister has to say one last time." She gently put the 2 jade tokens together. "If you are still here, if you know there's a devoted lover searching for you for centuries, and you know the descendants of the noble family still exist, then show yourself." At that moment, the 2 joined white jade tablets rang out, 2 wisps of green smoke rising from each tablet, swirling in the air before finally merging together, gradually taking shape. Ha ha ha! 500 years. Old Tao has finally seen the light of day. But what appeared wasn't the third sister who should have appeared, but a disheveled, madman-like old man, a complete idiot. Luo Qiu was stunned for a moment, then cursed, "Holy crap! You demon! It's you!" Su Hao stood frozen, his lips trembling, his face pale. The figure emerging from the white jade tablet, instead of the third sister he longed for, was one of his old enemies. He didn't know whether to feel sorrow or rage. Even Prince Yang showed a look of astonishment, muttering to himself, "How could this be? How could this be? The secret path passed down through our sect, could it be a fake? This isn't the true, lofty Jade Emperor's Heart Seal Sutra. No. Indeed, the jade tablets contain rare and exquisite Jade Emperor's Heart Seal essence. However, things are not as you know." The old man, resembling a vengeful ghost, suddenly sneered from within the green smoke. "Third sister," he said, "you caused me to suffer 500 years of confinement. I, Taingzi, swore that if I broke free of this dragon's prison, I would ensure you would never be able to surpass me. You are a traitor whom Taingzi's sect once expelled." Prince Yang's expression was even more awkward now. "Traitor? The one called Taingzi?" burst into wild laughter. "How ridiculous! How ridiculous! If it weren't for you San Niang, that sword-wielding woman, framing me back then, how could I have been expelled from the house by my master and forced to flee from that vixen who deserved to be torn to pieces? Hearing this, Empress Su couldn't stand it anymore and angrily shouted, "You demon! You're not allowed to insult San Niang. You caused us to be separated for hundreds of years back then, and now you still dare to slander her. I won't let you go." Perhaps due to past fears, even after mustering all his courage to utter these words, Su Hao still trembled uncontrollably. Taiyingzi sneered, "Fool! Do you really think that vixen loves you to the core? I'm not afraid to tell you that a Jian is skilled in manipulation. She feigns affection for you, but she only sees you as a pretext for worldly love. The deeper your love for her, the more she cherishes you. Her true purpose is the immense sorrow you face when you are separated by death." Nonsense! You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Taiyingzi laughed sadly. "Look at me now. 500 years ago, I didn't distinguish between the enchantress's framing and the truth. When she left the mountain and entered the palace, I followed her. I saw clearly how she made you fall in love, how she used the true feelings between you to cultivate her supreme Tao heart of forgetfulness. Only you were oblivious, truly believing you had met the love of your life, truly believing she loved you and was willing to give herself to you. Let me tell you, that was nothing but the lowest level of illusion. You were just having a fleeting dream. Fool! Fool! Do you know that at the moment the Emperor ordered your execution, you San Niang succeeded? He watched you reach out to leave, shedding tears of deep sorrow. At that very moment, his supreme forgetfulness technique reached its minor perfection, greatly increasing his power. I was no match for him. Emperor Xianzong ordered me to deal with you San Niang, but I was no match for him. In the end, he struck out my 3 souls and 7 spirits, sealing them into these 2 white jade tablets. He then impersonated me, took the white jade tablets, handed them over to Emperor Xianzong, faked his death, and escaped, living a carefree life ever since. HMPH. Everyone was part of his scheme, except for you, you fool, who have remained steadfast for 500 years, turning into a vengeful spirit unwilling to leave. Are you an idiot? You're lying to me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Su Hao charged towards Taiyingzi in the green smoke like a madman, throwing punches and kicks, but he couldn't hit this wisp of green smoke that had no body. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse and his expression blank, repeatedly saying, "You're lying to me. You're lying to me. You're all lying to me. Third sister is truly sincere to me. I'm lying to you, you idiot. If I've lied to you, then why is it not you San Nian who is trapped in this jade pendant, but me, Taiyingzi?" She sneered. "Think back carefully," she said. "Whenever you two were intimate, didn't you feel a sense of weariness and become confused? Sexual intercourse should be a time of passion and excitement. You haven't been drinking, nor do you have any ailments. How could you be confused every time? This matter is easy to understand with a little thought, it's just that you're too deeply entrenched to think about it. Now, 500 years of lingering vengeful spirits, isn't that a testament to your own ignorance and foolishness? You're lying to me." Su Hao suddenly stood up. This time, he didn't rush in like a madman, but rather charged out of the cargo hold like a madman. Luo Qiu frowned and glanced at Yu Yi. Yu Yi flicked her finger, and a faint light instantly entered Su Hao's back, causing him to faint on the spot. Then, damn it, things became awkward again. Let's look at the scene. 100-year-old ghost emerging from a white jade tablet, a guy whose vengeful spirit lingered from 500 years ago, and the cultivation sect behind this matter. It all seemed to be a family affair, and had nothing to do with Luo Qiu. No, the connection is probably that one white jade tablet belongs to the club, and the other nominally belongs to Luo Qiu, which has already been auctioned off. So, both jade tablets are considered his. Yu San Yin can be considered a representative of the ancient star charts. Luo Qiu thought for a while, then broke the silence. But obviously, this breaking of the silence only made the situation more awkward. At this moment, Taiyingzi suddenly went berserk, shouting, "Boy, smash that white jade tablet in your face." My 3 souls once fell into the hands of that demon. I know your affairs. This is not your territory. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Luo Qiu said calmly. If I hadn't let you out, do you think you could have escaped the seal of the jade tablet? I even lost more than 10 minutes of my time. Shaking his head, the faint light of the white jade tablet immediately disappeared. The green smoke seemed to be absorbed into the jade tablet by something, splitting into 2 streams. Finally, Tianzi let out a mournful howl and disappeared. Now, only the still somewhat conscious Prince Yang, his disciple, and Luo Qiu remained. Luo Qiu suddenly waved his hand. A black flame condensed in his palm, forming a black card without any hardness. The card then shot out and embedded itself in the cement floor in front of Prince Yang's feet. Luo Qiu said woodenly, "These 2 jade tokens are also mine. If you want them back, you'll have to exchange them for something of equal value." No sooner had Luo Qiu finished speaking than Crown Prince Yang felt an incredibly powerful spiritual force sweep over him, instantly pulling him out of consciousness. Almost without any reaction, Crown Prince Yang collapsed to the ground. "Master, what should we do with this?" Su howled. Yu Yi asked. Luo Qiu calmly replied, "I have no grudge against him. What's there to do? He's just a pitiful man. Doesn't the master of Yu Yedao intend to make a deal with him? His soul, having wandered the city for 500 years, is still excellent cargo." Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "If he really needs something, he'll naturally find us, won't he? Besides," Luo Qiu smiled and said, "showing off and then leaving is really exciting." Yu Ye fell silent, and the 2 left the cargo ship, heading towards the airport. Not long after, Prince Yang slowly awoke. Seeing only a black card beside him, he instinctively pulled it out and held it in his hand, remaining silent. His disciple, upon waking and seeing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, what is this?" Prince Yang hesitated, his face not entirely certain, and replied, "It's probably a legend that has been passed down for a very, very long time." "Could it be true that the legend is true?" "Following your instructions, the master has anonymously sent the white jade tablet via express delivery. If it's within the same city, it should be delivered back to that woman surnamed Dong tomorrow." As they entered the airport, Yu Ye returned to Luo Qiu's side after finishing his business, reporting back before asking, puzzled, "Master, I don't understand. The white jade tablet has already been found, why send it back?" Luo Qiu, glancing at an airport magazine, replied, "If we don't send it back, how will things end? I don't want people coming to apologize every few days because they can't find the jade pendant. Anyway, the woman surnamed Dong has already promised to deliver it personally once she finds it. She turned another page of the magazine, so she'll just wait for her to deliver it and then they can chat all they want, saving her the trouble. Besides, the secret of the jade pendant is already known, so a day or 2 won't make a difference." Yu Ye nodded without saying anything, but Luo Qiu suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think I'm overestimating things? As the owner of the club, it's beneath you to be swayed by such worldly matters." Yu Ye dared not. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. You'll be with me for a very long time. It would be too boring if I didn't dare to say what I wanted to say." Yu Yi could only say, "Master, you really don't need to be bound by worldly rules and regulations." Luo Qiu said, "I think so too, but not now. Yes, I am now the club owner, but it's only been a week. Before that, I had been a normal person for 20 years. My education, my established beliefs, and the prevailing social morality are still very strong. Obviously, a week is not enough to shatter my past." Luo Qiu paused and said, "So, at least until I'm completely used to it, I won't stay at the club all day long, and I certainly won't be like that previous owner, listening to music all day long and believing that nothing in the world can move him anymore. Do you understand? It's a fact that I still live in this society." Yu Ye nodded somewhat blankly. Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Perhaps you can remember who you were before you became a puppet, then you'll understand." This time, Yu Ye shook his head with absolute certainty. "There's no need for that. The meaning of Yuye's existence is to serve the club and obey the club owner's orders. That's enough. Luo Qiu didn't want to say too much. He knew he would get tired of talking too much. So he simply put the box of impurities back in its place, stood up, and said, "There's still some time before the coronation. Let's buy something to take back, something to shut Ren Zilin up." Otherwise, Ren Xiling, who might have been nagging all night, decided to have a good heart-to-heart talk with Luo Qiu. The 29-year-old deputy editor of the newspaper started by saying that she had been busy with work lately and had neglected her duties as a mother. Her gentle and soft voice could almost instantly charm most men. Then, with a few words, she completely captivated Ren Xiling. By the time she realized what was going on, Luo Qiu had already closed the door. Listening to the old CD player that Luo Qiu had given to his son playing Egos' Desperado, Ren Xiling silently nibbled on her words. And then, nothing more. "You brat, do you have to be so sentimental?" Actually, there was no one in Luo Qiu's room. After returning to his room, he turned on the CD player and teleported back to the club. Who knows what kind of nonsense he was playing? Sitting behind the club's counter, Luo Qiu said it was too late and he didn't want to drink herbal tea. The thoughtful maid then opened the side cabinet in front of Luo Qiu for the first time, revealing a bottle of Ford, a bottle of black bottled cocoa, and a bottle of fruit-flavored gin. Yuye looked at Luo Qiu with a slight smile, then filled the sake bottle with 8/10 of an ice cube, separately steamed 3 different kinds of sake in small cups, poured them into the sake bottle, closed the lid, and began to shake it. There weren't many fancy steps, but Yuye's gaze never left Luo Qiu from beginning to end. As the saying goes, beautiful women and fine wine are always a good match. This was probably the scene she described. As Luo Qiu watched, a feeling of ease and joy washed over him. Yuye only stopped shaking the cocktail shaker when it produced pale white frost. The resulting light brown liquid was poured into a cocktail glass, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of high heels on the wooden floor. The finished drink was then presented to Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu remarked, "I think I might have to invade the kitchen again next time." Yuye looked at Luo Qiu, puzzled. Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Watching you make food or mix drinks is truly a pleasure." Yuye's smile deepened into a full-blown grin as she slowly walked into the club lobby. There always stood an old pinewood record player. Yuye put down the record, pressed the needle, and a soft, slightly mysterious melody began to play. Only then did Yuye return to Luo Qiu's side and sit opposite her. The maid revealed a languid expression, her legs crossed beneath her skirt, her elbows resting on the round table, her face propped up. Luo Qiu took a sip of the cocktail he had just made. He had expected that the mix of Ford and gin would be very strong, but it was actually quite sweet and refreshing, probably because of the addition of another type of dark cocoa. He fiddled with the white jade tablet he had received from the celestial being and suddenly asked, "Does this world really have past lives and present lives? Even if one is reincarnated, there are still 10 lifetimes." Luo Yuye replied softly, "There are many ancient legends passed down in the East. People believe them because they believe, but who knows? After all, this isn't a way for people to see it with their own eyes." Luo Qiu asked, "Then how did Su Haod explain it?" Yuyi replied, "Humans have thoughts, and thoughts are the soul. Therefore, if the soul doesn't dissipate, then the thoughts don't dissipate either. There are indeed ghosts, vengeful spirits, and malevolent ghosts in the world. But in Yuyi's view, these are all intense spiritual entities. They have left the physical body, but because of their strong emotional attachments, they have not dissipated." Hearing this, Luo Qiu exclaimed, "I've read some strange and unusual magazines that say a person's spirit is like a wave. When the wavelengths of two people's spirits are close to or almost identical, perhaps one can receive the other's thought waves. In other words, there is no such thing as a past life or present life, it's just that Su Haod found a vessel that can receive his thoughts." Yi smiled and said, "How can we believe it's the master's will?" Luo Qiu shook his head, took another sip of his cocktail, cleared his brow, and savored the pure fragrance lingering on the tip of the ruler. The existence of the soul, which cannot be explained by spirit, and which is not related to reincarnation, has an unknown management system that can explain this phenomenon. Thinking this, Luo Qiu felt that if he continued to ponder, he might fall into some unknown dead end. He had no intention of becoming a philosopher, so he shook his head self-deprecatingly, ending this rambling thought. Then, the bell placed at the gate rang, and Zhong Luocheng arrived, looking travel-worn. When he arrived, Zhong Luocheng used his phone's map to check the information on this street. He didn't find the club on the map at all. Instead, another shop was marked, and even street photos were available. However, the club miraculously replaced the shop. He had stood at the club's entrance and watched as pedestrians walked past him, entering what he saw as the club, only to quickly emerge carrying some belongings. Clearly, the club he saw and the shop the pedestrian saw were in the same location, but perhaps in different spaces. This temple-like atmosphere filled Zhong Luocheng with intense awe. He took a deep breath and pushed open the club's door once more. Upon seeing the man in the clown mask and the beautiful woman dressed as a maid, Zhong Luocheng had no time to linger on their beauty and cut to the chase. "Mr. Clown, I've brought my grandfather. He's staying at a nearby hotel." Lu Qiu gestured for Zhong Luocheng to stop speaking, then lightly traced a line with his black cane. Suddenly, something even more wondrous and unbelievable appeared before Zhong Luocheng's eyes. In the softly lit, carpeted corridor, Zhong Luocheng asked with slight alarm, "Is this a hotel?" Luo Qiu walked ahead, hands behind his back, and said, "Guest, please take me to see your grandfather. However, I have one request. I hope there are no other outsiders besides you and your grandfather." Zhong Luocheng immediately replied, "My family is worried about us and insisted on coming along. But please rest assured, Mr. Shusho, I have already arranged for them to wait on the lower floors. However, we don't have much time." Lu Qiu calmly said, "I understand." In a suite, Lu Qiu finally saw Zhong Luocheng's grandfather, who was lying on the bed with a needle in his arm and a book bag hanging down. There were also a lot of instruments next to him. The old man looked haggard and pale, even bloodless. He was lying there, not far from death. Lu Qiu walked to the old man's side, suddenly realizing he might have seen too many old men that day. But this distraction didn't affect what he needed to do. Lu Qiu reached out and touched the old man's face. Some black specks of light began to slowly emerge from the old man's forehead and were absorbed into Luo Qiu's palm. Just then, there was a knock on the suite door, and a man's voice came from inside. "Luocheng, I heard something." "Is that you?" "Open the door. Open the door." "What do you mean by not letting us watch over Grandpa?" The banging on the door was very loud, clearly done with great force. "If you don't open the door, don't blame me for breaking in." "Is there someone else inside?" Zhong Luocheng looked anxiously at the doorway. He recognized the voice as his older brother, Zhong Luoyun. That guy was very suspicious. He must have been monitoring him using some method. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence that his brother had come knocking on the door so soon after he returned. "Mr. Clown, I don't know." Zhong Luocheng hurriedly turned around to look. Luo Qiu's figure was no longer visible, but the scene before him almost made his heart leap out of his chest. The old man lying on the bed had opened his eyes and sat up at some point. Although his face was still haggard, his eyes were still clear. "Where is this?" the old man Luocheng slowly asked. At the same time, Zhong Luocheng heard these words. "Guest, your goods have been delivered. Transaction complete." For a moment, Zhong Luocheng felt as if he were in a pitch-black world. A parchment scroll floated, burned, and then disappeared before his eyes. He felt as if something had been pulled out and subconsciously touched his body. His vision cleared, and he was back in the suite. Seemingly because of Zhong Luocheng's strange appearance, the old man spoke again slowly. "Luocheng, what are you looking for?" Zhong Luocheng suddenly stopped, looked up at the old man, and abruptly collapsed to the ground. He felt no joy whatsoever, as if he were looking at a complete stranger. The old man spoke for the third time. Zhong Luochen swallowed hard and stood up. He didn't know what his expression was like, he only knew that he had done his best to force a look of ecstatic joy. "Grandpa, it's so good that you've woken up. It's a miracle, a true miracle. No, it's a divine intervention." Listening to the attending physician's excited words as he examined Grandpa Zhong, the Zhong family members breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Zhong, knowing his condition and that he had returned from the brink of death, not only shed tears for his best friend of decades, but also, "Doctor, are you sure Grandpa is all right? You'd better check carefully, just in case there's anything wrong. I will never forgive you." The eldest brother, Zhong Luoyun, stared sharply, then, overcome with emotion, let out a soft cry. "Ah, young master." "You're right," the attending physician quickly said. "Although all the instruments here show that old Master Zhong's current condition is good, it's best to do a more detailed examination." Zhong Luoyun nodded and said, "I'll arrange it immediately." The attending physician was busy for a while. As for the other doctor, who was acting as his assistant, he looked at the second young master of the Zhong family with curiosity and said, "Second young master, may I ask what method you used to reverse the old master's condition?" "This is a medical miracle. If there really were a way to cure this incurable disease, it would truly be a revolutionary breakthrough in the history of human medicine." But Zhong Luochen calmly replied, "The one who cured the old master is you, and only you. No one present today is allowed to reveal what happened." The crowd looked at the composed Zhong Luochen in surprise. His mother and elder brother, Zhong Luoyun, frowned simultaneously. Just as Zhong Luoyun was about to speak, the old master of the Zhong family suddenly said, "You all go out. Luochen, stay. Lao Luo, you stay too. I have some questions to ask." Grandpa, father, and the old patriarch of the Zhong family suddenly frowned. His decades-long experience managing this large family silenced everyone. No one needed to say anything more, everyone could only silently leave the suite. After everyone had left, leaving only Zhong Luochen and Lao Luo, the old patriarch finally spoke, saying, "I still have some self-awareness, I'm not without common sense. The problem in my head isn't something that just started today. I know in my heart how much longer this old man has to live. Luochen, tell me honestly, what did you do?" "Grandpa, I just hope you can recover." Zhong Luochen said softly, "Nothing else matters." "What, can't even I be told?" The old patriarch of the Zhong family frowned, looking at Lao Luo. "If he won't tell, then you will." Lao Luo sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, and could only smile bitterly. "Master, I'm sorry, I didn't want you to die, so I gave the madam's residence to the second young master and had him find Madame Zhong." Grandpa Zhong's expression changed slightly. His years of cultivation in calligraphy and painting vanished instantly. He slapped old Luo across the face in anger, saying, "Foolish." "Foolish? Old Luo, how could you be so foolish? Don't you know what that is? That's not some sacred mountain or holy land at all, it's a place like a hellish abyss." Old Luo lowered his head, not daring to speak. The old man didn't feel much resentment, he had followed the old master for decades, and their bond had long surpassed ordinary blood ties. Old Luo sighed again, saying, "Master, the Zhong family cannot do without you. I sent the second young master. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Old Master Zhong smiled bitterly, "What's the use of blaming you now? It's Luochen who's more important." He turned to look at Zhong Luochen, took a deep breath, and said, "Grandson, you always tell me where. What exactly did you use to exchange for my noodles?" Zhong Luochen opened his mouth, then hesitated. Old Master Zhong shook his head and said, "That place is indeed mysterious, but if no one knew about it, how could you possibly find it? Your grandpa Luo told you this, and it's what I told him." Zhong Luochen had no choice but to recount how he obtained the black card from Gaiu's High and what happened at the club, down to the smallest detail. Watching Zhong Luochen speak with almost no emotion, the old men couldn't help but feel sorrow. "You trade your entire life's happiness for 5 years of my life, this old man who should have died. Foolish child, do you think it's worth it? Zhong Luochen calmly replied, it is. Grandpa, don't you know that once you fall, the Zhong family will immediately fall apart? Our Zhong family is involved in too many things. Father, who should have taken on these responsibilities, became like this in his early years. And the third generation, which we've been cultivating again, whether it's my eldest brother, me, or my younger sister, none of them have amounted to anything. He sighed. This isn't the society of the past, nor is it the society of the past. Can our families, which rose from the ashes of that era, still secretly control everything like we did 20 or 30 years ago? He shook his head. No. 5 years, 5 years. Grandpa Zhong murmured to himself, looking sadly at Zhong Luochen. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, child, you've suffered so much. Everything will be all right. Zhong Luochen shook his head. Grandpa Zhong was silent for a moment, then said, I want to be alone. You may all leave. The following is a separate, unrelated news item. Club, 3rd floor, sacrifice successful. The sacrifice yielded 127 days, 9 hours, 43 minutes, and 7 seconds of lifespan. Lu Qiu stared blankly, wondering what the heck was with those seconds after 9 hours. Alter, are you deliberately trying to get attention? Even so, after the ceremony, Luo Qiu was too lazy to complain and went straight back to the club's lobby. Feeling like he'd just tasted so many more lives, the club's new leader seemed to be in a pretty good mood. So, imitating Yu Yi, he went to the bar and started mixing the same cocktails, of course, only because it was new and exciting. As for whether the finished product is a luminous dish or a dark dish, what does it matter? In the end, only he himself is drinking it. The oil itself is just a doll and cannot eat. Thinking about this, Luo Qiu forgot to take the ice cubes out of the refrigerator. To his surprise, the refrigerator door opened directly, and the ice cubes in the ice tray fell out and flew in an orderly fashion to his face, then landed one by one in the wine jug. Luo Qiu was taken aback. Yu Yi smiled and said, Congratulations, Master, your abilities have improved again. Luo Qiu, annoyed, stretched out his finger and touched an ice crystal in the wine jug. The ice crystal immediately floated. As he turned his finger, the ice crystal began to spin in the air in an infinitesimal motion. Excited, Luo Qiu placed all 10 fingers on the bar counter, raised an eyebrow at Yu Yi, and began to tap lightly on the counter. One ice crystal after another flew out of the wine jug. Then, one by one, the ice crystals arranged themselves in the air, forming a circle in the club's lobby. Luo Qiu drew a wavy line with his finger, and the ice crystals in the circle rose and fell in waves. It was a never-ending wave. His finger then pointed to the pinewood vinyl record player in the corner. A vinyl record flew out and landed inside. Accompanied by the electric sizzling sound of the record player, Luo Qiu stepped out from behind the bar, nodding slightly. The record player was Rod Sturt. Luo Qiu grasped Yu Yi's hand, transferring his own rhythm to the maid doll. Pulling Yu Yi along, they began to sway gently in the club. The chairs and stools automatically moved towards the wall, creating a space filled with the nostalgic sound of distant voyages. Luo Qiu continued, pointing to the various items displayed in the cabinets. The dolls, Uncle's pocket watch, hat, wine glass, and purple orbs with glowing red eyes flew out of the refrigerator. They reassembled into a crystal-clear bottle, dancing in the air to the melody. Several dolls landed on the grave floor, circling between Luo Qiu and Yu Yi. The lion needle had only spun halfway when Luo Qiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Isn't this much more interesting than doing nothing but doing things? Yu Yi took Luo Qiu's other hand, guiding his new master through his atrocious dance steps. Yu Yi joked. Well, it'll be a huge undertaking to clean up later. Luo Qiu chuckled as he watched this doll lady, who wasn't cold at all. She didn't speak, letting her emotions flow through the music and melody. Then, the bell inside the pine door suddenly rang. The ice sculptures scattered on the ground like marbles, and the dancing decoration stopped abruptly. The once perfect stage looked as if it had been swept away by a whirlwind. Luo Qiu looked at the filthy mess and let out a howl. A black robe burst open like a gust of wind, revealing a floating figure before him. From within the robe and hood, a faceless cloud of black smoke appeared. "Black Soul Messenger, greetings to your new master," the figure said. The black robe concealed only a wisp of black mist, yet it could still speak. Hovering in mid-air, the robe swayed slightly beneath, its appearance remarkably similar to a ghost from Western legends. "Black Soul Messenger," the figure addressed itself. Luo Qiu looked the altar up and down. The altar that had imprisoned his soul was now dutifully revealing information about this dark soul messenger to him. The club needed a constant stream of customers, otherwise its owner would soon die. So, how could they increase the number of customers? Just as the existence of black cards uses discounts to entice customers to make transactions, there's also a kind of PR, similar to advertising. The Black Soul Messenger is like a PR entity for the club. They roam society, constantly spreading rumors about the club's existence in the shadows. Legends, in fact, are created by those with ulterior motives. These dark soul messengers are actually evolved from individual souls, and these souls, as traded spirits, ultimately belong to the club. If they are deemed useful or have good abilities, the club can choose to store the traded souls in its database and then turn them into dark soul messengers, who then perform unpaid work for the club. The club's new leader thinks these free laborers are actually quite good. He has nothing to complain about. These loyal laborers, who won't betray you and don't even ask for wages, silently attracting customers outside, deserve praise beyond words. I've also seen Miss Yuye's black soul voice with the same respect she showed when addressing Luo Qiu. This shows that Yuye's status in the club is indeed second only to the boss. "Master, would you like to hear number 9's report?" Yuye asked Luo Qiu. Knowing that Black Soul doesn't have a name, only numbers, she wasn't surprised. Luo Qiu looked at Yuye curiously and said, "You should hear it, right?" Yuye explained, "The previous boss only put me in charge. It must be because the previous boss had already reached a new level." Luo Qiu smiled and said, "I'll listen." "Number 9, begin your report." Yuye nodded and gave the order. Black Soul number 9 then spoke in a sinister voice, "Master, number 9 has successfully implanted information about the club's existence into 7 different patrons." Black Soul number 9's black robe suddenly opened, and 7 white cards flew out from his misty body, appearing before Luo Qiu. Black Soul No. 9 then continued, "These are the information of the 7 new investors. Master, please take a look. Just place your finger on the white card, and you will know the information sealed on the card, instead of looking at lengthy documents or listening to boring introductions. It feels so good." Without thinking, Luo Qiu began to select one of the white cards. Yuye, perhaps fearing Luo Qiu might be unaware of the established rules, whispered, "The master can choose suitable clients from these 7 new patrons and grant them the right to black card discounts. Of course, they can also choose not to create black cards. Black Soul has been doing this business for many years. Over 70% of the patrons they select end up coming to the club. Black card discounts are just a means to attract transactions, but if there's a real need, they'll come even without discounts. For example, Daiyaro Pianxian is one such case. Of course, the reason Black Soul chooses patrons is because these individuals are willing to pay significantly more than those who simply stumble upon the club without a black card or knowledge of its legend. Black Soul calls this business, and the more patrons he finds and the more successful transactions he completes, the higher his performance will be. High performance also brings Black Soul some benefits, such as gaining a physical body, recovering some memories, and being freed from the demands of the club. Well, the last reward can actually be manually crossed out because no Dark Soul has ever successfully obtained the liberation reward in the club's history. While reading the information from the 7 white cards, Luo Qiu asked Yuye, "How many Dark Soul messengers do we have in total?" "Right now, there are 21 left." Yuye quickly blurted out the number. Luo Qiu was just a little short. Yuye explained, "Master, you already know that cultivators and demons exist in this world. Therefore, you should also know about some eccentric individuals who claim to exorcise demons and subdue monsters. The existence of the Black Soul Messenger is very similar to that of an evil spirit, so some meddlesome exorcists or demon-slaying forces in the world have been targeting and eliminating the Black Soul Messenger. Yu Yu explained in more detail, because in the eyes of these people, the club is an evil entity, and indeed it is. Luo Qiu mentally scoffed but listened silently. So, under the banner of justice, they've been trying to eliminate the club for years, Yu Yi sneered. But these guys are overestimating themselves. They don't realize that the club hasn't taken action against them simply because these guys are wealthy enough to provide substantial transaction fees. Looking at the other side of the doll maid, Luo Qiu remained silent and continued listening. We won't directly retaliate against these troublemakers. Instead, we'll have more Black Soul Messengers lure them in. As long as they have something they want, that's their weakness. A demon slayer's soul, filled with a sense of justice and nobility, is worth more than dozens, even hundreds or thousands of ordinary souls. Luo Qiu, who didn't intend to comment for the time being, frowned and said, if that's the case, then there should be many Black Soul Messengers. Why are there only 21? Yu Ji replied, one reason is to show weakness. If there are too many Black Soul Messengers and these self-proclaimed righteous forces feel despair, they will eventually be wiped out. If they become extinct, there will be no way to cultivate more offspring. One of the club's truly important transactions, Jing'eri Garden, will disappear. On the other hand, the former owner has been unmotivated to work for the past few decades. The accumulated Black Soul Messengers have been eliminated one by one without any replenishment. Luo Qiu nodded, put away the white card in front of him, and looked at Black Soul No. 9, saying, I'll slowly look through these materials. You continue working. Black Soul No. 9 didn't say anything and silently left the club. Luo Qiu looked at Yu Yi and said, I want to go to the owner's room in Iza's. The owner of Iza's had made a deal with Luo Qiu, selling the club to Luo Qiu's former club owner. This former owner's room had always been locked, but it could be opened. Luo Qiu now felt he could go in and take a look. The door hinges clicked shut with a long, resonant sound. Because the windows and doors hadn't been opened for a long time, the stale smell inside was instantly released. The owner of Esses was not from this era, so the room's furnishings could be described as antiquated, which was not surprising. Yu Ye did not follow Luo Qiu in but stood at the door, perhaps out of respect for the former owner, or perhaps out of awe, or perhaps for other reasons. This room would probably be a rare treasure in the eyes of a historian, but in fact, everything in this club could hardly be called a treasure. Luo Qiu walked to the window area, where the curtains were just black gauze, and there was a small round table and small square wooden chairs. The chair was pulled out and there were many scratches on the legs, probably from being pulled out so often. Luo Qiu sat down directly in the chair and closed his eyes. Boss Iza's probably spends a lot of time sitting here all day long. He didn't know what the point of sitting like this was, but he felt he should experience the feeling of sitting comfortably here. What was he focusing on when he sat there? After a moment, Luo Qiu, finding nothing, stood up with a self-deprecating laugh and began to wander around the room. Against the other wall was a simple desk, but both the drawers and the tabletop were empty. As for the wardrobe in the room, it contained only one set of clothes. The bed was there, the bedside table was there, and a candlestick sat on the bedside table. At a glance, that was all there was in the room, so Luo Qiu didn't see the music box that Yu Yi was talking about, which produced sounds when wound up. It was as if, apart from that initial letter, her ex hadn't left Luo Qiu with anything else. Luo Qiu was somewhat disappointed and was about to leave when a sudden inspiration struck him. He went back to the round table, squatted down, and peered at the floor beneath it. He then used the same method to turn the bed upside down, even checking the back of the drawers. Finally, he moved the wardrobe, looking at the mottled cracks on the wall behind it and the back of the wardrobe itself. Was there really nothing left? Or was he just overthinking it? Luo Qiu muttered to himself, ultimately resigned to restoring the room to its original state. Before he knew it, it was sunrise. A gentle breeze lifted the green gauze covering the windows, and sunlight streamed through the glass. Luo Qiu realized it was a stained glass window. The shattered sunlight and the stained glass combined to create a dazzling, smooth effect, making the room seem much brighter. Luo Qiu instinctively walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and pushed open the glass. Outside was a quiet commercial street, the one he knew well. Luo Qiu closed the stained glass window, intending to draw the black curtains as well, but then she caught a glimpse of sunlight filtering through the stained glass and projecting onto the wooden floor. It was a series of neatly arranged patterns, which Luo Qiu suspected were some kind of writing, a very ancient form of writing. But they seemed poised to disappear quickly, probably due to the angle of the sunlight. Luo Qiu immediately grabbed her phone and snapped a picture of the scene on the floor. The writing had already blurred, quickly merging into fragments of light. Luo Qiu showed the captured image to Yu Yu. Should a 1,000-year lifespan be used to repair and translate the content? Luo Qiu felt there should be a what the fuck at this moment, but then another message came from the altar. The source could be purchased with 10 years of lifespan. Indeed, another what the fuck should be uttered. The master, seeing Luo Qiu's somewhat silent demeanor, tentatively asked, "What the fuck?" Luo Qiu sighed, composed himself, and said, "It's all right. At least it's not a complete loss. The future is long, and having a goal will probably make me more proactive." He later instructed Yuya to continue working, and he returned home to his original place. At this time, Ren Zilin was still asleep. Feeling that it would take 10 years to buy the source of the text was a real pain, Luo Qiu directly copied the captured image to the computer, then used image editing software to crop the clearest text into separate images and then pieced them together into a brand new picture. The upload site is Zhihu. The title and content ask what kind of text is in the image. Now, all we have to do is wait for someone knowledgeable to interpret it. If no one is around, we can consider the foreign CRA website. If still no one is around, then we should try to earn more lifespan. Speaking of earning more lifespan, Luo Qiu had no choice but to start reviewing the information on the 7 big spenders that Dark Souls 9 brought this time. Theoretically, the black cards with markings should be issued to those who can still make a profit even with discounts. This is not simply a process where customers buy something and then use the transaction money to send lines to gain lifespan. Through these transactions, Luo Qiu realized that he was also a guest of the club, albeit the most important one. His lifespan was the only currency he held. Transactions involving the purchase of items, the appraisal of goods, and even the release of Tianzi's soul from the White Jade tablet could all be conducted using his lifespan. Furthermore, items stored in the treasury lost their ability to be stored. This meant that in future transactions, Luo Qiu would be forced to use his available lifespan as a substitute for certain new transaction funds. Strictly speaking, this could also be considered a form of consumption. Therefore, his lifespan wasn't some kind of unfounded physiological phenomenon. The first white card appeared in Luo Qiu's palm, then shattered into photons that swirled around his head like a fog. Luo Qiu closed his eyes. Jiangchu had returned to the hospital early. It was unusual for a doctor of Jiangchu's caliber to arrive so early. He seemed to be a rising star, but he was also a refined and highly renowned neurosurgeon. Talent, fame, and wealth divorced from his ex-wife 10 years ago and still single. Therefore, Jiangchu is the object of admiration for many young women in the hospital. Jiangchu brewed a cup of coffee and sat down at his desk, intending to review several patient cases when a black card with a strange gold pattern appeared, tucked into one of the files. Jiangchu stared at the suddenly appearing black card, lost in thought, as if a vortex was pulling him into it. He stared at the black card strangely for over 10 minutes without moving, as if he heard a voice that had been appearing beside him inexplicably lately. Just then, the voice of the duty girl rang out. Jiangchu was startled, and looking up, he realized his back was already damp. He stammered, "Oh, I understand, I'll be right there." With that, Jiangchu quickly closed the file, but after a moment's hesitation, he finally slipped the black card into Bai Dagua's pocket. A few minutes later, Jiang Chu arrived at the dean's office. The dean, who had just celebrated his 63rd birthday last month, looked much healthier than the average 50-year-old. Seeing Jiang Chu arrive, the dean immediately smiled. "Jiang Chu, I knew you'd be waiting at this hour." "Dean, what can I do for you?" Jiang Chu sat down. The dean said, "It's like this, we still need your help with this matter." Jiang Chu said seriously, "Dean, please tell me directly. What exactly is it?" The dean sighed and said, "An old classmate of mine, his granddaughter has been found to have an early-stage tumor in her brain. She came to me. I've examined the patient's condition in detail these past few days. Then I recommended you to him." Jiang Chu remained quite calm. The dean was satisfied, but his expression became more serious. He was not even 5 years old yet, and the nerve endings in his brain were still very fragile. "To be honest, out of all the doctors in the hospital, I didn't trust anyone else to perform the surgery except you." Jiang Chu suddenly said, "Dean, I submitted a leave request to you last week." The dean said in a very agitated tone, "I know you haven't had a proper rest in recent years. Your leave request was already approved, but because of our decades-long friendship, you can postpone your leave for now. I'll give you a month-long vacation after the surgery, no problem." Jiang Chu said, "But Dean, the surgery on my child is quite difficult. If something goes wrong, shouldn't we have the more experienced Dr. Huang perform the surgery?" The dean said, slightly displeased, "This time it requires surgery on the front of the brain. I believe my father will never find someone more outstanding in this field than you." "Jiang Chu, you don't need to be so modest. I'm not the kind of person who values seniority. I value medical ethics and skills more than seniority. Do your best in this surgery. If you can do it perfectly, I'm prepared to become your assistant." Jiang Chu looked at the hospital director in surprise. The director said earnestly, "I've worked hard for many years, it's time for me to rest. Jiang Chu, I value your character and your abilities. Believe me, after these years at Magic Hospital, this hospital will definitely need you to take on important responsibilities." The director walked to Jiang Chu's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You have the ability, so don't underestimate yourself. Besides, my old classmate has already agreed to let you handle it. If you back out, it will cause some trouble." Jiang Chu overheard some other conversations and frowned, asking, "Teacher, just tell me frankly who that person is." "He's an old man from the health bureau. Although he's retired, his words still carry weight." The dean smiled and said, "Have some confidence. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This surgery is difficult, but it's no problem for you. Don't let me down." Jiang Chu could only reply, "I'd like to take a look at the patient's information first." "No problem, I'll send it to you in a bit." After saying this, the dean went to make his rounds. As for Jiang Chu, after returning to his office, he stared blankly at the table with a worried expression. Suddenly, he looked at his hands for a while, then took out a small knife from the nasal tube and held it like a scalpel. But the moment he grasped the knife's wrist, it began to tremble slightly. Jiang Chu abruptly threw the knife to the ground, then clutched his face in pain, his hands trembling. After a preliminary self-diagnosis, Jiang Chu had to rationally and almost frantically realize that what was happening to him was likely Morphe-man's disease. His hands wouldn't stop trembling at any time if it happened during surgery, then. He had originally taken a long leave of absence to visit a doctor friend abroad to discuss possible solutions to his problem. But the dean, as his mentor, clearly had high hopes for this surgery. He knew even better the significance of this surgery for his future career. Ironically, the surgeon had lost both hands. Jiang Chu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The club was quiet these past 2 days, but Lu Qiu still received a call from Zhong Qingrui saying that the auction house had recovered the mistake and had personally delivered it. Because they didn't know Lu Qiu's address, they had to contact him by phone. Lu Qiu was also reluctant to reveal his address, although finding out wouldn't be difficult in this information age. However, he ultimately chose to meet at Gaiu's High. He had originally thought that the person Song Yu sent would be the Abyss manager, but unexpectedly, it was the auction house owner himself who delivered this lady named Dong Minghua. The other lady hadn't come, seeing only Luo Qiu. Zhong Qingrui asked with slight curiosity. Luo Qiu said he was busy. Dong Minghua smiled and said it was just a false alarm. You might not believe it, but the jade pendant was anonymously returned the next day. I don't know what happened. This was said to Luo Qiu, because Zhong Qingrui didn't show any surprise, clearly already unaware. But Luo Qiu, who was even more unaware, could only feign surprise and say, "That's really strange." For some reason, Dong Minghua adopted a conciliatory tone and said, "Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry to have given you a false alarm. If possible, I'd like to invite you and that lady from that day to dinner." Luo Qiu, a newcomer, was straightforward and said, "No need to be polite, Ms. Dong. Now that the jade pendant is back in my hands, I won't pursue the matter any further." Dong Minghua smiled insincerely. "If you don't smile, then I'll definitely treat you to this meal." Luo Qiu could only reply, "I'm also busy today." This was the first time Dong Minghua had encountered someone so disrespectful. He wondered if this guy was just a hothead or genuinely that busy. However, he had already spoken twice, and if he continued, he would lose face. So he could only nod and say, "That's a real pity. However, Mr. Luo, if you come to my auction house again next time, please remember to let me know so I can send someone to take care of you." Luo Qiu nodded and said, "That's fine." Zhong Qingrui was dumbfounded. Although she knew Luo Qiu was a very eccentric person, such unreasonable behavior would inevitably cause him some trouble in the future. On the other hand, she also admired Luo Qiu's character. He wouldn't lower himself to flattery, and he was actually a free spirit. In today's restless society, it's very rare to find a young person with such virtues. "Yes, Miss Zhong, I have some business at the auction house and need to head back soon," Dong Minghua said. "It's a real pity I didn't get to see Madame Zhong today. I'll definitely visit her next time I have the chance." Zhong Qingrui exchanged a few polite words and then saw Dong Minghua to the door. Turning back now, he was somewhat surprised to see Luo Qiu still standing there. In his opinion, Luo Qiu should have left without a word earlier. "Well, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor," Luo Qiu said directly. Even when asking for a favor, she had this attitude. Zhong Qingrui smiled helplessly and said, "Do you know that you just offended someone who's very influential in the antique circle here? Now you're talking like it's all perfectly natural. Aren't you afraid of offending me too?" Luo Qiu paused, then said, "I've been letting you copy my notes in class all this time." Zhong Qingrui sighed and said, "Tell me, what is it?" But before she could finish, Zhong Qingrui frowned and said angrily, "You actually use this kind of thing to take advantage of me? How stingy! But I really have let you copy my notes in class so many times, a whole box of them." "Yes, Miss Zhong from GU Yuzhai personally delivered a box that day." Miss Zhong squinted at Cheng Yun. This ambitious man was really easy to bribe. He was not only greedy for money but also lustful. However, he was clever and observant, knowing which women he could play with and which he couldn't just dream about. For example, Cheng Yun was now very well restraining his aggressive gaze. "Miss Zhong," Yi Xiao asked, "do you know what's inside the box?" Cheng Yun immediately replied, "Third miss, of course I know. I even secretly took a picture when the second young master wasn't looking." Cheng Yun took 2 steps forward, but dared not get too close. Although the third miss of the Zhong family was very charming, she was not a woman she could easily lay her hands on. All he needed was to extract enough profit from the third young lady of the Zhong family. "What is this?" the third young lady of the Zhong family asked, frowning as she looked at the photo on her phone. Cheng Yun said, "I'm not quite sure either, but it should be a strange black card. The second young master always carries this card with him, and I only managed to secretly take a picture of it with great difficulty." The photo was taken from behind a person's shoulder. That day, after the second young master received this card from Miss Jong, he went out alone. Not long after, he asked me to arrange for an immediate return to the capital. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, they brought the old master here. Even more unexpectedly, the old master miraculously recovered. The third young lady of the Shong family pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Chengyun, how about you get this card for me?" Chengyun's expression changed slightly. This third young lady and the second young master have always kept it with them. How come the third miss of the Shong family chuckled softly? When she gets benefits from me, no matter how little, she just nods. But when I ask her to do something, she can only shake her head. I didn't mean that. Chengyun frowned and said, "However, the old master's condition has been getting better and better these past 2 days. The doctor said that apart from being a little weak, there's nothing seriously wrong. I heard from the second young master that the old master might go to Gaiu's High tomorrow. I suspect this card might be meant to be returned, because when Miss Jong called the item over, she said that it had to be returned after use, and the consequences would be her own responsibility." The third Miss Shong calmly replied, "Isn't that good? Now that the handover is happening, isn't the opportunity to act here? Handle it well. If you're loyal to me, you'll be rewarded. But if you're no longer useful, I don't think second brother would want someone who would betray him, right?" "I understand," Chengyun nodded hurriedly, leaving with a trembling heart. The third young lady of the Shong family walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the 9 o'clock suite, lifted a curtain slightly, and looked at the bustling traffic on the street. The person from Guu Shai, every family in the capital is wary of strangers. Second brother has been here for over a month. What exactly does that black card represent? He seemed expectant, unconsciously fiddling with an old, circular pendant around his neck. "You want to learn about antique appraisal?" Zhong Qingrui looked at Luo Qiu in surprise. She remembered that when Ren Xiling brought him here last time, she mentioned that Luo Qiu had suddenly developed an interest in antiques. So he wanted to learn more. Putting aside the fact that he had acquired the white jade plaque at Yuye auction, this request showed he genuinely had a strong interest in this field. "Yes," Luo Qiu nodded frankly, "I know antique appraisal is a profound subject, so I don't intend to master it overnight. That's why I'd like you to introduce me to some basic knowledge." Seemingly afraid Zhong Qingrui might misunderstand, Luo Qiu continued, "Of course, just recommending some introductory books or information would be fine. I don't intend to bother you in any way." Zhong Qingrui thought for a moment and said, "That's all right. But Luo Qiu, as you said, antique appraisal isn't something you can master in a day or two. If you're just approaching it for fun, I suggest you give up that idea." Luo Qiu said solemnly, "I won't regret what I've decided to do, and I won't give up halfway." "Don't worry." Zhong Qingrui nodded and quickly walked to the pear-wood bookshelf in his office. Soon after, he pulled out 3 rather thick books. Identification of Blue and White Porcelain, The Origin of Blue and White Porcelain, and a book on the appreciation of antiques by Emperor Qianlong. Antiques are a vast subject with many classifications, so if you really intend to study them properly, I suggest you focus on one of them first. Zhong Qingrui said, "Porcelain is quite common and one of the easiest things to come into contact with. I suggest you start with porcelain." Luo Qiu nodded and reached into his backpack, stuffing the 3 books inside. Last time, Luo Qiu hadn't brought a backpack, but now, in Zhong Qingrui's eyes, it was clearly a backpack specifically for carrying books. This guy, could he have planned this from the beginning? "I'll return it to you as soon as I've finished reading." Luo Qiu thanked her. Zhong Qingrui shook her head and said, "No need. This book isn't anything precious. If you know how to buy it, you can find it in many places, so it's fine to give it to you." She suddenly glared at Luo Qiu, as if to say it was a thank you gift for someone who often borrowed her class notes. Luo Qiu thought to herself that this girl could be stingy and hold grudges, so she could only say, "Well, it's all in the past." Zhong Qingrui chuckled, unsure whether to be amused or annoyed, and shook her head, saying, "The book is yours. Is there anything else?" I still have things to do at the shop and don't have much time to chat with you. But if you're interested, you can stay here and take a look, but remember to look but don't touch. Luo Qiu shook her head and said, no, but since you welcome me here, I should come often. Zhong Qingrui said, I'll see you out. Zhong Qingrui escorted Luo Qiu to the lobby, but had to stop before they even left the door. The reason was that Cheng Yun from Shizhuang Pavilion had also happened to arrive at the entrance. The person hadn't even arrived yet, but the voice had already reached them. Miss Zhong, it's so great to see you. Cheng Yun walked up to Zhong Qingrui with a warm smile. Zhong Qingrui said calmly, why are you the only one here today? Cheng Yun glanced quickly at Luo Qiu and asked instead, Miss Zhong, may I ask who this is? He's my friend. Zhong Qingrui replied, but I don't think he's interested in getting to know you. What do you want? Did Yong Luo Chen send you? Cheng Yun nodded and said, Miss Zhong, may I speak to you privately? Zhong Qingrui frowned slightly, then looked at Luo Qiu with a hint of apology. Luo Qiu smiled and said, it's all right, you go ahead with your work. Also, thank you for your things, I'll be careful not to damage them. When he took the 3 books, he found many notes inside, clearly indicating that Zhong Qingrui hadn't just casually flipped through them. The girl said she'd given him the item, but Luo Qiu hadn't really intended to keep it. He planned to return it after he'd seen it. All right, you've said this a few times already, it's like you've been talking for a year. Zhong Qingrui rolled her eyes at Luo Qiu before looking at Cheng Yun and saying, if you need anything, come to my office. Cheng Yun didn't dare disobey and quickly followed Zhong Qingrui out, only glancing back twice to see that Luo Qiu had indeed left. He couldn't help but frown. What exactly was the relationship between this kid and Zhong Qingrui? They seemed quite close. In the office, Zhong Qingrui directly asked Cheng Yun the purpose of his visit. Cheng Yun replied, it's like this, Miss Zhong. The second young master asked me to come here mainly to convey a message to old Madame Zhong. Looking at Zhong Qingrui's expression, he continued, of course, I wouldn't dare to directly disturb old Madame Zhong's privacy, so I'd like to ask Miss Zhong to convey a message. What is it? The second young master said. He will personally visit old Madame Zhong tomorrow. Also, an old friend of hers will be coming along. Zhong Qingrui was taken aback. It seemed that the only people who could be considered his grandmother's old friends were those from the capital. He nodded, I understand. Is there anything else? He asked. No. Chen Yun quickly said, I'm just passing on a message, nothing else. Miss Zhong, I won't bother you anymore. Zhong Qingrui nodded. Actually, if it were just passing on a message or making a phone call, it would be much more convenient. But these big families have this kind of pedantic nature. They insist on deliberately bringing people over to show respect. Zhong Qingrui didn't really like this approach, but she knew her grandmother would care about these details. Was that guy a little different? A strange thought popped into Zhong Qingrui's jumbled thoughts. Xuanji chuckled softly, why should I care about that guy? Even if I find it strange, he's always been odd, so this is quite ironic. He shook his head, took a deep breath, picked up his pen, and began to concentrate on his work. Cheng Yun didn't leave immediately but stopped in a parking lot behind Gaiu's High. A short while later, a young lady serving guests at Gaiu's High looked around nervously, making sure no one had seen them, before quickly walking into the carriages. Little darling, did you miss me? Cheng Yun said without a word, pulling the person into his arms and giving them a thorough rub. You rascal, didn't you go back to the capital? I thought you'd taken advantage of me and then turned your back on me, but here I am. HMPH, tell me, what do you plan to make me do this time? But to be honest, Miss really has no interest in your young master at all. Every time you send flowers, they're just destined to be given away. But let's put that aside for now. Look at this black card in the photo. Does it look familiar? Miss Chica carefully looked at the photo on her phone for a while before saying, strange, I feel like I've seen this before, but I don't seem to remember. It doesn't matter whether you remember or not, Cheng Yun smiled and said, "There's something I really need your help with. Listen, if this works out, I'll give you anything you want." Miss Chica's eyes lit up instantly, but she quickly added, "Wait a minute, tell me what it is first. I won't do anything dangerous." She squinted and smiled. "Little darling, listen to me. You don't want to work for someone else your whole life, do you? Do you want to start a new chapter in your life? And I promise you'll be fine." "All right then." Cheng Yun whispered something in his ear. After a while, watching Miss Chica sway away, Cheng Yun sneered and muttered, "What kind of trash is she? I'll test her after a couple more times, you stupid woman." As he spoke, he took out his phone, dialed, and Zhong Luochun's voice immediately changed to a different tone. "It's me, second young master. Yes, the matter has been taken care of. I've informed Miss Zhong that nothing happened." After a pause, Cheng Yun cautiously added, "It's like this. Do you remember when we came here last time, we saw Miss Zhong receiving a man and a woman? I ran into them again today, but only the young man. They seem to have gone into the office for a while. I just happened to see Miss Zhong and the young man walking out, chatting and laughing. They seemed quite intimate." Lu Qiu was reading one of the books, The Origin of Blue and White Porcelain, when the bell suddenly rang. After changing into a clown mask, Lu Qiu came down from the second floor of the club. Upon seeing that the guest was none other than Prince Yang, or rather, just Prince Yang alone, Prince Yang was clearly quite surprised to see Luo Qiu wearing a clown mask. However, he also noticed Yu Yi. Judging from his physique, Prince Yang easily deduced that the masked man was the young man from that day. Lu Qiu gestured to the round table beside him, implying that Prince Yang could sit down and properly play the instrument. The other party was wearing a mask to conceal their identity, but Prince Yang had already seen Luo Qiu's true face. He couldn't help but ponder the meaning behind this somewhat self-deceptive behavior. Was it a warning not to reveal his identity? Prince Yang had always been cautious, especially when dealing with such mysterious and eerie forces. Therefore, he simply pretended not to know Luo Qiu's true identity and sat down quietly. The old Taoist priest's meditation skills were quite adept. When it was time to quiet down, he was as still as a rock. However, Luo Qiu was thinking that if he had known it was Prince Yang, he wouldn't have bothered wearing the mask. Nevertheless, Luo Qiu took the initiative to speak. "Guest, you want these jade pendants, right? Actually, judging by the time, if the white jade pendants were truly important to Prince Yang, he would have arrived within the last day or two." "That's right," Prince Liang nodded cautiously. "Do you know the rules here?" Luo Qiu suddenly asked. Prince Liang replied, "I've heard some of them." He paused for a moment to think before continuing. "The value of the white jade pendant is too great. If it were a complete pair of white jade pendants, I'm afraid I couldn't afford it. So I only intend to take the noble Jade Emperor's new seal of wonderful gold hidden in the white jade pendant." Luo Qiu asked curiously, "The Tian's 3 souls and 7 spirits are still inside. He is, after all, your sect's ancestor. Are you really going to abandon him?" "He has already been expelled from the sect." Prince Yang replied solemnly, "Those who are not from my sect have nothing to do with me." As he spoke, Prince Yang reached into his robes and pulled out a brocade pouch. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but he still resolutely opened it and revealed a piece of cyan jade. This piece of cyan jade can be used for oxygenation. Ordinary people who wear it can not only prolong their lives but also ward off evil spirits and cure diseases and pain. Cultivating to this level is good. Regardless of wealth, one can always find 1 or 2 treasures. Unlike ordinary people of the Chen family, who can only offer their lifespan, soul, and other such things, treasures are used as currency, mostly through these non-human methods. Luo Qiu reached out and swept his hand over the jade goblet. After a moment, he said, "This jade goblet can only summon one of the white jade plaques with gold patterns." Prince Yang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Look carefully, this Qingwen jade has been nurtured for over 1,000 years. With severe pollution in society, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has long been weakened. As long as it's carried regularly, it can safely complete the oxygenation process. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "The scripture is a relic of your sect, isn't it? The other day, I heard you recite it incoherently and incomprehensibly. I think this scripture must have been missing from your sect. Besides, judging from your insistence on this scripture, I'm probably not wrong." Luo Qiu said calmly, "Since the scriptures you know are incomplete, the complete scriptures are of greater significance to you. Your cultivation may be stuck somewhere because of the incomplete scriptures, which is easy to understand. Isn't it very important to you?" Prince Yang said helplessly, "This is indeed a place that eats people up without leaving a trace. Half a tablet is fine. I will buy back the other half as soon as possible." Luo Qiu placed 2 jade tablets on the round table. "Choose one." Prince Yang was silent for a moment, then chose the one on the left. Both jade tokens were right in front of her. She could simply grab them and leave. But Prince Yang dared not act so rashly. Hadn't he seen that terrifying and powerful woman standing there that day? Though quiet, Prince Yang lacked the confidence to pull off such a feat of seizing the treasure and leaving safely. Prince Yang took a deep breath, extended his finger, and touched the jade tablet on his left. He muttered something under his breath, and then the jade tablet began to glow faintly. Ancient golden characters emerged from the white jade tablet and began to flow into his eyes. Not long after, seeing that the white jade tablet stopped emitting words, Prince Yang reluctantly withdrew his finger, a not too unpleasant smile appearing on his face. He said, "Luckily, I chose only half." This kind of on-the-spot transaction didn't require a separate contract like Zhong Luoqing's. With the transaction successful, Luo Qiu's mood improved somewhat, so he made another black card and gave it to Prince Yang. Of course, the black card given to Prince Yang didn't have a mark on it. Prince Yang searched for the first half of the scripture, and his mood improved again. He then asked, "May I ask, what do you intend to do with Taiying's 3 souls and 7 spirits within the jade tablet?" Luo Qiu asked calmly, "Is there anything you wish to purchase, sir?" The foreign prince hurriedly replied, "I have other matters to attend to. I will return once I find the treasure." He had been sitting there restless and extremely uneasy, his stable Dao heart constantly wavering. He was unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Watching the foreign prince's hasty departure, Luo Qiu removed his mask and looked at Yu Yi, asking, "Do all the cultivators who come to the club in the past always look like this?" Yu Yi replied, "After all, the legends circulating in their circle have been demonized quite a bit." "Is that so?" Luo Qiu nodded, suddenly joining the 2 white jade tablets together. A wisp of green smoke rose, transforming into a form. It was Taiying, trapped within the jade tablets. This time, Taiying wasn't as reckless as before. Instead, a look of fear appeared on his face. Luo Qiu slowly said, "From the beginning of the transaction, I've let you see the entire process. Now you know what I do, right?" Taiying nodded. This guy is from 500 years ago and knows about the club's existence. It seems the club's history could be another 500 years longer. While pondering this question, Luo Qiu spoke up, "Do you want to escape the prison of Brother Cai Nong's jade pendant? Taiying has been trapped for 500 years, and this is her only wish." "No, what else can I return?" Taiying smiled bitterly, "They don't accept money here, and even if they did, I'm penniless now, possessing only my 3 souls and 7 spirits. You want my 3 souls and 7 spirits? I need some servants lately," Luo Qiu said thoughtfully. "How about a 500-year term? You've been trapped for 500 years, then you serve me for 500 years, and after that I'll give you your freedom. 500 years for 500 years, but in fact you can leave the jade tablet, so you'll actually make a profit." Taiying almost didn't think twice before agreeing. "Okay, will you buy it?" "I'll do it." Luo Qiu was also quite satisfied with this outcome. Next, he used the abilities granted to him by the club to free Taiying from the jade tablet and reunite his 3 souls and 7 spirits, finally imprinting him with the club's mark. Black Soul Messenger? Taiying regained his freedom and, knowing his current identity, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, finally smiling bitterly. Black Soul Taingzi greets Master. Luo Qiu smiled and said, "Stay here for a few days. I'll summon a Black Soul messenger back. Yuye, call back a top performer to teach this newbie." "Yes, Master." The dean's actions were a bit too fast, catching Jiang Chu off guard. The patient had already been brought to the hospital ward. It was a very cute little girl. Looking at the little girl lying on the hospital bed, her face pale and bloodless from the torment of illness, Jiang Chu felt inexplicably irritated. "Don't look at me like that, please don't look at me like that." He was practically pleading in his mind, but outwardly he could only remain calm and discuss the patient's condition with the hospital director. The little girl's grandfather, that retired cadre from the Municipal Health Bureau, was also present. What retired cadre? This was clearly the former director, and the current successor was also his protk. Dr. Jiang, if there are no problems, I hope we can begin the surgery as soon as possible. I don't want my granddaughter to suffer like this every day. Looking at the pleading in the old man's eyes, I realized he was just a patient, a helpless grandfather. Perhaps the surgery will be all right. It can be completed in 5 to 6 hours. If it's controlled with medication, it should be able to support his hand tremors. Doctor, will you make Tingting better? Don't look at me like that. Please don't. Jiang Chu gritted his teeth. Dean, a lot of work and conditioning is needed before the surgery. I understand the feelings of the patient's family, but please understand that this is brain surgery, and we can't be careless in the slightest. Dean Ma nodded and said, I understand. But don't worry, I will arrange what you need as a priority. Regarding the treatment, you don't need to worry. Tingting's need for surgery isn't something that happened overnight, so we started treating her body several months ago. We're ready to have her undergo surgery anytime. Jiang Chu could only say, I understand. Tingting's grandfather then gripped Jiang Chu's hands tightly and said, Dr. Jiang, I'm entrusting everything to you. Jiang Chu took a deep breath and said, I will do my best. Soon after, Jiang Chu returned to her office, lay down on the sofa, and closed her eyes. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, she seemed to see the little girl's eyes. This inexplicably irritated him. Jiang Chu subconsciously pulled out the black card from his pocket and stared at it, lost in thought. It was as if a voice was ringing in his mind, saying, Come, come, your wish will be granted, come. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jiang Chu jolted awake, his hand trembling, and the black card fell to the ground. Jiang Chu frowned, finally answering the call. It was his ex-wife calling. They had divorced years ago, and their son had been awarded to Jiang Chu's custody. But Jiang Chu didn't forget his past relationship. Every now and then, he would send his son to stay with his ex-wife for a few days. Plus, his work at the hospital was quite busy, and this helped relieve his work stress. What's wrong? Jiang Chu called. My son suddenly fainted. I called an ambulance, and it's on its way to your hospital. What should I do? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Jiang Chu's heart was breaking. Hearing his ex-wife's tearful voice, his entire expression changed. Without thinking, he rushed out of the office. Although he was a newbie, he was no ordinary Black Soul messenger. When Luo Qiu transformed Taingzi into a Black Soul messenger, he also preserved his memories. Of course, such preservation would take some time, but considering that he had already made a lot of money from Zhong Luocheng, Luo Qiu was willing to invest. Taingzi was a person from 500 years ago, so he thought he would know more about the Eastern Taoist circle than Yuye. Although the 500-year gap in between is unknown, things from 500 years ago can be considered intangible assets. But 15 days is too expensive. Yovi grumbled about the high price he had to pay for the altar, but Luo Qiu quietly continued reading the origin of blue and white porcelain. Soon after, Taingzi respectfully approached Luo Qiu, presenting several A4 sheets filled with writing. Master, this is the entire scripture I transcribed from memory. Luo Qiu put down the antique book and began to browse. I don't understand at all. Tianzi is a monster who has lived for hundreds of years, which is quite astonishing. If you want to cultivate this wonderful scripture, you can guide me. Although the spiritual energy in the modern world is scarce, you just received some spiritual energy from Prince Yang. The first step of cultivation is not difficult. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "No need. I'm just curious. Go learn how to make white cards from Yuye." Disappointed, Yinzi had no choice but to leave. Luo Qiu glanced at the incomprehensible Eastern cultivation method and then casually set it aside. As a modern youth who didn't kill many people, he was somewhat influenced by the utilitarianism of modern society. With the increase in the number of transactions, he would become stronger and stronger, and all sorts of abilities would improve, even potentially leading to true immortality. Why put the cart before the horse and cultivate this thing? Luo Qiu continued reading The Origin of Tsinghua University until the shopping street outside had already closed. He then thought, the lazy demon Jiangchu probably won't be coming today. Time to go home. Before leaving, Luo Qiu stored the Qingwen jade away and used up a full 30 days of his lifespan before returning home. Ren Xiling hadn't returned yet. It seemed she was working late tonight doing final typesetting before printing. Luo Qiu pushed open Ren Xiling's door, walked to her bedside, raised the mattress, and placed the warm jade pendant under it. "Consider it a birthday present in 6 months," Luo Qiu muttered. But wait, doesn't this woman seem a little concerned about the clothes scattered all over the room? Luo Qiu shook her head, wondering if she should tidy up a bit, but then decided against it. The thought of tidying the room had already formed when all the clothes strewn around started to flutter in the air. Luo Qiu was stunned and shivered. The clothes that had floated in the air fell down one after another. Then, a red lace panty that had been moving obediently fell to his feet. Luo Qiu subconsciously wanted to kick it away, but at that moment, Ren Xiling's voice suddenly rang out. A surprised, almost frightened voice rang out. "What are you doing here?" "Okay, let's first review the scene." Because of the thought of tidying up the clothes, all the clothes were in motion, and their current position was actually much dirtier and messier than before. Then, Luo Qiu felt that some of the more subtle clothes had fallen safely into its dead zone, perhaps due to the malice of the universe. Imagine this scene unfolding before Ren Xiling's eyes without any reservations. Holy crap, this is stars. Life inevitably involves many awkward situations, even among close relatives. He was observant, so he easily discerned Ren Xiling's thoughts from her expression. This stemmed from excessive male hormones during puberty, exposure to numerous misunderstandings in society leading to sexual deviations, and a lack of maternal love from childhood resulting in a psychological inclination towards older women. However, given Luo Qiu's understanding of Ren Xiling, all these thoughts ultimately led to only one conclusion. "It's my fault, I didn't even notice these things," Ren Xiling said, taking a deep breath. "Let me think about this quietly." He suddenly closed the door. Time passed slowly, and the door opened again. Ren Xiling looked at Luo Qiu with a serious expression and said, "Luo Qiu, I think we need to have a serious talk. Listen, for men, this isn't something to be ashamed of. We need to look at this issue more optimistically. I knew it would be like this." Luo Qiu felt an urge to cover her face. All her unspoken words ultimately coalesced into 2 simple utterances. "Sleep." "What?" Ren Xiling felt a wave of intense drowsiness wash over her, making her eyelids too heavy to open. In the blink of an eye, she was already leaning against the door, slowly sliding down to the floor, and falling asleep. Luo Qiu pointed, and Ren Xiling's body floated off the floor and then drifted back to the bed. He looked at the human spirit, who had fallen into a deep sleep, with some annoyance and shook his head. The space around Luo Qiu suddenly distorted slightly. The next second, the puppet with the most beautiful face stepped out of the distortion. "Master, what's the matter?" Luo Qiu asked. "Yuye." Yuya walked to Ren Xiling's side, placed her hand on Ren Xiling's forehead, and then whispered something in her ear. A short while later, Yuya stood up. Master, when she wakes up tomorrow, she'll only remember what you just said. Lu Qiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, thank you for your hard work. You can go back now. Hearing the order, Yuya didn't linger. She disappeared back where she came from. Lu Qiu glanced at Ren Xiling one last time, casually flicked the sheet to cover her, and then gently closed the door and went back to her own room. Not feeling too sleepy, Lu Qiu turned on his computer and logged into his Jihu account. He found that his question already had two answers. The first question asked if there were only these few characters, or if there was a full image. Because ancient scripts sometimes have similar shapes, it's hard to determine the script without more references. The second question suggested it might be Coptic, a later development of ancient Egyptian languages, but he wasn't entirely sure and it was best to have more references. Lu Qiu thought for a moment and then extracted a few more texts from the original photo. This time, however, she extracted a segment of a sentence, the most complete and clear sentence she could find in the photo. After pasting it, Lu Qiu waited for a reply but received none. She then turned off her computer, picked up her phone, and lay down on the bed, thinking that it might be a Coptic reply. She then started searching on her phone. In the 3rd century AD, a large number of Greek documents, especially Christian scriptures, were copied in Coptic. Suddenly, Lu Qiu felt drowsy. She looked at them, but didn't think much of it and fell asleep. The next day, when she woke up, she heard noises in the kitchen and found Ren Xiling, full of energy, making breakfast. Toast, fried eggs, ham slices, and a cherry tomato salad for a balanced meal. It must have been quite a while since she'd had breakfast made by Ren Xiling. Luo Qiu? All right. Ren Xiling, wearing an apron and carrying 2 glasses of milk, walked out of the kitchen. She seemed unusually energetic today, having gotten up early. On a whim, she decided to try her cooking. What skills are needed for toast and fried eggs? Ren Xiling rolled her eyes and tapped Luo Qiu on the forehead. Stop talking nonsense, are you going to eat or not? Lu Qiu hesitantly began spreading butter on the toast. Ren Xiling also took a bite of bread, waiting for Lu Qiu to ask, Hey kid, have you been up to something lately? You seem to be coming home a little late. You usually come home early, acting like a shut-in who deserves to be single forever. Having long been accustomed to the woman's harsh words, Lu Qiu didn't feel much and had already prepared his answer. I've been working lately, so if I don't have much to do, I should be able to eat out in the evenings. But you didn't say you were going on a trip the last 2 times, did you? Ren Xiling was clearly not someone who could be easily fooled, so Luo Qiu made up an excuse. Just then, Ren Xiling's phone rang, forcing him to stop the conversation. After answering, his expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly packed up, leaving the question unanswered. The manager has something to do, I need to rush out. Actually, Luo Qiu had always admired Ren Xiling's decisive and action-oriented nature. For example, right now, she rushed into the room, hurriedly changed her clothes, combed her hair as she walked, skipped around in her shoes to grab her keys, dashed out the door like the wind, then rushed back, snatched the bread that Luo Qiu had buttered and was about to eat, took a bite, and rushed out again. I'll talk to you about the part-time job later, she said, giving him a few more instructions as she closed the door. Luo Qiu sighed finally, she could eat breakfast in peace. She was biting into her bread, intending to watch the morning news, when she saw a file on the TV cabinet. Just then, the phone rang. Hello, Luo Qiu? Didn't you see that file folder with the circle on it on the TV cabinet? Great. Come here, my darling, listen, can you deliver this file to my office for me? I'm rushing to somewhere and on my way, it's inconvenient for me to come back. Damn it, can't you even drive? Accompanied by the piercing roar of a horn, Ren Xiling continued, Sweetie, after you deliver it, Mom, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend another day, Wei Wei. You brat, hang up on me. Do you even know how to drive? You've messed with me, you'll regret it. Go to hell. The veteran driver, Ren Zeline, slammed on the gas. The deep red Mini Clubman sped off down the highway. At Zhong Luoqing's address, Old Master Shong arrived at Gaiyu's High. Zhong Qingrui was already waiting in the lobby and took them upstairs to Zhong Lilanfang's room. Old Master Shong and Zhong Lilanfang silently looked at each other without saying a word. After a while, Old Master Shong finally spoke, "I'm returning the things to you." Hearing Old Master Shong's instructions, Zhong Luochen quickly opened the brocade box in her hand. Zhong Lilanfang glanced at it and nodded. Zhong Qingrui then took the brocade box from Zhong Luochen's hand. At this moment, Zhong Lilanfang said, "Qingrui, put this back where it was originally. Remember to put it away properly." "Okay, Grandma," Zhong Qingrui replied softly. Zhong Lilanfang then said, "Young man of the Shong family, your grandfather and I have some things to discuss privately. You should go out too." Zhong Luochen hesitated for a moment, but Old Master Shong waved his hand and said, "It's all right, you can wait for me outside." Zhong Luochen had no choice but to say, "Miss Zhong, if you don't mind, I'll go with you to put your things away." Zhong Qingrui calmly replied, "No need." Zhong Luochen smiled slightly and didn't insist. The two walked out quickly. Old Master Shong sighed and asked, "Lanfang, how have you been these past years?" Zhong Lilanfang adjusted her cheongsam but turned to look out the window, refusing to look at him. Old Master Shong replied nonchalantly, "At least you've been doing better than this old man who's almost in his coffin." Old Master Shong smiled bitterly, "I really should be in my coffin by now. This time, you're a big deal. If you hadn't tried to take the black card, I probably wouldn't have even been on camera to see you." Zhong Lilanfang said calmly, "It's just that your son brought his apartment to see me. I'm taking this as a way of settling some debts. I'm not seeing you today because I'm happy you've overcome your difficulties, but just to see what you sold to get yourself killed, and what a sorry state you looked in. Seeing this made me happy." Old Master Shong sighed again, "Lanfang, do you still remember what happened back then?" Zhong Lilanfang sneered, "What, do you want me to forget? Or do you think that after so many years, this old woman should have become senile and forgotten?" Old Master Shong quickly said, "That's not what I meant. We all know we wronged you back then. After that incident, we all felt guilty and wanted to take good care of your Zhong family. We never expected you to disappear overnight and be so shameless. We later found out you were here and wanted to come and find you, but we were afraid you hadn't gotten over your anger, so we've been waiting until now." As he spoke, Old Master Shong's voice trembled with emotion, we really didn't have the face to see you. If it weren't for this brush with death." Zhong Lilanfang sneered, "Don't play the victim in front of me. I know your tricks all too well. HMPH, you were the same people back then, spouting ground principles, using the name of righteousness to force my husband to go to that place. For so many years, there's been no news of him. We don't know if he's alive or dead." "Fine, fine. Very well indeed. You really still have the nerve to come see me?" Old Master Shong shook his head and said, "No matter what you say, I came here this time for two things." Seeing Zhong Lilanfang's indifferent look, he had no choice but to continue. "First, it's to thank you for the black card from the fortune-telling world. But you said it was to repay the favor from back then. My life has been extended, but the price I paid was not small. Let's just consider this matter in the past. The second thing I want you to do is agree to marry your granddaughter to my son, Luo Chen." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lilanfang slammed her fist on the table in disbelief. "Dare you say that again?" she shouted. Old Master Shong quickly replied, "Let me finish. This marriage will only bring benefits to your granddaughter, not harm. Listen, I intend to make Luo Chen the heir to all my assets. After your granddaughter marries into the family, she will soon be the rightful wife of the head of the Shong family. You should understand what I mean. If it weren't for Xiao Liu's sacrifice, none of us would have ended up owing him anything. I would repay whatever I owe him." Zhong Lilanfang immediately sneered, that sounds nice, but it all comes back to what you really think. The child will have the Zhong surname. Old Master Shong said leisurely, if they get married, the first child will have the Zhong surname. Regardless of whether it's a girl from the South China Sea, she will be the heir to all of the Shong family's assets. Old Master Shong suddenly stood up, leaning on a chair, and knelt before Zhong Lilanfang, tears streaming down his face. Lanfang, we've wronged you. Old Master Shong is here to kowtow and apologize. Thump, 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 3 silent but deep thuds echoed as they walked down the corridor. Zhong Qingrui suddenly heard a sound of something breaking. He quickly turned the corner and exclaimed in alarm, Man, what happened? He saw a receptionist from Gaiu's High lying on the ground, a broken teacup beside her. The receptionist's name was Man, a girl who had been working there for 6 months. Zhong Qingrui recognized her. Miss, I'm so sorry. I was serving tea to the old lady and the guests. But I accidentally. Man said with a frightened expression, I'm so sorry, I'll pay for the broken teacup. Pay for what? Zhong Qingrui quickly helped her up. Look, your foot is bleeding from being cut by the magnetic tile. This is a work injury, and we'll be the ones to pay for it, miss. No need, no need. She quickly shook her head, saying, I'm clumsy, really, no need. Your foot is still bleeding, it's not a good idea. Zhong Qingrui said, come to my office, I'll stop the bleeding for you first. I don't have any blood, miss. How can you trouble yourself? I can do it myself. Your foot is sprained, isn't it? Can you walk? Zhong Qingrui replied. All right, don't be shy, I'll help you. Inside the general manager's office, Zhong Qingrui was rummaging through another cabinet next to the bookshelf, looking for something strange. I remember putting it here, where did it go? Slowly glanced at Zhong Qingrui, then at the brocade box he had hastily placed on the coffee table. Gritting his teeth, he quickly opened the box and pulled out an almost identical black card from his clothes, turning the black card inside the box around. Suppressing her heart pounding, she carefully put away the switched black card before calming herself down. Miss, she said, I think it's all right, or I can handle it myself. Didn't the old lady have guests? Don't waste your time here. So that's where it fell. Zhong Qingrui turned and walked over, quickly applying hemostatic medicine to Man. This used to be called golden wound medicine, she said. Doesn't it remind you of something from period dramas? However, the effect was very good and it didn't leave a scar. Watching the white powder being sprinkled on her leg, the bleeding stopped instantly, and the wound began to feel cool. She couldn't help but exclaim, it's amazing. But this stuff is only for people like you, a noble person. We, the rough and itchy ones, can just use a paper bandage. Zhong Qingrui carefully wiped the wound gently and said, no matter how rough or itchy a girl's wound is, she must take good care of herself. If you don't even care about yourself, who will? I seem to be all right now. Suddenly, Zhong Qingrui said, how about this? You still twisted your ankle. I'll give you half a day off to see a doctor. If your foot still hurts tomorrow, you can take another day off. This is like the Industry and Commerce Bureau giving you a holiday, don't worry. Thank you, miss. Man said quickly. Zhong Qingrui smiled, got up, picked up the brocade box, and helped Man out. Then she walked quietly into the collection room. He opened the brocade box, took out the black card, and glanced at it before his expression changed. This thing didn't seem to have the same feeling it used to give him. He was a little puzzled, but his grandmother had already confirmed it when it was delivered. There shouldn't be any problem. Besides, his grandmother had warned him since he was little not to touch this thing too often. Although he was curious, he could more or less sense the strangeness of the black card, so he quickly put it away. He soon returned to Zhong Lilanfang's room. Grandma, has the old master of the Shong family left? Zhong Qingrui asked Zhong Lilanfang with a surprised look. Zhong Lilanfang asked, Have you put everything away properly? Zhong Qingrui nodded and said, I've put it back where it was. Suddenly, Zhong Lilanfang said, Child, come here. Zhong Qingrui walked to Zhong Lilanfang's side, and the latter gently took his hand and said, If I asked you to marry Zhong Ruochen, what would you do? Grandma, why? Zhong Qingrui's expression suddenly changed slightly, but because she had been well-mannered since childhood, she remained very calm. If you hit me first, would you agree? Zhong Qingrui shook his head immediately. Zhong Lilanfang smiled bitterly and said, I knew your answer. But Grandma, I hope you'll marry him no matter what, Grandma. Are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Zhong Lilanfang said in a deep voice. You've been asking me what exactly happened back then, so I'll tell you the truth now, and then you'll understand why I made this decision. As for Ren Zeline's workplace, Luo Qiu had been there a few times. This woman would occasionally forget things and ask her to bring them over, but transferring buses would be too much trouble. Luckily, that place was within the city, meaning she could go anywhere she wanted. The club usually uses the owner's memory to pinpoint locations. The deeper the memory, the more accurate the transmission. Fortunately, having visited several times, Luo Qiu still had some recollection of Ren Zeline's office. He took a step forward, and the next step was already inside the office. Ren Zeline's office inherited the consistent style of his home, deeply dirty and messy. Luo Qiu sighed and casually placed the file on his desk, but at the same time noticed a picture peeking out from under it. Curiosity was something Luo Qiu couldn't let go of. He lifted the file, took out the picture, and looked at what this guy was investigating. In an old-fashioned tea house, there was a group of people. Men and women of different ages sat on prayer cushions, looking devoutly at an old man seated before them, listening to every word he spoke. My spirit is distressed and wants to speak. My heart is troubled and wants to express its sorrow. I am angry and want to kill the deluded. I will kill the foolish and not follow the schemes of the wicked, nor occupy the path of the sinner, nor sit in the seat of the licentious. Who desires to live a long life? If you want to live long, you must keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceitful words. The old man spoke incessantly, as if he could shout, and the crowd listened with rapt attention. Some even copied him down with pen and paper. What the old man was saying was nothing more than plagiarized teachings from the doctrines of a sect of a man crucified, and without a single cultivator among them. Yet this group of people took it all seriously as divine authority. A bunch of idiots. Ren Xiling couldn't help but think to himself that he was also among them, only sitting at the back. He discreetly reached into his collar and adjusted the miniature camera hidden there, trying to capture a picture of the old man at the front, whom these people called the Spirit Master. This was a rare opportunity, one he had painstakingly sought to infiltrate the organization, so he needed to seize it to expose this organization called Spiritual Truth. I come from nothingness and return to nothingness. All life is illusion. Suddenly, the old man called the Spirit Master opened his eyes and gently waved his hand, saying, All beings suffer. Why not take off your clothes? Why not take off your clothes? From that moment on, everyone wore solemn expressions, stood up, and took off their clothes one by one, leaving nothing behind. Why not cleanse each other of our sins? The group began to embrace each other. Ren Zilingyi began to feel uneasy, and now she was truly terrified. He figured he couldn't stay any longer and planned to sneak away while everyone was looking ahead and hadn't noticed him. He figured the footage he'd taken was explosive enough to warrant disqualifying the organization from operation. But just as he quietly opened the door and slipped out into the corridor, two burly men approached him. One of them sneered, You think you can just leave already? The temporary walkway isn't over yet. Ren Zeline took a slight step back, forcing a smile, and said, I'm just a mortal. I don't understand these grand principles. I don't intend to be a free spirit. If you two brothers like it, please continue with the program inside. You'll probably enjoy it more. So let's go together. The other burly man chuckled, I knew you'd infiltrated all along. Ren Zeline was startled and, without thinking, ran towards the other side of the corridor. Unexpectedly, two more burly men rushed out from that direction. At this moment, 4 burly men attacked from both sides. Renzeline took a deep breath and shouted, "You'd better not do anything rash. Do you think I would come here unprepared? Let me tell you, I contacted the police a long time ago." But the 4 burly men didn't stop and pounced on Renzeline at the same time. However, Renzeline nimbly dodged to the left and right, and even kicked one of the burly men twice. "I'm not someone to be trifled with." With that, Renzeline, not intending to engage the 4 burly men, used the railing for support and leaped from the 2nd floor of the tea house towards the lobby. This tea house was the organization's stronghold and wasn't actually open for business. No one would have seen him do this. Renzeline landed easily and, without thinking, planned to rush out the door. However, after only a few steps, Renzeline felt his legs suddenly weaken and collapse to the ground. He looked up and saw the spirit corpse already emerging from the room. He was wearing only a pair of tight pants, revealing a muscular physique that made him look nothing like an old man. His brave face held a menacing air, and he formed a strange hand seal in front of his chest. Then, he angrily shouted, "Useless trash! You can't even catch a woman. I have to do it myself. Hurry up and bring her back." "What's going on?" Renzeline was stunned. He felt his legs go completely numb and he couldn't feel anything. He watched in horror as 4 burly men rushed down from upstairs. He tried to push himself up with his hands on the ground, but his hands also went numb. His whole body felt like it was filled with skewered glue, and he couldn't move. "Master, this woman is much prettier than those idiotic believers." A burly man, rubbing his hands together, walked up to Renzeline, a wicked look on his face, and reached out to grab her chest. "Damn it, I should have just brought the police," Renzeline thought helplessly, looking at the man. But her strong will prevented her from being treated badly. She was still thinking about how to escape. The more difficult the situation, the more she needed to stay calm. "Take your filthy hands off me." Renzeline suddenly glared at the man. The burly man was startled and paused for a moment, but the thought of being frightened by a defenseless woman only fueled his rage. He laughed and said, "I'll make you cry later." His hand wasn't about to stop. Those full, beautiful breasts would soon be at his mercy. The burly man's eyes even showed excitement. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his arm, as if he had been struck hard. The man even felt as if his hand bones had been broken. It was a long black stick, or rather, a black cane. The burly man cried out in pain and quickly took 2 steps back. He then saw a strange figure appear beside Renzeline, seemingly out of thin air. This figure was dressed in all black, wearing a clown mask and a top hat. "Who are you?" Several voices rang out simultaneously. Renzeline asked in surprise. The spirit corpse on the other side also frowned. "Call me the clown," Renzeline thought, wearing a clown mask and acting as a clown. "That's too casual." Of course, this was Renzeline's inner thought, but he couldn't care less about it. The spirit master snorted coldly, "HMPH, whether you're a clown or whatever, grab this idiot who wants to be a hero." The remaining 3 burly men rushed towards the clown. But the clown was just casually swinging his black cane, each strike accurate and terrifyingly powerful. The cane merely touched the men's bodies, sending them flying. It was unclear what kind of. They were sent flying several meters away. In just over 10 seconds, several burly men were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. At this moment, the clown looked towards the spirit lion on the 2nd floor corridor. The spirit lion's expression changed slightly, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals in front of his chest once more. Unexpectedly, the clown's black staff suddenly swept across a tea table nearby, striking a white teacup. The teacup, like a wild horse, flew out and accurately smashed into the spirit master's wrist bone. The entire teacup even shattered upon impact, and the spirit master screamed in agony as his wrist bone shattered. Beneath the clown mask, Lu Qiu smiled with satisfaction. Although it was merely an application of telekinetic abilities, it resembled the style of a martial arts master. The overall effect was quite impressive. The pictures Luo Qiu saw in Ren Ziling's office were some of the things he had secretly photographed about this vile organization. Seeing these pictures gave Luo Qiu an uneasy feeling. This unease reminded him of Ren Ziling's hurried departure that morning. He didn't care whether it was appropriate or not and directly dialed Ren Ziling's number, but it was switched off. Luo Qiu immediately returned to the club without hesitation. He spent 15 minutes of his lifespan at the altar to purchase information about Ren Ziling's location. Initially, he was only worried, but that worry became a reality upon arrival. When he saw the burly man lewdly trying to assault Ren Ziling, for the first time, a surge of anger that had disappeared since his father's death erupted uncontrollably in Luo Qiu's chest. The black cane that swung down hard was essentially the venting of all of Luo Qiu's rage. Without using any of the club owner's special abilities, he simply used his physical strength fueled by rage to smash the burly man's face to pieces. Only after this blow did Luo Qiu calm down slightly. This woman had cared for him for years, giving him the best years of her life without complaint or regret, even trying every possible way to open his tightly closed heart. Day after day, she poured her heart and soul into it. Years passed, and Luo Qiu didn't feel that his heart had reopened, but he had already moved in. Although they are only legal relatives, they share a bond that transcends that of family. This woman is like life itself to Luo Qiu. No one could move him, regardless of whether he was the club owner or not. Even if he wasn't the club owner, just an ordinary person, there was nothing more to say at this moment. He would only think of fighting for his life. Luo Qiu climbed the stairs leading to the second-floor corridor, walking with unusual composure step by step. At the same time, the old man who had been temporarily replaced stood motionless, his legs trembling and his eyes filled with terror. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, on the contrary, he wanted to move more than anyone else, but his body was completely unable to move. It felt as if the air in his lungs had been sucked out, making him feel suffocated. Linsha was terrified and frantically tried to figure out who this guy wearing a clown mask and calling himself a clown was. At that moment, some words he had previously ignored began to resonate in his mind, words spoken by his teacher who had taught him these extraordinary techniques. There are many extraordinary people in this world. You've only learned a little bit, don't try to do evil. If you encounter a truly extraordinary person with superior skills, you'll only suffer the consequences. There aren't that many masters in the world. He only met one after many hardships. He didn't expect to actually meet Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu has already walked up to the spirit master. The spirit master hurriedly said in fear, "Release. Let me go. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I promise I'll never do anything wrong again, please." Luo Qiu used his cane to push open the door of the next room. He glanced inside but quickly decided not to look any further. A group of men and women were engaged in illicit acts, seemingly lost in their own desires. Jing Huafeng was already leaning towards the bazaar. "I didn't harm anyone," he said timidly. "These people all have some dark side to them." He added, "Don't believe him. This guy has a lot of shame." Several people here were on the verge of losing their families and lives. Ren Ziling shouted loudly from afar. Luo Qiu tapped the railing lightly with her cane. Ren Ziling's mouth instantly shut, terrified to find he couldn't speak. He looked at the clown with a mixture of shock and fear. Although she was the woman most valued in his life. Sometimes, Luo Qiu really wished the spirit master would shut up, so he let him. But his words had already had an effect. The spirit master was now even more terrified, his face filled with unease, hesitant to speak, afraid that saying something wrong would bring dire consequences. Luo Qiu calmly said, "What happens to these people inside has nothing to do with me. What you said isn't wrong. If the people inside are intelligent, they won't be easily misled. They have only themselves to blame." Upon hearing this, the spirit master quickly said, "I will make them return to normal. From now on, I promise I won't do it again," Luo Qiu said. "You want me to let you go?" The spirit master nodded quickly. Luo Qiu said calmly, then what will you use to trade for my release? This is what you want, right? Money. I'll give you all my money. The spirit master didn't even think about it before reaching for the money. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "Money is useless to me. To be honest, although the people you harmed deserved it, and I don't intend to stand up for them, I still dislike seeing them. So I have the urge to kill you. I want to kill you. You're offering your life for money. What do you think you can offer me in return?" The spirit master cried out in terror. "I don't know," Luo Qiu said without further ado, tapping the spirit master's forehead with his black cane. "As expected, you're a bad person. It seems you've lived 1,000 years. You still have 60 years left to live, but I think someone like you can only live for another 2 or 3 years at most. 58 years. You can use your 58 years of life to buy my life. Of course, you can also choose not to buy. I won't force you. Using one's life to buy another's life, there's no similarity here. What kind of logic is this? Is this how you exchange lives? Is this guy out of his mind? But anyway, if he could just be spared, he wouldn't want to die here like this. He'd heard his teacher say that the extraordinary people who walk the earth are all eccentric and unpredictable. He took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "If I sell myself, will you really let me go?" Luo Qiu calmly said, "As long as you sell, I won't make empty promises." Ling gritted her teeth and said, "You are a reclusive master. I believe you wouldn't lie to me, and you wouldn't stoop to lying to someone as insignificant as me. But how exactly do you want me to sell? Does it mean you want me to live another 3 to 5 years before coming to kill me?" Lin couldn't help but think in that direction. In any case, after surviving this calamity, he didn't believe that this strange guy would be able to find him again in 3 to 5 years. Luo Qiu said, "If you agree to sell, will you sell or not?" Suddenly, Luo Qiu laughed and said, "Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. I won't kill you now." The spirit master suddenly felt his body lighten, and he could move his hands and feet freely. However, he dared not act rashly and quickly said, thank you, master. I promise I won't do it again." "Yeah, right. Now that I'm free, I can fly like a bird in the sky." But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Although his body was free, a feeling of weakness suddenly spread throughout his body. The spirit master looked at his hands in horror. They had begun to dry out. At this moment, even the bulging muscles in her body began to atrophy. Her body became distorted, and her once white-haired, youthful face was now covered with wrinkles. Even her teeth began to fall out, leaving only a few hanging forlornly on her gums. "What have you done?" she thought, looking at the changes in her body with shock, anger, and disbelief. Luo Qiu, unperturbed, retorted that the process of life is generally irreversible. You've lost 58 years of your life. What remains is naturally the appearance of your last 2 years. What's so strange about that? You lied to me. Ling Shu, enraged, lunged at Luo Qiu without thinking. However, Ling Shu, already looking like he was nearing the end of his life, was weak and powerless. Even an ordinary adult could easily push him to the ground, let alone Luo Qiu, the club owner. Ling Shu, struck on the knee by the black staff, fell to the ground, struggling weakly to his feet. How could he be like this? Ren Xiling had actually climbed up now. It was probably because when he was taking away the spirit master's lifespan, his methods against Ren Xiling lost their effectiveness. As for Luo Qiu telling him to shut up, he only did so briefly, still reluctant to be too harsh on this woman. At this moment, Luo Qiu stretched out his black cane and ran it across the spirit master's face. The black cane actually shaved off the spirit master's beard. This guy wasn't old at all, probably half an old man, and now he was showing off his strong muscles. He's quite good at lying, but now Ren Xiling is using her reporter skills to her advantage. Luo Qiu still told Ren Xiling to shut up. "I'm leaving, you handle this," Luo Qiu said calmly. "These people can't hurt you." He tapped his cane on the floor. The men and women who were having sex in the room instantly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As for the 4 big men downstairs, they were the same. "I'm giving you 2 years, not because I think you deserve to live another 2 years, Luo Qiu said calmly before the spirit master fainted. "But because I feel you need to use the remaining 2 years to properly repent for your actions, well, probably in a prison or something." The spirit master then fainted, her face full of resentment. Luo Qiu glanced at Ren Xiling one last time. "It's best not to tell anyone you've seen me. It's easy for me to know your background, and I naturally do." After saying something that sounded like a warning to someone important to you, Luo Qiu calmly walked down the stairs, opened the tea house's shutter, and left. Ren Xiling suddenly shivered, feeling as if she had finally come back to life. Holy crap, have I really run into a god? A clown god? What the hell? Several police cars were parked there, along with 3 escort vehicles. The area was cordoned off, and 2 police officers stood guard at the entrance with their hands behind their backs. This was several hours later. These reporters were swarming around like flies. Officer Ma frowned as he looked at the group of reporters stuck outside the gate, still snapping photos incessantly. These guys are so well informed, sometimes even better than the police. It's unbelievable. According to you, I'm a fly too. A disgruntled voice suddenly sounded behind Officer Ma. Officer Ma turned around, his face serious, even turning a particularly fierce-looking face into a bitter expression as he looked at the person who had spoken with such a sarcastic tone. A very beautiful woman. I didn't mean that, sister-in-law. Officer Ma stammered, only able to give an awkward laugh. Those who worked with Officer Ma were basically staring incredulously at him. The usually hot-tempered Officer Ma was now so soft-spoken. This was truly big news. Could it be that Officer Ma had taken a liking to this beauty? What nonsense! Didn't you hear Officer Ma call her sister-in-law? This is... Officer Ma was the widow of one of his older brothers, whom he treated with the same respect he would show his mentor's wife. The widow, on the other hand, was someone he thought was too old to concern herself with. Anyway, if he needed to give a statement later, you'd better be polite, or you'll be in big trouble when you get back to Orange. If you offend Officer Ma, he won't hold it against you personally, at most he'll argue with you a bit. If you offend this woman, he won't hold it against you, but Officer Ma will definitely fight you to the death. Meanwhile, Officer Ma pulled Ren Xiling aside and asked nervously, "Sister-in-law, how can you be so bold? Daring to sneak into such a terrifying place all by yourself? I'm not saying this to be mean, but can't you be a little less reckless than before? If anything happens to you, and I'm done for, how will I face Brother Luo Qiu?" Ren Xiling said directly, "Enough with the nonsense. I filmed the whole thing, and I'll give you a copy later as evidence." Officer Ma nodded quickly and said, "Okay, sister-in-law." Then he hesitated and asked, "Sister-in-law, are these the people you expected?" Ren Xiling remembered what the clown had said and vaguely replied, "Why don't you believe in my skills?" Officer Ma quickly shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant, but I still have to write this report." Ren Xiling looked at Officer Ma impatiently, as if he were an idiot. "You've been suppressing this for so many years, and your brain still isn't working properly, is it? Couldn't you just say that these people got into a fight because they didn't split the profits equally, and then you received a tip and immediately led a team to arrest them? I don't know anything about this. I'm just here to conduct an interview." Officer Ma smiled broadly. "Sister-in-law, you're not a writer, are you? Your brain works perfectly. Don't flatter me." Ren Xiling waved her hand, then suddenly remembered something and whispered, "But seeing how I look, I don't know if they have any accomplices." "I'm fine, but you'd better be careful. I don't want anything to happen to Luo Qiu." Officer Ma said in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Anyone who dares to touch brother's child, I'll be the first to fight them to the death. Not only me, but all the brothers who followed brother back then will definitely not let him off." Ren Xiling nodded and finally said, "By the way, that old man is a bit strange. You'd better have your men keep a close eye on him." It's best to tie his hands. Officer Ma was taken aback, but still nodded. Sister-in-law, I'll have someone take you home. No need, I have to go back to the newspaper office later. This is big news. Renzeline had just gotten into his car and fastened his seatbelt when Officer Ma chased after him. Sister-in-law, wait a minute. Officer Ma called out to Renzeline. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's like this, there's something I need your help with." Renzeline frowned and asked, "Why?" Officer Ma whispered, "It's like this, we've been investigating a transnational crime case recently. I know you have many connections, so I wanted to ask you for a favor, to investigate someone. You understand, there are some things we can't do openly." Renzeline thought for a moment and said, "Okay, give me the person's information." Officer Ma then added solemnly, "But sister-in-law, while you're investigating, please don't do what you did this time and get involved yourself, okay? Anyway, you journalists only need the information. Promise me you won't put yourself in danger, otherwise I'd rather not have your help." Renzeline sighed, staring at Officer Ma and laughing, "You're acting like my mother." Officer Ma said with a bitter face, No, you're my mother, my real mother, my dear aunt. Please don't do anything dangerous again. Go to hell. I don't have a son as big as you." Renzeline wrinkled her nose and said, "I only have one son, and he's much more handsome than you." Of course. After all, his brother Luo's son, how could he not be handsome? Renzeline was delighted to hear that, stepped on the gas, and sped off. Officer Ma called out helplessly, "Sister-in-law, slow down. I've got too many tickets this month, I can't handle it." Back at the hotel, Cheng Yun reported some things to Zhong Luochen and then excused himself to run errands. But actually, after wandering around outside for a bit, he went to a nearby coffee shop to meet the third young lady of the Zhong family. This is one of those black cards. The third young lady of the Zhong family snatched the black card from Cheng Yun's hand and held it up. I specifically had a fake battle made. The size shouldn't be too far off, after all, it was calculated based on the size of the second young master's palm. The third Miss Zhong nodded and said, "All right, you can go back now. Don't arouse their suspicion." After a pause, the third Miss Zhong added, "You'll have enough money to satisfy you deposited into your account." Cheng Yun immediately beamed and said, "Thank you, third miss. I'll go back now, okay?" The young lady of the Zhong family looked in the direction that surprised Cheng Yun and found that it was just an ordinary-looking young man who was currently counting something at the front desk. "Who is that?" the young lady asked. Cheng Yun replied, "I'm not quite sure yet, but he might be someone Miss Zhong knows, and they seem to be quite close." The young lady suddenly said, "That Zhong family girl doesn't seem to like my second brother very much, does she?" Cheng Yun said rather indifferently. "As for whether he likes her or not, it's hard to say. After all, there are many ways to win a woman's heart, as long as you find the right method." The third young lady of the Zhong family suddenly smiled and said, "Cheng Yun, it seems you understand women very well." Cheng Yun hurriedly said, "It's just some common customs of Yongju. On the contrary, it's like you, Miss Zhong." "I dare not say I understand." Miss Zhong calmly said, "Go and feel this guy's confidence. Maybe it will be useful." Cheng Yun nodded. At this moment, she kept her head down and left through the door. Only then did Miss Zhong begin to carefully observe the black card in her hand. There was a golden mark on it. When she looked at this thing, she felt that she couldn't take her eyes off it. She couldn't help but be lost in thought. Luo Qiu, who had just finished buying things from the counter, was leisurely walking past the glass window. They barely passed each other. The shopping street was just a short distance away. After leaving the tea house, Luo Qiu didn't go far, but hid in the distance until he saw Renzeline leave safely before following him. Although he saw Officer Ma, he recognized him, his father's former brother, but didn't want to show up and say hello. Thinking it was past lunchtime, there was no need to trouble Yuya, so he simply bought something to eat at a nearby coffee shop. This coffee shop's cakes were actually quite famous in the area. After returning to the club, Luo Qiu changed into the club owner's attire and sat behind the counter. He placed the small cakes he had just bought from the coffee shop beside him, along with the black tea Yuye had brewed. Luo Qiu turned on the record player, playing music from the piece The Origin of Blue and White Porcelain in his hand. This way, he could sit there for most of the day. Jiang Chu sat listlessly in his office at the hospital, deep in thought. A woman was also in the office, his ex-wife. Jiang Chu, tell me honestly, what happened to the child? Jiang Chu said dejectedly. Her body is having a rejection reaction. The woman's face immediately turned grim. Rejection? How could this be? You said you'd found a matching bone marrow donor before I agreed to the surgery. Now you're telling me there's rejection? Jiang Chu said, equally agitated. Do you know how difficult it is to find a bone marrow match for your son? I went to great lengths to find a suitable donor. But in the end, it still failed. Then, what can we do? Shouldn't rejection be controllable? Jiang Chu shook his head. I can't answer that question either. Right now, we can only assess the degree of rejection. We'll have to wait for the detailed medical report to know for sure. But no matter what, I won't let anything happen to my child. You go and watch the child. I want to be alone. After his ex-wife left, Jiang Chu slumped weakly in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why is this happening? Why? Not only was he diagnosed with early-stage Burkitt's disease, but his son's life was also in constant danger. Jiang Chu closed his eyes in anguish. At that moment, he seemed to see again the longing eyes of the little girl waiting for him to perform surgery, and the face of the child lying on the hospital bed, suffering terribly. The two images intertwined, like a whirlpool from which he couldn't escape. Jiang Chu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, endless and bottomless. He suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead covered in cold sweat, only to realize that he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. He first complained about the malice of the person who invented mobile phone location tracking. Luo Qiu then suddenly sent his location to Ren Ziling's phone. It probably wouldn't be long before he quietly appeared nearby. Generally speaking, it's common for college students to do part-time jobs to experience life. Ren Ziling wouldn't object, but because of her overflowing maternal love, she worried about where Luo Qiu was working and whether it was a respectable place. So, to avoid trouble from coming home late in the future, Luo Qiu decided to take a job, even if it was just for one night. She would carefully consider the location, basically narrowing it down to places Ren Ziling rarely went to, or even never went to at all, and after observing it once, she would feel it was safe and would never come back. Moreover, these are jobs that college students often do and are relatively easy to find. Is it appropriate for a teacher to do this? I think it's right. It allows Luo Qiu to avoid facing too many people and is more in line with her personality. In the end, it doesn't require too many extras. Identifying a tutor is a very simple matter. Yuye used hypnosis to find a mother and son who were strolling around. Father and daughter, mother and daughter, anything is fine, as long as they seem to be of a suitable age for a tutor and can afford the cost. However, it's unclear whether Yuye, the tutoring company, is more inclined towards beautiful things. Luo Qiu's current tutor is a female high school student. Is this first-year high school student a bit too developed these days? As for the parent of Luo Qiu's current tutor, she appears to be a knowledgeable and reasonable woman. Is she taking a little too good at maintaining her appearance? But considering the other party had put on this whole charade without her knowledge and hadn't even received payment, Luo Qiu thought she should at least give this high school girl a proper lesson. Although she didn't know if this one-time tutoring would be helpful, at least she could help solve a few problems during the session. The teaching location was a relatively quiet Western restaurant near the commercial street, with a seat near the floor-to-ceiling windows. It really was a private tutoring job. Ren Ziling was standing there pitifully, eating a hamburger and drinking by the roadside for over 10 minutes. While it was nice to see Luo Chiu experiencing life and choosing to work part-time during her free time, wasn't this girl a bit too developed? And why was this mother so well maintained? A beautiful witch who specializes in eating young grass, a carnivore. So good. So good. So good. So good. Deputy Editor-in-Chief Ren possessed a sharp mind and a montage-like way of thinking. He took a deep gulp of his cola, unable to stop. His imagination ran wild. Could it be a mother and daughter policewoman? He seemed to see Luo Chiu with her young, lovely daughter on her left and her beautiful, elegant mother on her right. Renzeline felt a sense of dread. This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. Editor-in-Chief Ren's father threw his unfinished hamburger and cola into the trash can and rushed into the Western restaurant. Luo Chiu, probably not expecting Ren Xiling to barge in, opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. "This is the girl's mother," she said, looking at the suddenly appearing woman with a puzzled expression. Just as Luo Chiu was about to speak, Ren Xiling smiled broadly and said, "Hello, I'm Luo Chiu's sister. You can just call me Xiling. I just got off work and my brother told me he was tutoring here, so I stopped by to pick him up. I didn't bother you, right? It's all right. The girl's mother, that's all for today, it's about time." The girl's mother smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "Teacher Luo, thank you for your help next time, but there probably won't be a next time." Luo Chiu nodded anyway. The girl's mother said, "Then I won't call you either. Pinting, say goodbye." So the girl's name was Pinting. Luo Chiu had already sat down, and only now did she truly know the girl's name. "Goodbye, teacher, goodbye, big sister." The girl politely said goodbye, and after watching the beautiful mother and daughter leave, Luo Chiu finally breathed a sigh of relief, slightly complaining, "I thought you were just interested in someone outside." "And what's with that sister thing?" Ren Xiling replied matter-of-factly, "I did this for you, didn't I? If your mother were that young and beautiful, what would people think of you?" Luo Chiu sighed. "Being confident is a good thing, but next time, could you please wipe your mouth clean before eating? And next time you eat a hamburger, could you please not put mayonnaise on it?" Ren Xiling's eyes widened. "Look at you! What are you talking about?" Oh, Luo Chiu decided to skip this rather delicate topic and focus on eating. "Not bad," Ren Xiling said, rubbing her stomach. Luo Chiu shook her head, called over Shi Yang, and ordered Ren Xiling a seafood pasta and a fruit salad. "It's too late," she said casually, "eat something light." Without thinking, Ren Xiling kissed Luo Chiu on the cheek. "Good child, you are my mother." Luo Chiu wiped her mother's face and moved to the soft booth. The camera leaned against the window and took out the book The Origin of Blue and White Porcelain. She started reading and stopped talking. Seeing Luo Chiu's appearance, she realized that her previous worries were somewhat unnecessary. She began to enjoy the food that was served. An exceptionally beautiful girl, like a model, quietly walked past the mother and daughter. Perhaps it was because she was too beautiful that both mother and daughter couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. When she came to her senses, a night breeze blew, and the girl's mother suddenly shivered, stammering, "Strange, where am I?" Yoshihira looked at her mother with the same confusion. At that moment, a black card silently glided through the night sky, imperceptibly slipping into the knife in Yoshihira's mother's hand. "Let's go back." After trading lifespans with spirit masters, Luo Chiu gained a full 200 days of lifespan after the seasonal limit. After several limit-breaking attempts and deducting the use of spirit stars, Luo Chiu realized that he had gone from only 30 days to being able to live for another year. With the increase in the number of trades and seasonal limits, this number would likely only grow longer. There's actually not much to learn in Non-Soul Messenger. There are only two things: how to create information cards and how to seduce wealthy patrons. Whether it's because Taiyingzi is a nun or not, she has shown remarkable progress in learning these skills. In less than 2 days, Taiyingzi has already gone out as an intern. It's been 3 days since the club started bringing in customers, and Jiangchu still doesn't seem to be planning to come. Yuya brought Luo Qiu 2 sandwiches and a glass of orange juice for lunch and casually brought up the matter. Luo Qiu leisurely picked up the sandwiches, his gaze not leaving the book he was reading, not paying much attention. He said, probably because he's thinking there might still be a chance. His son won't be able to hold on much longer. Last night, I gave that woman a black card with no discount. Yuya seemed to be wiping the counter casually when he suddenly said. Luo Qiu was taken aback and remained silent for a moment. Well, since you've already given it to me, then so be it, he said. But next time, let me know beforehand and wait for my approval. Yu Yi understood. The maid's occasional wiping movements became lighter, and a smile appeared on her face. Luo Qiu, noticing these subtle changes, focused his gaze on a certain line of text on a certain page of The Origin of Blue and White Porcelain, without moving it. How to put it? From Yu Yi's perspective, it was correct. The club's existence lay in transactions and seasonal risks, so his search for suitable candidates was understandable. On the other hand, perhaps because the previous boss was too passive and unhelpful, this long-serving employee, who had worked for 300 years, wanted to make some changes after the new boss took over. Of course, it's also possible that he wanted to earn more transaction fees for the club's owner and to prevent Luo Qiu from dying, so he worked hard from the very beginning. But it's also possible that Yuya itself had some mechanisms that it hadn't even discovered. Luo Qiu didn't completely trust this long-serving employee from the start, probably because it required a long time. Interpersonal relationships are inherently like this. On the other hand, the club itself is incredibly important to the owner, possessing an unimaginable allure. Continuous transactions grant endless life, and with each transaction, one gains many incredible abilities. Sounds appealing and motivating, doesn't it? It makes you want to plunge headlong into this world, achieving immortality and gaining immense power, right? And then what? Even with hundreds, thousands, or even more years of time, what good is being addicted to countless transactions? You'll only crave more and endlessly repeat the monotonous cycle of buying and selling. Only a successful transaction brings a stir of emotion and a sense of satisfaction. How is this any different from Zhong Luo Cheng, who was deprived of happiness? Or perhaps he'd endlessly repeat the same routine, only knowing how to generate a constant stream of revenue for the club, or like his predecessor, he'd become a walking corpse because he couldn't stand it or had seen through it all. Thinking this, Luo Qiu suddenly understood that what the patron needed to resist was his own deep-seated cravings and desires. As for him, the club owner, the only thing he needed to do wasn't to think about how to live indefinitely, but rather how to maintain his individuality with each advancement. You've been granted unlimited lifespan and earth-shattering abilities, yet you've lost sight of who you are and your true nature. In the end, you're probably the biggest and most special financier behind the club. If you hadn't been as passive as your predecessor, your lifespan would have gradually accumulated. For example, in less than 10 days, it has already turned from the original 30 days into a whole year. Yuya, we're not open today. Come with me for a walk. Luo Qiu suddenly put down the box of books in her hand and looked at Yuya, who had a surprised expression, and smiled. If someone comes, we'll know, and it'll be convenient to come back. But we'll waste time. A walk outside to relax is actually quite nice. But where should we go? Yuya asked, puzzled. Luo Qiu smiled and said, do you remember the first time we did business, you made me personally decide? We went to the hospital, something Yu Yexiang never expected, because before the initial transaction, the owner didn't have the ability to buy information about the financier. But now, things are different, such trivial matters are no longer necessary. Luo Qiu said, isn't it necessary? But I just want to make sure that when I remember you in the future, it won't just be these 4 walls of the club. Yu Yi said calmly, time will fade memories. Luo Qiu continued, at this age, it's appropriate to keep creating. If you forget, you can revisit the place, or even take photos. There are many ways. Yu Yi didn't insist, nodding softly, then please wait a moment, master. In the shadows, a man was running hurriedly. His agile movements allowed him to move freely through the filthy alley, but why was his hiding place exposed? Did someone betray him? Did those despicable cops think they could catch me just like that? 100 years too early. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, and the man felt a piercing pain, collapsing to the ground. A clear bloodstain appeared on his thigh. The man clutched his wound in agony, turning to look behind him. There, he saw a middle-aged man in a khaki trench coat strolling leisurely, the very same cop who had suddenly appeared at his hideout with his men. The man gritted his teeth and subtly moved his hand. But as soon as his hand moved, another bullet pierced his palm, causing him to scream again. "Idiot, don't you know I'm the #1 marksman in the orange? Even from a distance, I could blow your head off." No sooner had the officer finished speaking than several plainclothes officers rushed out and pinned the man to the ground. "Officer, you're amazing! You found this guy's hiding place so quickly." One of the plainclothes officers immediately flattered. "I wonder what kind of powerful immortal you are? If possible, please introduce me. Do I have to tell you all about my sister-in-law who's incredibly resourceful and has so many eyes and ears?" Officer Ma sneered. "Don't be too happy yet. This guy's just a street urchin. The real big shots are still behind him. Take this kid back and interrogate him properly. I want him to spill everything he knows." "Pa, these scumbags. If I weren't still wearing this uniform, I would have shot him in the head. I've been pretending not to hear them. How should I put it? If it weren't for his personality, if he didn't often utter such remarks that gave his superiors such a headache. This officer must have already climbed into the upper echelons." Just then, Officer Ma's phone rang. He answered impatiently, his expression changing slightly before he burst out cursing, "Are you idiots? Who can survive in the station?" Officer Ma had received news that the old man who claimed to be a spiritual master and was recently arrested, the leader of the cult, had just committed suicide. Damn it, what era are we living in? Someone actually bites their tongue and commits suicide? Are you kidding me? Officer Ma frowned, his face contorted with rage as he forced the man into the police car. "Jiangchu, your child's condition is worse than I thought. Where did you find the bone marrow?" His colleague frowned, looking at Jiangchu with a grim expression. "Doctor," Jiangchu quickly asked, "what's wrong?" His colleague sighed, "Jiangchu, this kind of rejection usually only happens when there's a mismatch. And it was almost fatal. I don't know where your child had the surgery, but could something have gone wrong? Normally, this kind of mistake shouldn't happen. This is murder. How could this be?" Jiang Chui then rushed out of his colleague's office in a panic. He kept his head down, not looking at anyone, almost as if he were charging headlong into the room. "What are you doing? You really ran into someone terrible." The dean was also Jiang Chu's mentor and teacher. Jiang Chu panicked but couldn't utter a word. The dean sighed and said, "I know about your child's situation. I'm very sorry about what happened. Well then, your situation isn't good either. I've arranged for another doctor to replace you for today's surgery. Spend the next few days with your family. I'm also contacting some hospitals abroad to see if there's any way to help." Jiang Chu shook his head. "I want to be alone," the director said. The director nodded, sighed, and left. He truly felt sorry for him. This was supposed to be an opportunity to promote him, but with this incident, the patients knew about it and naturally wouldn't trust Jiang Chu to perform the surgery. If he got distracted on the operating table, it could be fatal in a matter of minutes. Jiang Chu walked alone in the corridor like a walking corpse. Given the current situation, he really hasn't been able to settle down properly. Rather, giving up the surgery felt more like a relief to him. Unable to face the little girl's pleading eyes, Jiang Chu went alone to the hospital rooftop. Trembling, he took out his phone from his clothes, hesitated for a long time before dialing a number. "Mr. Sun?" he asked. A hoarse, artificially enhanced voice came from the other end. Mr. Sun's voice, Dr. Jiang, it's perfect timing. I also have something to discuss with you, Jiang Chu said in a deep voice. Let's not talk about anything else now, Mr. Sun. There's something I need to ask you. Is the bone marrow you provided for my son a match? Mr. Sun said to himself, I've caught you red-handed. The local police should be coming after you soon. I've made some arrangements for you. You need to leave immediately. What? Jiang Chu's expression changed drastically, but at that moment, he suddenly shivered and said, No, I can't leave. I can't abandon my son. Mr. Sun said calmly, You're still young, having offspring isn't difficult, but if you don't leave, it won't be good news for us. Black Cat is just a street urchin, not many people know him, but you know very well how much you do. We won't let you get caught by the police. You should understand what I mean, right? Jiang Chu roared like a madman, Tell me, is the bone marrow you provided for my son a match? Someone will come to pick you up in an hour. You can only choose to leave or stay permanently. Remember, we don't lack doctors. Half an hour later, Jiang Chu swiped the phone away, and it fell to the ground. He slumped to the floor, utterly exhausted. Mr. Sun, with his extraordinary abilities, said an hour, and that was it, not a minute more, not a minute less. He gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed off the rooftop. The iron gate to the rooftop banged loudly, and at the same time, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the concrete slabs rang out. Master Jiang Chu is pretty much at his wit's end, Luo Qiu thought for a moment. Do you think he'll choose to leave or stay? Then we'll see just how deep his love for his son really is. Yu Ye nodded. Xuanji added, But I'm beginning to understand why Master came to the hospital. Luo Qiu asked curiously, Why? Yu Ye smiled and said, The hospital is a place where hope and despair coexist, a place where life and death converge. Whether it's patients or their families, everyone here experiences despair and helplessness. It's indeed a very suitable place to cultivate, Master. Yu Ye said, I'll have the Black Soul Messenger pay more attention to the hospital in the future. Wait, is there some misunderstanding? There must be a misunderstanding, right? I really just came out for a walk and to check on Jiang Chu's condition. However, he didn't intend to correct Yu Ye's idea, but muttered to himself that an hour was about the right time to make a decision. An hour, an hour! He knew all too well the terror behind Mr. Sun. He only had an hour left, maybe 59 minutes or 58 minutes. Jiang Chu hurriedly rushed down the stairs. A group of medical staff were pushing a hospital bed past him at that moment. It was the girl who was supposed to perform the surgery. The little girl didn't know much about the world. She saw the doctor she had seen before, and smiled slightly. In her haste, this smile stirred ripples in Jiang Chu's heart. She suddenly stopped, leaning against the wall, feeling completely exhausted. Unconsciously, Jiang Chu found herself in another ward. His ex-wife, tears streaming down her face, leaned against their son's hospital bed, holding his hand and falling asleep. Jiang Chu dared not make a sound as he walked to the bedside, looking at his son with a complex expression. He should have had a happy life. Yes, he should have. If the bone marrow matched, Jiang Chu trembled as he reached out to stroke his child's face, but suddenly pulled his hand back. He gritted his teeth, abruptly walked out of the ward, and went to the small park downstairs from the hospital. He sat on a stone bench and began to stare blankly into space. An hour later, Jiang Chu was still sitting in the same spot when a man in a black suit with an ordinary appearance suddenly approached him. Dr. Jiang, Mr. Sun sent me to pick you up. Please leave. Jiang Chu slowly raised his head, looked at the man, and then patted the bench beside him, saying, Don't be in such a hurry, sit down. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The man frowned and said coldly, Dr. Jiang, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Please leave with me immediately. Seeing the man reach into his pocket, Jiang Chu sneered, What? I've done so much for Mr. Son, and you won't even give me a few minutes? The man calmly pulled a folding military knife from his pocket. Mr. Son said that if Dr. Jiang doesn't cooperate, there's no need to stay any longer. The man was about to attack without warning, but just then, a thunderous shout rang out and 6 or 7 figures suddenly rushed out from all around. Leading them was Officer Ma. Don't move. You're surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. The man's gaze turned cold as he stared directly at Jiang Chu's face. Jiang Chu's lips trembled slightly, and she exclaimed, "You tricked me with fake bone marrow. You're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've called the police, I'll expose everything you've done." Ha ha, anyway, the investigation has already traced it back to me, I can't escape either, let's all die together. The man sneered, calmly reaching out to stab Jiang Chu in the neck. Bang, a gunshot rang out at the same time, the man's wrist had been hit by a bullet, and his military knife fell to the ground. Damn it, I told you I'm the Bureau's no. 1. A sharpshooter. Damn it, he won't listen, grab him. You idiot. Block him. Don't let him get away. Get the hell out of here. Chase after him. If he escapes, all of you will be sent flying. Officer Ma, enraged, erupted in fury. His brothers, including Mather, were all around, watching. He was injured and couldn't run. So what to do? 2 plainclothes officers pinned Jiang Chu down in front of Officer Ma. Officer Ma said, "What else can we do? This guy is an important witness. Send him back immediately. Keep a close eye on him. Gag him and tie him up. Officer, before you leave, could I please see my son one last time?" Jiang Chu pleaded suddenly. Officer Ma sneered, "So now you have a conscience and remember your son? You bastard, when you helped these people stab people to harvest their organs, did you have any conscience at all?" Jiang Chu's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground in anguish, pleading, "Please, let me see my son one last time. He can't hold on much longer." Officer Ma took off Jiang Chu's white coat and wrapped it around his handcuffed hands to block everything, then said with a warning, "I'll give you 5 minutes, thank you." Jiang Chu choked out, but Officer Ma then beckoned 2 officers and gave them instructions. "Keep a close eye on him. When the time is up, take him back to Orange immediately." Understood. Officer Ma nodded, watching the 2 men leave with Jiang Chu, muttering something as he walked in another direction. However, he hadn't gone 2 steps when his phone rang. Officer Ma answered, listened for a while, and then nodded. You bunch of bastards, you've shown up again this time. You caught him so quickly." The person on the other end of the phone said. "That guy rushed into the back alley of the hospital. When we chased after him, he was unconscious on the ground. It seemed he was hit by a flower pot that fell from upstairs." Officer Ma was stunned. First, a criminal bit his tongue and committed suicide, and now another scumbag was hit by a vase. Is this karma? Isn't it just the way things are? As he stepped out of the elevator corridor, the second room around the corner was his son's hospital room. Jiang Chu, head down, was flanked by plainclothes officers who followed him at a leisurely pace. Passers-by might have noticed his downcast gaze and the white coats hanging from his hands. It was probably just a way to reassure himself. The presence of 2 people following behind him easily led people to speculate. Jiang Chu even recognized some familiar nurses. They wanted to approach and speak, but Jiang Chu shook his head, stopping them. He smiled bitterly. He walked this corridor frequently, but never felt it was so long. "Officers, could you let just one of me go in later? I promise I won't run away. Besides, I can't escape anyway," Jiang Chu pleaded, turning to the 2 officers. One of them thought for a moment and then nodded. "This is the 7th floor. Jiang Chu is still handcuffed. There's no way he can escape." Just then, a cleaning worker pushed a trolley from the front. 2 plainclothes officers pulled Jiang Chu aside and made way for him. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the janitor suddenly rammed his cart into the three of them. With a flick of his sleeve, a dagger slipped out and fell instantly. The janitor caught the dagger and was about to stab Jiang Chu when, just then, a water bottle thrown from a distance struck him hard on the head. The impact of the water-filled bottle was no less powerful than a heavy punch. The janitor was instantly stunned and, when he came to his senses, was already pinned to the ground by two plainclothes officers, unable to move. At this moment, Officer Ma walked over with a cold smile. "Damn it, you idiots! I knew you guys had this trick up your sleeve. Did you think I'd just let this guy up here so easily?" The janitor, who had been hidden in the shadows, stared intently at Officer Ma without uttering a sound. Officer Ma snorted and directly handcuffed the man behind his back. He called over another plainclothes officer, and the two of them guarded the janitor. "Take this guy away. Let him go in by himself." Officer Ma gave the order, and Jiang Chu glanced gratefully at the officer who liked to swear, then lowered his head and silently walked to the end of the corridor. Officer Ma then looked at the cleaner, lighting a cigarette. "This is a hospital." Officer Ma paused, then irritably took a drag of his cigarette before saying, "You're all dead. Scum! You'd better cooperate with us," the cleaner suddenly said with a strange smile. "Officer, you're really smart. You know we have a backup plan." Officer Ma sneered, "I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." The cleaner retorted, "But what if we have two plans?" Officer Ma was taken aback. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose within him. At the same time, all the lights around him went out instantly. Officer Ma reacted swiftly, grabbing at the cleaner, but was simultaneously jerked hard in the stomach. His partner then rammed into him, both falling to the ground. The shop stopped quickly, but within seconds everything returned to normal. However, no one knew where the cleaner had disappeared to at either end of the corridor. "There's a third one," Officer Ma cursed as he scrambled to his feet and chased after Jiang Chu, heading towards the spot where Jiang Chu had gone. Reaching the corner at the end of the corridor, he found only a limb lying on the ground, clutching his abdomen and bleeding profusely. Jiang Chu was nowhere to be seen. Officer Ma stared blankly, utterly bewildered and ashamed. Where had Jiang Chu gone? Even Jiang Chu didn't know where he had gone. An unprecedented fear gripped him. This was clearly the hospital rooftop, but he distinctly remembered being on the 7th floor corridor, just as he was about to enter his son's ward, when everything suddenly went dark. He heard the plainclothes officer behind him let out a muffled groan. In that instant, Jiang Chu suddenly had a clear feeling, Mr. Son wouldn't let him off so easily, he might die in the next second. Yet, his son was right in front of him, only a door away, but he couldn't see any intense grief or despair. This caused Jiang Chu's emotions to reach their peak. Suddenly, his vision cleared, and he found himself on the hospital rooftop. But the strange thing wasn't just that a peculiar figure appeared before Jiang Chu, a man wearing a clown mask, carrying a black cane, seemingly having waited for him for a long time. Who are you? You were also sent by Mr. Son? Jiang Chu looked at the masked man with horror. Luo Qiu, however, appeared quite calm. Dr. Jiang, shouldn't you already know who I am? Jiang Chu was stunned. Luo Qiu waved his cane and pointed. A black card slid out from the doctor's robe wrapped around Jiang Chu's hands and flew directly into Luo Qiu's palm. Jiang Chu was momentarily stunned. You're here to see me? Luo Qiu shook his head and said, It's not that I'm looking for you, but that you want to see me. This black card sensed your most urgent desire and brought you before me. You can help me. Jiang Chu shuddered. In just a few seconds, he was on the rooftop. This sudden change, the strange man with the clown mask, and the black card that flew out, unbelievable things were happening to him right now. He really could buy anything. Jiang Chu swallowed hard. Luo Qiu calmly replied, Yes, provided you can afford the value of what you need. Jiang Chu hesitated and asked, If I say I wish my son could be safe, could you do that? Luo Qiu replied, yes. Jiang Chu remained silent for a moment before saying, what do you need to pay? Luo Qiu asked. Dr. Jiang, is there anything else you can pay for? Perhaps I should give you a hint. First, if it weren't for the black card bringing you here, you would theoretically be dead. Of course, you are an important guest, and protecting guests is something we need to do, so we won't charge you any fees for that. Seeing Jiang Chu's uneasy expression, Luo Qiu said calmly, but you must understand, Dr. Jiang, you were destined to die anyway. After you die, Jiang will have nothing. No need to say anything more. Jiang Chu suddenly took a deep breath. You are devils. I knew you were devils the moment that voice appeared. My soul is the most valuable thing, isn't it? For most people, the most valuable thing is indeed the soul. Luo Qiu did not avoid the topic. Jiang Chu smiled bitterly and said, only devilish guys like you would want my utterly filthy soul. He collapsed to his knees in anguish, his eyes vacant as he stared at his trembling, handcuffed hands. In a hoarse voice, he said, I knew. I knew from the very beginning. The moment I cut open that first body with a scalpel, I knew I wouldn't have a good ending. The old man. Men, women, homeless people, even orphans, one after another, I can't forget the way they looked at me. He covered his face and cried, I have no choice. They said they could give me a bone marrow match. I can't let my son die. He's not even 11 years old yet. His life hasn't even begun. Even if these hands are stained with blood, I will use him to forge a new life for him. Even if it means going to hell, I'm willing. Mr. Son lied to me. They lied to me. Karma, karma, this is my karma. Take my soul if you want. I don't know how many people I've harmed, and I know that even death can't repay my debt. But in the end, I still hope that those who should live can live. Luo Qiu said, tell me what you need. Jiang Chu said, I want my son. My son and his mother can be safe. I don't want them to be persecuted. I even hope you can bring Mr. Son and his gang to justice. Luo Qiu was silent for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, your soul isn't worth that much. The former and the latter are likely separate comments from a different context. Jiang Chu smiled bitterly. Is that so? These filthy souls really have little value. Fine, then let's go with the former. As long as they're safe, that's enough for me. Even if we don't make a deal, he'll inevitably be ruined. Even if he's caught, given Mr. Son and his ruthlessness, they won't let him off the hook. This group of people is incredibly resourceful even in prison, they probably have plenty of ways to. And his son was also on the verge of not making it through, and his ex-wife would be plunged into grief because of their son's death, the worst possible outcome. So, if he could get something back, there was nothing to hesitate about. He looked at the clown and asked, may I see my child one last time? Luo Qiu nodded. With a flick of his black cane, the two of them had moved directly from the rooftop to a hospital room. Luo Qiu gently tapped Jiang Chu's ex-wife's shoulder with his cane. Seeing Jiang Chu become tense, he said, Dr. Jiang, you probably don't want your final farewell to be disturbed, right? Jiang Chu nodded without saying a word, simply walking to the bedside, taking her son's hand, and silently pressing it against her cheek. She gazed at Luo Qiu intently, showing no sign of urging him on, patiently waiting. Suddenly, Jiang Chu stood up, her eyes reddening, and gently kissed her son's forehead. Could it be? You'll have a wonderful life, you know? Dad's useless, he's done so many wrong things, I'm sorry. He took a deep breath, looking at Luo Qiu with a calm expression. May I come to this hospital one last time? Luo Qiu nodded. They walked along the hospital corridor. Strangely, it seemed that no one could see him, no matter who they were. He knew it was the power of the devil, even though it was right in front of him, so he stopped caring. He walked past the emergency room. At that time, I hadn't graduated yet and was assigned here for my internship. The old dean took a liking to me and sent me here directly after graduation. The calligraphy hanging on the wall was written by me. It's been so many years, and it still hasn't been taken down. Jiangchu smiled, looking at all this and that, talking about all this and that. As if to keep Luo Qiu, who was accompanying him on the final leg of his journey, from being too bored, Jiangchu suddenly asked, Dr. Jiang, if life could be lived again, would you still choose to help Mr. Sun? Jiangchu paused, thought for a moment, and said, I would. But this time, I would make sure the bone marrow is a match, instead of blindly believing. Luo Qiu simply nodded and suddenly said, time's up. Jiangchu nodded as well, took a deep breath, and realized there was nothing left to worry about. Suddenly, a nurse rushed in, anxiously asking, Dr. Chen, are you there? Dr. Chen, what's wrong? There was a power outage just now, and Dr. Huang was performing surgery. He seemed startled and made a mistake. Although the power was quickly restored, Dr. Huang, realizing his error, seemed overly nervous and temporarily fainted. The hospital director said the surgery can't be stopped. Dr. Chen. I'm just an intern. There's no time. The patient's family has agreed. Where's Dr. Jiang? I can't find him. Hurry. Hurry. It's an emergency. A nurse hurriedly pulled a young doctor into the room and left in a panic. Watching all this unfold before his eyes, Jiangchu smiled bitterly. Is it because I've harmed another one? That surgery was originally supposed to be yours. Jiangchu looked directly at Luo Qiu, and an unprecedented impulse made him blurt out, could you give me another 5 hours? No, 4 hours? Dean, I really can't. The young Dr. Chen stood helplessly by the old hospital building, and the old director could only offer words of comfort. Go ahead and do it, otherwise the patient will only die. The situation is very dangerous now, and I have no other choice. So you're just letting me, a half-baked doctor, take over? The young doctor was filled with anger. This hospital could at least pull 1 or 2 more patients than the untraceable Jiangchu. Let me do it. Suddenly, a steady voice rang out, and Jiangchu, dressed in a white robe, walked towards them. His face was pale, but his eyes were the most spirited the old director had seen in all these years. Jiangchu, you're not the old dean? He seemed surprised to see Jiangchu arrive, as if he knew something. Jiangchu walked up to the dean and said softly, Teacher, is it all right if I'm just a doctor now? The patient's family was initially reluctant to let such a young doctor take over, but the hospital system left them with no choice. The patient's grandfather, seeing that his old friend had brought in a young doctor, was almost ready to turn against him. Seeing Jiangchu, who was originally on the main path, she didn't want to say anything and went straight to the point. Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry about your child. But if you can save my granddaughter. Jiangchu waved his hand and said, I'm just saving lives, I don't want to say too much. If possible, please let me in. Although he said please let him in, Jiangchu had already stopped and was walking towards the operating room. The nurse in surgical scrubs quickly made way for him and hurriedly said, Dr. Jiang, let me disinfect you first. During the surgery, everything seemed so familiar. Jiangchu gripped the scalpel without trembling, his fingers even appeared strong and powerful. He had never felt so focused and concentrated before. He couldn't remember the last time he had performed this surgery with such focus on the operating table. He wasn't thinking about anything else, only hoping that each incision would land in the most precise place. The scalpel seemed to transform into a sharp sword, severing the ropes that should have dragged this little life into death, one by one. Time seemed to stand still. The operating room was silent until a clinking sound suddenly rang out, the sound of metal tools Jiangchu had placed on the tray colliding. Jiangchu let out a long sigh and said, sew up the wound directly, Dr. Jiang. You are absolutely amazing, Dr. Jiang. Just then, Jiang Chu slowly collapsed to the ground as he removed his mask. A faint smile graced his face, radiating peace and contentment. Is this Jiang Chu's soul? So beautiful. I originally thought the club couldn't possibly reach this level of purity. Inside, Yu held up a crystal box containing a sphere of light radiating pink light, pure and without a trace of impurity. Luo Qiu, however, looked at the phone she'd retrieved from Jiang Chu, gazing at the photos on it, and murmured, probably because he was finally redeemed. Yu smiled and said, "It seems this time it was a profit, a very large one." Luo Qiu suddenly replied, "Yes, originally it wasn't enough, but now it is. It's just a pity it wasn't explained before the transaction." Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "This is probably the fickleness of fate." He dialed a number on the phone, but immediately heard, "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." Luo Qi muttered, "His movements are really fast." He shook his head. Luo Qi stood up, holding the crystal box in his hands, and asked, "Master, are you planning to send it to the archives?" "Luo Qiu, are you Luo Qiu?" "Boss Luo." Suddenly, someone called out to him. Unable to recall his name, Boss Luo could only nod, remembering a common phrase used in everyday conversation. "So you're at this university too?" "Yes, my former classmate approached me very enthusiastically. I really didn't expect to see you. Although I heard you were coming too, it's been so long since we last met. It's really rare. I study paleontology, so it's normal not to run into each other," my classmate said curiously. "Paleontology? Our school has that major." "So, Mr. Luo felt that choosing this major must have been a curse. He wasn't particularly interested in reminiscing, so he continued sending out his usual social advice. "Yes, I have to go to class soon, let's chat again next time." "Oh, okay," his classmate smiled and suddenly said, "Let's exchange phone numbers." Unable to resist this reasonable request to stay in touch, Luo Qiu had no choice but to exchange phone numbers with the other person and then part ways. Oh well, whatever. Since she really couldn't remember the other person's name, Luo Qiu simply wrote it down in her contact list and headed towards the classroom. It had been 10 days since she last attended class. This time, instead of the homeroom teacher taking attendance, Luo Qiu received a simple text message from Zhong Qingrui. "Luo Qiu, let's go to class." Zhong Qingrui had arrived earlier than Luo Qiu and was already sitting in the classroom, leisurely eating her takeout breakfast. Because there were only 2 of them in the entire major, even the simple act of opening the door was enough to attract the other person's attention. "Luo Qiu, you're here?" Zhong Qingrui looked up and smiled at Luo Qiu. "Have you had breakfast? I can't finish this all by myself." Luo Qiu shook her head and then sat down 2 rows behind Zhong Qingrui. Out of curiosity, Luo Qiu asked, "Why are you so proactive this time?" Zhong Qingrui didn't turn around, enjoying her steamed bun, and mumbled, I want to properly experience life in the ivory tower. Or maybe I feel like I've been wasting time before, and I don't want to look back in 10 or 20 years and find that my university life was a blank. Perhaps hoping to encounter a romance from now on wouldn't be bad." Just as Luo Qi opened the bottle of mineral water and took a sip, he choked. Zhong Qingrui turned around, angrily asking, "What's the problem?" Thus, Luo Qiu unleashed his 3rd round of interpersonal skills today. "Whatever makes you happy." "I feel like this isn't something I should say," Zhong Qingrui said, clearly not intending to let Luo Qiu off easily. After a moment of silence, Luo Qiu finally spoke, adding, "I feel like you're a woman who's more rational than emotional." Zhong Qingrui seemed slightly different from the one she'd known before. Her behavior and speech had suddenly become lively. Usually, people act like this either because they've encountered something particularly joyful or something particularly terrible. It's a form of self-protection, like telling others, "I'm fine, I'm okay." First, she calmly and deliberately avoids any awkwardness or misunderstandings. In your eyes, I'm the kind of woman who's young but already very career-oriented. Seeing that Zhong Qingrui seemed intent on continuing the conversation, Luo Qiu had no choice but to interrupt directly. The bell rang for class. Why hasn't the professor arrived yet? Zhong Qingrui, knowing when to stop, casually replied, probably because he didn't expect both of us to be here today. However, if you haven't arrived by class time, I haven't been here for about 2 weeks. Luo Qiu, you've only been here a few days recently. Could it be that the professor thinks we're hopeless and isn't planning to come today? Instead of a deep, affectionate gaze, the two were both stunned. After a moment of silence, Luo Qiu stood up and looked towards the door of the guest room. Zhong Qingrui had always thought that Luo Qiu was the kind of person who was very decisive and would do what she decided. For example, considering that the professor probably wouldn't come and would leave without a word, Zhong Qingrui hesitated for a moment before packing up his things and muttering to himself, I didn't expect that my first day of enjoying life like Yatta would end in failure. He couldn't help but recall some agreements with his grandmother. This was a hard-won free time, at least before graduation. He could do some things he wanted to do. Time suddenly became precious. Not wanting to waste the first day, Zhong Qingrui suddenly raised her voice. Luo Qiu, wait a minute, what brings you here? Don't always look like someone owes you thousands of dollars. Zhong Qingrui quickly walked down the classroom steps to Luo Qiu and said with a smile, since you're already at school, do you want to walk around a bit? I need you. Luo Qiu was taken aback, looked around first, and then pointed to herself with a confused expression. Zhong Qingrui cheerfully said, don't overthink it. I just want you to do me a small favor. We're classmates, you shouldn't refuse such a small thing, right? No, Luo Qiu suddenly said. I have to go. Zhong Qingrui was taken aback, but after Luo Qiu finished speaking, he quickly walked out the door without any intention of returning. He couldn't help but be very curious. How exactly did this guy manage to make that beautiful woman fall for him? Zhong Qingrui then shook his head. Why bother with other people's business? It's better to take care of your own business for the next 2 or 3 years. Seeing no one in the corridor, Boss Luo took a step forward, his next step landing on the rooftop of the teaching building. He looked down at the campus and suddenly left because he sensed the presence of a black soul messenger nearby, and this black soul messenger was none other than Taiyingzi. With a thought, Luo Qiu instantly conjured an invisible phantom from below, finally coalescing into a phantom before him. Taiyingzi greets her master. Luo Qiu looked Taiyingzi up and down curiously and asked, you also said you learn very quickly, so I'm trying to let you go out. This is the place you chose. Taiyingzi quickly replied, yes, my black soul no. 9 recommended this crowded place to me, saying it's more suitable for a beginner like me. I didn't know my master was here too. I go to school here, Luo Qiu said calmly. Then, curiously, she asked, how long have you been here? Taiyingzi replied, several hours. Luo Qiu asked, have you found anything? Taiyingzi said, Master, I found a suitable sugar daddy. This person's desires are extremely strong. Judging from his appearance, he's narrow-minded and has a heart of stone. He'd be very easy to seduce. This is much more interesting than accompanying Zhong Qingrui on a stroll in the garden. Luo Qiu smiled and said, then take me to see him. Mengshan Taiyingzi led Luo Qiu to the boys' dormitory. Actually, Luo Qiu also had his own bed in this dormitory. In fact, the school required students to live in the dorms. However, his home was nearby, so he could ignore his classes, and thus the bed remained. This is someone with extremely strong desires, a narrow mind, and a heart of stone. Yes, master. Look, in a boys' dormitory that isn't too dirty or messy, Luo Qiu and Taiyingzi appear behind a boy. Strangely, the boy doesn't seem to notice anyone behind him. Taiyingzi walks to the boy's side. Master, look, this person is talking to someone inside this device. Modern technology is truly bizarre. It's possible to communicate with people through such a strange device. This is called a computer. Oh, master, look! Taiyingzi is pointing at the text this guy is typing on the computer screen. This guy is really something else. Look, he's planning how to poison someone. From the poison to the method of the crime, everything is very secretive. More importantly, this guy is even smiling happily while planning all this. It's like a smile hiding a knife. Luo Qiu glanced at it, shook his head, and said calmly, "Let's go." He's playing a role-playing game, bro. Besides, his desires are strong, and his influence is great. It's just a creative desire. Although it was possible to become a sugar daddy, there was no turning back. Even if one could tempt the other to trade souls, the quality would be very poor. Boss Luo felt he wasn't cold enough to need to be so indiscriminate. The master didn't like it. Taiyingzi panicked and hurriedly said, "It's okay, my gains today are not just this one. Master, please come with me." Taiyingzi led Luo Qiu to the second place. The place they arrived at was the girls' dormitory. After hesitating for a moment, Boss Luo finally plunged in and entered a room where underwear was hung haphazardly. "Master, please look at this Kyoko." The computer screen displayed such a misunderstanding. What race is this person? Why is she black-skinned? It doesn't matter, the main thing is that this screen shows sailors harassing this blonde woman. Is she also a sailor woman? This is such a misunderstanding. How could a woman do such a sordid thing with so many men? How can these sailor men be so blatant? Let's get back to the matter of this sugar daddy. Master, look at this woman. She's blushing and even reaching out, it's absolutely insatiable. She's naturally promiscuous, indulging in physical desire. Master, where are you? You idiot. Master, look at these people in this room. They're utterly heartless. The man in white is teaching these young people how to kill. The man lying on the bed has clearly been assaulted. This man in white has an extraordinary understanding of the human body. Master, please look here. This is probably a rather evil assassin training camp. Master, where are you going? This is an anatomy class. Master, where are you going? Wait a minute. Boss Luo sighed. He didn't understand why he had watched a 5-minute theatrical performance here. Master, this time it must be. Master, where are you going again? Wait, Nan truly loves a Y, it's not immoral. Regardless of a Y, Master, wait, I have another discovery. Taiyingzi said again in front of Luo Qiu in a panic. This is bad. This is my first time on a mission, but it seems I haven't found a patron that will interest Master. Taiyingzi was extremely anxious. Moreover, what has modern society really become? Are so many people who have committed heinous crimes still considered normal? Luo Qiu sighed and stopped, then whispered, "Black Soul number 9, come see me." Not long after, a phantom emerged from the ground, surprisingly close to death. Sure enough, this guy was also worried about Taiyingzi, so he'd been lingering nearby. Master, what are your orders? Black Soul number 9 said woodenly. Luo Qiu replied, "Yes, the school library is over there. Take Taiyingzi there. Don't teach him how to bewitch humans, but teach him some modern life skills." Black Soul number 9 nodded, but remembering the so-called sugar daddy Taiyingzi had mentioned, Luo Qiu felt like he'd been thoroughly humiliated. So he said seriously, "Use the sweet duck method." "Yes, sir." Seeing that Taiyingzi wanted to say something but was dragged away by Black Soul No. 9, Luo Qiu shook his head and sat down on a nearby bench. He took out his phone and habitually glanced at his Jihu account. There had been no updates for the past 2 days regarding the text he'd obtained from his former boss's room, but unexpectedly, there was a reply this time. The person who posted it was someone named Huang Jintong, who was also the one who initially answered that it was possibly Coptic. The Lord wrote it like this. The text posted this time should be a complete sentence. As for the source, it seems the same sentence appears on a page of the Gospel of Judas copied by the ancient Egyptians in the 3rd to 4th centuries AD, but I'm not sure. I hope this helps you. After reading it, Luo Qiu muttered something strange to himself. Judas. Since he wasn't a believer, his knowledge of Judas, a figure from Western legend, was limited to information circulating online. He knew about one of the 12 gates, the man who betrayed Jesus for 30 coins. He even had photos of it on his phone, and there were also images of handwritten copies of the Gospel of Judas circulating online. Luo Qiu decided to start comparing them on the spot. Is it really good news? Luo Qiu was surprised to find that among the images that have been passed down, there are indeed many parts that match the text image he photographed. Feeling that the strange writing seemed to be making some progress, Luo Qiu's depressed mood improved somewhat. At the same time, 2 girls hurried past her. Oh dear, 2 Jiaya's here. Looks like she's filming a music video for her new single. I'd better go check it out. If I'm too late, I probably won't be able to squeeze in. Luo Qiu looked up, watching the 2 girls' hurried figures with a curious expression. Although she preferred being alone, she wasn't to the point of being completely oblivious to what was happening around her. In modern times, there are many channels for information. If someone doesn't know Tu Jiaya, it's unlikely they'd be familiar with her in this area. She's a singer who swept the charts and gained countless fans right after her debut, possessing a heavenly voice, and is also a talented singer-songwriter. Sister, have some water first. The sun is too strong today. I'll go urge the director to start filming as soon as possible. If this continues, everyone will faint from the heat. Tu Jiaya took the water cup from her sister Tu Jiaqin and shook her head, saying, I'm fine, I'm all right. But you've been busy since you woke up this morning, you should be resting now. Tu Jiaqin immediately shook her head, Sister, I'm not tired at all. You're a big star now. What if someone takes advantage of you if I don't keep a close eye on you? Don't worry, I'll go talk to that director right now. Come back right away, sigh, this kid. Tu Jiaya shook his head as he watched Tu Jiaqin run off energetically. After taking a sip of water, he focused intently on the script in his hand, as if he were completely immersed in his own world, even though the surrounding area had long since become a crowded mess, packed with onlookers and paparazzi following the story. Click, click, the faint sound of camera shutters clicking was clearly audible to a musician skilled at capturing background noise. Tu Jiaya frowned, noticing a woman who appeared to have stealthily approached the van, taking photos without her consent. She had an ID badge around her neck, presumably a reporter. Miss, this is a quiet area. A bodyguard immediately stepped forward and said sternly to the female reporter, delete what you just took and leave immediately. The female reporter raised her nose and laughed, what if I don't leave? Miss, please be more polite. Why are all women these days so fierce? The bodyguard felt extremely annoyed. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman, especially one with such a shrewish personality. Although she's quite pretty, her personality is a bit of a disappointment. Miss, please be polite. Also, please leave. The bodyguard said again in a deep voice, but Tu Jiaya said softly, let him come over. This is my good friend, it's all right. The bodyguard was taken aback, but then saw the woman with the camera smilingly push past him and walk to the van door. Tu Jiaya shook her head and said, Ting Kong, it's fine here. I'll chat with my friend. Ting Kong had no choice but to nod and return to his original post. Big stars are indeed different, even their bodyguards are quite strong. The female reporter, while speaking, looked at Tu Jiaya and commented, Z's, her figure is really good. Could it be that she's had plastic surgery? Tu Jiaya retorted irritably, MS. Ren Xiling, can't you be serious for once? It's been years, and you're still the same. Ren Xiling laughed and got into the van. Looking around inside, she said, how have you been? You must have had a good few years. You've won several music awards. You're definitely one of the most popular actresses in the South right now, 2GOYA shook her head and said, "It's nothing, isn't it? With fame comes trouble." "What's wrong?" Ren Ziling asked curiously. 2GOYA replied, "They're all minor things, nothing." "Are you still working as a reporter?" "How have you been lately?" "Back when I was working out of town, I heard your husband." Ren Ziling said deeply, "Me? I don't want anything right now. I just want to work hard and raise my son well." 2GIA's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed Ren Ziling's hand. "What did we say when we were in school? Best friends for life. You had a child and didn't even tell me. Tell me, what does my nephew look like? Isn't he cute? You really are something, having a son and never showing him off." Ren Ziling suddenly changed her gaze and said, "Girl, do you really want to see your nephew? That's obvious, but can you leave right now?" Ren Ziling squinted her eyes and said, "If you're free, I might be able to let you see him right away. Honestly, my son is so handsome." 2GIA hesitated for a moment. If it was just a little while, it shouldn't be a problem. The filming hadn't officially started yet. "Okay, I'll have him come over right away so you can hold him." "What? Son?" But then Ren Ziling jumped out of the van and went straight to the side to make a phone call. 2GIA was startled, thinking, could my good friend have brought her child to work? "Hello, son? Hey, Luo Chio? What's up? Where are you right now?" Luo Chio, still searching for information about the Gospel of Judas on his stool, thought carefully after hearing the question. Normally, he should be at school, and he certainly was. Of course, if he answered that he was at home or not at school, he would definitely be given a lecture by Ren Ziling, whose maternal instincts were overflowing. "School? That's perfect, I'm here too. Come over here, I'm right here. Aren't you curious why I'm at your school? Aren't you curious why Ren Ziling's newspaper, which specializes in publishing gossip, would be here? I just overheard those two girls talking about a big star, and Luo Chio has already figured it out. Okay, I'm coming over. Where are you, Ben Hui? I'm coming over. Strictly speaking, Black Soul no. 9 should also be considered an old ghost. As for Taiyingzi, needless to say, they're 500-year-old ghosts. So what can 2 old ghosts do in a university library filled almost entirely with young people? Boss Luo said he wanted to give Taiyingzi a Trenyar-style education, so naturally, the only thing they can do is read. What? Those despicable Daz dares to come to my great Ming dynasty. That Wu Sangui deserves to be torn to pieces. Good riddance to the Qing dynasty. These damn barbarian vassals dare to invade my divine land. Kill! 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 He was looking at a concise history book, both ancient and modern. He was making a huge fuss while reading, gesticulating wildly, flailing his arms and legs, and glaring with exaggerated expressions. If he weren't currently the Black Soul Messenger, neither fully human nor ghostly and unrecognizable, he probably would have been chased out with a broom long ago. Black Soul number 9 had learned some common modern slang during this time. He felt that one of the lines perfectly described Taiyingzi's current situation. Damn it, what an idiot! Black Soul number 9 shook his head. If it weren't for the club owner's orders, he wouldn't have considered teaching the novice Black Soul. He simply sat quietly to the side, silently observing the young man in the library. Perhaps he could find a suitable patron here. Desires lie dormant in the heart, but careful observation often reveals that some people are most unrestrained when alone, revealing their true nature when they feel no one is watching. Black Soul messengers can switch between manifestation and concealment, easily observing the hidden aspects of humanity. Black Soul number 9 frowned slightly. A young woman approached, seemingly looking for an empty seat. Having served as a Black Soul messenger for some time, her abilities were naturally superior to those of a newcomer like Taiyingzi. This woman possessed a pure soul and could provide high-quality transactions. Just as Black Soul know. 9 was about to observe the woman more closely. Some images suddenly flashed through her mind. Someone holding an oil paper umbrella, gazing into the drizzle, seemingly calling out something. The image was hazy, yet a heart-wrenching feeling arose in Black Soul No. 9's mind. Black Soul No. 9 tried hard to make out the blurry figure in his mind's eye, until the woman who intended to tempt him as a sugar daddy walked past him. The woman's appearance instantly overlapped with the blurry figure in his mind's eye. Black Soul No. 9. The poet god Mi Nan Lan Fang called out a name that felt both unfamiliar and familiar. He looked directly at the woman who seemed to have stopped walking, puzzled by something. Zhong Qingrui hesitated for a moment. He seemed to hear someone call out Lan Fang's name, his grandmother's name, but there was only an empty table in front of him. Strange, he thought, was this place empty before? He shook his head. Since there was an empty seat, he simply sat down. Strictly speaking, Luo Qiu should be very familiar with Ren Ziling's tactics. For example, the way he spoke on the phone, Luo Qiu knew this woman was definitely up to something strange. But why did I still come here? Completely baffled, Luo Qiu and Li Yuan saw Ren Ziling waving at them. As for the woman standing next to her wearing sunglasses and a hat, Luo Qiu didn't care at all. Similar things had happened occasionally before. This child is my new intern. Isn't she cute? She studies piano. I met her when I was researching. Isn't she very young and has a delicate, jade-like appearance? Well, a woman 3 years older than a man is a lucky charm. This age is actually quite suitable. Most importantly, I can get along perfectly with her. There will absolutely be no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, so don't worry about it. That's roughly it, a disgustingly smiling, utterly unpleasant mother-in-law face. Luo Qiu, hurry up, come here. Luo Qiu finally walked up to Ren Ziling. Ren Ziling quickly took her hand and said, Come, let me introduce you to one of my good friends from college. There was really nothing more to say, and she didn't intend to leave a good impression or create any illusions that Ren Ziling might have that could lead to something more. Boss Luo sighed and said, You're even after your own classmate. Ren Ziling was taken aback, then immediately realized what he meant and said, What are you thinking, kid? Even if I had those feelings, she might not even be interested in you. At this moment, the woman beside him suddenly lowered her sunglasses. So, this is what I meant? Let me introduce you to my son, Ren Ziling, she said proudly. Wait, this is my son, Luo Qiu. What do you think? Handsome, isn't he? So he's your husband's son. Tu Jiaya shook her head, looking at the young man who had been left standing to the side. In fact, she had pulled Ren Ziling aside to ask him in order to understand him better. I only knew you suddenly got married, but I didn't know it was actually him. Tu Jiaya hesitated, but Ren Ziling said casually, In your life, you'll always meet 1 or 2 guys who are worth your effort. No, I don't feel any regret or sadness right now. I just told you, I just want to work hard and raise my son. Your son's all grown up now, that's different. Ren Ziling said earnestly, raising a son means living to 100, and he'll live to 99. A real mother can live to 99, but I've lost over a decade, what a loss. Tu Jiaya was taken aback, then laughed, sighing, Never mind, I knew you weren't the kind of person who would settle down. Rather, you're still you. Ren Ziling smiled and said, What about me? Just now, someone said they wanted to hold my son, do you want a hug? Tu Jiaya blushed, a rare occurrence. If it were just a child, it would be fine, but that was clearly a grown man. She urged him, You're a mother now, and you still like to tease people like this. Be reasonable. I haven't even turned 30 yet. I'm mischievous and cute, what's wrong with that? Or perhaps it was just this kind of energetic personality she had back then. That's what attracted her, and perhaps it was his encouragement that led her to pursue a career in music. The two chatted and laughed. Boss Luo, though not feeling the resentment of being sidelined, was actually quite interested in the two women sunbathing under the blazing sun, thanks to Xu Yingxia's connection. Speaking of which, aside from the girls who occasionally appeared around Ren Zilin and were being promoted, Luo Qiu had never actually met any of Ren Zilin's old friends. All that was known about her family situation was that she was an orphan. She said that because she was an orphan, she longed to have a family of her own. The word family was a heavy burden for Luo Qiu, but this woman ultimately won her over and made her regard her as true family. Boss Luo couldn't help but recall that rainy day, though he couldn't understand why it was raining so fittingly now. It was the time of his father's burial. From the time he learned of the death to the handling of the funeral arrangements, Ren Zilin was basically the only one in charge. During that period, Luo Qiu mostly locked himself in his room. When he was hungry, he would eat the food left outside the door, and when he was sleepy, he would just fall asleep without realizing it. He didn't shed a tear. His father had said a true man bleeds, not weeps. Until the funeral ended, after saying goodbye to all those who came to mourn, he felt as if all his strength had been drained. Like an autumn breeze, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. He didn't know where he should go, but simply, mechanically, he started walking. It wasn't a place his father had taken him to, nor a place with which he held fond memories. He simply pointed forward, but from beginning to end, Ren Zilin followed behind him. He walked past the park, and Ren Zilin walked past the park too. He crossed the pedestrian bridge, and he crossed the pedestrian bridge again. He stopped by the river, and Ren Zilin stopped too, until he couldn't walk anymore and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Luo Qiu thought that collapsing like this would probably hurt a lot. His father said that one should bleed but not shed tears, so it might be good if he could bleed now. But the expected pain didn't come. Ren Zilin hugged him from behind. This hug gave him everything. Was he tired? "I'll take you home, okay?" Luo Qiu said, her nose tingling, and she burst into tears in Ren Zilin's arms. Mingming was seriously ill afterward, and I had to take care of her. The echo ended, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart, making Luo Qiu smile involuntarily. Just then, Ren Zilin, holding Tu Jiaya's hand, finally deigned to come over and asked, "Hey kid, what are you laughing about?" Luo Qiu shook her head and said, "Nothing, I've been here." "Is everything all right?" Ren Zilin put his hands on his hips and said, "No, my old friend is here." "Can't you give me some face?" Luo Qiu sighed, then suddenly looked at the woman beside him and said, "Don't take offense." Ren Zilin was taken aback, quite provoked by Luo Qiu's casual, everyday manner of speaking, and was about to explode. Unexpectedly, Tu Jiaya suddenly burst out laughing and said, "It's all right, I should have gotten used to it a little earlier than you." Luo Qiu nodded, "That's good." Tu Jiaya nodded slightly, but Ren Zilin was not satisfied and immediately said angrily, "Damn it! What's with you two acting like parents meeting?" Luo Qiu exchanged a smile with the woman whose name she didn't yet know. "Sister, so you're here." At this moment, a young woman jogged over, grabbed Tu Jiaya's hand, and said breathlessly, "Really, I asked Ting Kong. He said you told him not to follow. How could you do this? What if something happens?" These two are. Tu Jiaya could only look at Ren Zilin and say, "This is my sister, Tu Jiaqing. She meant no harm, she was just a little nervous about me. Jiaqing, this is my old classmate. We just happened to run into each other here, so we're catching up." Tu Jiaqing nodded and said, "Oh, I see. By the way, the director said we can start filming now." Tu Jiaya nodded, "Zilin, let's find some time to have a proper meal together soon." "I need to get started here, you go ahead with your work," Ren Zilin said casually. Tu Jiaya nodded, looking at her younger sister. "Is the script ready?" "I want to read it again," Tu Jiaqing said, quickly taking the script out of her bag. The two walked together, one watching the drama unfold, the other bustling about. "So thoughtful, Jiaya's sister." "If only someone were this thoughtful," Ren Zilin muttered, waving her hands. Luo Qiu rolled her eyes and said, "Don't be so busy, you're only 30 years old." Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "Besides, what looks good isn't necessarily good."
What are you talking about?
Why does it sound so sour, like it's inferior to other kids? Ren Xiling said with a smile. Luo Qiu checked the time and said, Tu Jiaya is about to start filming, you don't need to go take pictures.
Who?
I just remembered, I don't think I introduced her to you earlier. Ren Xiling had barely finished speaking when she suddenly realized, your sister's name is Tu Jiaqing, the director, the scriptwriter. The kid's observation skills are pretty good. He shook his head and said he hadn't originally planned to report on these things, but he knew he had recently returned and suddenly felt like seeing him, so he came. Luo Qiu nodded. There were restaurants nearby, so they could go to the canteen. Let's go then. Ren Xiling was never short of excitement. The camera pushed Luo Qiu along as they ran, saying, "Let's go. By the way, how's Jiao Ya's sister?" Luo Qiu, the boss, felt that things might have been better if he hadn't cried in this woman's arms that time. "Master, what are you listening to?" Yuye brought the freshly brewed fruit jam tea to Luo Qiu. Luo Qiu took off his headphones and handed them to Yuye. "I'll give you the world," she said, "to Jiao Ya's song, you know?" Yuyi shook her head, but still put on the headphones, closed her eyes, and listened attentively. Soon after, the maid doll began to hum the melody she heard. Luo Qiu took a sip of red tea, and the tranquil club became even more serene with Yuyi's humming. This tranquility was immediately shattered the moment the bell rang. At Yuyi's service, Luo Qiu put on the mask. Welcome to the Traf Buyers Club, but what he saw was Tu Jia's sister, Tu Jiakin. No matter who they are, how they arrive, as long as they come, and no matter what kind of deal they want to make, we'll do it. This is one of the club's most basic rules. Tu Jiakin's appearance surprised Luo Qiu somewhat, but not too much. When Luo Qiu saw him during the day, he had a feeling that they might meet again, but he never imagined it would be that day. He was probably guided by his inner expectations and spontaneously approached the club's client-type client. So when he pushed open the club door, his face showed a close-up of unease. The purpose of the mask was to deal with this situation. He deliberately wore it as a guest. "How can I help you?" Boss Luo is the unchanging first line. "Where is this place? Why am I here? I was just on the street." Tu Jiaqin took a step back, seemingly intending to rush out the door. Normally, anyone who inexplicably finds themselves in such a strange place, encountering a grotesque fellow wearing a clown mask, would be wary. Moreover, with such a guy accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman in a maid outfit, the combination of food and drink easily creates a rather eerie feeling. "You must be a guest, you only came because you were there." Luo Qiu waved his hand, like a butler awaiting his master's orders, inviting him to sit. The chair beside the small, previously still round table suddenly moved on its own, its corner scraping against the wooden floor with a dull, short sound. Tu Jiaqin was startled and instinctively wanted to push the door open and leave, but for some reason, a strong curiosity made him feel that the chair possessed a strange magic. When he came to his senses, he was already seated. This is a magic shop. Looking at the decor, the guy who seems to be the owner, and the trick of moving the chairs, Tu Jiaqin easily came to this conclusion. Luo Qiu didn't speak, but simply swept his hand across the table in front of Tu Jiaqin, revealing a pile of black cards. The lowest number was 5, the highest was 1, arranged in a triangle. Seeing this magical sight, Tu Jiaqin became even more certain of her idea. He was in a bad mood and feeling rather irritable today. Although the place was strange, this scene only piqued his curiosity further. Tu Jiaqin wondered what kind of divination cards these were, but they didn't look like tarot. "Please choose one, customer," Luo Qiu gestured invitingly. Tu Jiaqin hesitated for a moment, then finally pointed to the black card in the middle of the third row, the very center of the card pyramid. Then, after Tu Jiaqin made her choice, she noticed there was no response and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "You're not ready yet." Tu Jiaqing was taken aback, but then saw the man wearing the clown mask stand up. "I can buy anything here. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. Come back when you're ready." Tu Jiaqing quickly stood up as well, but the moment he stood up, everything in front of him suddenly changed. He saw skyscrapers, he saw dazzling night lights, he saw bustling traffic. This was already the main street. Tu Jiaqing instinctively looked around at the crowds and the noisy city, suddenly feeling a sense of dread. The black card he was still clutching in his hand only intensified his fear. He jerked violently, his arm jerking as if electrocuted, and threw the card to the ground, hurrying away into the crowd. What would happen to Tu Jiaqing after he was gone? Luo Qiu didn't care for the moment, because right after this guest left, someone pushed open the club's door. Luo Qiu had the illusion that his business had suddenly become booming, but it was actually just a chain reaction caused by something he had done before. "I want to see San Niang. I don't care what it takes, as long as you can let me see San Niang, I'll even make myself never reincarnate." Before Luo Qiu could even finish his opening remarks, this guest who had suddenly barged in had already stated his purpose. Su Hao, that infatuated man who had wandered the mortal world for 500 years. "I met Prince Yang. He told me that if I came here, I might be able to find third sister. I recognize the woman beside you, so there's no need to hide anything. Just tell me what I need to give to find third sister." The man looked even more haggard than before, his hair disheveled, and he seemed to have been unkempt for many days. Only his eyes remained unusually firm. Luo Qiu said in a deep voice, "Is it merely to find third sister you?" "Yes, are you sure you don't need to estimate the price yourself?" Luo Qiu suddenly asked. "Tell me," Luo Qiu nodded and said, "in your previous life, you were a healing craftsman from 500 years ago, but you died tragically because of a woman. After your death, your feelings for San Niang transformed into an obsession, which is why you have been able to linger for 500 years. Even knowing it was all a scam, you still intend to find Yu San Niang, right?" Su Hao slowly nodded. Luo Qiu said, "I understand. In the end, you're still clinging to that romantic past. If you want to find Yu San Niang, you need to give up all your beautiful memories. Are you willing or not?" Su Hao was taken aback. "What beautiful memories do I have? Those memories only bring me pain. You can take them if you want, as long as I can find third sister and find out why she treated me this way. Then we can sign the contract." Luo Qiu waved his hand, and the ancient parchment scroll in front of Su Hao slowly unfurled. After Su Hao pressed his handprint on the parchment without hesitation, Luo Qiu slowly said, "Then come with me. Interestingly, Yu San Niang is actually in this city. Successfully purchasing Yu San Niang's location deducts 10 days of lifespan." Tu Jiaqing originally planned to return to his rented apartment, but for some reason, he ended up back at Tu Jiaya's studio. Encountering that strange place sent chills down his spine, but what bothered him even more was something else entirely, causing him to wander aimlessly through the streets in great frustration. "Jiaqing, we've listened to the demo you sent, but it doesn't quite meet our requirements. In fact, you don't need to contact us again. After all, it's your sister, so it would be better if you went to her. Producer, listen to this song again. I spent a lot of time recording it, and I'm confident it's no worse than those hit songs on the radio right now. Sorry, I have something else to do. How about this, you take it back and improve it a bit, maybe it will meet the requirements. Oh, and please ask your sister for me, okay? Why is this happening?" Tu Jiaqing walked back to the studio in a daze, only to find that there were still people there. Was it her sister? Tu Jiaqing looked at the light at the door of the illusory room, hesitated for a moment, and then walked closer. She heard Tu Jiaya's voice, as if she was talking to someone. Tu Jiaqing hesitated for a moment and then looked into the illusory room through the door. "Which one is the producer?" Tu Jiaya asked with a sheepish expression. "Harry, I'm troubling you again this time." Harry smiled and said, "It's nothing. I get used to it by discarding a lot of demos every day. But that's your sister, is that all right? Tu Jiaya shook her head and said, it's fine. Just do as I say and discard the poultry demo. Harry shrugged. But actually, poultry is quite talented. It's such a pity. Tu Jiaya shook her head and said calmly, 1 Tu Jiaya is enough for the company. Harry suddenly smiled and said, it's been a while since we had dinner together, hasn't it? Would you do me the honor? I'm sorry, I've been shooting on location all day and I'm a bit tired. Let's do it another day. Harry waved his hand and walked towards the door, knowingly losing the tunnel. Okay, relax. I didn't mean anything by it, and I don't want to get fired. Don't worry about your sister. You can come up with as many excuses as you want to back out. What's wrong? Nothing. Maybe it's cleaning or security. Harry casually said, give me a greeting to Mr. Lin. Tu Jiaya took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Tu Jiaqin squatted down beside the stairs outside the building, her face pale. The conversation between her sister and the producer was incredibly sharp. Why did they remove your sister's demo? The company only needs 1 Tu family member. Was all the failure due to her sister's machinations? For the first time in her life, she realized how terrifying her sister, whom she had always been so proud of, truly was. Tu Jiaqin hugged herself, curled up, feeling a chill seep into her heart. A tear slid down the face of the corpse god. He found a black card lying quietly on the floor in front of him. The wall clock had just struck 9:30 p.m., but Su Haud had been standing outside the corridor since then, looking into the spacious room. The smell of watercolor paints wafted from within, accompanied by soft music. The last student inside finished a scan of David Yenping's work and left at exactly 9:30 p.m. This was an art studio. At this moment, the art teacher, wearing a denim apron with his hair up and exuding an ethereal aura, let out a long sigh and looked at the now empty studio with a satisfied smile. He began to tidy up the studio's tools and stools. Third sister, Su Haud called softly. Luo Qiu, who had been watching with her for a good half hour, suddenly asked, aren't you going in? Su Haud hesitated for a moment and asked, don't you remember me? Luo Qiu said calmly, do you still remember Tianzi? I asked him some questions about the new Jade Emperor's wondrous scriptures. Each stage of completion means discarding a physical body. Once discarded, it's gone forever. He won't remember the one who healed him, nor will you remember the one who asked you to heal him. Why ask? After looking for half an hour, don't you have an answer in your heart? Su Haud sighed. He is the third sister, but I can't feel that he is the third sister. His eyes aren't like that. As he spoke, Su Haud gritted his teeth and suddenly stepped into the studio. Suddenly, someone burst in. The young art teacher, now called Qin Chuyu instead of Yu Sanyan, exclaimed in surprise, Sir, this place is closed. Is there something you need? Su Haud called softly. Qin Chuyu's eyes narrowed slightly with wariness. Sir, who are you looking for? This man, though not truly disheveled, had a dejected air about him, his haggard face easily arousing suspicion. At least, that was Qin Chuyu's current appearance. Su Haud felt a pang of pain in his heart, his face paling again. He lowered his head dejectedly and sat down at the easel, separated from Qin Chuyu by the other two. Sir, what would you like to do? Could you let me paint a picture for you? I can pay, just for the time it takes to paint one picture. Sir, I'm closing now. If you want to learn to paint, you can come and register tomorrow. However, Su Haud had already grabbed a Da Vinci V35 brush from the tool tray beside him. After dipping it in water, the scattered bristles gathered into a point, like an eyebrow pencil. Su Haud stood very straight, closed his eyes, and remained motionless, holding the brush. Qin Chuyu had never seen anyone so focused when painting. He couldn't help but frown. Should he call the mall security to come and chase this person away, or try some other method to get rid of him. He was pondering this in secret when this strange man started to take action. He was completely absorbed in his brushstrokes, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. His brushwork, with its subtle touches and outlines, was interspersed with strange colors. Chin Chuyu, out of curiosity, walked behind Su Haud, glanced at him, and then remained. This was not a Western-style painting technique. This person was actually using watercolor brushes like traditional Chinese ink paintings. However, what he was sketching seemed to be a portrait of a woman in work clothes. Her smile was charming and natural, as if the woman in the painting was about to leap out of the paper. Chin Chuyu opened her mouth slightly. It seemed that the woman in the painting was modeled after her. Su Haud began writing down characters in the script, and he also composed couplets based on the characters suggested by the readers. He raised a yellow flower, awoke from a stupor, and was still drunk and mad with poetry. He vowed to fight alone for 1,000 years, but the white sun could not dispel his 2 ailments. Behind him, he wept, his voice echoing as he roared. Before him, the puppet was busy, and he pondered life, realizing it was all a dream. Ultimately, everything must come to an end. Chin Chuyu seemed to be drawn into a wondrous realm by the suggested poems, momentarily lost in thought. When he came to his senses, Su Haud had already reached the door and was about to leave. On the stool lay several crumpled banknotes, seemingly for payment. Chin Chuyu was startled and quickly called out, "Sir, you can have your painting." Su Haud closed the door. Chin Chuyu subconsciously grabbed the banknotes on the stool and rushed out of the studio, only to find the corridors on both sides empty. There was no one to be seen. He returned to the painting he had just finished, feeling that the night was a bit strange and mysterious. He had really forgotten that he had forgotten himself. In the plaza outside the mall, Su Haud sat on the edge of the now-off musical fountain, looking dejectedly at the dim night sky. Suddenly, he was reminded of the past, when the sky was full of stars, but all things must eventually come to an end. Luo Qiu sat down next to Su Haud and said softly, "Everything must eventually come to an end.
What have I been struggling for these past 500 years?
Su Haud looked at Luo Qiu, who shook her head. "How could I know? There's no wisdom accumulated over countless years that can be explained in a single sentence, is there?" She said. "But I felt I couldn't say it, and as the club owner, I couldn't save face. So, like an old monk, I said, 'Love is tiring.'" Su Haud was taken aback. He suddenly burst into laughter, a heart-wrenching, sorrowful laugh. He abruptly stood up, spread his arms, and let himself be swept away by the fountain, sinking into the water. After a long while, Su Haud calmly said, "It's over. Take what you want. This painful memory is better left alone." Luo Qiu nodded, reached out, and grabbed at Su Haud. Some light coalesced in Luo Qiu's palm. At the same time, Su Haud suddenly stood up, sensing the changes within himself. He felt something leaving his body, and he began to feel incredibly light.
What did I do to make you sink for 500 years?
The obsession with seeing third sister again. What is the source of that obsession? It must be the reluctance to let go of that feeling. You said it was pain because you loved so deeply. Luo Qiu played with the ball of light in his hand and said, "But if all these beautiful memories are gone, where will your obsession come from? Everything must come to an end, it will eventually dissipate, right?" He closed his eyes again. When Su Haud opened his eyes again, he felt a chill run through his body. "Oh no! Where is this? Who are you?" "The healing craftsman from your past life has vanished. Now it's just Su Haud himself. He's forgotten this absurd affair. So the question is, who suddenly fell into the pool?" He suddenly saw a masked, furtive figure standing in front of him, and felt something was wrong. "Who am I?" Luo Qiu said. "Actually, it doesn't matter. What matters is whether you've forgotten something." Su Haud frowned, momentarily lost in thought, and said, "I seem a little confused." Luo Qiu laid out some banknotes on the ground. "Have you forgotten that your family is worried about you, fearing something might have happened to you?"
What?
Su Hao suddenly panicked, as if he'd seen a ghost. The guy in front of him was gone.
Damn it!
He shuddered, remembering what the strange family had said. He instinctively pulled out his phone only to find it flooded with calls from family and friends. He exclaimed in astonishment, "How long has it been since I went home?" The donation was successful, granting him 9 days, 23 hours, and 3 minutes of lifespan. This was the stingy reward given by the donation agency after successfully donating that lingering affection. But what if next time it's just seconds? Thinking about this strange question, Luo Qiu slowly withdrew from the altar. The master had suffered a loss. The maid quickly stood up and turned off the bill sound on the counter, just like a butler with the most traditional training, rising to greet the master upon his appearance. The 300-year-old maid doll, well, you could say that, Luo Qiu didn't care too much. "It's actually not bad for passing the time," he said. "Besides, we often waste all sorts of time anyway. So there's no question of whether it's a loss or not." He walked to the counter, reached out and pressed the start button for bill sound, and laughed, "I'm not a tyrant, relax." The counter's structure wasn't described in detail. It was somewhat similar to a bar counter. In fact, half of the display shelves behind the counter were filled with various brands of drinks, some even without any brand names. Luo Qiu sat down in front of the counter, facing Yu Yi, curiously listening to the songs coming from bill sound. Yu Yi nodded and then shook his head, liking Tu Jiao Ya's songs. Luo Qiu, while fiddling with the items on the counter, said, "Is it because I introduced them to you that you want to know more?" Yu Yi replied softly, "Knowing my master's preferences is what a maid is supposed to do." Luo Qiu suddenly asked, "So what do you think of Tu Jiao's songs?" Yu Yindao's early works were quite good, but there have been some changes recently. They're still above average, but if I had to say, they've probably lost the initial spark. That's probably what they call commercialization. Luo Qiu tapped the coaster. "I suddenly want some wine," he said. "How about that cocktail I made last time?" Luo Qiu reached out and turned Bill San off again. At the same time, the vinyl handheld game console in the corner started running automatically. Ji Xian sighed. Luo Qiu said, "You're more suited to these." A gentle smile appeared on Yu Yi's face. "Sir, I think I understand society now. This time I definitely won't do anything foolish and disappoint my master." Two old ghosts wandered aimlessly on the dark streets. Black Soul number 9 seemed somewhat distracted, offering only half-hearted replies to Taiyingzi. Has this guy been trapped for 500 years without speaking? Now that he's been released, is he planning to spout off all that information at once? He's practically exploding with rambling. Just then, a young woman, her face filled with panic, rushed past the two old ghosts. Taiyingzi continued her incessant chatter, but Black Soul number 9 stopped, watching the hurried woman thoughtfully. "Number 9, is there something you need?" Black Soul number 9 nodded. "That was the sugar daddy." "What?" Black Soul number 9 said calmly, "He's a bewildered client. He must have just come from the club. He still smells of his black card." Taiyingzi was taken aback, instinctively glancing around, but found no odor. Black Soul number 9 really wanted to curse this guy for being an idiot, but thinking it would damage his own image, he silently followed the woman who had walked past. A short while later, the pale-faced woman sat down on a flowerbed by the roadside. He didn't notice the two old ghosts suddenly appearing beside him. Black Soul number 9 suddenly appeared behind the woman, his hand reaching out and subtly touching the back of her head. "Sir number 9, what are you doing? Don't speak. I'm searching for the source of his troubles. Only by understanding the needs of our patrons can we, as Black Soul envoys, better guide them," Black Soul number 9 said calmly. Taiyingzi was startled. Following Black Soul number 9's example, she placed her hand lightly behind the woman's head, but felt nothing. "Fool! How can you compare to my abilities now?" Black Soul number 9 cursed angrily, making Taiyingzi tremble and back away. Looking at Black Soul number 9's arrogant demeanor, Taiyingzi secretly sneered. I'm just feigning ignorance to gain your trust. Once I've learned all your skills, we'll see who's the fool then. A short while later, Black Soul number 9 withdrew his hand and pondered for a moment. Taiyingzi asked curiously, Number 9, have you discovered anything? Black Soul number 9 replied, this woman is troubled by her sister's matter. That's easy to handle, just give her a little push. She already possesses the black card, she just hasn't figured out what she wants yet. Listen carefully, we Black Soul envoys are not only here to lure patrons to the club, but also to determine what they need before they even arrive. Taiyingzi nodded and bowed hurriedly. Number 9, how exactly should we proceed? Black Soul number 9 said calmly. He felt his talents were not being utilized, and he suddenly realized that he had been secretly suppressed by his closest relatives. His heart was filled with resentment, so all he needed to do was amplify his resentment and anger. Hatred, jealousy, and intense resentment were all the best catalysts to ignite the desires of the benefactor. This girl married. Oh, I know, this is called a smartphone. Damn it, she's mentally challenged. Tu Jiaqing ran a long distance before finally sitting down, panting and crying uncontrollably. She wasn't sure what she was afraid of, nor did she know what she should do. Taking out the phone was just a habitual action. However, after taking out the phone, she habitually opened an app and looked at the messages in her channel. Jiajia hasn't uploaded any new songs in a long time. A comment from a user 3 hours ago. I only started liking Jiajia after hearing her songs from a friend. I love her ethereal voice and especially her lyrics. I hope she'll release more songs, keep it up. By the way, the person downstairs is an idiot +2. 3 hours ago, all night long, Tu Jiaqing was alone, staring at the glowing screen, reading one blog comment after another. She cried when she felt wronged, but stopped when she saw the support from netizens. Because she didn't want others to talk about it, and even more so, she didn't want others to label her as Tu Jiaya's sister, no wonder. So she kept it from her sister and from everyone else, secretly registering the name Jiajia and starting to upload her work to a certain music app. Gradually, it became lively. Even without marketing or significant financial promotion, Tu Jiaqing has slowly amassed a following who appreciate her singing. She believes that one day more people will hear her voice, and that when people mention her, they will see her as a hard-working girl, not someone whose path is smooth thanks to her sister's fame. But tonight, she finds this notion laughable. Qianji's conversation with her sister, that woman, felt like a nightmare, igniting a frenzy. Downstairs idiot, 10 hours ago, yes, I felt like an idiot. Tu Jiaqing couldn't help but smile bitterly, subconsciously looking at the next comment. The audio of Little Fairy Talks Reason has a great style, reminding me of Tu Jiaya's debut a few years ago. But it's clear that the uploader didn't just imitate, but added their own elements and innovated. However, speaking of Tu Jiaya's last 2 albums, there's a suspicion of piling them up. Although I'm also a fan of Tu Jiaya, to be honest, I don't really agree with this kind of commercial operation that only pursues quantity rather than quality. 2 albums in half a year, what the heck? If Tu Jiaya could sing Jiajia's song, I personally think the effect would be even better. To be fair, Tu Jiaya's singing skills are indeed better than Jiajia's. 15 hours ago, upon seeing this, a strange anger began to rise in Tu Jiaqing's heart. She abruptly slammed down her phone, determined not to let that woman sing her song. Impossible, why is it impossible? As if a voice were echoing in her heart, as if it were her own inner voice, Tu Jiaqing shivered but stopped. A voice kept surging in her mind, echoing. Why? Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible. She treated me like that, so why give her what I painstakingly wrote? You want your work to be heard by more people, you want everyone's approval, don't you? I can't do it. I can't. My sister's influence is too great, one word from her can negate everything. Why is it impossible? If you become her, anything is possible. Become her sister, become Tu Jiaya. If you are 2G or YA, your songs and music will be heard by more people. Her fame is already huge enough, even trashy commercial songs can top the charts, right? You know your sister's current work isn't good. You're better than her, but she has the enormous influence you dream of achieving. If you two were to get together, it would be a sensation. The whole world would be captivated by your music. Tu Jiaqin was momentarily lost in thought, gradually losing sight of her surroundings. She seemed to have lost her life, only repeating the whole world, the whole world. Luo Qiu thought it would be a few more days, but unexpectedly, just as he was about to go home, Tu Jiaqin came to the club again. Tu Jiaqin's face was much uglier, mainly, her eyeshadow, after crying and wiping it off, had turned into an incongruous smoky eye look. Luo Qiu had Yu Yi pour half a glass of the unfinished cocktail from the pot, replacing the usual floral tea served to guests. Tu Jiaqin remained silent until the brown cocktail was placed in front of her, at which point she suddenly raised her glass and took a sip. Who is he? Luo Qiu had asked himself this question before, and after several transactions, he gradually came to the answer. He whispered, "He's probably not a good person, but he can grant your wish." Tu Jiaqin looked at Luo Qiu, then at Yu Yi, and then at everything in the club. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, pulled a black card from her pocket, and said, "I threw it once, but he reappeared in front of me. I walked away, but he quietly put it back in my pocket. You guys aren't ordinary people." Feeling better? Luo Qiu suddenly asked, and Tu Jiaqin was taken aback. Ever since he entered, he had felt a slight fighting spirit, which, as the alcohol took effect, seemed to transform into a warm sensation. He subconsciously nodded. The strange events of the past half-night had instilled in him a sense of awe for this mysterious power hidden in the darkness. However, this place seemed like a machine that could infinitely amplify the desires in people's hearts. "I want to become my sister, Tu Jia, okay?" He blurted out his thoughts, half-dazed and half-hearted. The customer had already stated what they wanted to buy, and the club's transaction process could officially begin. This request slightly surprised Luo Qiu. He tapped his finger on the table, and several pattern cards automatically floated out. Although the club reserved the right for the client to estimate the price, it seemed that most people couldn't make a correct estimate. For example, Zhong Luochen, Lu Zigang, and of course, there were those who knew how to estimate prices, such as Dai Yao Pianxian and Yang Taizi, among others. These beings, strictly speaking, are non-human, and naturally possess treasures that ordinary people lack, enough to compensate for life, emotions, or even souls. If the customer doesn't specify what they'll offer in exchange, the bargaining process can be skipped. What are these? Tu Jiaqin looked at these pattern cards that had appeared out of nowhere with slight nervousness. Luo Qiu said, "Each card represents something you can use to return this item. You need to understand, what you need isn't something that can be simply measured in money, nor can it be bought with money alone." Luo Qiu scanned the pattern cards in front of Tu Jiaqin but didn't open them. This time, he wanted to see if there would be any different results. Tu Jiaqin frowned, then abruptly flipped open the middle sheet, revealing two simple words written on it, "talent." He looked at Luo Qiu, puzzled. Luo Qiu calmly replied, "The literal meaning. You offer your talent as a bargaining chip, and you'll naturally get what you want." Tu Jiaqin frowned, "What will happen to me if I lose my talent?" Luo Qiu said, "Guest, you understand, so let's not discuss unnecessary questions, okay?" Tu Jiaqin's hand trembled, and he released the card, saying in alarm, "I can't lose my talent." He then reached out and opened another card beside him. 30 years, this was probably the meaning of Shu Ya. Sacrificing his lifespan 30 years was almost half the lifespan of an ordinary person. Luo Qiu looked at the somewhat hesitant Tu Jiaqin and said softly, "From the beginning until now, Tu Ya has used a total of 8 years, so the foundation is 8 years. But you haven't had the various opportunities your sister has, and you're not from the same era. You've probably heard the saying, one should become famous as early as possible. So you need more time to offset this opportunity that doesn't belong to you. After all, becoming your sister directly means you directly possess all of this. Besides, I also need to earn a little bit. Tu Jiaqin hesitated for a while and then opened the other 3 pattern cards. Happy soul, doing good deeds for 25 years. Sister Luo Chioi said that happiness goes without saying. You will have to exchange your entire life's happiness for something else. You will not enjoy love, family affection, joy, etc. As for the soul, considering that the product you need is of a very long-term nature, the transaction fee will be collected before your death. Therefore, this is a permanent agreement. The final punishment is 25 years. You need to do good deeds continuously for 25 years and absolutely cannot do any bad deeds, whether directly or indirectly. Of course, this is also considered a long-term contract, Tu Jiaqin asked hesitantly. Indirectly is also not allowed.
What if I indirectly do something bad?
What will happen? Luo Chiu said patiently. Of course, it's equivalent to breaching the contract because we pay the customer first. If you breach the contract, you will naturally be charged a breach of contract fee. We will forcibly reclaim your goods and, depending on the situation, deduct a portion that you can use as collateral for various items, such as your lifespan or talent, as compensation for the time you've used them. Tu Jiaqin remained silent for a long time before cautiously saying, if it's a soul, what will I become in the end? That's something that happens after your lifespan has run out. Exchange it with my soul. Tu Jiaqin resolutely declared, I cannot give up my talent because I need to create more works. I need time. I cannot lose 30 years. If I lose happiness at the same time, then all my efforts will be meaningless. Doing good, whether directly or indirectly, is more uncertain. As he spoke these words with an air of certainty, a roll of parchment opened before him. Tu Jiaqin's trembling hand pressed against the parchment scroll. In that instant, she was stunned into a daze. Everything before her vanished like a bubble. She was back in the luxurious apartment she and her sister rented. Faced with her own body, Tu Jiaqin looked at herself, touching her face in disbelief, suddenly feeling how strange the world was. Exactly the same, exactly the same. I am Tu Jia, I am my sister, this is real. Amidst the laughter, there was a sudden knock on the door. Poultry? Is that Poultry? You're back? That's the real Tu Jia. What to do? Tu Jiaqin's gaze suddenly widened. What to do? Even if he completely transformed into him, he himself would still exist. Suddenly, Tu Jiaqin muttered to himself, the company only needs one Tu family member. You said it, it's you. He slowly opened the door. Before opening it, Tu Jiaqin suddenly felt a sense of relief. He had hesitated between doing good and sacrificing his soul, but now it seemed that not choosing to do good was the right choice. She couldn't do anything bad, but once she became the older sister, there couldn't be 2 identical people in the world, only one could remain. She grabbed the bedside lamp and opened the door. A fierce glint flashed in Tu Jiaqin's eyes as she slammed it down hard on the person in front of her. A terrified scream rang out, and Tu Jia collapsed to the ground. The lamp had smashed down directly on her head, instantly piercing her scalp. But Tu Jiaqin's hand trembled at that moment, and the lamp fell to the ground. He stared tremblingly at his hands, his legs suddenly buckling, and he collapsed to the floor. What had he done? What did he see again? The one who fell was clearly himself. Not only did he become Tu Jia, but Tu Jia also became himself. They had directly swapped identities. Perhaps his sister had never looked in a mirror before, or perhaps she hadn't noticed the sudden change. He didn't know how much time had passed. Tu Jiaqin, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up, but instead fell to the ground. His sister showed signs of waking up, but had she just been knocked unconscious? Tu Jiaqin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but the fear that followed made her tremble again. What would happen after her sister woke up? She hurriedly searched the room, finally grabbing a few pieces of clothing, tearing them up, and using them to tie up Tu Jia, who was not yet fully awake. She then blindfolded her and gagged her. Watching Tu Jia struggling in terror on the ground, trying to say something but only able to make muffled sounds, Tu Jiaqin paced back and forth in fear and panic. Not knowing what to do, he suddenly pinched his face hard, looking at the clothes that now fit him completely. Was this a simple face swap, or had he directly returned his body to his sister? It's your fault, don't blame me. Ren Zilin was holding Luo Qiu's clothes when he suddenly became lost in thought. He frowned, slightly covered his nose with the clothes, and began to vigorously show them off. Something's not right. Why do these clothes smell of perfume? Deputy Editor-in-Chief Ren was certainly not the kind of person who would do anything strange with his stepson's clothes. Returning home a little earlier tonight, Ren Xiling discovered that several days' worth of clothes hadn't been washed, so she decided to properly fulfill her duty as a good mother. Holding the clothes, Ren Xiling, like a puppy sniffling, entered Luo Qiu's room. Luo Qiu didn't usually wear perfume, but the room was filled with a faint fragrance, not the cologne men typically use, but a light scent more suited to a woman. Ren Xiling sat on the edge of the bed, puzzled. The mother and daughter she'd seen that night couldn't be Zhong Qingrui. They were classmates, right? Wait a minute, the young lady from Gu Zhai doesn't use this scent. Could it be her girlfriend? Ren Xiling's eyes widened, feeling incredibly happy. She inhaled the perfume scent emanating from the clothes again. A wonderful scent, light and refined, perfectly capturing a woman's sense of smell. Ren Xiling felt she might even be starting to like this perfume. It seems this girl has excellent taste. Thinking this, Luo Qiu stood at the doorway, watching Ren Xiling holding her undershirt to her nose and taking deep breaths. Ren Xiling opened her mouth, then froze, staring at the suddenly appearing Luo Qiu. When did this guy get back? Why couldn't I hear him? She thought. Wait, this isn't the time to worry about that. The situation is terrible. Let's review the scene. A young, beautiful, widowed half-mother entered her room before the prostitute returned, grabbed her clothes, and began groping her, a look of ecstasy on her face. Holy crap, she's practically a pervert. But the deputy editor-in-chief of Runmin University was a seasoned veteran, used to big events, and he immediately froze in this incredibly awkward situation. He frowned and calmly said, "Oh, so you've decided to come back. Look at you, your clothes have been piled up for days without being washed. They reek of sourness. What are you looking at?" Ren Zilin snorted, stood up, and walked over to Luo Qiu. Quickly take off your clothes too, so I can wash them properly. It'll save us water and electricity. Take them off or not, or I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself later, Luo Qiu said, closing the door behind her. She frowned, instinctively pulling up her collar and checking her clothes. There was no sweaty smell. But what would Ren Xiling be doing here? It seemed impossible. Luo Qiu shook her head and quickly changed her clothes. Just as she opened the door, she saw Ren Xiling holding two different colored suits. The woman was beaming with delight, holding up the two suits as if displaying her proud creations. What are you doing? Come have dinner with me in a couple of days. Ren Zilin said with a smile. Having dinner with a big star? In a high-class restaurant, you don't want to dress too casually and be laughed at, do you? Besides, she's a big star, so thank me. Luo Qiu shook her head and said, my driver's license hasn't been issued yet. Having already caused trouble once before, if it weren't for Uncle Ma, Ren Zilin's eyes widened angrily as he pointed at himself and said, am I the kind of person who, even when drunk, will still speed and never learn? Luo Qiu thought for a moment and gave an affirmative nod. Ren Zilin clenched his fists, trying to calm himself down, and gritted his teeth, saying, are you going or not? No, you have to go. Ren Zilin suddenly sneered, reached out and shoved Luo Qiu, making him sit on the edge of the bed. So, kid, you've got too big for your britches now, huh? You dare disobey me now? You're not going? You're not wearing it? I'll make you wear it. Holding Luo Qiu down, Ren Xiling began haphazardly putting clothes on him, inevitably causing some bumping. Boss Luo, a vigorous young man, felt that things would get really bad if this continued. Sleep. He uttered a single word softly, and the violently aggressive deputy editor-in-chief Ren didn't react at all, simply lying down and falling fast asleep. Luo Qiu sat up, sighed, rubbed his forehead, and waved his hand dismissively. Ren Xiling then slowly floated towards her room. Thinking that this woman would definitely throw a tantrum when she woke up tomorrow, Boss Luo could only sigh and say softly, "Yuye, come here for a moment." Officer Ma was extremely irritable at the moment. A pack of 5-star redwood cigarettes took an hour to open, and he'd already smoked more than 6. The entire office was thick with stale air. Not only was Officer Ma the top marksman in the orange smoking scene, but he was also the #1 heavy smoker. He slammed his hand on the desk, shaking the mountain of files and nearly startling the young officer sitting next to him. The young officer, seeing Officer Ma curse and then furiously resume smoking, knew what was bothering him. Putting aside the cult case that was exposed midway through, let's talk about this organ trafficking organization that had been under investigation for a long time. They had arrested local thugs and, based on clues, found the doctor responsible for the surgery. The case was on the verge of a new breakthrough, and it was even possible to dismantle the entire organ trafficking organization directly. However, the doctor suddenly died, and in the operating room no less. They had initially arrested thugs who knew very little, rendering them useless for further interrogation. As for the only killer caught in the hospital, the unlucky guy who was knocked unconscious by a flower pot, he also committed suicide when the guards weren't looking. Yes, another suicide, the second one including the ghost corpse. With 2 key figures in major cases committing suicide in a row, you can imagine how much psychological trauma Officer Ma is experiencing right now. Not only that, the body of the spirit corpse that had been sent to the morgue also vanished last night, disappearing without a trace. No one noticed, not even the security camera footage. This terrified the old man who had guarded the morgue for decades, sending him to the hospital and nearly scaring him to death. Unrelated. New number, damn it, bullshit. Officer Ma stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and said, "I'm going out for a bit." He strode towards the door, but stopped as he opened it. "Go, arrange for a few people to keep a close eye on my sister-in-law. I suspect this strange spirit corpse has accomplices. Also, send 2 people to the hospital. Jiangchu still has family. Let's see if that scum organization will reappear." The young police officer was taken aback. He had already been told about the existence of the legendary sister-in-law by the older officers in the station. He immediately asked, "Ma sire, should we try to persuade Miss Ren beforehand? That would make things easier." "Persuasion my ass." Officer Ma revealed, "If she finds out Lin's body is missing, I'll kill you. This girl's curiosity is too strong, and she's a reporter who likes to court death. She'll definitely get involved. Most importantly, if my sister-in-law really gets involved, she has 100 ways to make me feel incredibly ashamed, and I can only be helpless. If the boss asks where I went, what should I say? Just say I was under a lot of pressure, so I went to get some massages." Thump. The young police officer shuddered, thinking how down-to-earth Ma sire was, but if he actually reported that, he'd be in big trouble. In the New Testament, during the time of John 6, Jesus called him the devil. A comment from Huang Jintong on Jihu led Luo Qiu to try and understand the meaning of the words hidden in the stained glass window of his former boss's room. It might take a very long time. If he had enough lifespan, Boss Luo would naturally be more pragmatic and choose to directly purchase this kind of information. So for now, he can only be frugal and choose to search for it on his own. First, let's learn about the deeds of this notorious traitor. Anyway, Boss Luo is currently engrossed in the Bible. Not far away, on a tiled walkway, a mother is pushing a boy in a wheelchair, presumably to let him see the long-lost sunshine. The boy is silent, his head bowed, and the mother seems troubled by his dejection. "Are you thirsty?" the mother asks. The boy remains silent, as if he hasn't heard her. The mother forces a smile. Oh dear, look at me, this machine is so cheap, I forgot to bring a water bottle. Wait here a moment, the mother said, leaving her child in the shaded pavilion. She glanced at the young man quietly reading, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately walked away. This is a hospital, there shouldn't be any major problems. Besides, even a mother needs some peace and quiet. She didn't actually go far, she simply walked to a spot where she could still see her child and sat down. The little boy, however, remained motionless. Boss Luo, still engrossed in his book, didn't look up for a while, then suddenly said, "Didn't you recover and walk on your own? Why do you still need someone to push you?" The sudden voice from a stranger made the boy look up, but after just one glance, he turned his gaze away.
None of your business? You'd rather talk to a stranger than your own mother?
None of your business. So, after barely surviving, you're planning to live with a misanthropic attitude? None of your business. The boy reacted agitatedly. Finally, it was this strange stranger. What do you know? Uncle. Boss Luo initially thought the atmosphere was all right, but the word uncle made him feel awkward. Boss Luo looked up, and the little boy, flustered, quickly looked away again. Luo Chio said calmly, "Actually, you're right. Originally, it wasn't my business, but I promised someone, and there are still some unresolved issues." As he spoke, Boss Luo continued reading the Bible in his hands. "See that ward over there? No need to peek anymore, the little boy just won't turn his head in my direction. That child is also unfortunate, he's even younger than you, but he had to undergo brain surgery. However, an accident occurred during the surgery, and he could very well have died on the spot. Fortunately, the surgery was eventually completed successfully by the person who took over." The little boy was startled and suddenly turned to look at Luo Chio. Boss Luo's interest wasn't in the little boy, she turned a new page. However, it seemed that due to some complications during the surgery, although it was successfully completed, the boy hadn't regained consciousness since coming out. Well, his body was fine, but it was possible he would never wake up.
How would I know if he can wake up?
Luo Chio nodded. That's right.
I don't even want to know or care about tomorrow, so why would I care about others?
Similarly, I probably won't care whether he's also trying hard to open his eyes and see the world again like you do. What do other people's business have to do with me? Luo Chio suddenly glanced at the Bible in her hand, looking at the sleeping little girl in the ward, and said, "What do other people's business have to do with you? What do you care what the people around you say? What do you care if they say Jiang Chu is good? What business is it of yours what he does bad? How do you know what kind of person you are?" Luo Chio suddenly walked towards the boy, standing in front of him. "Before your father died, he granted him the right to continue living, albeit not ideally. But I think he tried his best. Whatever your father did in his life, at least what he did in his last moments proved his final attitude towards life." The little boy remained silent. Luo Chio placed a cell phone on his lap. The little boy was startled. He was very familiar with this phone, the back still had the graffiti he had done as a prank. It was his father's phone number. "How could you have that?" Luo Chio shook his head, still speaking his unfinished words, even though he hadn't seen her one last time. "But if he knew this attitude towards life, what would he probably say to you?" The little boy looked directly at Luo Chio. "You will have a wonderful life. I think," he thought, "that's probably it." Luo Chio gently opened his phone, "Because he loved you." On the screensaver, there was that familiar face, that familiar yet distant smile. The little boy stared intently, head bowed, a tear falling onto the screen. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly heard his mother's voice, sounding anxious. "Where is that person?" I looked at him, looked into the pavilion, and saw no one else besides him and my son. It was only a blink of an eye. Seeing her son's tearful eyes, the mother felt a pang of pain. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the phone clutched in her son's hand. This is me. I wanted to go there and take a look. Just then, the little boy, supporting himself in his wheelchair, seemed to be trying to stand up. He pointed to the ward ahead and said, "Mom." Finally, he spoke. His mother covered her lips, her eyes reddening. Chen Yun, from Chenying Entertainment Company, Limited, was looking at a document Rong Luo Chen had given him. The old man's health was improving day by day. He had even started practicing Tai Chi. If it weren't for a group of descendants suddenly saying they needed to observe for a few more days, they probably would have already returned to the capital. However, the old master didn't seem to have any complaints about staying here. These past few years, I plan to develop here temporarily, Zhong Luo Cheng said calmly. Currently, I have several projects. Chenying Entertainment is the largest and most powerful company in the region. Their vice president contacted me these past 2 days. Okay, could you help me find out about this company first? They've been staying here for the past few years, developing into a thriving business. It's strange, really. The old master naturally wants to return to the capital. After all, that's the Zhong family's stronghold. This time, because of the second young master, well, there must be some reason he doesn't know. The old master miraculously recovered. But everyone with eyes can see that this was the result of the second young master's willful actions. Ultimately, it can be said that the second young master saved the old master's life. There's been some gossip in the Zhong family these past few days. The second young master has performed such a great service, he should be receiving the old master's utmost favor. But it doesn't make sense that he's staying in this place, so far from the capital. Although he thought this, Cheng Yun dared not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he said, "Young Master Shong, I remember this Chenying Entertainment is the company that signed the rising star singer Tu Jaya in recent years, right?" Zhong Luo Chen nodded, saying that Chenying Entertainment seemed to have some ideas about movies in the cultural industry. Film and television have always been the mainstay. Chen Yun nodded. He was certainly aware of the current state of the domestic film and television industry. Whether domestically or internationally, without a rating system, one inevitably had to deal directly with the state administration of radio, film and television. But who cared so much? These private enterprises eager to curry favor with the Chinese naturally went to great lengths to please Cheng Yun. His heart warmed. Regardless of whether anything succeeded, the process itself was incredibly lucrative. What was Taiyingzi doing? The club's boss, who had just returned to the shop, frowned. There was an extra computer there, and sitting next to it was none other than Taiyingzi. At that moment, Taiyingzi was intently typing on the keyboard. Two Fingers Zhen Yi said he wanted to learn more about the outside world, so he used 3 days of service time to exchange for a computer from me. Yu Yi, who is basically a maid, manages the work of the Dark Souls messenger. This should have been the club owner's responsibility, but probably because the previous owner was too passive, this job has been handed over to Yu Yi for nearly 100 years. As for the new leader, he naturally feels that since she's managed it for 100 years, she must be doing a better job than him, right? What's there to worry about? Anyway, Yu Yi's loyalty is always at maximum. Of course, the non-soul messenger served in the club without pay for various reasons. Since even their souls belong to the club, if they wanted anything, they could only exchange it for performance. Tai's service time is 500 years, and if they don't perform well, they can only extend their service time if they want something. Of course, the service time is only 500 years, so there's only one Tai. Lu Qiu glanced at it casually, then opened his mouth, shook his head, and said, "I'll install firewalls and ad blocking software on him later." This guy definitely wasn't a detached, ascetic cultivator 500 years ago. He just genuinely wanted to learn more about the outside world. Why are you clicking on so many ads? Damn, I was planning to register. Under the club's boss's imposing aura, Taiyingzi dared not utter a sound. Clutching the laptop she'd traded 3 days of freedom for, she ran up to the second floor of the club. The reason he wasn't allowed to stay and surf the internet was because this old devil's laugh looked like that of a cunning old man who dared to let him stay here and disturb Hua Feng. Lu Qiuxian sat down and asked, "What's the situation with those two sisters now?" There was a night road. That night, after Tu Jiaqin married Tu Jia, he secretly put her in the trunk of the car and took her to their old house. The loyal maid didn't just report what happened, she also had her own understanding. She was probably hesitant, or perhaps still bound by familial affection, unsure of what to do. Currently, she probably plans to keep the real Tu Jia hidden for the time being. Lu Qiu looked at Yu Yi curiously and asked, "Do you think Tu Jiaqin will eventually be able to do it?" Yu Yi replied softly, "That's none of my concern. What I care about is when Tu Jiaqin will be able to fulfill his promise." Just then, the club's bell rang. This was Prince Yang. The old Taoist priest looked more energetic than last time. Because he had already made an appearance, Luo Qiu didn't bother with any special attire this time, appearing more approachable. However, Prince Yang dared not mistake this approachability for goodwill. Had the Taoist priest already found a way to purchase the second half of the scripture? Prince Yang held this club in awe. If he didn't have a need, he wouldn't idly come over for tea. So the only reason was that this old Taoist priest didn't know that one of his ancestors from 500 years ago was upstairs typing on a notebook, and was now saying with a serious face, "I just came to confirm if he's still here." Luo Qiu nodded affirmatively. Prince Yang seemed relieved. "That's good. I'll be back soon to buy back the second half of the scripture. Please don't sell it before then." Luo Qiu became interested. "Is there some treasure that will end up in the Daoist's hands?" Prince Yang replied impatiently. "At most 3 days. I'll come back to tell you." With that, Prince Yang hurriedly pushed open the door and left. His tense appearance made Lu Qiu feel like a man-eating demon. But in Prince Yang's eyes, he was probably just a devil. The club leader was now engrossed in reading the Bible. After a while, Yu Yang came to Luo Qiu's side with a thick, hardcover book and whispered, "Master, there are 2 transactions that need to be completed soon." Luo Qiu was taken aback, thinking that the club, which had existed for who knows how many years, must have had many transactions involving people like herself. There must have been many deals like Tu Jiaqin's, where souls were extracted only after death. The club wouldn't terminate the deal just because it had changed owners and half of the transactions had already been completed. They always paid first and collected last. At this moment, Luo Qiu curiously took the account book. The old town was naturally not as prosperous as the bustling modern new town. Looking at the buildings, there were no buildings higher than 7 stories, and the tallest building was only a 6-story hall. However, although it could not compare with the prosperity of the new town, most of the people who had lived here all their lives were unwilling to leave, probably because it had more human touch than the cold and towering stone forest. Nian Nian Baozi, a type of steamed bun, is packed with people almost every morning. The customers are mostly locals who know the owner well. Inside the shop, it's a customer-owner relationship; outside, it's a friendship. "Young lady, please bring me a pot of tea," an elderly man with a still vigorous voice called out. A young woman in the front, bent over tidying up the leftovers from the departing customers, quickly responded and hurriedly went to get the old man some tea. "Old Chen, where did you find this young lady?" She was quick and beautiful, and these days, most pretty young women look down on those who do hard labor. She was probably around 20 years old, fresh and lovely like a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Her smile was instantly reassuring. Even on a sweltering morning, sitting in this old shop with no air conditioning and the doors wide open, I actually felt a refreshing coolness. The young woman moved gracefully between the tables, her movements as light as a butterfly. If I were younger, I would definitely pursue her 30 years ago, no, 40. Me too. Hava hava. A group of old hags in the corner suddenly shouted, "Look at you bunch of deadbeats. If you were my family, you'd be more like it. This fat woman is promoting her son again, huh? What's going on?" The boss, Lao Chen, just smiled and buried his head in kneading the dough. At this moment, his wife took out a handkerchief and began to wipe old Chen's forehead. Old Chen smiled slightly. Although the steamed bun shop wasn't big, it had been operating for decades, and his wife had been wiping his sweat like this for decades. It was quite a sight. After packing up the steamed buns for the first table of customers, old Chen called out to the young girl who was scouting the place. "Okay," the young woman replied and quickly delivered the packaged items. Just then, a new customer entered the shop, a fair-skinned young man. He looked at the young woman with slight surprise, and she, too, was taken aback for a moment before smiling slightly. "We meet again," Luo Qiu nodded. "Yes, it's a bit unexpected." He hadn't expected to see this feather-flowered folded waist here. And judging from her appearance, she seems to be working at this steamed bun shop. The little butterfly fairy's clothes are very simple, like a girl from the mountains, but this doesn't hide her undeniable beauty. Seeing this butterfly fairy again, Boss Luo thought, it seems his transformation during his rebirth was quite successful. The celestial being, who had come specifically to see me, looked at Luo Qiu curiously. Because of the chance encounter, the demon easily sensed that Luo Qiu had come specifically for him. Besides, the club itself was a mysterious place, knowing his location shouldn't be difficult. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "I should be such a regular customer." The celestial being tilted his head in confusion. But then old Chen, the boss, called out, "Luo Qiu! Haven't seen you for days. Are you really going to come all this way to buy steamed buns?" Luo Qiu nodded to the shop owner and his wife, then looked at the butterfly demon and said, "I lived here when I was little. Please sit down." The butterfly demon seemed relieved and invited Luo Qiu to sit down. Old Chen said, "Luo Qiu, I'll make you steamed buns right away, the usual." "Okay," Luo Qiu replied. He sat down in a corner, seemingly lost in his own world, and took out a thick book from his backpack, beginning to read. When the steamed buns arrived, Luo Qiu ate one while it was still hot, then continued reading. It took him about half an hour to finish those 3 buns. The butterfly fairy thought Luo Qiu would leave after finishing his meal, but she didn't expect him to just sit there, drinking tea and reading, looking exactly like an old man. That's how he is. He can leave whenever he wants. "It's all right," old Chen said to Pianxian. "I've known this child since he was little. He's a very quiet person." "Did you really watch him grow up?" Pianxian asked curiously. He knew that the club had always been well known in the demon circle. Somewhat puzzled, the demon silently went about his work, but would also secretly glance at Luo Qiu, who was always quietly reading. After some time, almost all the customers had left. It was almost 10:30 in the morning when old Chen called out, "Pianxian, tidy up, we're getting ready to close." "Okay." Pianxian glanced at Luo Qiu, who hadn't left yet, and seemed a little hesitant. Old Chen chuckled and told Pianxian to continue working. He took a small teapot and sat down in front of Luo Qiu. "Uncle, why is there an extra person in the shop?" Luo Qiu suddenly asked. Old Chen chuckled and said, "You mean Pianxian? That child is quite pitiful. That morning when we were cleaning up, my wife saw him picking up scraps from the back door to eat. His clothes were also tattered. My wife asked him many things, but he didn't understand. She asked him if he had any family, and he said no. He even said he didn't remember anything from before." Old Chen blew on his small teapot. "I noticed he had nothing on him, was naturally naive and innocent, and didn't understand many things. He also seemed to have amnesia, so I figured he'd probably been tricked out of the mountains or something. I decided to take him in for the time being. This girl was also diligent, not wanting to stay for free. She came down to help. It was quite a coincidence, though, that she also shared the surname Luo." Old Chen shook his head and said, Luo Pianxian, the name has a certain charm when you say it. Girls from the mountains wouldn't usually have such a beautiful name. Perhaps she's the daughter of a wealthy family." Hearing the butterfly fairy use the surname Luo, Luo Qiu subconsciously glanced at the butterfly fairy wiping the glass outside the door. He noticed the butterfly fairy had been peeking over, and now, seeing Luo Qiu's eyes, she hurriedly wiped the other side of the glass. She must have overheard the conversation. Demon's hearing is probably quite good, isn't it? By the way, Luo Chiu, do you think you can help the immortal? Old Chen chuckled. You young people are much quicker to make money than us old folks. Luo Chiu thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Grandpa, can I have a few words with you alone? Old Chen was taken aback, but at that moment he saw Luo Chiu open the thick book in his hand, and inside was a dark card. Old Chen's expression changed slightly upon seeing it, and he looked at his old neighbor whom he had known since childhood in disbelief. His lips trembled slightly. Luo Chiu said softly, Grandpa, close the door. Old Chen asked his wife and Luo Pianxian to help tidy up the storefront. Then he invited Luo Chiu to his home upstairs. It was a 3-story self-built house. The downstairs was decorated as a shop for business, and the upstairs was naturally for living. There were many buildings of this style in Old Chen's district. Old Chen was a heavy smoker, and at that moment he took a small amount of tobacco from his pipe and put it on the pipe, starting to heat the fire in the pipe. Luo Chiu, you're Luo Chiu, right? He wasn't sure if the young man in front of him was the one he knew, especially after witnessing the miracle of that year. Perhaps this was just someone sent by that place to remind him, just an illusion. Luo Chiu somewhat understood Old Chen's thoughts. What he hadn't expected was that Old Chen's name appeared on the ledger. This debt had to be collected. The contract had already been signed, and the time had come. Whether he came or not, the result would be the same. The only difference was whether it was him or Yuye who came. It would probably be better not to answer such questions. After a moment of silence, Luo Chiu slowly spoke. 18 years ago, your wife and son were supposed to die in a car accident, but you used your own soul to give your son a chance to live, and you used the remaining half of your life to extend your wife's life by 18 years. Old Chen slowly closed his eyes, as if recalling those memories. After a long while, he slowly let out a sigh and said, 18 years, like a fleeting moment, nothing to mention. As Old Chen spoke, he looked at Luo Chiu with a smile and said, I saw it on TV and thought it sounded good, so I read it aloud. I definitely couldn't say it myself. How much time do I have left? Luo Chiu replied, 3 days. Old Chen suddenly said, are you free today? Let's have lunch here. Every time, he just offers you steamed buns. Actually, my old lady makes the best ones. Luo Chiu nodded gently and said, okay. Old Chen didn't seem to intend to ask about Luo Chiu's background. He was quite calm about the remaining 3 days, treating him only as a neighbor he had known for 20 years and a child he had watched grow up. Sit down, I'll go buy some groceries, Old Chen said, and went downstairs. Luo Chiu looked around the house. Suddenly, a butterfly flew in from the gap between the balcony and the net, landing in front of him. A beautiful golden swallowtail butterfly. Luo Pianxian, who had transformed into human form, was eavesdropping. Eavesdropping isn't a good thing, Luo Chiu suddenly spoke. Luo Pianxian replied, it's just that my hearing is better. And you haven't tried to hide it, boss. Will I really die in 3 days? Luo Chiu nodded, looking at the old photos hanging on the wall. Time has run out, so it should end naturally. Luo Pian blurted out, can't we extend the boss's lifespan? He's a good person. Luo Chiu then turned to look at Dai Yao Dao. Yes, as long as someone is willing to extend his life, it will naturally be prolonged. Guest, do you need that? Luo Bianxian hesitated, then fell silent. The thought of becoming an impermanent being flashed through his mind, but was instinctively suppressed. The demon, just entering a new phase, clearly felt favorably towards the kind elderly couple, but if he were to offer anything in return, he seemed to need to define what he should do and what he didn't need to do. Luo Bianxian smiled bitterly, touching his chest, and said, how strange. I clearly had an urge to help the boss and his wife, but in the end, I felt a sense of fear instead. Luo Chiu said, at least I still have the impulse. Luo Pianxian suddenly said, logically speaking, the boss and his wife watched you grow up. Don't you feel sad? When this question came, Luo Qiu had asked himself the same question, but he didn't expect someone else to ask him the same question so soon. Boss Luo said softly, if it weren't for these 18 years, I probably wouldn't even have had the chance to feel sad. Luo Pian shook his head first, saying, your human thoughts are really hard to understand. Luo Qiu also shook his head, saying, I know more than you, but I don't think I know more than those old people who have really lived for decades. What you don't understand, I don't understand either. Luo Qiu said matter-of-factly, because we are still young. How could we possibly see through everything? Just then, some noise suddenly came from downstairs. Luo Qiu subconsciously shook his head, but the young woman with a slender waist next to him frowned. It must be the boss's son. This guy is here again today. Do you know him? Luo Xian shook her head. I've seen him a few times in the past few days. I don't really understand, but it seems someone is planning to buy the land, and the boss's son wants to sell this small building, but the boss disagrees. In fact, they've already argued about it twice. Luo Qiu frowned and said directly, let's go down and take a look. Downstairs, two men in their 30s or 40s were sitting in front of old Chen's wife. One of them vaguely resembled old Chen. He was probably his son. As for the other man, dressed in a suit and looking like a successful white-collar worker, old Chen's wife was sitting sideways, seemingly not wanting to see the two of them. Old Chen's son said, Mom, what era are we living in? You and Dad, selling this place isn't good. This time, the seller offered a high price. You should think about it carefully after you get the money. He added, he's still our son, after all. Old Chen's wife helplessly replied, your dad doesn't agree, and that's it. Besides, I don't want to sell either. The white-collar man next to her immediately said, Auntie, actually, you have no reason to disagree. The current speed of urban redevelopment, he was just urging his mother to get out of there. Seeing old Chen suddenly return, grabbing the broom by the door like a menacing door god, old Chen's son's eyes narrowed, unable to look directly at him. The white-collar man accompanying him, trying to persuade him, frowned almost imperceptibly. Boss Luo happened to see this, a shadow of gloom flashing in his eyes. Old Chen, a man decades past, was no less capable than today's young people when he erupted. Without thinking, he swung the broom at his son's feet. Old Chen's son hurriedly pulled the man beside him. After quickly saying a few words about thinking it over, old Chen stormed out of the steamed bun restaurant, chasing away his son and the real estate company's lobbyists. He then sat on a stool, sulking. His wife, unsure how to appease him, was secretly anxious. Suddenly, Luo Qiu asked, Grandpa and Grandma, is the drunken chicken you made with chili sauce? Old Chen was startled and instinctively replied, with white sesame seeds. Yes, 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 old lady, Luo Qiu, you're cooking here today. Go quickly and get some of your best side dishes. Okay, the old lady nodded hurriedly, then looked at Luo Qiu and said, Come help the old lady guard this place. The old lady was a very traditional person. Women don't talk too much when people come and go. He gave Luo Qiu a grateful look and then quickly pulled Luo Pianxian towards the kitchen. Old Chen closed the door and started smoking. After a while, he looked at Luo Qiu and said with a wry smile, This shop. I'm afraid it won't last. Luo Qiu said, I'm also thinking of selling it. Old Chen was particularly daring. A true man has nothing to take with him in life. What he leaves behind is his descendants, which is the greatest wealth. I'm old and frail, so naturally my wife will come with me. This shop and this building naturally belong to him, old Chen. I, too, have my own selfish motives. Can't I give these things to my son? Even if he sells them, he can do something with them. At least it will make his life better. It's better than giving them away in a fit of anger and leaving nothing for myself. The older generation is mostly skeptical of ghosts and spirits, but I know they exist. So I don't want my grave to be overgrown with weeds year after year, and I won't even know what the incense smells like. Old Chen shook his head again. but the craft of making these steamed buns is passed down from our ancestors. I'm afraid it will just end here in my area." Old Chen took another drag of his cigarette and sighed. Times have changed. Young people have their own ideas. He doesn't want to learn, and you can't force him. I just don't want to bother with these things these days. He looked at Luo Chio's eyes, which had turned a yellowish hue due to age, and a hint of regret in them. "Little Luo Chio," he said, "I'll just say it out loud. It's better than holding it in." "You've heard it before?" Luo Chio sat down next to Old Chen and patted his hand. "Old man, can I have 2 more meals today?" "Sure. It's a pity you don't drink. Otherwise, getting drunk and drinking strong liquor would be so refreshing." Old Chen laughed and then fired his long gun. "It's the first month of the lunar year, and this wine is so potent it can intoxicate and numb the nerves. Some people drink too much." Taking advantage of the absence of people, he vanished in a flash. However, he didn't immediately leave the place where he was born and raised. "Where are you planning to go?" Luo Chio appeared in another alley. At noon, most people were resting, and the alley was very quiet with a cool breeze. "I just planned to take a walk and look around." Luo Pianxian was startled by Luo Chio's sudden appearance and said, "Are all monsters so bad at lying?" Luo Pianxian was taken aback and stuck out her little tongue. "How do you know?" "Humans are the ancestors of lies, our way." "What are you planning to do?" Luo Chio continued to ask. As the club owner, this incredible aura was too powerful, and Dai Yao, who had always held it in awe, lowered her head and murmured, "I want to see if there's any way to prevent the owner's son from selling the steamed bun shop." She mustered her courage and looked up at Luo Chio, saying, "I can't let the owner continue to live, so I was thinking, at least to keep the steamed bun shop alive." Suddenly, a loud gurgling sound came from her stomach. Luo Chio couldn't help but chuckle. "You still have the energy? At least do something." Luo Pianxian suddenly blushed. Luo Chio took out the honey she had just bought from her backpack and held it out to Luo Pianxian. Although it was artificial, it was better than the greasy dishes that her aunt made. Of course, it couldn't compare to the honey she ate in the mountains. Luo Pianxian subconsciously took the bottle of honey. As a demon, her hand mirror was naturally much larger than that of an ordinary person. The bottle burst in Luo Pianxian's hand, making her hands covered in yellow and orange liquid. Without thinking, Luo Pianxian stuck out her little tongue and began to gently lick the back of her hands and palms. Fingertips, fingertips, a look of pure bliss on her face. "These past 2 days, I've secretly eaten all the honey from the landlady's house. I didn't dare tell him." Luo Pianxian subconsciously blurted out her recent situation. Then she saw Luo Chio staring at her with a strange look, her face flushing red again. She quickly turned away, licking her fingers clean with small sips before slowly drinking the remaining honey. The landlady's strange look was because he had expected to see Luo Pianxian stick something like a straw out of her mouth. Most butterflies feed like that, right? He hadn't expected her to lick it. Is this thing really a butterfly waste? Why does it feel like I'm feeding my stepmother? Maybe I should try something different next time. I heard butterflies drink milk too. Maybe I should try it next time. The young butterfly waste was still a bit unsatisfied, licking his fingers as he turned around. But after spending several days in human society, he seemed to have learned what indecent behavior was, and quickly hid his hands behind his back. He looked at Luo Chio somewhat uneasily and said, "I don't have anything to pay for right now." Luo Chio whispered, "A bottle of honey won't cost you anything." "What is it?" Luo Pianxian smiled sweetly. "Let's go." Luo Chio suddenly said. "Go see old Chen's son?" Luo Pian asked curiously, looking at Luo Chio. "Are you planning to help the boss too?" Luo Chio replied calmly. "Acquiring land won't just mean acquiring this steamed bun shop. I used to live here too." With that, Luo Chio walked towards the other end of the alley. Without thinking too much, the young man with the hunched back quickly jogged to catch up with Luo Chio.
Can I call you Luochio?
Tu Jiaya's mouth was pried open, and she felt her throat rapidly becoming wet. She didn't care about anything else and swallowed water in large gulps. She hadn't had water for a long time and was incredibly thirsty. Suddenly, she was knocked unconscious at home. Before she passed out, she only saw a figure emerge from her sister's room. Before she could even see who it was, she cried out, "Who are you?
What do you want with me? Are you trying to kidnap me? What happened to my sister? Have you checked on her?"
Perhaps because her throat was so dry, or perhaps because she was too panicked, Tu Jiaya didn't seem to notice that her voice sounded different than usual. Her eyes, hands, and feet were bound. She couldn't see or move. She was terrified, but no matter what she asked, the other person seemed unwilling to respond. Soon, Tu Jiaya's mouth was taped shut again. She couldn't speak, but then the phone rang. It was her cell phone ringing. Then, Tu Jiaya heard hurried footsteps fading away, followed by a slam of a door. It was very quiet here, with a damp and musty smell. She was probably being held captive somewhere. The caller ID showed Ren Xiling. Tu Jiaya hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he didn't answer the call, but soon a text message arrived from the same number about the party that evening. He couldn't help but recall the couple he'd met at university that day. He vaguely remembered the woman's name was Ren Xiling. She seemed to be his sister's roommate from university, probably someone who knew his sister better than anyone Tu Jiaya knew at work. He absolutely couldn't meet someone like that. Although he'd swapped bodies with his sister, he didn't know Ren Xiling at all, so he was bound to slip up, even though the body swap was so perfect. However, it's best to be careful where necessary. This basement was rented by my sister when she first debuted. Years later, after she became a huge star, she bought this place as a place of memories. No one will come here for now. Let's leave it at that for now. The problem is that it's in the old town, in what appears to be a decent-looking tea house. A white-collar worker frowned, looking at old Chen's son. "You know, I went to great lengths to get this price for you. Other places don't offer such high rates, mister," Huang said. "I know that too, mister." Chen sighed. "My dad's attitude is genuine, but today he's really a bit. I've never seen him so angry before. Maybe we shouldn't yell at him anymore? Mister." Huang was displeased. "Mister Chen, we've been negotiating so well. Do you still think the price is too low? Mister." Chen shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." Seeing Mr. Chen's hesitation, "Mister." Huang immediately said, "Mister Chen, to be honest, with your current job and life, there's no problem. But have you thought about the future? Your children grow up quickly and need to go to school. As parents, we naturally hope our children can receive a good education, but good schools aren't readily available. Besides, you don't want your wife to work hard day and night, do you? When you married her, you wanted to give her a good life, didn't you? But ask yourself honestly, have you done it yourself? And in a few years, you'll have to worry about your son even more. Do you know how much it costs to get a wife these days?" Slightly annoyed, Mr. Chen vigorously wiped his wrinkled trousers on his thigh, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I'll try to persuade my dad again." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Mr. Huang smiled, stood up, and said, "I have some things to take care of at the company." He nodded to old Chen's son, then walked towards the counter by the door, picked up 2 boxes of packaged pastries from the clerk, intending to pay the bill for that table. With that, Mr. Huang headed towards the door, but before he left, he glanced back and muttered to himself, "You really think I treat you like God? Just like that, son?" But Mr. Huang was quickly startled because someone was standing right in the doorway when he opened it. The land acquisition hadn't gone smoothly, so Mr. Huang was naturally in a bad mood. He glanced at the ordinary-looking young man and sneered, "Can't you even see where you're going?" He exuded the air of someone who'd been in the corporate world for over a decade. Intimidating a young upstart was a piece of cake.
I have something to talk to you about.
I know you.
Mister.
Huang frowned. The more he looked at this young man, the more inexplicably annoyed he felt.
No time.
I'm also a resident nearby.
I heard you've been acquiring land recently.
Mister.
Huang, who was about to leave, immediately turned around and chuckled. Oh dear, what brings you here, young man?
Look at me, in this heat, I get a bit hot.
I'm not usually like this.
Let's find a place to sit.
All right, this is indeed not the place to talk.
Mister. Huang forced a smile, but since the old minister's son was still inside the tea house, it wasn't convenient to go in. It seemed there were quite a few places to sit down in this old town. However, the woman beside this young man was truly beautiful. Mister. Huang couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. But even the best woman couldn't compare to performance and commission.
Young man, what's your surname?
After casually finding a seat, Mister.
Huang asked impatiently.
Luo Chiu was leisurely ordering food.
Just give me a glass of water, and a milk for him too, Luo Chiu said to the waiter.
He then handed the menu to Mr.
Huang, who was already full of tea and couldn't drink any more, so he casually ordered a beverage.
The waiter had barely left when Luo Chiu asked, "What company are you from?" This young man doesn't seem easy to fool.
Mister.
Huang muttered something to himself, then quickly took out his business card. The card, embossed in gold, bore the name Huang Chengying, followed by the company name, Hangxing Group. Speaking of Hangxing Group, young man, you must have heard of it. Our company is one of the top companies in this area, he said. Huang Chengying gave a thumbs up, then smiled and asked, "Young man, where is your address? How big is the land? I'll arrange it for you right away."
Mister.
Huang, what does your company plan to do with this land?
Mister.
Huang said, "Of course, we'll build houses."
Luo Chiu then said, "Oh, is that so?
You take our houses, demolish them, build new ones, and then sell them to others. So, where will we live?"
Mister.
Huang was taken aback, then exclaimed, "Young man, we're a legitimate big company. We certainly won't take your place for free. You have money, you can buy somewhere else to live. Think about it, the new city area is so convenient now, there are plenty of good places to eat and drink. You're young, you don't want to live here your whole life, seeing only old ladies and old men, do you? Young man, why don't you consider this?" Huang Chengying felt that saying too much might offend the other party, so he retreated as a last resort. "However, you'd better hurry up, because several residents sign an agreement every day. If you're slow, it won't be easy for me to give you a price. You should also understand that once everyone around you has moved out and the house has been demolished, you'll have no choice but to leave, right?" Just then, the waiter brought the food, interrupting Luo Pian. He looked at the milk in front of him and, without thinking, opened the straw and inserted it into the milk carton. A bottle of honey probably wasn't enough for him now. Holding the milk carton in both hands with the straw in his mouth, he couldn't spit it out. Luo Chiu found it amusing and chuckled. Huang Chengying thought, this young man, is he deliberately trying to be clever? He's acting like one of those impatient middle-aged women shopping in a mall, ignoring the salesperson's sales pitches and insisting, "I'm just looking, I was just looking around when I thought that," Huang Chengying thought, then suddenly heard Luo Chiu casually say, "Hey, little brother, this kid's got some nerve." He stood up and left without a second thought. Huang Chengying instinctively called out a couple of times, but to no avail. He cursed under his breath, "Damn, you're just messing with me." A moment later, Huang Chengying stood up, intending to leave as well, when a waiter approached and asked, "Sir, would you like to pay?" Huang Chengying replied somewhat irritably, "How much?" 45 yuan, thank you." "Wait a minute, a glass of water, a glass of cola, and a carton of cheap milk, you're going to charge 45 yuan? Huang Chengying immediately objected. "No way. Just now, when that lady left, she took 3 cartons of milk. It's so expensive in the Soviet Union, damn it. Huang Qingyi was furious. He didn't even know the kid's name, yet he was eating and taking things. Should he not have taken more? Looking at Luo Pianxian's hesitant expression, Luo Qiu wanted to say, "You're treating these 3 boxes of milk like treasures." Anyway, the young butterfly fairy followed Luo Qiu, clutching the 3 boxes of milk. He didn't know what she was afraid of or worried about, but her pace was always half a step behind, no matter how many times Luo Qiu changed his pace.
Didn't you just say you wanted to do something?
Why didn't you say anything earlier? Luo Qiu suddenly asked. Luo Pianxian was taken aback, then replied matter-of-factly, "With you here, what else should I say?" "I don't understand." Luo Qiu was also surprised. What was going on with this puppy-like obedient behavior in front of its owner? But thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. In this young demon's mind, the club was a mysterious and omnipotent place. Since he was already the club's owner, there was really nothing for him to consider. The Hangxing Group is acquiring land, but it shouldn't have been officially announced yet. They were walking on the streets of the old town. It wasn't just Huang Chengying, there were quite a few lobbyists from the Hangxing Group around there. Luo Pian asked curiously, "How did you know?" Luo Qiu replied calmly, "Just pay attention on the streets. You'll see people dressed almost exactly like Huang Chengying. Large companies have strict systems, sometimes they require employees to wear the same uniform." Luo Pianxian suddenly seemed to realize something, looking around and saying, "There's one here, one there, and one over there too," Luo Qiu said. "And it's just a contract." Seeing Luo Qiu lost in thought, Luo Pianxian remained silent, not daring to disturb him. When the young demon was still in the mountains, he had overheard some passing demons' gossip, occasionally hearing legends about the club. Those powerful demons, whom he could never reach, looked at him with an air of unknown awe, naturally planting a sense of reverence in the heart of this seemingly indifferent little demon. Although she was curious about the club owner, who also seemed quite young, Grandpa Shu Yao had said that clubs eat monsters, especially cute little pink ones. Little butterfly demon subconsciously took a small step back. "I'm leaving, you should go back." Luo Qiu turned around and looked at Luo Pianxian, who seemed to have created a little distance between them. He didn't say anything. Luo Pianxian hurriedly nodded and saw Luo Qiu walk towards the alleyway beside him. His hearing was excellent, but once Luo Qiu entered the alley, he could no longer hear his footsteps. This ability to come and go as he pleased was something the little monster envied, yet the weight of the 3 cartons of milk he was carrying made him feel incredibly happy. He planned to drink some more that evening, and save the other 2 cartons for tomorrow, then happily headed towards the steamed bun shop. At this moment, Luo Qiu was in his old house in the old town. He had only moved out a few years ago, forced to leave by Ren Xiling, the deputy editor-in-chief. Ren said that he was busy with work and that it would be too tiring to travel to and from the company every day. Her reasoning was so convincing that Luo Qiu had nothing to say. But in reality, she just wanted him to have a new environment. Even though the distance to the company was about the same after he moved, the last time he came back was before the Lunar New Year when he came back to clean. This time, the place was naturally covered in dust. Luo Qiu opened the window to let in some fresh air, picked up a rag, and began wiping some areas. These things didn't actually require manual labor. With just a thought, even the dust would automatically drift towards the trash can. But some things still needed to be done by hand. Just as Luo Qiu was wiping down a trophy in the living room display cabinet, a trophy that was always spotless, Yu Ye's voice came from behind. Ready to be activated at any time. Teleport over." There were 2 overdue accounts. One was naturally with old Chen. Because he was in the same city, Luo Qiu easily found the old man. The other was more troublesome, it was abroad. Normally, even with the fastest tour group, one would have to wait for the tour to officially start. Applying for a visa oneself was ultimately inconvenient. But the club seemed very accommodating to the boss in this regard. You can get a one-way teleportation for just 3 hours. A round trip takes only 5 hours. Don't misunderstand, the Taobao-style text at the end is from Luo Laoban himself scratching at that cold, hard altar. It occasionally makes its presence felt, but it hasn't yet shown any signs of being cute. Such a long-distance round trip only consumes 5 hours of lifespan. To be honest, if it were used for normal travel, it would naturally take much longer. Therefore, Luo Qiu chose this convenient shortcut without any pressure. Of course, he had heard that the previous boss could teleport freely within the world without consuming his own lifespan. Boss Luo thought that one day he would probably be able to fly too. The other guest's contract doesn't expire for another 5 days. Let's leave in a few days, Luo Qiu thought for a moment. Okay, Yu Yi nodded. Luo Qiu added, after I finish cleaning here, come with me to see somewhere. Yu Yi asked, where does Master plan to go? Luo Qiu smiled and said, last time when I visited Jin Zifu, I went to the Hengqin Group's Hengqin Plaza, a super large plaza that has become one of the city's landmarks since its opening. Even on a hot summer day, the plaza is usually crowded, but this afternoon there are even more people. Why? Of course, it's because the big star, the famous singer Tu Jiaya, is having a fan meeting here. Sister Xiling, it's almost time, why hasn't Tu Jiaya come out yet? The assistant asked impatiently. Because the newspaper's boss was also a fan of Tu Jiaya, the editor-in-chief responsibly said that they should report more about Tu Jiaya in the future, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to interview her after this big star went to work in another city. You're hogging this spot, I'm going to get some fresh air, Ren Xiling said, shoving her Nikon 4s into her assistant's hand. If anyone dares to take the spot, step on their foot and elbow them. If they dare to be ruthless, take off your pants. That's indecent, Sister Xiling, I'm a man. That's really exciting. Ren Xiling hummed and said that would be more effective. Watching Ren Xiling finish speaking, he squeezed out and blocked his hand. He felt that if he really shouted it out, he might be on tomorrow's headlines. The content was something like this. During Jiao Ya's fan meeting, a reporter sexually harassed a colleague. Upon discovering the person was male, he not only didn't stop but intensified his actions. Damn it! Ren Xiling, who had just come out of the restroom, glanced at the event venue in the plaza and found that the event hadn't started yet. Jiao Ya hadn't come out? Picture. Jiao Ya isn't the kind of person who's not punctual, Ren Xiling. But it's abnormal that this meet and greet hasn't happened yet. Has something happened? The number you dialed is switched off. Your call will be deactivated via SMS. Ren Xiling frowned, looked around the scene, and walked towards the lounge arranged for Tu Jiaya by the mall. Not long after, Ren Xiling saw Ting Kong, the bodyguard she had met once before, in the corridor. He didn't seem to notice her and was walking by in a hurry, as if he was looking for something. This immediately piqued Ren Xiling's intense professional curiosity. Ren Xiling discreetly noticed Ting Kong suddenly stop, holding her phone, and then pretended to be a shopper's as he walked past her. Have you searched Dongyi? We've searched almost everywhere else. Where did she go? Her phone is off. I understand. I'll wait for you, Ms. Shu. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Ping Kong didn't notice that the person who had just walked past him had heard every word he said, and instead headed off in another direction. Ren Xiling frowned. Tu Jiaya was missing? It must have only been a short time since she disappeared, because many people had seen her enter Hengqin Plaza accompanied by staff, and her phone was switched off, as if she didn't want to be found. Jiaya, where are you? Had something happened? I happened to be here for an interview too. Ren Xiling sent a text message in a ritualistic manner, and unexpectedly, he received a reply from Tu Jiaya by phone a short while later. In the 5th floor restroom of Building C, through the glass in the wooden wall, he saw a large sign placed at the east gate of the square. Luo Qiu's gaze lingered for a moment. Yu Yi, who was accompanying him, said, "Is this Tu Jiaqin, the master?" Should we take a look? Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "We'll talk about it later." He had secretly visited Hangshin Group's headquarters in the city once before because of Jin Zifu's incident, so this time was relatively easy for him. At the same time, the vice president of Hangshin Group's commercial real estate research department, Lai, who was reading the documents, slammed his head on the desk and fell asleep. Simultaneously, the office door opened silently. Luo Qiu admired Yu Ye's efficiency. They even let him open the door without him having to worry, allowing him to walk in naturally. However, seeing this vice president, who had already fallen asleep with his head on his hand for the second time, history was repeating itself, and Luo Qiu felt a headache coming on. Luo Qiu thought for a moment, then casually waved his hand, and a square black cushion on the sofa nearby flew away automatically. At the same time, Vice President Lai's head lifted slightly, and then the cushion supported his head, turning him into a position where he was resting face down on the cushion. Yu Yi didn't say anything, but instead turned to Vice President Lai's laptop and began searching for files. Last time, Luo Qiu had come and left in a hurry. This time, he habitually began to observe the layout of the Vice President's office. The lists and files on the laptop were rapidly appearing. The beautiful maid with sapphire blue eyes stared intently without blinking. A short while later, Yu Ye, having placed the notebook back somewhere away, walked to Luo Qiu's side and said, "Master knows about what happened behind the land acquisition." Noticing a book on antiques on a bookshelf in the corner of the room, Luo Qiu picked it up, casually flipped through it, and asked, "Tell me about it." Just as their master had said, they hadn't carried out the land acquisition in a grand manner. Currently, they are sending people to contact nearby residents privately because Hangshin Group has obtained some internal information. It seems that the city's development focus for the next 5 years will shift to the old city area, as mentioned in the upcoming annual urban planning scheme. Their land acquisition is probably in preparation for this plan. Luo Qiu nodded. There's no issue of collusion between officials and businessmen. No secrets stay hidden forever. Hangshin Group, a large commercial real estate company, naturally has its own informants. However, the location of the new airport doesn't seem to have been finalized yet. Yu Ye said calmly, "It seems Hangshin Group still has a lot of work to do if they want to make a big profit. Also, the land acquisition prices are generally quite low." Luo Qiu nodded and casually placed a box of books in her hand into Yu Ye's. "Let's see what our guests' new lives are like. Building C, 5th floor, women's restroom. Gioya, are you here?" Renzeline called for a while, but no one responded. Just then, he heard some strange noises coming from the last side stall. The deputy editor-in-chief, always quite bold, cautiously approached the last side stall. He tried to push it open, but found it locked. He couldn't help but call out again, "Gioya, is that you? Gioya." After hearing some noise, the side stall door loosened slightly. Renzeline immediately pushed it open and saw to Gioya's face, his expression changing slightly. "What happened?" Renziling saw to Jia looking terrible. She was curled up, her hair disheveled, trembling uncontrollably, her face pale, her lips cracked, and her makeup completely ruined, making her look like a ghost. I'm so tired. What is this?" Renziling frowned and squatted down, looking at Tu Jia with astonishment. At first, she thought she might have been assaulted, but then she noticed that her clothes were intact and her expression didn't seem like she was frightened at all. I don't know, it hurts so much. Renzeline reached out and twisted his friend's wrist, then his face turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "Gioya. Tell me honestly, have you been doing drugs?" "Drugs? No, I haven't. Like a madman, Renziling's old classmate kept hitting her head, her emotions fluctuating wildly. "Your heart is racing, your body temperature is low, and you're uncontrollably crying and sneezing." Renziling snapped. "You think I haven't seen this kind of thing enough? You look exactly like those patients in rehab when they're having withdrawal symptoms. Tu Jia, what's wrong with you?"
How could you touch that kind of stuff? I don't know. Tu Jiaya suddenly grabbed Ren Zeline's hands, overcome with emotion. I don't know anything. Help me, help me. I can't let anyone see me like this. Help me. You're my sister, my best friend, right? You'll help me, right? Please, I can't help you. The only one who can help you is a doctor. Ren Zeline grabbed his friend's wrist and pulled him up forcefully. I'll take you to the hospital. I won't go. I won't go. Tu Jiaya, who was standing in front of Ren Zeline, was pressed against the wall, looking terrified. Tu Jiaya was quite agitated. Ren Zeline frowned and suddenly said, Jiaya, I know a black market doctor who can keep secrets very well. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Anyway, let's calm her down first. But just then, Ren Xiling felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground. Tu Jiaya and Tu Jiaqin watched this scene in horror, seeing a woman in a black suit and skirt, with a cold expression, walk out from behind Ren Xiling after she fell. Secretary Shu, he thought, recognizing the woman. He'd seen her a few times. She was the secretary to the boss of Chenying Entertainment. The woman, her face cold, frowned slightly. Mr. Lin gave you a generous portion just a few days ago. Didn't you eat it? With that, she pulled a small B-shaped bag from her pocket and casually tossed it at Tu Jiaqin, saying indifferently, you disappeared without a trace. I was wondering if you'd committed some kind of crime? What is this? Tu Jiaya asked subconsciously. Miss Shu sneered, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and eat it, then clean up. You'd better not mess up today's meeting. Tu Jiaya stared at the small white pills, feeling a strong urge to swallow them. It was a physical urge. Her body needed these pills. Tu Jiaqin suddenly threw away the B-shaped bag in her hand, trembling, and said, I don't want to. Miss Shu frowned, said nothing, but grabbed the other woman's hair, pulled her to the sink, and shoved her head under the tap. Only after the water completely submerged Tu Jiaqin's face, and after a moment of struggle, did Miss Shu pull Tu Jiaqin's head up, straighten her face, and point her in the mirror. She whispered in her ear, look at yourself clearly now, and understand who you are. We can elevate you, and we can trample you down just as easily. You think you're the only talented woman? Then, Miss Shu released her grip, and Tu Jiaqin's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her mind began to wander. Her body's need for those little pills seemed to have reached its limit. Why was this happening? Tu Jiaqin frantically asked herself, why was this happening? It shouldn't be like this. She used her soul and her sister's to restore her body. He sacrificed his soul for all this, yet this was only the beginning. He hadn't even bled himself dry, hadn't even displayed his talents. This body was already addicted to drugs. What a joke! At that moment, Miss Shu picked up the pills from the ground, pried open Tu Jiaqin's mouth, and forcefully shoved them into his mouth. Tu Jiaqin didn't know how he swallowed them. He only knew that when he felt the medicine entering his body through his throat, he felt an unprecedented fear, clutching his throat with both hands and gagging. However, a method of mental pleasure soon made him forget all of this. Insect shadows began to appear on the neckline before his eyes, and he felt an immense lightness in his body. Joy spread, as if his parched body had been nourished by sweet rain. The anxiety, the physical discomfort, the worries, all began to fade away. Her gaze began to glaze over, and her complexion gradually improved. Miss Shu was on the phone, asking, have you found anyone? Yes, Miss Tu isn't feeling well. Can you come and help me? The meeting would continue. Tell them it would start soon. Tu Jiaqin listened silently. Because of the medication, she seemed indifferent, letting Miss Shu wipe away her smudged makeup with a wet tissue. Only then did she hear Miss Shu ask, who is this woman? She's my sister's good friend. Ha ha, I'm so happy. Whoosh, I'm flying. I'm going to fly. Suck, suck, suck until I'm dead. Miss Shu frowned.
Am I going crazy? Miss Shu shook her head. This new type of drug is very potent, but its effects last a long time. It makes time feel like it's passing very slowly. Of course, the concentrated duration of pleasure is several times stronger than that of ordinary drugs. Quitting it is practically impossible. By the time King Kong arrives, it should be almost recovered. As Boss Shu rummaged through Ren Xiling's wallet and the press pass hanging around her neck, she began to consult her boss, reporting the matter to him. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. A reporter? You handle it carefully. I need to maintain good relations with the Zhong family right now. I don't want to cause any unpleasantness. After a while, Tu Jiaqin gradually regained some composure. She felt fear and panic, her heart unable to calm down. At this moment, Ting Kong was already calling from outside the door. Boss Shu calmly said, "Remember your identity. Don't disappoint your fans." "What do you plan to do?" Tu Jiaqin asked in alarm. Miss Shu replied calmly. "What are we going to do? We'll have to clean up the mess you made. You'd better behave yourself." "I'm not exactly free either. I always have to clean up your messes. Now get out of here." Judging from his tone, this wasn't the first time this had happened. Tu Jiaqinji trembled, lowered his head, and walked out in a daze. He saw King Kong but didn't say anything, just silently walked towards the lounge. Miss Shu frowned at this moment. She held the remaining pills between her fingers through the sealed bag and quickly crushed them. Then she walked to the window at the end and shook the window. Looking around, he finally pulled a pair of white rubber gloves from another pocket, dampened them with a tissue, and began wiping them. Then he took Ren Xiling's hand and pressed it against the gloves. Next, he helped Ren Xiling to the edge of the window, poured some water into the bee sachet, shook it, and waited for the powder to completely dissolve before prying open Ren Xiling's mouth, intending to pour it in. "Should we go to the monitoring room next? Are we being very thorough? Do we do this often?" Suddenly, a remarkably clear voice rang out from the restroom, where a third party shouldn't be present. It was a woman's voice, even though the door was clearly locked. Miss Shu was startled, then quickly turned around. She saw a beautiful, dreamlike woman quietly watching her. Miss Shu frowned slightly, her hand stealthily reaching for her lower back. But when she touched her belt, she couldn't find what she was looking for. "You're looking for this?" she thought. It's a small knife, about the length of a third finger, but extremely sharp. At this moment, it was conspicuously being carried in the hands of this beautiful woman. When did this happen? Miss Shu was startled. The door was still locked. When did she get in? She hadn't heard a sound. "Who are you?" Miss Shu looked at the beautiful woman with extreme vigilance. But the beautiful woman in front of her walked forward motionless. Miss Shu's heart suddenly contracted. She tried to bend slightly so that she could better unleash her muscle power later, but she couldn't move. Her whole body seemed to have become stiff, no matter how hard she tried. "Have you tasted these yourself?" As these words rang out, Miss Shu stared incredulously at her arm, which began to bend. The tiny bee ribbon was now approaching her mouth. Her heart pounded, and her eyes widened. She knew these things all too well. What was happening to her was even more terrifying. Completely unable to stop her body from moving beyond her control, Miss Shu watched the face slowly approach, revealing the most terrified expression of her life. "Wait, we can talk about anything. Anything is unnecessary," the beautiful woman said calmly. "If I could give you the chance to flick it, it wouldn't be me who made the move." She continued, "The height between floors in a large shopping mall is much greater than that of a regular house. So, how many floors would a 5-story shopping mall be equivalent to in a regular house? Nobody cares about that." A woman in a black suit and skirt fell heavily in front of them, crashing onto the tiled floor. Pedestrians were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. The woman's body convulsed, her hair disheveled.